Chapter 77. The Dungeon with Hot Pot. What are you here for? Number 5 clutched his pocket, his eyes glinting with a cold light, resembling a ferocious dog guarding its food as he glared at Song Qing. I did this myself. Don't think we fear you. With that, he drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Song Qing. Get lost. I am quitting the team. I will not accompany you any longer. Observing number 5's demeanor, Song Qing could not help but chuckle bitterly and shake his head. Why bother? Do you truly believe you can escape? Then you might as well perish. Without warning, number 5 pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed through the desolate, misty mountains. Wang Shun and the others were momentarily stunned. Song Qing had not even flinched, taking the bullet squarely to his chest. Then, another person turned to flee, but Song Qing's voice suddenly rang out. I advise you not to run, or else if I catch you, your demise will be most tragic. As he spoke, he extracted the bullet from his chest, holding it up and shaking it at number 5. Your marksmanship is commendable, but your weapon is lacking. Now, let me see what other skills you possess. Realizing the gravity of the situation, number 5's face turned pale as he stepped back in panic. Don't come any closer. I warn you. A cold smile crept onto Song Qing's lips. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Go on. Shoot at me. Let's see if you can kill me. At those words, number 5 panicked, spun around, and fled, vanishing into the mist within moments. Song Qing sighed, turning to Wang Shun and the others. By the way, the corpses of those evil spirits also contain magic crystals. Please help me retrieve them. Much appreciated. With that, Song Qing too disappeared into the fog. Wang Shun and the others exchanged glances. What should we do? Should we run or stay? Wang Shun stuttered, his words faltering. The other 3 were equally astonished by Song Qing's prowess. Run? Where to? In the end, we would meet the same fate here. Just look at number 5. I do not wish to die. No amount of money is worth it if I have no life. Song Qing was too formidable, at least for now. I do not want to be his enemy. Indeed, money to earn, but no life to spend it. Even if offered 109th grade magic crystals, I would refuse. He isn't even afraid of bullets. How can we possibly confront him? Thus, the group obediently placed the magic crystals into a bag and continued to drag the foul-smelling corpses of the evil spirits over, extracting the crystals. Just as they completed their task, footsteps emerged from a mist. Soon, Song Qing appeared before them, a warm smile gracing his face. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Each of you may take 2 magic crystals. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Wang Shun and the others were left speechless. Such a generous offer. However, as they hesitated, Song Qing swiftly picked up the bag from the ground and stowed it into his backpack. Alas, I did not expect such courtesy from you all. Very well. If you do not desire it, then let us continue our journey. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the group was left in stunned silence. What is this? Are we not afforded even a moment to react? If you do not wish to provide it, you could simply state so. Why the pretense? Wang Shun and the others felt a profound sense of despair, having finally glimpsed the possibility of reclaiming their lost funds, only to have it slip through their fingers once more. With no other option, they could only drag their weary bodies along behind Song Qing as he pressed onward. After a few minutes of walking, Song Qing called down Kong Wan and Du Du, who had been hiding in the trees. Upon seeing Song Qing again, Du Du joyfully leaped into his embrace. Kong Wan stood to the side, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. When Song Qing had first departed, she had been anxious and restless, fearing that malevolent spirits might launch an attack against them. Yet, no such spirits had appeared. Instead, she had heard their anguished cries from a distance, which only deepened her worry for Song Qing. Throughout that time, she had repeatedly attempted to take Du Du to assist him. Now, seeing that Song Qing was unharmed, the heavy stone in her heart finally lifted, and tears of excitement threatened to spill forth. At that moment, Song Qing suddenly approached her. Thank you for your continued concern for me, and for taking such good care of Du Du. Kong Wan was taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly as she stubbornly retorted, I was merely worried about whether we would manage to pass the next challenge. Who was concerned for you? Honestly, noting the faint blush on Kong Wan's cheek, Song Qing chose not to press the matter further and deftly shifted the topic. The malevolent spirits in this vicinity have mostly been cleared away. Let us rest for a moment before setting off again. We must strive to locate that cave before nightfall. Everyone nodded in agreement, retrieving their supplies to replenish their energy. While they munched on tough jerky and overly sweet chocolate, a delightful aroma wafted over from the side. Wang Shun swallowed hard, following the scent with his eyes, and was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Is that hot pot? The expressions of the others mirrored his astonishment as they beheld the hot pot in Song Qing's hands, their mouths watering in unison. Even Kong Wan was taken aback. How? What did you bring a hot pot with you? There are beef rolls, lamb rolls, and even frozen shrimp balls. How did you manage to bring these in? As he tended to the fire, Song Qing replied with casual ease, "Of course. I've finished the self-heating pot, so it was only natural to prepare something else. It's quite chilly here. Enjoying a hot pot to warm the body seems perfectly reasonable, does it not?" Wang Shun and the others all turned to look at Song Qing. Goodness, is that the question we are asking? What we are truly concerned about is how you managed to bring all these items with you. Suddenly, Lu Hong in the crowd smacked his forehead. I understand now. Song Qing glanced at him, intrigued. What have you figured out? You must possess a high-grade, ghostly artifact capable of storing items, at least of green quality. At this statement, a collective gasp echoed around them. Wang Shun was equally astonished that Song Qing possessed such a formidable ghostly artifact. His understanding of ghostly artifacts was somewhat profound. They are categorized by color and further divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. The most common ghostly artifacts are gray, with higher tiers being green, blue, red, gold, and the legendary tricolored, 5-colored, and 7-colored variants. It is rumored that some functional ghostly artifacts, while lacking in offensive capabilities or the ability to inflict harm upon targets, possess abilities that are more coveted than those of attack-oriented artifacts. Among these, the most sought after are those with storage capabilities. Typically, such artifacts are of green grade or higher, each worth a fortune. Whenever one of these artifacts is discovered in a dungeon, it invariably incites a frenzy. Everyone gazed at Song Qing with disbelief, while he could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head, for he possessed no ghostly artifact. It was merely the system's storage space. However, observing their eager expressions, Song Qing smirked and produced an ancient-styled ring from his pocket. Indeed, I possess a storage ghost ring, with a cubic meter of storage space. Allow me to enlighten you. Instantly, the group's previous obsession with hot pot evaporated, their eyes now fixated on the ring in Song Qing's hand like famished wolves. Subsequently, he adorned the ring on his finger. All right, let us eat. Kong Wan, seated nearby, found herself at a loss for words. Typically, those who own storage ghost rings do not display them so openly unless their strength is sufficient to dominate others. Yet, Song Qing boldly flaunted it without a hint of fear. Leaning closer, she whispered into his ear, "You shouldn't have revealed that." Song Qing merely chuckled, handing her a bowl and plate. "Adjust the ingredients to your liking." Seeing that Song Qing had deftly diverted the conversation, Kong Wan chose to remain silent. After feasting, the group set off. Along the way, conversation was sparse, as if each harbored their own thoughts. After walking for 7 or 8 hours, just as exhaustion began to set in, Wang Shun's voice rang out ahead. "Look, there's a mountain blocking our path." Following this, Kong Wan exclaimed, "A cave. I've discovered a cave. Is this the cave we've been searching for?" A surge of joy filled Song Qing's heart as he hurried forward to examine the cave closely. Before him stood a cavern over 10 meters high and approximately 7 or 8 meters wide. The entrance was surrounded by various poisonous plants and vines, and inside, water pooled to calf height, mixed with decaying vegetation. Gazing into the dark abyss of the cave, Song Qing resolutely addressed the group. "This must be the place. Let us swiftly enter. Our time is limited, and we have much to accomplish." Upon hearing these words, the crowd promptly illuminated their portable flashlights and ventured into the pitch-black cavern. Chapter 78. Darkness falls. The monsters approached the cavern, cloaked in impenetrable darkness, exuded an eerie ambience, yet posed no immediate peril. A notable advantage was the absence of fog, allowing their vision to extend as far as the light could reach. However, after traversing a few hundred meters, the group encountered an obstruction. Brother Song Qing, this is bad. It seems there has been a cave-in. We cannot proceed. Song Qing merely nodded slightly and retrieved several tools from his system space. Now let us distribute the tools and commence our work. Wang Shun stood in stunned disbelief. You even brought a hoe? Did you anticipate encountering such troubles? The others nodded in agreement. Curiosity piqued regarding whether Song Qing was privy to the narrative of this new instance. Song Qing waved his hand dismissively. Come now, this is a new instance. How could I possibly know the story? He continued, enough of this chatter. Let us clear this cavern and depart post-haste. If we tarry too long, we shall all be doomed. Seeing that Song Qing was unwilling to delve further into the matter, the others relinquished their inquiries. Pointing to the hoe on the ground, Song Qing instructed, Wang Shun, you four will be responsible for excavating the cave. Kong Wan, you shall stand guard for our safety, and Dudu, you shall assist me in hunting the evil spirits. Any objections? Wang Shun and the others, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced to the arrangement. After all, Song Qing was the sole one capable of vanquishing the evil spirits, and it was impractical to separate Dudu from him, given her youth. Moreover, Kong Wan was the only adult female in their group. It seemed inappropriate to have her toil in the excavation. Thus the task of digging naturally fell upon them. Clang! Clang! The sounds of rock being hewn echoed through the cavern. At this juncture, after applying the potions provided by Song Qing, Wang Shun and his companions found their injuries had mostly healed, allowing them to work without significant hindrance. However, after a spell, Lu Hong suddenly voiced his dissatisfaction. We've been duped. There are no evil spirits to be found. Upon hearing Lu Hong's exclamation, Wang Shun and the others glanced back, only to discover that Song Qing and Dudu were merrily playing in the water outside the cavern. This sight incited anger in two of them. How could he do this? Does he truly consider us mere laborers? I refuse to accept this. He frolics outside with a child while we toil away in here. Wang Shun sighed. Why should we be surprised? He possesses the ability to eradicate evil spirits and is stronger than us. We should simply focus on our work. Surviving this ordeal is already a blessing. Upon hearing his words, Lu Hong seemed to come to a realization, nodding slightly as he leaned on his hoe. Indeed, surviving is a victory in itself. If we can acquire some treasures along the way, that would be even better. Now is not the time for us to resist. After Lu Hong's words were spoken, Wang Shun could not help but glance at him, sensing that there was an underlying meaning in his words. However, he refrained from further discussion and immersed himself in the task of digging. Just as Wang Shun and the others were excavating the rock, Song Qing and Dudu had already arrived outside the cave. Father, it seems the sky is about to darken. Song Qing nodded slightly, then extended his perception outward. From a considerable distance, he sensed a massive gathering of malevolent spirits, the number of which far exceeded anything he had encountered before. Upon feeling these ominous presences, a grave expression crossed Song Qing's face. Indeed, the night was approaching, and monsters were on the verge of appearing. Sensing Song Qing's anxiety, Dudu gently took his hand. Father, do not worry. Dudu is here to protect you. Hearing his daughter's comforting words, Song Qing couldn't help but smile, reaching out to tenderly stroke Dudu's head. All right, let Dudu protect father. Then, Dudu took a few steps toward the cave entrance, picking up small stones from the ground and tossing them outward. Song Qing stood a short distance away, watching Dudu play, a look of affectionate indulgence on his face. However, not far behind them, Kong Wan observed the father-daughter duo with a hint of envy. She had never had a close relationship with her own father, and they could rarely share the intimacy that Song Qing and Dudu exhibited. Lost in thought, Kong Wan was suddenly brought back to reality by Song Qing's unexpected approach. I have a small favor to ask of you. Kong Wan's musings were interrupted, and she immediately looked up at Song Qing. What is it? What do you need me to do? If I am to confront the boss, I hope you can look after my daughter. Surprised by Song Qing's request, Kong Wan momentarily froze, noticing a glimmer of sincerity in his eyes. All right, I agree. Then a thought crossed her mind, and uncertain whether to voice it, she ultimately inquired softly, Are you worried about Wang Shun and the others? I have never considered them as my own people. They have never regarded me as one of their own either. Caution is necessary. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Kong Wan felt a surge of joy, instinctively asking, "So, does that mean I am considered one of your own?" However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized she might have misspoken, her cheeks flushing. Song Qing merely glanced at her. "For now, we are merely in a cooperative relationship." Kong Wan felt a tinge of disappointment at his response. Just hours earlier, before entering the instance, she had deemed Song Qing unworthy of her attention. Yet, in a mere 2 days, the prowess he had displayed had rendered him seemingly unattainable. Once, she had been regarded as a goddess not only in school but throughout the entire Jiangnan City, with countless men vying for her affection. Yet none had ever garnered even a fleeting glance from her. At this very moment, she unexpectedly found herself harboring inexplicable feelings for the man before her. Suddenly, Kong Wan jolted to realization. How could I forget to contemplate such bizarre thoughts in a place like this? It could cost me my life. It is truly wretched. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to cast aside the image of Song Qing, attempting to forget him. It was then that she noticed, to her astonishment, that Song Qing had vanished without a trace. Not far off, however, only Dudu remained, engrossed in playing with stones. Upon seeing Dudu, Kong Wan immediately felt a surge of anxiety and stomped her foot in frustration. How could he leave without a word? If something were to happen, how would I explain it to him? Men are so careless. She hastened towards Dudu, relieved to find him unharmed. "Where is your father? Where has he gone?" Dudu looked up, placing an oval pebble into his pocket, and pointed towards the misty direction. "Dad just said not to disturb the ant while she was thinking, so I didn't bother you. He also told me to stay with you." Hearing this, Kong Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness he hasn't forgotten he has a daughter. All right, it's not safe outside the cave anymore. Darkness is approaching quickly. Let us hurry inside. Dudu nodded in agreement, following Kong Wan as they made their way towards the cave. Meanwhile, Song Qing slowly approached the direction where those malevolent spirits congregated outside Shandong. In truth, his primary concern was not the thousands of malevolent spirits gathered there, but rather the octopus creature the old lady had mentioned. Although she did not disclose the creature's level, Song Qing sensed that it was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, in order to successfully navigate through the night, he needed to prepare in advance. Chapter 79. Wealth can move mountains in the cave. The clanging sounds reverberated continuously. After several hours of relentless digging, Wang Shun and his companions were utterly exhausted. They were oblivious to the depth of the cavern and how long it would take to break through. Yet, for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to persist. However, when they observed Kong Wan narrating stories to Dudu while seemingly idle, the 4 men, noticing Song Qing's absence, began to indulge in sarcastic banter. "Honestly, in my next life, I would choose to be a woman," one remarked. Being a woman is quite advantageous. One need only sit back, and everything comes their way. Indeed, being a woman is splendid, no matter how they recline. There are always men to pursue them. As they engaged in this mocking discourse, Kong Wan's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Shun chuckled, rising to dust off his clothes. "Nothing much, just having a chat. We weren't talking about you, so why the urgency?" The others joined in the jest, seizing upon the absence of Song Qing to act with impunity. Kong Wan was no fool. She understood that, in this situation, she was no match for these 4 men. Yet, enduring their relentless taunts, even her good temper began to fray. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, prompting Wang Shun and the others to instantly suppress their laughter and exchange furtive glances, returning to their labor. After enduring their bullying, Kong Wan felt a surge of distress. When she saw Song Qing approaching with a flashlight in hand, her heart swelled with the desire to rush forward and share her grievances. However, the realization that their relationship was merely one of cooperation and that he would not come to her aid dampened her spirit, forcing her to bury her feelings deep within. Upon entering, Song Qing glanced at Dudu and offered a smile to Kong Wan. "Thank you for watching over the child." Kong Wan merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying little. It seemed Song Qing was unaware of the earlier events in the cave as he addressed the others. "Listen up, I have something to discuss." At the sound of his voice, Wang Shun and the others immediately set down their tools and approached him. Song Qing gestured toward the cave entrance. The malevolent spirit is approaching. I require an assistant. Who among you is willing to accompany me outside? Upon hearing this, Wang Shun and his companions lowered their heads. Without hesitation, Kong Wan volunteered, I will go. However, Song Qing gently shook his head. You cannot. You have a more crucial task. I am asking Wang Shun and the rest of you, who is willing to go? Kong Wan was momentarily taken aback. Why? Do you look down upon me? Yet, as he spoke, he noticed Song Qing's unwavering gaze upon her. This reminded him of their earlier conversation outside the cave. Very well, I shall refrain from going. With Kong Wan excluded, the remaining choices fell solely to Wang Shun and his trio of companions. The mere thought of Song Qing's previous deceptive tactics sends shivers down the spines of several individuals even now. The vivid memory of being relentlessly pursued by countless malevolent spirits lingers in their minds. None of them are eager to venture out again, facing the threat of those sinister entities. Observing the silence among the group, Song Qing nonchalantly retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, shaking it gently in his palm. Inside the pouch lay 10 magical crystals, a generous offer for anyone willing to embark on the perilous journey, an opportunity that would not come again. Upon hearing this, Wang Shun and the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying hesitation. Noticing their indecision, Song Qing spoke softly, Fear not. This time, there will be only one malevolent spirit. The revelation momentarily stunned Wang Shun and his companions. Is that true? Just one spirit? Brother Song Qing, you mustn't deceive us. They exclaimed. Indeed, I am injured, and after such a prolonged ordeal, my legs can hardly carry me. You cannot trick us again. Doubts clouded their faces as they questioned the veracity of his claim. Seeing their skepticism, Song Qing could only shake his head in resignation. Well, have I ever misled anyone? If you do not wish to go, then so be it. With that, he pretended to withdraw the pouch. Wang Shun was reminded of the time when Song Qing had swiftly claimed the reward without any of them realizing it. After all, 10 magical crystals were neither trivial nor abundant. Each crystal represented a vital resource for them, the enhancers, and could not be forsaken. Thus, Wang Shun promptly raised his hand. I am willing, he declared. Simultaneously, another individual, the 8th survivor, voiced his agreement. The two exchanged glances. I spoke first. Let me take the lead, Wang Shun insisted, unwilling to miss this chance. The 8th survivor, unwilling to cede the crystals, pouted defiantly. But I want those crystals too. Besides, my arm is hurt, and it will be better to go outside than remain here. As the two began to squabble, Song Qing couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding scene. Indeed, money could drive even the most reluctant souls to action. 10 magical crystals could easily secure a valuable pawn. Clearing his throat, he pointed at Wang Shun and declared, It shall be you. Wang Shun felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Song Qing, while the 8th survivor glared at Wang Shun, spitting disdainfully on the ground. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Wang Shun, however, was unfazed, reveling in the fact that the 10 magical crystals were nearly within his grasp. Let them envy him. Yet, Lu Hong in the crowd did not perceive Song Qing's gesture as an act of kindness, but rather as another trap laid for them. Seizing a moment to gather his belongings, Lu Hong leaned in closer to Wang Shun's ear. Be cautious. This fellow harbors ill intentions. Wang Shun, mistaking Lu Hong's concern for envy, merely smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. As he was tidying up his belongings, Lu Hong stealthily slipped something into his palm. Let's go. Be careful on the way, he said. Wang Shun paused for a moment, glancing down to find a palm-sized note containing a series of numbers. Upon examining the digits, he understood their significance. He turned to look at Lu Hong, only to find him engrossed in his work. Reluctantly, Wang Shun memorized the sequence and swallowed the note whole. Once again, Song Qing did not bring her daughter along. If there are any issues, inform me promptly, she instructed, donning her earpiece and addressing Kong Wan. Kong Wan cast a glance at Song Qing, her heart awash with mixed emotions, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Be cautious. I will take good care of Dudu. All right, off we go. Dudu, listen to your aunt and take care of her. Dudu smiled and waved, got it, Dad. Be safe and return swiftly. After bidding farewell to everyone, Song Qing and Wang Shun vanished into the misty darkness. As they stepped into the fog, Wang Shun instantly felt a pang of regret. The obscurity was such that one could not see their own hand in front of their face, and the damp, thick mist sent a shiver down his spine. Song Qing, this is exceedingly dark. I can't see anything at all. Chapter 80. The Vine Whip Striker observing Wang Shun's palpable anxiety. Song Qing merely offered a gentle smile and patted him on the shoulder. Do not fret for now. There are no malevolent spirits lurking about. Despite Song Qing's reassurances, Wang Shun's heart remained heavy with trepidation. After advancing for approximately 10 more minutes, he could no longer contain his unease. Brother Song Qing, I have begun to regret this. Is it possible for me to return? Would it be inappropriate to turn back now that we have ventured forth? Song Qing once again patted his shoulder and retrieved a pouch filled with magical crystals from his pocket. Do not accuse me of being ungracious. These magical crystals are yours. If you can endure here for half an hour, I shall reward you with 10 more. True to the adage that money talks, Wang Shun's spirits lifted at Song Qing's words. Is that true? Of course. When have I ever deceived anyone? Witnessing the sincerity in Song Qing's expression, Wang Shun gritted his teeth and nodded, accepting the magical crystals into his embrace. All right, Brother Song Qing, since you place such trust in me, I shall muster my courage and stand guard for half an hour. With Wang Shun's commitment, Song Qing smiled in satisfaction. He then vanished into the mist, leaving behind the trembling Wang Shun. Surrounded by the dense fog and the impenetrable darkness, Wang Shun found that even with a flashlight, his field of vision extended no further than 2 meters. This meager distance offered little in terms of emergency response. If a malevolent spirit were to appear, he would likely have no time to escape. 10 minutes after Song Qing's departure, Wang Shun's resolve began to crumble, and thoughts of fleeing took root in his mind. No, if I simply follow his lead and become cannon fodder, I shall surely meet my demise. Rather than live in dread, I would prefer to save my own skin. Resolute, he bit down and turned, slowly making his way back in the direction from whence he came. However, not far from him, Song Qing continued to sense Wang Shun's aura. He truly does not disappoint. Splendid. The hunting mission may commence. Song Qing cast one last glance towards Wang Shun's location, where his sixth sense detected a massive red light pulsating, gradually emerging from the earth. Upon recognizing the enormity of the red light, Song Qing wasted no time in scrutinizing it further. Instantly, his mind was flooded with information regarding this octopus-like creature. Vine Whip Striker, LV-100, a top-tier malevolent spirit, possessing unparalleled lethality and dominion over its territory. The progenitor can continuously grow and even hunt other malevolent spirits to enhance itself, with a territorial range extending 20 kilometers around the progenitor. Special Ability 1. Vine Whip. When unleashing this skill, certain vines experience a 200% increase in attack speed and a 200% increase in attack power. Special Ability 2. Reattachment of severed limbs possesses formidable self-healing capabilities, allowing it to regenerate its vines in a remarkably brief period after being severed. Special Ability 3. Infinite Growth is a passive skill that grants the ability to proliferate endlessly, drawing energy from its host to augment the number of vines. Special Ability 4. Mucus Protection allows the subterranean host to maintain a pool of protective mucus. Special Ability 5. Infinite Growth revives the whipper every night, augmenting its strength continuously. Upon reviewing this information, Song Qing could not help but display a grave expression. This octopus creature appeared to be far more formidable than he had initially anticipated. A level 100 supreme evil spirit, its core hidden several meters underground, coupled with an infinite number of tentacles and immense offensive power. Even more alarming was its striking range, extending to a radius of 20 kilometers. Currently, Song Qing realized that should he attempt to vanquish it, the mere distance of several meters underground was already beyond his reach, let alone the protection afforded by the mucus surrounding its core. Faced with such a powerful evil spirit, Song Qing felt utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Nevertheless, from the description of this octopus creature, He calculated that the cave's location conveniently fell within the creature's attack range. Fortunately, this octopus beast would gradually awaken during the night. Thus, the present moment was the most opportune for Song Qing to develop his strength. He needed to ascend to a higher level before the octopus monster grew even more potent. Otherwise, his current capabilities would leave him with little chance against this beast. As for why he intended to enlist Wang Shun as a pawn in this endeavor, it was to divert the octopus creature's attention, thereby affording him additional time to level up. Song Qing, with his swift movements, soon arrived near the gathering horde of evil spirits. Even without activating his spiritual awareness, he could sense the vast number of these entities. Fortunately, although their numbers were considerable, their levels ranged only from 30 to 60. As a demon hunter, Song Qing inherently possessed a high attack power against evil spirits, enabling him to dominate in levels and even slay foes beyond his rank. After his previous dungeon experience, he estimated that he could hunt spirits up to 30 levels above his own. Beyond this threshold, he would find himself at a disadvantage. However, escaping posed little difficulty. If faced with a spirit exceeding level 100, he would have no choice but to flee. Equipping himself with his gear, Song Qing took a deep breath to assess his condition. His internal spiritual energy was nearly undiminished. He then grasped his Dark Knight weapon and charged towards the distant congregation of evil spirits. Meanwhile, at the command center outside the dungeon, the question arose, is it repaired? Why has the surveillance footage not yet been retrieved? The highest-ranking officer at the command center wore a grave expression as he pressed for answers once more. Dozens of technicians were busily engaged in repairing the surveillance equipment, furiously tapping away at their keyboards. Reporting to the officer, Camera 1 has been restored. A voice broke through the cacophony within the room, prompting everyone to turn their attention to the large screen before them. Displayed on the screen was a formidable horde of malevolent spirits. The sight of such a vast congregation of evil entities caused everyone to gasp in horror. My goodness, so many malevolent spirits. What is their current condition? How many survivors remain? The mayor, upon witnessing the overwhelming presence of the spirits, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, a technician responsible for detecting the life signs of survivors spoke up. Reporting to the mayor, there are currently only 7 survivors left in the entire instance. This revelation caused the brows of everyone in the command room to furrow in disbelief. How could it be that merely 2 days had passed and the 15 survivors had dwindled to half? The mortality rate is alarmingly high. Damn it, we were too complacent. The intensity of this instance far exceeds our expectations. They stand no chance against these malevolent spirits with their abilities. It's over, it's over. The powerful individuals our company painstakingly cultivated have perished just like that? Damn it, that individual still owes us hundreds of magic crystals. Will they simply die, leaving us with no chance of recouping our investment? A collective sigh of despair filled the room. Even the ever-composed Principal Wu displayed a troubled expression. So many malevolent spirits. Will they be able to break through? By the way, is it possible to discern who is fighting against these spirits through the camera feeds? No sooner had he spoken than several technicians responded. Reporting, Camera 2 has also been restored. Camera 4 has been successfully repaired. As the technicians announced their progress, the previously black screens flickered back to life, revealing the unfolding events within the instance. However, as everyone searched intently, they noticed the horde of malevolent spirits beginning to stir. Look, there seems to be someone in there. The owner of a certain company, fixated on the screen in search of his company's survivor, suddenly spotted a man battling fiercely among the spirits, and his heart raced with excitement, believing it to be one of their survivors. The technical team quickly zoomed in on the camera, and as they discerned the man's face, a collective gasp escaped everyone's lips. It was Mr. Song Qing. He was alive. Upon recognizing Song Qing, both the mayor and Principal Wu of the Advanced Hunter School could not suppress their astonishment. All eyes were riveted on the central screen, watching as Song Qing wielded his blade, relentlessly cutting through the throng of malevolent spirits, each strike resulting in a spirit collapsing to the ground. Witnessing such formidable prowess, the crowd fell into an astonished silence. Master Stardust stood nearby, his eyes shimmering with amazement. He surpasses my expectations of his strength. Chapter 81. Misguided methods. The city leader and others turned their gazes towards Master Stardust. Master, do you believe there is a possibility for them to escape this instance alive? The city leader, witnessing the vast array of malevolent spirits, felt an ominous premonition regarding the fate of those within the instance. Master Stardust gently stroked his chin, his expression laden with gravity, seemingly pondering whether Song Qing possessed such capabilities. In truth, the challenge of this instance did not lie in exterminating the malevolent spirits. Rather, it was about uncovering the more critical methods to unravel the mystery, which could lead to success, albeit at a certain cost. Upon hearing Master Stardust's somewhat cryptic statement, the others found themselves perplexed. The city leader discerned the underlying implication of his words. Master, are you suggesting that Song Qing and the others initially employed the wrong approach? With a sigh, Master Stardust nodded. The horror instance was, in essence, an intricately designed microcosm, teeming with numerous items and clues pertaining to the instance. Given their current capabilities, it was nearly impossible to combat the monsters within. Thus, seeking out items and clues became paramount. However, as he spoke, Master Stardust paused, and the others sensed that his unfinished thought hinted at the grim fate awaiting Song Qing. Upon hearing this, the city leader's expression shifted to one of despair. After arduous efforts to discover such a formidable ally, could it be that they might fall merely due to an erroneous method? Principal Wu, standing nearby, could not help but display a semblance of sorrow. They had anticipated that with Song Qing's involvement, the prowess of their hunter school would ascend to new heights. Yet now, alas, just as despair loomed over them regarding Song Qing's fate, Master Stardust spoke once more. If Song Qing can vanquish the level boss, there may yet be a chance to progress. Boss? Was the boss of this level? At this revelation, everyone's attention was immediately drawn back to the multitude of surveillance screens on the large display. Look, it seems to be Wang Shun. Someone in the hall pointed, their voice rising with urgency. As they shifted their focus to Wang Shun's screen, a wave of concern washed over them. What is happening? Why is he in such a fluster? Look out. There appear to be numerous tentacles over there. Wang Shun is evading those tentacles. It seemed as if octopus-like appendages were emerging from the ground. Far too many. Zoom out the camera. I want to see where these vines are originating from. My goodness, look. Those vines seem to be constantly morphing. What on earth are they? If I am not mistaken, these must be the elite malevolent vine whippers. Vine whippers. Aren't those the malevolent creatures that appeared in earlier instances? At this moment, chaos erupted within the room. Amidst the throngs of people, a middle-aged man was drenched in beads of perspiration, his lips murmuring incessantly, Wang Shun, run. Run for your life. You must survive. Our company, Tingyu, depends on you. The city leader and Master Stardust, along with a few others, gazed at the unfolding scene with grave expressions. They had not anticipated the emergence of the terrifying vine whip wielder, a formidable boss, indicating that the difficulty of this trial had escalated once more. Even Master Stardust's demeanor shifted subtly, a reflection of his surprise. He had not expected the Demon Knight dungeon to be so perilous. The vine whip wielder was a peak-level malevolent spirit, suggesting that their prospects were exceedingly grim. Upon hearing Master Stardust's words, the city leader inquired anxiously, Master, is there any way to overcome this challenge? Principal Wu also cast a worried glance toward Master Stardust. If memory serves me right, the vine whip wielder's strength can be discerned through its color, Master Stardust affirmed, pointing to a vine on the screen. At this moment, the vine whip wielder has just awakened, and its strength is relatively low. However, once it transitions to the second phase and the vines turn red, the difficulty will become significantly greater. Subsequently, Master Stardust's gaze shifted back to the screen displaying Song Qing, revealing a look of resignation. It appeared that Song Qing had chosen the wrong target this time. No matter how many malevolent spirits he exterminated, it would be futile and might even lead to missing the optimal opportunity. The city leader, lacking the depth of knowledge possessed by Master Stardust and Principal Wu, immediately queried, what should Song Qing do? Principal Wu sighed and responded, based on previous encounters with the vine whip wielder, the best opportunity to strike is now. If he follows the vines to locate the underground core and eliminates it, he can vanquish this vine whip wielder. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Master Stardust shook his head. You seem to have forgotten a crucial detail. The previous successful encounter involved an army of over 300 soldiers. This dungeon comprises only 15 individuals, and now, merely 7 remain. It is utterly impossible to accomplish this task. His words cast a shadow over Principal Wu and the city leader, whose expressions darkened. It seemed they were indeed facing a dire situation. Is there truly no way out? The city leader asked, frustration evident in his voice. Master Stardust's expression turned bitter. It all hinges on their luck now. There are still approximately 2 hours before the vine whip wielder evolves into its second phase. Let us hope that Song Qing can swiftly uncover the secret. Within the dungeon, Song Qing wielded the night demon blade, tirelessly dispatching the malevolent spirits. However, with his elevated level, hunting spirits of inferior ranks yielded significantly diminished experience points. Yet, faced with the vast sea of malevolent entities, he had no option but to engage them indiscriminately. Prompt. Current host experience points are full. Level increased to 45. A notification chimed, yet Song Qing remained undeterred, his sights firmly set on reaching level 50. Based on past experiences of leveling up, it is evident that reaching multiples of 10 often brings certain advantages. Particularly at the noteworthy milestone of level 50, one can anticipate unique rewards or exceptional skills. Song Qing found himself in a gamble. If fortune favored him, there would be nothing further to discuss. However, a loss would lead to considerable trouble. Thus, he resolved to elevate his level to 50 as swiftly as possible. With each strike, he continued to slay the surrounding bodies of the malevolent spirits that encircled him. In that moment, he felt no inclination to regard the mountain of corpses, consumed solely by the act of slaughter. The magical mirrors within the fallen spirits stirred no interest within him. Had Wang Shun and his companions been present, their eyes would have undoubtedly glinted with greed at the sight of the amassed bodies, compelling them to charge recklessly forward. As Song Qing persisted in his relentless onslaught, a series of beeping sounds emanated from his earpiece. I warn you, do not approach. I will fight to the end if you do, came the anxious voice of Kong Wan. The gravity of her tone alerted Song Qing to potential trouble within the cave. Sure enough, voices belonging to Lu Hong and his group soon echoed through the earpiece. What is this? Are you frightened? No matter, we are not after you right now. Just hand over Song Qing's daughter, and all will be well. Indeed, that child bears no blood relation to you. What do you fear if we were to eliminate her? Cease your resistance. We are quite merciful towards a beauty like you. Lu Hong's group pressed forward, methodically forcing Kong Wan and Dudu toward the cave's entrance. Outside the cave lay an abyss of darkness. Emerging could very well invite the wrath of the malevolent spirits. Kong Wan's voice pierced the tension once more. Are you truly willing to take this step? Do you not fear my father will seek retribution? As her words faded, Lu Hong erupted into a harsh, mocking laughter. Miss Kong, even at this juncture, you still attempt to leverage your status against us? How inappropriate. It is said that outside the realm of authority, commands hold little sway. Now that you are in our grasp, do you believe you possess any bargaining chips? I will count to 3. Deliver the little girl unto us, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. 1. Lu Hong continued to advance, while Kong Wan steadfastly held Dudu's hand, whispering words of comfort. Do not be afraid, Dudu. I will not abandon you. Dudu, hidden behind Kong Wan, gently slipped her small hand into her pocket. Nestled within were cherry-sized spirit beads, remnants from their last expedition. She was well aware of the beads' potency, as Song Qing had reserved a few for her as a means of protection. Dudu softly tugged on Kong Wan's hand and murmured, Annie, do not fear. I will protect you. Hearing Dudu's words, a warm feeling enveloped Kong Wan's heart as she continued to shield Dudu from view. Rest assured, Dudu, with Annie here, they shall not harm you. I will never entrust you to their hands. Suddenly, Dudu felt an urge to cast away the explosive spirit orb in her grasp. At that moment, the voice of Song Qing echoed through the earphones of both Kong Wan and Dudu. Do not harm them just yet. Exit the cave and proceed according to the directions I provided. Chapter 82. The pursuit through the mist. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Kong Wan felt considerably relieved. Meanwhile, Dudu exhibited an unwavering trust in Song Qing. Thus, Kong Wan leaned down and whispered a few words into Dudu's ear. Dudu, being astute and clever, immediately grasped the situation and began to move cautiously towards the exit. At that moment, Lu Hong held a gun, its muzzle directed at Kong Wan, his face a canvas of fury. 3. Yet, as he counted to 3, he refrained from pulling the trigger. To him, Dudu was merely a child, and capturing her would be an effortless task. However, the primary concern was Kong Wan. As long as she was present, he could not act recklessly. Although he had claimed to be indifferent to Kong Wan's father, it was merely a fade of intimidation. Should they survive this ordeal, they would undoubtedly seek to escape the confines of this narrative. Yet, if they were to emerge, and Kong Wan's family learned of his actions, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. Reluctantly, he chose to avoid antagonizing Kong Wan further and continue to advance. Miss Kong, I advise you to refrain from stubbornness and hand over that little girl. Otherwise, before he could finish his threat, Kong Wan unexpectedly delivers a swift kick to his wrist. The sudden strike caught Lu Hong off guard, sending the gun flying from his grasp. Kong Wan swiftly scooped up Dudu and shouted, "Run!" In an instant, both she and Dudu vanished into the obscurity of the night. Lu Hong was taken aback. He did not anticipate that Kong Wan and Dudu would dare to flee into the impenetrable fog. Enraged, he erupted, "Damn it! Are you trying to throw away your lives?" He bellowed at the 2 men beside him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and chase them. We have come too far to retreat now." The 2 men exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern. "How can we navigate through this darkness?" One murmured, "I believe it would be wiser for us to dig a tunnel and clear these rubble." Another suggested, Yes, it is far too perilous outside. Venturing out would be suicide. We should remain in the cave. It is far safer here." Lu Hong, incensed by their words, felt an overwhelming urge to slap both of them. They had already severed ties with Song Qing, intending to use Dudu as leverage to threaten him into surrendering the magic crystals. Yet, they had allowed Kong Wan and Dudu to escape, letting a cooked duck fly away. They had trapped themselves with no avenue for retreat, destined to confront Song Qing. But to his dismay, his 2 inept companions were wavering at such a critical juncture. He knew that with Song Qing's strength, eliminating them would be as simple as crushing ants. "Fine, if you choose not to pursue. The magic crystals we acquire will have nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with determination. "Let us do it." Resolutely, they followed Lu Hong as they sprinted towards the cave's exit. At that moment, outside the cave lay an impenetrable darkness. As they burst forth, the trio realized that capturing anyone outside would be exceedingly difficult. As they were utterly unaware of where Kong Wanchao had fled, the dilemma arose. Which direction should they pursue? Lu Hong, having glanced in several directions, promptly stated, "If the 3 of us proceed together, we may find it difficult to locate her. Let us split up and search in 3 different directions. I refuse to believe we cannot find her." Having come this far, the other 2 companions said little and swiftly chose a direction to sprint off. Meanwhile, Kong Wan, accompanied by Dudu, was racing forward while clutching her earpiece. "Song Qing, are you listening? I have brought Dudu along." Soon, Song Qing's voice echoed in her earpiece. "What is your current position? Please provide a general direction." Kong Wan did, pausing briefly to contemplate before reporting her location. Song Qing promptly instructed, "Take your compass and head south. I'm en route to your location. We will meet." "Understood," Kong Wan replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Suddenly, another thought struck her, and she asked through the earpiece, "By the way, how are you faring?" "I am well. No need for concern," Song Qing replied before abruptly cutting off the communication, leaving Kong Wan with a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she quickly set aside her feelings, recognizing that she and Dudu were still in peril. She remained uncertain whether Lu Hong was searching alone or accompanied by others. If faced with all 3 of them, her chances of survival would be slim, especially while caring for Dudu, rendering her defenseless. Thus, She could only heed Song Qing's guidance and sprint onward. At this moment, amidst the shrouding mist, Wang Shun continued to evade the omnipresent tendrils. "What in the world is this?" he exclaimed, bewildered by the sheer number of them. With his ammunition depleted, he reluctantly drew his specialized long knife, relentlessly hacking at the oncoming vines. Fortunately, these tendrils were newly sprouted and not particularly resilient. With a few swift strokes, he severed one. Having barely rested for a few minutes, Wang Shun soon heard the unsettling sound of tendrils scraping against the ground around him. He raised his flashlight and scanned the area, discovering several more vines inching toward him from the right front. "Is this never-ending? Song Qing, you have put me through immense suffering." The exertion of his previous sprint had drained Wang Shun of considerable energy, and he now found it increasingly difficult to run. Yet, faced with the relentless tendrils, he had no choice but to wield his long knife and continue his assault. Unbeknownst to him, these vines bore a grudge. After being severed twice, they surged back with renewed ferocity, countless tendrils lunging at him from behind. Overwhelmed by the encroaching vines, Wang Shun could no longer endure. He dashed forward, clutching his knife. Fortunately, the tendrils did not move swiftly. Their growth rate allowed them to pursue, yet they were still somewhat slower compared to Wang Shun, a fortified individual. As they were running, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared amidst the black mist, startling Wang Shun. It seemed that the mist had also detected the beam of his flashlight, and a voice immediately echoed through the fog. "Kong Wan, stop running. You can't escape today. Hand over that little girl to me, or you shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this voice, Wang Shun froze. It was unmistakably Lu Hong. He quickly shouted towards the mist, "Lu Hong, it's me." Lu Hong, taken aback by Wang Shun's voice, soon followed it until he found him. Their reunion was marked by astonishment. "Wang Shun, how did you end up here? Where's Song Qing? Aren't you with him?" At Lu Hong's inquiry, Wang Shun could not contain his anger. "Damn it, that guy led me into a trap. He asked me to lure a malevolent spirit, but he didn't mention it would be a formidable boss. The tentacles of this boss are sprawling everywhere, and I have nowhere to run. Moreover, I can't even find my way back. By the way, why are you searching for Kong Wan? What are you really up to?" Lu Hong did not hesitate to divulge his intentions. "To be frank, we no longer wish to be the fools. We plan to kidnap Song Qing's daughter and demand a hefty ransom in magic crystals." Wang Shun was left speechless. "Have you lost your mind? That guy is a lunatic. Why would you want to abduct his daughter? Are you seeking death?" Lu Hong merely scoffed, patting Wang Shun lightly on the shoulder. "He doesn't regard you as a human, yet you willingly serve him. Have you received some benefit from him?" At this, Wang Shun instinctively clutched his pockets, aware that trust was scarce in this place. "He hasn't given me anything beneficial. He promised me a batch of magic crystals after the job was done, but who knows, that guy just fled." Wang Shun then shifted the topic again. "By the way, where did Kong Wan take Song Qing's daughter? If I knew that, would I be asking you? This damn mist is too thick, and with the darkness, it's impossible to locate anyone." Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the ground in the distance, sending chills down Wang Shun's spine. He hurriedly pulled Lu Hong to flee. "What are you doing? Why are we running? We must escape. If we don't, we'll die." Wang Shun exclaimed as he shined his flashlight behind them, revealing countless vines rushing towards them. "What on earth are those things?" Lu Hong was equally startled and drew his gun, firing repeatedly at the copper pipes on the ground. However, the bullets merely bounced off the vines without inflicting any harm. Wang Shun quickly intervened. "Stop wasting bullets. Our priority is to return to the cave. If we can secure the cave, we'll be safe." Lu Hong pondered Wang Shun's words for a moment. "Damn it, it seems that we cannot find Kong Wan anymore. Are there only these monsters in the vicinity?" Wang Shun immediately nodded, his expression tinged with fear. "This creature is numerous, with its vines sprawling everywhere. From the distance I just ran, its control range extends several kilometers." "What? Several kilometers? Does that mean the entire valley nearby is under its dominion? Indeed, we must flee. By the way, where are the other two brothers? We should summon them as well. Let us hasten back to continue our excavation. This time, let Song Qing hold them off for a while." Lu Hong gritted his teeth, knowing that this was the only course of action left. The cave is illuminated, and since the entrance is narrow, staying inside would significantly increase their chances of survival. Thus, he promptly picked up the earpiece. Do not pursue for now. It is futile. A boss has appeared. We must urgently return to the cave and expedite our escape through it. That is our best strategy. Chapter 83. Are you crazy? This is a dungeon, not a resort at this moment. Everything occurring within the dungeon was visible to all those in the command center outside. When the onlookers witnessed Lu Hong's intention to harm a 4-year-old girl, a wave of outrage swept through the room. How could this scoundrel be so audacious as to target a child? It infuriated everyone. How could he not spare a mere child? Is he even human? There were suggestions for a nationwide manhunt, urging the authorities to detain his family and thoroughly investigate his background. Indeed, accountability must be enforced. Even if he manages to escape the dungeon, consequences must follow. Were the investigators not diligent enough to vet the participants entering the dungeon? How could such a person be allowed in? Who would dare to enter such a dungeon in the future? Voices of indignation filled the room. Bang! A fist slammed down on the table. The mayor, seething with rage, pointed at the large screen displaying Lu Hong, who was searching for a cave with Wang Shan. Who is this person? Retrieve his information for me, he demanded. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby secretary hurriedly grabbed the list of participants and presented it. Mr. Mayor, the individual on the screen is named Wang Shan. His details are right here. The mayor glanced at the documents. Although the information was limited, he noted that Wang Shan's immediate superior was someone named Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao? That name seems familiar, he mused. The secretary approached the mayor and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, a grave expression settled on the mayor's face. Are you saying that Sun Xiao is the vice president of a subsidiary of Changyu Group? Indeed, he possesses considerable power and status, and commands a remarkably formidable team. The secretary confirmed. The mayor nodded slightly, though anger still lingered in his expression. Even if he belonged to Changyu Group, a thorough reckoning would be necessary after this dungeon episode concluded. The repercussions were far too severe. The mayor issued his orders, and the secretary promptly left to notify the relevant departments to pursue accountability. Meanwhile, Principal Wu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Kong Wan leading Du Du to safety, having escaped the chase. Thank goodness Kong Wan was there. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble, he remarked. Master Xingqian, however, subtly nodded, a strange glimmer in his eyes. Did you all notice? That little girl just produced a bead, he remarked. Upon hearing this, several people turned to him, having missed that detail in the moment. They quickly rewound the footage to review it once more. Indeed, they confirmed that Du Du was holding a bead the size of a glass ball. Yet, when they gazed upon the bead, they found it somewhat perplexing. Master Xingqian, have you discovered something amiss? The other party nodded gently, then pondered for a moment. I believe that Song Qing, possessing such formidable strength and the ability to care for a young girl so adeptly, would never separate from his daughter in such a perilous scenario. After listening, the mayor fell into a brief contemplation, his gaze fixed intently on Master Xingqian. Master, do you mean to suggest that Song Qing acted with intention? It is quite possible. If he did not do so deliberately, then he must have equipped his daughter with some life-saving skills. That orb, from my observation, appears to be a low-grade ghost artifact. A one-time use. Master Xingqian's voice was not loud, yet when he mentioned ghost artifacts, every ear in the vicinity perked up with interest. What? What is that? A ghost artifact? It is a disposable ghost artifact that, when thrown, can inflict tremendous damage on surrounding targets. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Surely not. If it truly is that kind of disposable ghost artifact, it would be excessively extravagant. Ordinary ghost artifacts are already worth a fortune, and such single-use artifacts are seldom employed. Indeed, using a disposable ghost artifact is tantamount to wasteful extravagance. They're typically retrieved for recycling and reforging into other ghost artifacts. My goodness, what on earth is Song Qing's background? Has he truly prepared such a high-grade defensive ghost artifact for his daughter? The crowd exhibited expressions of envy. Upon hearing Master Xingqian's response, the mayor suddenly felt that everything unfolding seemed to be within Song Qing's foresight, perhaps even something he had orchestrated. Contemplating this, his gaze instinctively shifted to the large screen. At that moment, Song Qing was retreating while fighting, finally reuniting with Kong Wan and Dudu. When Kong Wan saw Song Qing, she was so thrilled that she almost rushed forward to embrace him. Yet, Song Qing instead lifted Dudu into his arms, kissing her cheeks tenderly. "I'm sorry, my dear daughter. Father had no choice but to leave you there. Have you missed me? Were you frightened?" Dudu cupped Song Qing's face and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Father, I'm quite brave now. Just a while ago, I even protected Annie, but I did miss you along the way." A hint of indulgent affection graced Song Qing's face as he ruffled Dudu's hair, then turned to Kong Wan. "Thank you for ensuring Dudu's safety." Hearing Song Qing's gratitude brought a sense of comfort to Kong Wan. Finally, he acknowledges the importance of expressing thanks. However, recalling the recent events, she still felt a lingering unease and was quite angered by Lu Hong and his associates' actions. "That wretched Lu Hong actually attempted to kidnap Dudu to coerce you. It is utterly despicable. Once we are out of here, I will certainly confront him about it." Song Qing chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "That's all right. As long as you are safe now, I can rest easy." Upon witnessing Song Qing's nonchalant demeanor, Kong Wan was momentarily taken aback. How could such matters go unaccounted for? "If you choose to disregard it, I shall take it upon myself." After stating this, she glanced around. Although the visibility in the fog was limited, the air was thick with the unmistakable scent of blood, and she immediately realized that Song Qing had dispatched numerous evil spirits in this vicinity. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps from the malevolent entities reached her ears, causing Kong Wan to cast a nervous glance at Song Qing. "By the way, have you encountered that boss during your extensive outing?" Song Qing erupted into hearty laughter. "The last time I ventured out, I had already located that evil spirit boss. If my assumptions are correct, Lu Hong Wang and his companions are currently engaged with it." Kong Wan was instantly flabbergasted. "What? They're grappling with that boss? This?" She then turned to Song Qing's beaming face and suddenly grasped the situation. "So, you were already aware they would target Dudu. Hence you deliberately orchestrated their separation?" Song Qing nodded in satisfaction. "Precisely." Seeing Song Qing's assured affirmation, Kong Wan's ire began to rise. She pointed at Dudu and admonished Song Qing sharply. "You have gone too far, using your own daughter as bait. Have you considered the consequences of such actions?" Yet, Song Qing regarded Dudu with an expression of innocent amusement. "But nothing has happened, right? Besides, I did ask for your assistance initially, and you took splendid care of Dudu." Kong Wan was at a loss for words. She could not discern whether Song Qing was simply oblivious or overly trusting. Nevertheless, she still found his actions somewhat inappropriate. "You cannot do this again. If Lu Hong had truly acted against Dudu at that moment, there would be no place for your regrets." Song Qing chuckled heartily. All right, I understand. Thank you for your reminder. I shall be more cautious next time." He then gestured towards the depths of the fog. "I have some unfinished business, but I will first escort you to a safe location." Kong Wan was uncertain of Song Qing's intentions, yet seeing his confident demeanor assured her that he possessed a solution. "Very well, I will follow your lead. Is there anything you need me to do?" "Take care of Dudu, and if you could, prepare some food as well." As Song Qing spoke, he retrieved a bag from his system space. "There are quite a few items, so I've placed everything in this bag. Please see to it that you prepare something to eat." Having said that, he handed the bag to Kong Wan. Kong Wan, holding the contents of the bag, was utterly bewildered. "Excuse me, we are here to tackle a dungeon, not to vacation." However, before she could finish her protest, Dudu raised her chin and tugged at Kong Wan's hand, playfully requesting, "Annie, can you make sweet and sour pork? Can you?" Kong Wan found herself utterly defeated by this father-daughter duo and let out a resigned sigh. "Are you aware of my culinary skills?" Song Qing smiled broadly. The prestigious Hunter Academy includes a wilderness survival course, where cooking is an essential component of the curriculum. Having graduated from this esteemed institution and become one of its esteemed instructors, I believe your culinary prowess must be quite remarkable. Chapter 84. New Skill. Blood Spike Storm. Song Qing, accompanied by Kong Wan and Dudu, arrive at a relatively secure location. "I will be hunting nearby. You two stay here. If you have any news, just call for me." Kong Wan nodded helplessly and then moved a stone slab to the center. She opened her bag and laid out various pots, bowls, and all the ingredients on top. After glancing up, she prepared to leave Song Qing's side. Be careful. Song Qing smiled, turning to look at her. All right, I won't disturb your cooking, he said. Dudu, remember to help out. Got it, Daddy, Dudu replied with a sweet smile, then pulled out a lollipop from her mouth, sat on a nearby stone with her legs crossed, and began humming a nursery rhyme. As Song Qing vanished into the mist, Kong Wan suddenly felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, even though they were still enveloped in the dungeon's fog. With Song Qing nearby, her anxiety diminished significantly. The items in her bag were all prepared, requiring no washing, so she quickly set about organizing the ingredients for her cooking. Meanwhile, in the command room outside the dungeon, everyone stared in astonishment at the screen, rendered speechless. What were they doing? The mayor's face twitched slightly as he struggled to comprehend how Song Qing had handed Kong Wan a bag containing an array of pots, bowls, and various ingredients. Not only the mayor, but even the secretary beside him felt their worldview shattered. Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, he intends to cook. Principal Wu covered his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Is this a joke? Bringing so much food into the dungeon. What are they planning? I could tolerate the self-eating hot pot, but what is this? Master Xingqian found himself at a loss for words. He believed that dungeons should be exceedingly tense and serious. Yet, Song Qing repeatedly shattered that notion, treating the dungeon as if it were a resort. Good heavens, he even brought lamb skewers. And look, beer is prepared. Are they planning to drink? My goodness, is this really a dungeon? He couldn't fathom why he wasn't worried about the nearby evil spirits being lured by the aroma. This is absurd. With all this food, I feel hungry myself. What kind of dungeon is this? They even planned a barbecue? Have they lost their minds? Everyone was in disbelief. But as they looked back at the screen displaying Song Qing, they began to understand why he dared to act so boldly. Song Qing wielded a sharp blade, relentlessly charging through the evil spirits, each strike claiming another. The corpses of the evil spirits piled high on the ground, with no threat able to reach Kong Wan and Dudu's position. Then, someone gasped in astonishment. I understand now. His intention is to allow the savory aroma of the roasted meat to waft through the air, enticing the surrounding malevolent spirits to gather. This way, he need not venture far and can eliminate these evil entities right where they congregate. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately reacted with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. What is he planning to do? Does he intend to eradicate all the malevolent spirits in this vicinity? There are thousands of them. Insanity. Utter madness. I have never fathomed that anyone could possess such immense power. Who on earth is he? It leaves one speechless. I feel as though he has activated some sort of invincible cheat, using the aroma of grilled meat to lure malevolent spirits. My goodness, it is almost beyond belief. Is he truly going to exterminate every last one of these spirits and advance to the next level? Everyone found it hard to believe the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Yet it was happening nonetheless. At the stone slab, Kong Wan was bustling with activity, having just finished slicing the grilled meat, while the charcoal was already ignited. The skewers were still marinating, and the pork belly simmering in yellow wine was bubbling with a tantalizing fragrance, its savory scent permeating the air. In another pot, pieces of sweet and sour pork tenderloin were sizzling away, the tender meat enveloped in a rich tomato sauce, gently flipped by a spatula. Dudu, unable to contain himself, was salivating, his eyes fixated on the delectable sweet and sour pork in the pot. Kong Wan, holding the pot in one hand and the spatula in the other, flipped the pork tenderloin before placing it onto a nearby plate. Dudu, be careful, it's hot. Although Kong Wan offered this warning, Dudu was already so tempted that he seized a piece of scalding sweet and sour pork with his chopsticks. As he took a bite, the heat made him gasp, yet he was reluctant to spit out the succulent meat in his mouth. The sweet and tender pork rolled around in his mouth, the rich flavors eliciting an involuntary exclamation of delight. Auntie, this is absolutely delicious. Hearing Dudu's praise, a satisfied smile graced Kong Wan's face. If you like it, shall I prepare it for you again next time? Dudu nodded vigorously, mumbling his enthusiastic compliments about Kong Wan's culinary skills. Kong Wan initially focused on the skewers of lamb. Under the searing heat of the charcoal, the skewers released a rich aroma, drifting further into the distance. At that moment, Song Qing, who was intensely engaged in slaying monsters, couldn't help but lick his lips upon catching a whiff of the grilled meat's aroma. He glanced at his level, realizing he was less than a level away from reaching level 50. Almost there, just a bit longer, and then I can return for a meal. He swallowed hard and charged once more towards the cluster of malevolent spirits in the distance. At this time, Song Qing's blade work became increasingly fierce and swift, dispatching each spirit with precision, not a hint of hesitation. Fortunately, there was a mechanism in place for replenishing his spiritual energy through the hunt, ensuring a continuous flow of power. As long as he avoided high-level bosses, the energy gained from these ordinary spirits was more than sufficient to transform Song Qing into a relentless machine of destruction. Exhausted from the relentless battle, nearly 2 hours had passed, and the presence of the malevolent spirits around him had significantly diminished. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Song Qing's mind. Current host experience points are full, level increased to 50. Ding, acquired new skill, Bloodblade Storm. Ding, current host equipment can be upgraded to level 50. Equipment can be enhanced to level 6. Upon hearing the notification, Song Qing felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. How splendid it was to finally obtain a new skill. He pondered the unique capabilities of this Bloodblade Storm. Without hesitation, he opened his skill menu to explore the details of Bloodblade Storm. Bloodblade Storm, LV1 specialized skill. Releasing this skill inflicts cutting damage on targets within a 10-meter radius, consuming 100 spirit points per second. Upon reading the skill description, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. So the Night Demon Hunter lacked an area attack skill, and now it has finally arrived. With this skill, I need not worry so much about those surging, malevolent spirits. What concerns could I possibly have about leveling up in the future? He then promptly allocated all his stored skill points in a Bloodblade Storm. Ding! Bloodblade Storm upgraded to level 4. Bloodblade Storm, LV4 specialized skill. Releasing this skill inflicts cutting damage on targets within a 25-meter radius, consuming 200 spirit points per second. With the Bloodblade Storm now at level 4, Song Qing couldn't contain his excitement as he scanned the vicinity, soon spotting a group of malevolent spirits charging towards him. Let us practice on you first. Without hesitation, he charged towards the malign entities wielding his dagger. Bloodblade Storm. He plunged into the throng of spirits, immediately unleashing the skill. As he did so, a tempest erupted around him. Within the swirling winds, it seemed as though countless blades had manifested, transforming the area into a veritable hellscape. The malevolent spirits within a 25-meter radius were instantaneously shredded to pieces. Song Qing noted that this skill could dispatch these lower-level spirits in less than 5 seconds. System notifications rang in his mind, and before long, his level was nearing 51. Goodness, this is exhilarating. This truly is a leveling tool of extraordinary power. If this is the case, upon reaching level 100 and transitioning to become a light demon hunter, wouldn't I gain an even more formidable area attack skill? Contemplating this, Song Qing felt an increasing yearning for the class transition beyond level 100. At that moment, a rich aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the cheerful call of Dudu. Daddy, Daddy, the braised pork is ready. Come back for dinner. Upon hearing Dudu's voice, Song Qing lost all desire to continue battling. He glanced at the gathering malevolent spirits in the distance and chuckled. I'll deal with you after I've had my fill. With that, he turned and sprinted towards Dudu's direction. At this moment, several kilometers away, Wang Shun, Lu Hong, and 2 other survivors finally gathered together. Damn it, we've managed to survive. That monster is about to catch up with us. We must hasten our retreat. Lu Hong wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to resist glancing at the wounds inflicted by the vines. The pain at the wound was searing, and he felt an urgent need to find a clear space to attend to his injuries. Just then, Wang Shun's voice echoed from behind. Damn it, this monster seems to have grown stronger. Those vines have turned red. Previously, when they were not red, I could cleave through them with just a few strikes. But just now, my blade has become dull and failed to cut through the vines. It appears this creature has evolved. A grave expression crossed Lu Hong's face as he pointed ahead. There is no time to waste. We must quickly seek out a cave while we still have the chance. allowing this monster to deal with Song Qing. The other three nodded in agreement and resumed their frantic dash. Chapter 85. The labor fee of 200 magic crystals. Song Qing found Kong Wan and Dudu, gazing at the table laden with sumptuous dishes, his mouth watering in delight. Wow, I never expected your culinary skills to be so exceptional. Whoever marries you is truly blessed. A reward from a previous life. As he spoke, Song Qing reached for a skewer of lamb and took a bite. Upon hearing his words, Kong Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am merely a decorative figure meant to stay home and raise children? Noticing the slight edge in her tone, Song Qing quickly waved his hands in a gesture of apology. No, I was just joking. You are incredibly talented. How could you be just a decoration? Besides, being a homemaker can also be done exceptionally well, right, Dudu? Dudu, with grease adorning her cheeks, grinned and nodded in agreement. Yes, and he is very caring. Observing the harmonious rapport between the father and daughter, Kong Wan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. You two are quite the smooth talkers. Hurry up and eat. I can't fathom how you have such hearty appetites in a place like the Night of Demons dungeon. With a grin, Song Qing offered her a piece of roasted meat. Even in the direst circumstances, one must eat when it's time. Surely, there's nothing wrong with that? Kong Wan, now devoid of words to retort, flipped the skewer. If it were some instant food, I wouldn't say a word. However, I truly cannot comprehend why you would store such items in such an expensive ghost ring. With a chuckle, Song Qing resumed his meal. Once satiated, he led Dudu and Kong Wan to the site littered with corpses. Without those unfortunate souls to assist us, it seems we must rely on ourselves. Kong Wan gazed at the towering heaps of evil spirit bodies, rendered speechless by the sight. She was aware of Song Qing's prowess, but never anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent. He dispatched the multitude of evil spirits with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Impressive, truly impressive, she thought, recognizing him as the strongest man she had ever encountered. Without exception, for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Thus, Song Qing and Kong Wan donned gloves and breathing masks to begin the grim task of handling the evil spirit's remains, with Dudu standing guard nearby. Having already dealt with numerous evil spirit bodies, they swiftly collected the magic crystals within. After more than an hour of searching, they had thoroughly scoured the surrounding corpses. Together, they amassed over 3,000 first-grade magic crystals. Song Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, it took 1,000 first-grade crystals to exchange for a single second-grade crystal, making their value rather meager. Kong Wan, witnessing the sheer quantity of magic crystals, was left in a state of shock. Though her father was a prominent figure in the entire South Mountain City, with their family business valued in the hundreds of billions, she had never seen so many magic crystals before, leaving her deeply astounded. Oh no, what a waste of time. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered. Just as Kong Wan's astonishment began to surface, she heard Song Qing's complaints. Upon hearing the complaint, Kong Wan found herself at a loss for words. Do you think it's too little? Song Qing shook his head. It's not that it's too little, but rather that the quality seems rather low. Well, let us make do with it. Subsequently, Song Qing retrieved 200 magic crystals from the collection and handed them to Kong Wan. This is your share of the profits. As Kong Wan gazed at the hefty bag of magic crystals, she felt as though she were in a dream. Such a substantial amount of magic crystals merely for her labor. If this were indeed the case, perhaps becoming a full-time sorter of magic crystals wouldn't be so bad after all. Isn't this a bit too much? To be frank, Kong Wan felt tempted. After all, she wished to gather enough magic crystals swiftly for her second enhancement. Yet, despite the passage of time, she still had not managed to accumulate the requisite amount, and had not even earned the magic crystals that Song Qing had gifted her. Song Qing turned to Kong Wan. You don't want it? Then forget it. He reached out to take the bag back, prompting Kong Wan to quickly retract her hand, concealing the bag tightly behind her. Fine, I shall reluctantly accept it. Thank you, boss. Song Qing said nothing further, casually storing all the magic crystals into his system space, secretly commencing the upgrade of his equipment. Unfortunately, the prior enhancement levels would be erased upon upgrading. Nevertheless, Song Qing deemed it worthwhile, as increasing the equipment level was a fundamental boost, while the enhancement level merely raised the foundational percentage. However, the number of magic crystals he acquired this time was not substantial, making the upgrade somewhat precarious. He even needed to draw upon his previous reserves for the enhancement. Outside the dungeon, the sight of such an abundance of magic crystals left everyone in a state of shock. My heavens, to think one could acquire so many magic crystals. How formidable. This person has vanquished thousands of malevolent spirits. Are they even human? The astonishment continued. Goodness, such a powerful individual will turn future dungeons into a mere slaughter. Why do I feel that Song Qing resembles a different kind of person? Someone mused. What kind of person? An awakened. This statement immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. Everyone turned to the speaker, who was clad in black and exuded a formidable presence, clearly a master. He stepped forward and pointed at Song Qing on the large screen. Can we replay the scenes of Song Qing battling those malevolent spirits? The technical team members were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the identity of the man in black. Just as they were about to inquire, laughter erupted from the back of the crowd. It was none other than Teacher Su returning. You could have at least given us a heads up upon your return, so we could have sent someone to greet you. The speaker was the highest commander present, flanked by the city mayor, Principal Wu, and Master Xingchen. At that moment, the crowd finally realized that the man in black before them was none other than Teacher Su, the first individual from the Jiangnan City Advanced Hunter School to undergo dual enhancement. Recently, Su had traveled to the capital for research and study and had just returned today. Recognized by the onlookers, Su did not feign modesty. Instead, he clasped his hands together in gratitude and addressed the assembly, expressing his appreciation. He then turned to a few prominent figures in the city and remarked with a smile. This was merely a business trip for study. I had no intention of imposing additional work on anyone, so I returned alone. Principal Wu nodded in satisfaction and inquired, by the way, you mentioned that Song Qing might be an awakened? What does awaken mean? The attendees, having never encountered the term awakened before, were filled with curiosity. Without hesitation, Su began to elucidate the concept of the awakened right there on the spot. Chapter 86. A family of two awakened ones. It turns out that awakened individuals are those who have been identified during the nationwide survey conducted by the state in recent years. Individuals endowed with remarkable abilities. These individuals inherently possess formidable power, albeit constrained by certain regulations. After years of research, a team has finally discovered methods to transcend these limitations. Those who have broken free from these constraints and revealed their true potential are referred to as awakened ones. A common trait among these awakened individuals is their ability to absorb malevolent energy while hunting evil spirits, thus enhancing their own strength. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was taken aback. Could it be that Song Qing is an awakened individual? This revelation implied that they could no longer regard him as an ordinary person. Indeed, were awakened beings this formidable? How could one ascertain if they themselves were awakened? Did you not hear? If you are a hidden awakened individual, you need not seek recognition. Soon enough, someone will come looking for you. All along, they had assumed that Song Qing was merely playing the part of an unsuspecting underdog. Yet it turned out he had no such intentions. At this moment, the most elated were undoubtedly the mayor and Principal Wu. They had previously placed their bets on Song Qing, never anticipating that he would be an awakened one. This news nearly sent them into a frenzy of excitement. What did this signify? It meant they had forged a friendship with an awakened individual. Having such a companion would undoubtedly open up limitless possibilities for their future. Thus, the mayor promptly declared, in light of the various injustices Mr. Song Qing has faced as his friend and the mayor of Jiangnan City, I feel it is my duty to thoroughly investigate this matter. Upon hearing this, many in attendance grew anxious. The mayor's intentions were clear. He intended to hold accountable those who had wronged Song Qing. His statements served as a warning to the companies involved to dissociate themselves promptly to avoid impending trouble. Consequently, individuals began to reflect on whether their companies had previously clashed with Song Qing. Among the most distressed were the owners of Wang Shun Company and Luhong Company. Particularly, the president of Luhong Company was drenched in cold sweat, abandoning the live broadcast and hastily exiting the command center to board his vehicle. To the company. He instructed the driver, then immediately dialed the chairman's number. "Chairman, we have a grave situation. We must convene an emergency meeting." After relaying the recent developments, the chairman erupted in anger on the other end of the line. "Is everyone foolish? Who is Lu Hong aligned with? We must investigate thoroughly. No leniency shall be tolerated." Hearing the chairman's voice, the president promptly responded, "Understood, Chairman. I know what needs to be done." Once, the Public Relations Department of Jiangnan Company convened a press conference, announcing a significant development to dozens of media outlets. The deputy general manager of a subsidiary, Sun Xiao, was implicated in the abuse of power by recruiting a societal drifter, Lu Hong, to settle personal scores, thereby allowing him to infiltrate the instance and jeopardize other participants. In response, they not only dispatched their personnel to apprehend Sun Xiao, but also stationed individuals at the entrance of the instance to ensure Lu Hong's capture upon his exit. The news ignited a media frenzy throughout Jiangnan City. It is noteworthy that Jiangnan Company stands as a dominant force in Nanshan, exhibiting considerable leniency towards its employees. Even in the face of significant issues, public apologies were typically confined to social media. Thus, it was unprecedented for them to summon all media outlets in Nanshan for a public apology. The citizens, upon receiving this information, were taken aback. Could it be that Jiangnan Group is admitting fault? Surely, I must be mistaken. How intriguing. It appears they have provoked a force more formidable than themselves. What a relief. Who, indeed, possesses such immense influence that it compelled Jiangnan Group to host a press conference for an apology. Spectators could only perceive the surface, while the true tycoons of Nanshan discerned the underlying complexities. Rumor has it that an employee of their company had angered a participant from the instance, resulting in such a grand spectacle. Clearly, even Jiangnan Group is fearful. One could only relish this turn of events. But who is this individual? An investigation must be conducted. Initial reports from the instance suggested that an employee had indeed provoked one of the participants. What participant? Such a powerful entity? Is it possible to unearth his details? It appears to be a man in his 20s, accompanied by a child. The child is 4 years old. In an instant, speculation swept across Jiangnan City, as everyone eagerly anticipated the subsequent developments of this peculiar night instance. Remarkably, within an hour of Jiangnan Group's apology, over a dozen other companies followed suit with their own statements of contrition. In the command center, Master Stardust observed the screen displaying Song Qing, a smile gracing his face. "I understand now." The city officials beside him turned to Master Stardust, inquiring about his newfound insights. "Master, have you discovered something new?" With a resigned sigh, Master Stardust replied, "I initially thought Song Qing sought to acquire items from the instance. Yet I was mistaken. He is indifferent to such possessions. His sole purpose for entering the instance was to accompany his child." Upon hearing the term accompanying a child, the city officials briefly considered it a jest. However, upon further reflection, they quickly comprehended the implication. "Ah, Master, you mean to say that Song Qing's own strength is formidable enough that he is unconcerned with this instance. He merely wishes to guide his daughter through an experience, correct?" Master Stardust nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am inclined to believe that aside from this reason, he possesses no other justification for hunting malevolent spirits in such a manner. Furthermore, I harbor a grander suspicion. Upon observing the demeanor of Master Xingqian, Principal Wu instinctively glanced at the city leader. Their gazes locked for an instant, and they simultaneously uttered, "That little girl is also an awakened." Master Xingqian nodded in affirmation, stating that otherwise, it seems unnecessary for him to embark on such perilous adventures with a 4-year-old daughter in tow. Once everything was elucidated, the crowd turned their attention to the playback of Song Qing's bloodstorm assault on those malevolent spirits, further solidifying their conjectures. Chapter 87. They are my teammates. We cannot stand by and let them perish deep within the abyssal night instance. Lu Hong and his companions were utterly exhausted. "I can't move another step. I'm done." One exclaimed, "What the hell? Why is this monster so relentless in its pursuit? Does it have to chase us to the ends of the earth?" Another grumbled, "Damn it, if this continues, we'll be completely drained of our strength." Lu Hong, seated nearby, felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him as he listened to their complaints. They had been running for an entire hour, yet had not managed to evade the clutches of this malevolent spirit. Each time they neared a cave, that vine-whipped creature would invariably obstruct their path, leading to a significant waste of both time and energy. Despite their ample supplies and enhanced abilities, they could not withstand such relentless attrition. The thought of perishing here filled Lu Hong with regret. He had entered this place with the intention of aiding Sun Xiao in avenging a wrong, although he had accepted in advance. The description he received of Song Qing had portrayed him merely as a somewhat formidable, ordinary person. Now, however, Lu Hong realized he was no match for Song Qing, indicating that Sun Xiao had concealed crucial details. This revelation had fostered an unspoken enmity between himself and Song Qing, leaving Lu Hong feeling utterly betrayed by Sun Xiao. His earlier notion of kidnapping Dudu had been born out of desperation. Who could resist the allure of so many magic crystals and ghostly artifacts? After all, he had already made an enemy of Song Qing. He couldn't fathom that Song Qing would refrain from exacting retribution. The amiable facade had merely been a ruse to enlist his aid. When the time came, Lu Hong was certain Song Qing would eliminate him without hesitation. Consequently, Lu Hong had persuaded the others to join him in this precarious alliance. Regrettably, these incompetent teammates had hindered his efforts, resulting in failure. Now, they found themselves trapped outside the cave, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, Lu Hong refused to resign to despair. He urged his companions, "Brothers, let us endure a little longer. We cannot abandon our quest now. We have come this far." Wang Shun, seated on the ground, looked up at Lu Hong, his face etched with resignation. "It's not that we lack the will to persevere. It's just that there seems to be no hope in sight." The other two nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is no glimmer of hope. Before we meet our end, we might as well savor what little time we have left. Alas, this is an instance, and there are no women here." Seeing the despondent expressions of his companions, Lu Hong was incensed. "You bunch of fools. Are you truly willing to surrender to such minor adversity? With this attitude, when will you ever accomplish anything significant? Fine, if you refuse to move forward. I shall go alone. You may await your demise." With that, Lu Hong adjusted his backpack and prepared to leave. Observing the genuine anger in Lu Hong's eyes, Wang Shun quickly stepped forward to block his path. Lao Lu, please don't be angry. Even when hope seems elusive, the fatigue is undeniably overwhelming. Shall we not deliberate once more?" The other two nodded in agreement. Yes, we must reconsider. We cannot remain trapped here. Surely, there must be alternative solutions. Observing the rekindled hope in the three individuals, Lu Hong felt a surge of comfort within. He then addressed them, stating, as it stands, "We are approximately several kilometers from the cave. This is the route I previously documented on my computer." While speaking, he produced his phone to show them the map. Upon viewing it, the others quickly grasped the situation. "So, we have been meandering in this vicinity all along. This creature intends to confine us here." Cursing under his breath, Lu Hong lamented, "No wonder we cannot escape. It appears we are ensnared. We must devise a plan. However, our weapons are incapable of severing this monster's vines. How can we possibly flee? Liu Ongsigid, I am well aware of this, but please observe, we still have one more route." He then created another map on his phone. After examining it, the group was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting there is one last gap here?" "Indeed, time waits for no one. We must proceed with haste." The three nodded in agreement with Lu Hong's assessment, swiftly gathering their belongings and setting off towards the designated route. Meanwhile, just a few kilometers away, Song Qing suddenly heard a series of beeping sounds emanating from her earpiece and promptly checked her phone. "Well, I didn't expect them to be so clever, finding the exit so quickly." Upon seeing the image displayed on Song Qing's phone, Kong Wan was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on her. Is that the route map for Lu Hong and his companions? Song Qing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, is their route map. I've been monitoring their movements." Hearing this, Kong Wan gasped, glancing at her own attire. "So, you're aware of my location as well?" Song Qing shrugged. "Not just yours. Duda's location is also known. This way, I can locate you all promptly." Kong Wan found herself at a loss for words. feeling a mix of reassurance and discomfort at being monitored. Rest assured, I am not surveilling you. We are partners in this endeavor. Song Qing's sudden explanation caught Kong Wan off guard, as if the other had read her thoughts, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. I wasn't thinking too much. Song Qing, however, smiled and suddenly halted, turning to Kong Wan. By the way, I just had an idea. I need your assistance. Is that acceptable? Kong Wan also paused, turning to face Song Qing. Huh? Assistance? What do you need? Just tell me. Whenever Song Qing mentioned needing help, Kong Wan couldn't help but recall how Song Qing had previously outmaneuvered Wang Shun and his companions. However, due to Song Qing's concern for her well-being, she refrained from expressing her thoughts further. Without hesitation, Song Qing produced a sharp long knife from her storage space and presented it before Kong Wan. This was a mid-grade ghost weapon, known as Ghost Spike, and it was a gift to her. Upon seeing the weapon in Song Qing's hand, Kong Wan's heart raced wildly. A mid-grade ghost weapon was an extremely valuable piece of equipment, and its emergence would undoubtedly cause a significant stir throughout Jiangnan City. Yet, the fact that it was being given to her left her pondering the true intent behind Song Qing's gesture. Just as Kong Wan's mind was in disarray, Song Qing continued. The monster boss has grown to an incredibly powerful level, and I must eliminate it. Otherwise, we will never advance beyond the second stage. Therefore, I would like you to take this ghost weapon and rescue Wang Shun and the others. Upon hearing this, Kong Wan was completely taken aback. She looked incredulously at Song Qing. I must have misheard. Did you just say, to rescue Wang Shun and the others? Are you mistaken? Shouldn't it be for me to assist you in taking them down? Song Qing shook her head. How could that be? We are all survivors and teammates. How could I harm my allies? However, Kong Wan found it difficult to believe Song Qing's words. I don't trust you. Speak the truth, and I will assist. Otherwise, I want to go. Seeing Kong Wan's stubborn demeanor, Song Qing, in resignation, approached her and whispered her plan into her ear. As Song Qing leaned so closely, Kong Wan felt her cheeks flush, yet after hearing the plan, she still found it hard to believe. This seems far too dangerous. You alone, and with Dudu, it's too perilous. Song Qing smiled reassuringly. It's fine. I've faced greater dangers before. What is there to fear? Just tell me whether you will help or not. Kong Wan turned away, raising her hands slightly in the air. I'm feeling quite overwhelmed right now. Let me think it over. Song Qing could only wait in silence. Meanwhile, Dudu continued to enjoy his lollipop, seemingly unaffected by the impending task. Finally, Kong Wan turned back to face Song Qing. All right, I can agree to help you, but I have one condition. Song Qing grinned. No problem, go ahead. Bring Dudu back alive. Understood. With that, Kong Wan took the ghost weapon from Song Qing's hands and turned towards the mist, stepping into it. At that moment, only Song Qing and Dudu remained. Song Qing looked down at Dudu. Come on, Daddy will take you to fight the monster. Dudu, upon hearing this, jumped up in excitement. Wonderful. Chapter 88. Is Kong Wan Kai the savior? Everything that unfolded in the midst of the fog had been observed by the personnel at the command center. When Song Qing produced a mid-grade ghost weapon from his ring, a wave of astonishment erupted on sight. Goodness, a ghost weapon. A mid-grade ghost weapon. How astonishing that such a thing exists. Although the mid-grade ghost weapon evoked envy, it no longer seemed extraordinary to me that he could retrieve such an item. Indeed, it had become commonplace. I would not even be surprised if he were to produce a high-grade ghost weapon. However, should he unveil a green ghost weapon, that would indeed merit my astonishment. As the crowd watched Song Qing casually present the mid-grade ghost weapon to Kong Wan, their eyes turned green with envy. Alas, a mid-grade ghost weapon, so valuable and rare, just given away to Miss Kong. The cost of courting her is exorbitant. Goodness, if someone were to give me a mid-grade ghost weapon, I would immediately propose. Enough of your fantasies. With your lackluster appearance, finding a wife is a feat in itself, let alone obtaining a ghost weapon for free. Silence. Look, Miss Kong appears to be heading towards Lu Hong and the others with the ghost weapon. I see. Song Qing must have given the weapon to Miss Kong to assist him in eliminating those four. Just as everyone anticipated that Kong Wan would confront Lu Hong and his companions, They were taken aback to witness her attacking the vines instead. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The vines, as thick as a person's arm, were severed in an instant. The power of the mid-grade ghost weapon was immediately evident. The vines, which even blades forged from high-grade steel and cutting-edge technology could not sever, fell apart under the might of 3 strikes from the mid-grade ghost weapon. Even Kong Wan could not help but glance at the weapon in her hand, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Truly, a mid-grade ghost weapon is remarkably powerful. With determination, she continued to cleave through the vines, forging a path through the obstruction before her. Meanwhile, Lu Hong and his companions remained ensnared within the embrace of the vines. They had shattered the blades they wielded in desperation, yet still could not breach the wall of vines before them. This is it, utterly hopeless. We shall never escape. We might as well await our end. Oh, how I miss my wife, my child. I long to return home. The 2 survivors wept bitterly, fully aware that this time was different. They had no strength left to fight. Wang Shun sat nearby, his face ashen, unsure if he was angry with himself or with Lu Hong. Lu Hong sat beside him, dazed, his eyes fixated on the encroaching circle of thorn vines. Why? Why is this happening? We were running so fast. As the spiny vines continued to constrict the area around them, a wave of despair washed over Lu Hong. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the ground. Lu Hong was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by a punch, clutching his cheek in disbelief as he stared at Wang Shun. Have you lost your mind? I'm just as trapped in this as you are. What gave you the right to hit me? Wang Shun's chest heaved with fury as he swung his fist once more towards Lu Hong's face. It's all your fault, you fool. If you hadn't deliberately provoked Song Qing, we wouldn't be in this predicament. It's all on you. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down upon Lu Hong. Lu Hong felt a profound sense of injustice, realizing he too was a victim. Why should he endure this beating? Gritting his teeth, he swiftly turned the tables, pinning his assailant to the ground and retaliating. The 2 weeping companions, upon hearing Wang Shun's words, were consumed by rage, their eyes glinting with fury as they glared at Lu Hong. If it weren't for your insane idea to kidnap Song Qing's daughter, we wouldn't be in this mess. Now it's all your fault. Thus, the pair joined the fray, turning the encounter into a 3-on-1 assault, and Lu Hong found himself outmatched. With all of them being enhanced individuals, a single punch could very well spell disaster for an ordinary person. Just as Lu Hong was on the brink of collapse, a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air. How long do you intend to keep this up? Upon hearing these words, Wang Shun and his companions immediately ceased their attack, scanning their surroundings in confusion. Who is speaking? Just then, the vines behind them were cleaved apart, revealing Kong Wan, wielding a long blade as she emerged behind them. Kong Wan, Miss Kong? What are you doing here? Wang Shun was utterly astonished, hardly believing his eyes. It was indeed Kong Wan come to their rescue. However, she offered no explanation for her presence, merely glancing at Lu Hong on the ground. Seeing him barely clinging to consciousness brought her some comfort. Without further ado, she addressed the trio. There is a matter of utmost importance that requires your assistance. If you are willing to help, I will lead you out. If not, then consider this visit forgotten. Wang Shun and his companions, disregarding any conditions, nodded vigorously. Yes, we are willing, even if it means facing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. We just want to escape this dreadful place. Yes, please take us away. We don't want to die here. It's too terrifying. Speak quickly. We can't bear to stay here another second. Kong Wan wore a satisfied expression, then glanced at Lu Hong on the ground. And you, can you still move? Lu Hong raised his arms slightly, signaling that he was still alive. Kong Wan nodded. Song Qing is surrounded by that malevolent spirit. With your assistance to buy us time, we can swiftly make our way to Yaoya City. So let us move quickly. At these words, Wang Shun and the others were momentarily stunned. Lu Hong, his eyes swollen like peaches, remained mentally sharp. Aren't you working with him? Why do you not go to rescue him, but instead come to us? Have you mistaken your target? The other 3 nodded in agreement. Kong Wan's actions were indeed quite peculiar. With a smile, Kong Wan addressed them, stating, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. I acquired his ring to obtain some equipment. Is that not reasonable? As she spoke, she raised her right hand, revealing a ring on her middle finger. Upon seeing the ring, the pupils of the others instantly contracted. This was indeed the very ring. Wang Shun vividly remembered Song Qing's ring, and the sight of it on Kong Wan's hand left him utterly stunned. Lu Hong, too, was taken aback upon seeing the ring in Kong Wan's possession. Who would have thought that the one hiding the deepest secret would be you? Kong Wan chuckled and glanced at the exit behind her, stating, "Shall we leave? If not, I shall depart alone." Wang Shun and the others quickly regained their senses and turned to leave, yet Kong Wan, with her hands behind her back, called out to them, "There is still one more. I do not wish to lose a laborer. We will need your help to excavate the mountain." Thus, Wang Shun and the others exchanged glances before turning back to assist Lu Hong, dragging him away from the encirclement. Meanwhile, Song Qing and Dudu were hacking their way down a vine, eventually stopping in a clearing. "Daddy, look. The vine emerges from that spot. Should we start digging here?" Song Qing approached the thick vine, which measured 3 to 5 meters in diameter, feeling a sense of awe. Who would have thought the vine could be so robust? This must be the passage to the core. He then retrieved an object resembling a golden fruit from his system space. Dudu, upon seeing it, displayed a puzzled expression. "Daddy, what is this?" A smile crept across Song Qing's face as he carefully pointed to the golden fruit, explaining, "This is called a devil fruit. When planted in any plant, it will rapidly absorb nutrients from the soil." Dudu's eyes lit up. "Daddy, do you plan to plant it inside this monster?" "Indeed. Otherwise, we might have to dig down tens of meters. Even if we dig until next month, we may not reach that enormous creature," Song Qing replied. He then turned to Dudu, urging, "Be careful and stand back. Do not let the monster inside harm you. It may become extremely violent when I plant it." Dudu nodded earnestly, hiding behind Song Qing. With the night demon blade drawn from his waist, Song Qing made a small incision at the root of the vine, the size perfectly matching that of the devil fruit, before inserting it into the opening. As time inexorably ticks away, the devil fruit continues to remain shrouded in silence. At this very moment, the focus on this enigmatic devil fruit extends beyond Song Qing and Dudu. It also captivates the attention of those stationed before the monitors in the command center outside the instance. What is Song Qing up to? What was that peculiar object just now? Could it possibly be a lemon? It appears rather strange, not resembling a fruit, but rather akin to a seed, though such a golden seed seems non-existent. He always manages to produce unexpected and bizarre items. This time, one wonders what he intends to achieve. As moments pass, while Song Qing and Dudu retreat to a safer location, the vines on the ground suddenly begin to thrash violently, as if stirred by an unseen force. Chapter 89. The father-daughter warriors, upon witnessing the vine thrashing about like a whip, Song Qing hastily led Dudu to take cover. Dudu's eyes were filled with astonishment as she gazed at the wildly flailing vine in the distance. "Daddy, that monster resembles a gigantic octopus, as if it has been doused in salt." Song Qing chuckled softly at the thought, glancing back at the vine, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to a large, salt-encrusted octopus. Dudu inquired further, "So, Daddy, what shall we do next? Should we just stand here and watch it perform?" "Indeed, for now, we can only observe its display. Once its head emerges, we shall engage it in battle," Song Qing replied. "Daddy, please be careful. We mustn't let it strike us. It looks quite formidable," Dudu cautioned. The father and daughter settled on a nearby stone, quietly observing the spectacle. The vine continued to crackle in the air, evidently pained by the golden fruit, which Song Qing had purchased from an elderly woman. Initially, he intended to acquire merely a piece of information, but the woman insisted that without this devil fruit, overcoming challenges would be exceedingly difficult. She strongly urged him to buy the devil fruit, valued at 1,000 magic crystals. Had it not been for Song Qing's ability to discern the fruit's powers, he would not have made the purchase. Upon inspection, he confirmed that the golden fruit indeed possessed formidable abilities. Thus, he reluctantly parted with 1,000 magic crystals to acquire it. Fortuitously, he had made the purchase. Otherwise, vanquishing the vine whip today would have been an insurmountable challenge. The vine continued its relentless thrashing, carving deep gorges into the ground. Observing these ravines sent a shiver down Song Qing's spine, A strike from such a vine would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh. Soon, the vine's strength began to wane, signaling that the time was approaching. He turned to Dudu beside him. The monster is about to appear. We must proceed with caution. Dudu nodded vigorously, brandishing her tiny fists. Don't worry, Daddy. I'll take good care of you. Song Qing smiled gently. This time, he kept Dudu close to assist in healing the damage inflicted by the corrosive slime surrounding the creature's lair. Dudu possessed a remarkable ability to dispel the taint of malevolent spirits, which included the noxious slime surrounding the monster. Before long, as Song Qing and Dudu retreated several meters, cracks began to manifest in the ground. Like the tremors of an earthquake, these fissures widened, initially barely accommodating a finger, but soon enough they could engulf an entire body. Song Qing stood transfixed, gazing at the enormous chasm before him. Goodness, this creature appears to be quite formidable in size. At that moment, a tremendous crash resonated from the ground in the distance. The sky erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of rain. Song Qing swiftly unfurled his cloak, sheltering both himself and Dudu beneath its fabric. The sound intensified, akin to a torrential downpour, as countless clumps of mud cascaded down like raindrops. Fortunately, Song Qing adeptly shielded them from the onslaught of mud. After several minutes, the downpour finally subsided, and Song Qing caught sight of a colossal crimson figure not far off. A roar emanated, echoing as if from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Even from several dozen meters away, Song Qing detected a pungent odor wafting through the air. He furrowed his brow slightly and turned to glance at Dudu, who still wore an expression of exhilaration. Go for it, Dad, Dudu exclaimed, raising his tiny fist in encouragement. With a resigned nod, Song Qing pressed onward. Fortunately, Song Qing possessed a powerful sixth sense, enabling him to perceive the movements of this monstrous entity. The mother of the vine whipper began to emerge slowly from the depths of the earth, exuding a foul stench. In a desperate attempt to expel the cursed fruit, it had severed all of its tendrils, yet the malevolent fruit had already taken root deep within its being. As Song Qing approached within 5 meters of the creature, he finally discerned its true form. Its entire body was coated in a repugnant green slime, resembling an enormous caterpillar. At the forefront of its head loomed an immense maw, shaped like a sewer pipe lined with sharp spikes, perpetually dripping with slime. Sensing Song Qing's presence, the mother vine whipper abruptly unleashed several tendrils from its body. Dozens of eyes, glowing with malevolence, fixated on Song Qing from either side of its vast orifice. Taking a deep breath, Song Qing braced himself. It was his first encounter with a fully formed, ghostly grade monster. Having just reached level 53, and with his equipment upgraded to level 50, he found himself lacking the magic crystals necessary to enhance his gear to level 6. After all, those crystals were an insatiable abyss. Even if he managed to upgrade now, any subsequent enhancement would render previous efforts futile, prompting him to abandon the notion of upgrading altogether. Uncertain of his ability to contend with the vine whipper, Song Qing resolved to test the waters. The creature radiated a crimson glow and suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of slime towards him. The green viscous liquid surged forth like a deluge, filling the air with a heavy, acrid scent that was somewhat overwhelming. Song Qing raised an eyebrow, swiftly evading to the side before lifting his right hand and repeatedly pulling the trigger of his crossbow. The silver-tipped arrows flew with precision, piercing directly into the creature's gaping maw. However, Song Qing soon realized that this creature seemed impervious to any harm. The arrows could not even pierce its slimy exterior. Damn it, it appeared that secondary weapons were utterly ineffective against it. Was he left with no choice but to engage in close combat? He had no desire to grapple with such a repulsive monster. Even if he were not killed by it, he would surely be disgusted to death. Yet, there was no alternative. To eliminate this beast swiftly, Song Qing gritted his teeth and drew forth his night demon blade, charging toward the creature. The monster seemed to sense his approach. Its eyes glinted ominously as it opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth glinting menacingly, and lunged toward him. Unfazed, Song Qing hastily activated his new skill, Bloodstorm. With his skill unleashed, he instantly distanced himself from the monster. The level 4 Bloodstorm had an attack radius of 25 meters, allowing him to inflict damage as long as he remained within that range. He preferred to avoid close quarters, hoping to whittle down the creature's health gradually from afar. This strategy had struck him as a brilliant idea, and he was eager to test its effectiveness. After several moments of assault, Song Qing noted that the creature's surface was still slick with mucus, seemingly untouched by his efforts. Damn, it appeared that my damage output was far too low. At that moment, a rain of slime began to fall from the sky. Damn, a surprise attack. Unfortunately, Song Qing realized it too late, and a torrent of slime adhered to his body, causing sharp stings against his skin. The pain was excruciating. A glance revealed that the skin in contact with the slime was already beginning to rot. Panic surged within him. If this continued, his muscle tissue would likely dissolve. Just then, a radiant light flickered in the distance. There stood Dudu, hands clasped in prayer, eyes gently closed, seemingly murmuring an incantation. A soft glow emanated from her, akin to the sun breaking through after a storm. A warm beam of light enveloped Song Qing, and to his astonishment, the green slime began to dissipate gradually from his body. Not only that, but the skin that had been burned and rotted by the slime started to heal. Taken aback by the scene, Song Qing wondered if Dudu had awakened some new skill. He swiftly dodged while making his way toward her, seizing the moment to assess her condition. Indeed, during the time she had accompanied him, her level had risen to 15. More importantly, Dudu had awakened a new skill, Holy Light. A brief examination of this new ability revealed that the Holy Light skill could cleanse dark taint and enhance healing capabilities. This skill was truly remarkable. It was nothing short of divine assistance. A surge of excitement coursed through Song Qing as he swiftly scooped up Dudu to shield them both from the monstrous rain of viscous slime. "Does Daddy still hurt?" Dudu inquired sweetly, nestling against Song Qing. Gently pinching Dudu's cheek, Song Qing replied, "This time, it was Dudu who protected Daddy." "Thank you, my dear." Dudu's face lit up with a charming display of tiny tiger teeth. "Hee, from now on, let Dudu protect Daddy." At that moment, an epiphany struck Song Qing. The holy light could disperse the creature's slime. If that were the case, Dudu could dissolve all the slime, allowing him to confront the root of the vine whip wielder unimpeded. He immediately conveyed his thoughts to Dudu, who nodded eagerly. "Then I'll give it a try. If you feel uncomfortable at any moment, just let me know." Dudu exclaimed, arms wide open, shouting at the creature, "Monster, go away!" With a whoosh, radiant light erupted from Dudu's palms. As the brilliance illuminated the vine whip wielder, the slime in the affected areas began to dissolve instantly. Witnessing this, Song Qing's heart swelled with exhilaration. Excellent. He observed Dudu's condition and found it remarkably stable. Thus, he unsheathed his blade. "Dudu, proceed according to our plan." Dudu nodded vigorously, swiftly directing the beam of holy light towards the creature's head. In that illuminating moment, the vine whip wielder emitted a series of piercing shrieks. Subsequently, the slime atop its head rapidly disintegrated, prompting Song Qing to launch himself in a surprise blood strike towards the now exposed area. Chapter 90. The Hunt for the Malevolent Spirit. The vine whip wielder immediately sensed the impending danger. Suppressing the searing pain of the holy light, it wielded its spiked vines, striking towards Song Qing and Dudu. At this moment, Song Qing was airborne, unable to assist Dudu. Meanwhile, within the command center outside the instance, everyone watched this scene unfold, their hearts tightening in unison. Madness. He has truly lost his mind. To involve his own daughter in such perilous escapades. Alas, what a pity. Such a young girl. How could she possibly evade such danger? How reckless. What manner of father would drag his daughter into a monster hunt? There should be a stringent condemnation against the use of children in instances. I propose we establish a new law prohibiting this practice. Not only the onlookers, but even the city chief and Master Stardust found this scene unbearable. Poor Song Qing. Oh, I remember that little girl. She has visited my home, and I genuinely cherish her. A look of regret appeared on the city chief's face, yet he felt powerless, merely able to sigh in despair. Master Stardust clenched his hands tightly, clearly distressed as well. A child so small could never evade such fierce attacks. How foolish of Song Qing. At that moment, every gaze in a room was riveted to the large screen. Vines descended ominously, poised to strike Dudu. It seemed inevitable that she would be reduced to mere fragments in the next heartbeat. The audience winced, unable to bear the sight, instinctively closing their eyes. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tension. She has gone. The abrupt exclamation drew everyone's attention back to the screen. When they beheld Dudu's inexplicable disappearance, they were left in stunned silence. What happened? Where did she go? That little girl was just there. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Could it be a malfunction in the camera? Yet, that seemed improbable, as everything else appeared normal. As concern for Dudu's safety heightened, Song Qing's blade struck fiercely against the vined whip wielder's head. The area devoid of slime resembled a bald surface, and the night demon blade cleaved through flesh as though it were mere tofu. As the skin parted, a thick, viscous liquid gushed forth. Song Qing could not evade in time, and his body was soon engulfed in this noxious fluid. In an instant, his contaminated skin began to corrode, causing him excruciating pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Die for me. 10 consecutive strikes. The relentless blade continued to hack at the vined whip wielder's wounds, each blow fiercer than the last. Even though the creature's main body possessed formidable defenses, Song Qing's blade had the ability to bypass armor entirely. At last, with the 9th strike, the system's notification echoed in Song Qing's ears. Ding! You have slain a level 1 malevolent spirit, the Vine Whipper. Congratulations, host, for achieving an extraordinary kill, completing the first phase of the exceptional kill achievement, and earning 100 2nd-grade magic crystals. You have gained double experience. Host's current experience has reached its limit, advancing to level 54. Host's current experience has reached its limit, advancing to level 55. Host's current experience has reached its limit, advancing to level 80. A series of notifications left Song Qing utterly dazed. As he landed, he collapsed to the ground, racked with unbearable pain. In the cave, Kong Wan, who was directing Wang Shun and the others in their excavation, suddenly felt a wave of unease. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted from outside the cave. What was that sound? Lu Hong, upon hearing the commotion, turned nervously to glance back. Kong Wan immediately urged them, "Keep at it. I will go outside to see what has happened." Upon stepping outside, she discovered that the vines had inexplicably turned black. Lowering her gaze, she wielded the ghost spike and gently struck at the black vines, only to find them shatter like charcoal. What on earth has transpired? Without hesitation, she inserted the earpiece from her pocket into her ear and began calling out to Song Qing. "Song Qing, what happened? Are you all right?" However, her pleas were met with a chilling silence, devoid of any response. An ominous premonition crept into her heart. Outside the dungeon, the onlookers stared in disbelief at the enormous screen depicting the fallen Vine Whipper, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. How is this possible? Song Qing has actually teamed up with his daughter to vanquish this malevolent spirit? How terrifying! What kind of power is this? Incredibly, it seemed that Song Qing had also fallen. I cannot even begin to describe my emotions. They perished together with this monster. Bang! The mayor's face contorted in shock as he slumped into his chair. He had initially thought only Duda might encounter trouble, never imagining that both father and daughter would meet such a fate. A wave of discomfort washed over him, making it difficult to accept this reality. Principal Wu gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Mr. Mayor, dungeons like this are inherently fraught with danger and opportunity." With a heavy sigh, the mayor lamented, "I just can't accept that they are gone. I should have advised them better." At that moment, Master Stardust suddenly spoke up in confusion. "Wait, it seems Song Qing is not dead." Look, as soon as Master Stardust's words were uttered, everyone turned their gaze back to the screen. To their astonishment, Song Qing, who had previously been motionless, was now showing signs of life as his chest began to rise and fall. The viscous substance on his chest gradually dissipated, followed by the liquid vanishing from other parts of his body. A gentle radiance seemed to envelop him. Suddenly, Principal Wu slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "It's that little girl. Yes, that very same girl. Do you remember how she healed the wounds on Song Qing's arm using this method? It's identical. She hasn't vanished. She has employed some arcane technique. Master Xingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's precisely it. Dudu is still here, right in front of us. She must be utilizing some advanced, ghostly artifact. Moments later, Dudu's image gradually materialized on the screen. There she was, perched upon Song Qing's body, tears streaking down her face, crying out while casting holy light upon him. After a session of divine healing, Song Qing slowly began to awaken. Hearing Dudu's cries, he strained to open his eyes and gazed at her. Dudu, you've saved Daddy once again. Upon witnessing Song Qing's revival, Dudu rushed into his embrace. Daddy, I was so scared. Song Qing sat up, holding Dudu close, a tender smile gracing his face. It's all right. Daddy was just a bit too pained to speak. But now that Dudu has healed me, look. With that, he waved his arm, indicating his recovery. Dudu, at last, broke into a smile. In the command center, a chorus of cheers erupted. Wonderful. Fantastic. Both Song Qing and Dudu are safe. You gave us quite a fright. What on earth happened to this father-daughter duo? Honestly, that was perilous. If Dudu hadn't possessed such abilities, it could have ended badly. The mayor exhaled a sigh of relief, gently wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. The earlier scene had genuinely terrified him. He could hardly believe that both Song Qing and Dudu had come back to life. It felt like a cruel jest. He swiftly turned to his secretary, saying, next time, have the hospital prepare some quick-acting heart pills for me. I might not survive another episode like this. The secretary could only chuckle helplessly. Indeed, mister. Song Qing and little Dudu just played a grand prank on us. Meanwhile, Master Xingchen's hand relaxed slightly. On the screen, Song Qing rose to inspect the massive vine whip's maternal form before him, letting out a sigh of relief. He approached with a knife, targeting the creature's head, and soon retrieved a magic crystal. After rinsing it, he discovered it was a second-tier magic crystal. Upon seeing it, Song Qing couldn't help but grimace. What a letdown. After exerting so much effort, I only receive a second-tier magic crystal? How disappointing. At that moment, Dudu spotted something intriguing, pointing to the tail section of the vine whip's maternal form. Daddy, it seems there is something here. Song Qing paused, quickly moving closer, and indeed found an object resembling an ostrich egg behind the creature. He immediately extracted the egg from the maternal body, and after rinsing it thoroughly, he discovered that the surface was adorned with an intricate totemic pattern. Holding it in his hand, Song Qing promptly heard the system's prompt. Magic pet egg, an egg that has grown from a demon fruit parasitizing a ghostly body. Upon hatching, it will yield a formidable magical companion. Upon seeing this notification, Song Qing felt a surge of joy within. System, how can I hatch this magic pet egg? The magic pet egg can be nourished using the ghostly essence obtained from slaying ghosts, leading to its hatching. So that is how it works. Song Qing gazed at the magic pet egg in his hand, and a wave of delight washed over him. Father, what kind of egg is this? He gently inquired, cradling the magic pet egg. It is an incredibly powerful magic pet egg, but it will take a long time to hatch. Hearing Song Qing's words, Dudu instantly displayed a face full of astonishment. Is it like the bear that Sister Jojo has? Song Qing chuckled heartily, yes. But what hatches from this magic pet egg may not necessarily be a bear. It could be something entirely different. That's wonderful. Father, can you give this magic pet egg to me? Of course. It will be entrusted to you from now on. But you must be cautious not to damage it. Dudu earnestly nodded. I understand. Father, I will take good care of it. By the way, I want to give it a name. With that, Dudu gently stroked the magic pet egg and pondered. Since you are so dark, I shall call you Little Black. Song Qing. Chapter 91. The Final Stop. Jiangnan City. Inside the cave, Lu Hong and his companions were fervently chiseling away at the obstructed cave. When Wang Shun pried loose a fragment of rock with his shovel, the pile before them began to collapse dramatically. Be careful, Wang Shun shouted, swiftly retreating. After a cloud of dust settled, they finally beheld the other end of the cave. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Shun and the others knelt on the ground, weeping. We've finally broken through. Oh, it was so difficult. We did it. My goodness, I now truly understand the challenges of tunneling. Once I'm out, I will surely donate generously. Kong Wan gazed at the newly opened cave, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had called out countless times, yet the earpiece remained silent. Devoid of any response from Song Qing, anxiety gripped her, a foreboding sense creeping in. Could it be? Had something truly gone awry? She glanced once more towards the cave's entrance, but outside loomed an impenetrable darkness, concealing all. In a moment of distraction, Lu Hong's mocking laughter broke the silence behind her. Still waiting for Song Qing. Are we? Huh, it's quite late. He surely won't be returning. Let us just leave. Kong Wan froze, a flicker of panic crossing her features, while Lu Hong wore a smug grin. Do you take us for fools? We know exactly what you're up to. Did Song Qing send you here? Kong Wan opened her mouth, struggling for words, taken aback by Lu Hong's cunning insight. Seeing her silence, Lu Hong resumed, adjusting his clothing. Continuing, I figured it out the moment you came to rescue us. It was certainly Song Qing who directed you here. Wanting to confront that creature alone while we excavated this mountain, wasn't he it? Kong Wan remained silent, and Lu Hong continued to analyze the situation. Unfortunately, he has overestimated his capabilities. He stands no chance against that monster. If I'm not mistaken, that thunderous noise we heard earlier must have been the creature dispatching Song Qing. You went out several times to call for him, thinking we wouldn't notice. In fact, I followed you out and heard everything you said. Hearing Lu Hong brazenly admit to eavesdropping, Kong Wan's face hardened with anger. Despicable. How could you eavesdrop? What's wrong? You can secretly plot against us, but I can't overhear your conversation. Left speechless, Kong Wan could only retort icily. Song Qing will not die. You needn't worry. He is surely safe. Lu Hong laughed heartily at her response. Oh, I hardly know how to address your naivety. To become emotionally attached to someone within a dungeon is a grave taboo. Don't you understand? There is no need for your instruction. Having said that, Kong Wan turned to leave, only to have her wrist seized by Lu Hong. Where do you think you're going? When did I permit you to leave? Upon feeling her wrist gripped, a flicker of anger crossed Kong Wan's face. Release me at once. I shall not let go. Not only will I refuse to release you, but today I intend to ruin your reputation entirely. Lu Hong then gazed upward toward the desolate mountaintop. If I am not mistaken, we are currently being broadcast live. Wouldn't it be the case that our interaction here is being witnessed by all? Upon hearing this, Kong Wan's complexion drained of color as she took a step back, forcefully breaking free from Lu Hong's hold. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, you will meet a dire fate. In any case, I am doomed once I step outside. It would be far better to complete this task and acquire the equipment. Surely a powerful force will come to my aid then. He advanced toward Kong Wan once more. At that point, no one will be able to touch me. I advise you to cooperate with me willingly. Otherwise, you will learn what it means to have your blossoms cruelly destroyed. Kong Wan retreated another half step, only to feel as though she had collided with a wall. Yuong, momentarily taken aback, shifted his expression drastically upon catching sight of the face behind her, his countenance transforming from arrogance to panic, tinged with fear. You, how are you still alive? His voice trembled with disbelief at the notion that Song Qing had survived. Kong Wan felt a large hand lightly pat her shoulder, followed by a familiar voice from behind. Apologies, that creature was rather formidable, hence my delay. Are you all right? Hearing that familiar voice, Kong Wan felt tears welling up. Then, a childlike voice chimed in from behind. Annie, don't be afraid. My daddy is here to teach this bad man a lesson. Kong Wan was immediately overcome with tears. She had nearly lost her composure, only to be saved by Song Qing in the end. Lu Hong, now gripped by terror, recalled that he still had a handgun. He hastily reached for his waist to retrieve it, but Song Qing swiftly raised his hand, launching a crossbow bolt that accurately struck Lu Hong's wrist. Ah! A cry of agony echoed through the cave. Immediately, voices from Wang Shun and his companions could be heard approaching. What is that noise? Lu Hong, are you all right? They rushed in, only to find Lu Hong writhing on the ground, pierced and moaning in pain. Upon seeing Song Qing again, they felt their legs weaken. Song Qing. Brother Song Qing, how have you returned? A faint smile played on Song Qing's lips as he looked at Wang Shun. I heard you all had excavated a cave, so I came to offer my congratulations. Congratulations indeed. Wang Shun understood that there was no escape today. and immediately fell to his knees, begging, "Brother Song Qing, I assure you I had no part in this. It was Lu Hong who orchestrated the kidnapping, inciting us all." The remaining two individuals also knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in reverence. "Indeed, Lu Hong is aware that he has thoroughly offended you, which is why he has involved us as scapegoats. We truly did nothing wrong." One pleaded, "Yes, considering we toiled to excavate the cave, please show us mercy." A flicker of indifference crossed Song Qing's eyes. However, Wang Shun and his companions still held some utility for him, especially Wang Shun, whose naive demeanor posed no threat. In contrast, Lu Hong was relentlessly scheming to bring about his demise, while the other two were merely ensnared by his machinations. Thus, Song Qing pointed at the prostrate Lu Hong and instructed Wang Shun and the others, "Eliminate him, and then seek me out by the cave." With that, Song Qing took Dudu by the hand and addressed Kong Wan, "You may proceed ahead." Kong Wan tightened her clothing, glanced back at Lu Hong, who was incessantly begging for mercy, and resolutely turned away. No sooner had they traversed 30 paces than a cacophony of wails echoed behind them, followed by the sounds of blunt strikes and blows. At last, silence enveloped the cave, save for the echo of their footsteps. Upon emerging from the pitch-black cavern, Song Qing realized that dawn was approaching. The previous night had slipped away unawares, as he had battled amidst the mist for an entire night. Glancing down, he noticed that Dudu had fallen asleep at some point. To his side, Kong Wan gazed at him with an expression of deep admiration and affection. With a sigh, Song Qing pointed toward a hazy city wall in the distance. "Ahead lies Yaoya City, the final obstacle. If we can pass through, victory will be ours." At this moment, Kong Wan had relinquished any hope of claiming rewards, having witnessed what true strength entailed. The fluidity and unconstrained ferocity of Song Qing's combat prowess were leagues apart from any enhanced individual she had ever encountered. She looked toward the distant Yaoya City, waving her hand through the air. "Ah, the fog has lifted. This is a fortuitous sign." Song Qing inhaled deeply and declared, "Time is of the essence. We must set forth." Thus, the group advanced toward the direction of Yaoya City. Chapter 92. The terrifying city of demonic night. Before entering the city of demonic night, an overwhelming stench of blood wafted out from within, causing the group to swallow nervously. "The atmosphere in this city feels rather ominous," Wang Shun murmured softly. "Indeed, the scent of blood is quite intense." As soon as the words left their lips, dark clouds swept across the sky. The group hurriedly looked up to see a flock of black crows flying in formation toward the city, their sheer numbers inducing a sense of claustrophobia. A profound sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. The earlier sense of unease that had plagued Kong Wan resurfaced, and fear crept back into her mind. Gripping her weapon tightly, she remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of impending danger. Among them, however, Song Qing continued to walk forward, cradling Dudu in his arms, his face betraying no concern. At that moment, Song Qing had reached level 80, and his formidable prowess instilled in him a sense of confidence. After walking several hundred meters, they could finally discern the city walls. The structure resembled an ancient European fortress, with towering walls and arrow slits every few meters. Each corner of the city was crowned with a lofty watchtower, exuding a grandiose aura. Within the city, there were a few imposing mansions, though their limited number made them difficult to distinguish from afar, shrouded as they were in a thin mist. As they approached, the gruesome reality of the city walls became painfully clear. Piles of corpses lay heaped upon one another, and the blood that flowed down the walls had stained them a deep crimson. The trees outside the walls were adorned with various severed limbs, creating a grotesque spectacle. Small pits littered the ground, filled not with rainwater, but with putrid, blood-soaked liquid. There was not a single living soul in sight, making it resemble an ancient battlefield. Song Qing even spotted a few small mounds made of human bones near the base of the wall. This gruesome sight caused Kong Wan to lose her composure. She rushed aside to retch. Wang Shun and the others appeared equally unwell, their faces pale as sheets. The sound of Kong Wan's vomiting prompted several others to follow suit. Despite their previous training at the Hunter Academy, The brutality of the scene had still managed to terrify them. In stark contrast, only Song Qing maintained his composure. Dudu, nestled in his embrace, remained undisturbed. The fragrance of the perfume Song Qing had prepared warding off the foul odors that permeated the air. Observing the carnage surrounding him, Song Qing frowned. He crouched down to examine a relatively intact corpse and noticed some anomalies. The wounds did not appear to be the result of war. Rather, they seemed inflicted by wild beasts. He then inspected another body, noting that the wound on the abdomen appeared to be the fatal blow. Yet the body itself bore signs of having been gnawed upon by animals, a chaotic sight indeed. Subsequently, Song Qing examined dozens of corpses, and a chilling possibility emerged in his mind. These individuals had all been consumed by parasites. Upon uttering this notion, Kong Wan and Wang Shun, along with the others, stood in stunned silence. Parasites? Song Qing nodded, asserting, if my conjecture holds true, these people were all hosts to the parasites. They were infested. At the mention of being infested, an unsettling sensation coursed through Wang Shun and the others, as if they too were being crawled upon by unseen creatures. So, shall we still proceed into the city? Wang Shun asked, his gaze nervously drifting towards the city gates. Song Qing shot him a glance. Not enter? You might as well choose death now. Resigned, Wang Shun sighed and continued to follow. As they approached the city gates, they observed that the entrance remained ajar. Yet numerous soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, each one displaying a grotesque fate. It appeared that the gates had been on the verge of opening when the parasites within these soldiers erupted forth. The expressions of these individuals in their final moments were filled with sheer terror. Then, Song Qing commanded Wang Shun and the others, push the gate open. At his words, panic engulfed Wang Shun and his companions. No, perhaps we should reconsider. Reconsider? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Song Qing's eyes, causing Wang Shun to quickly acquiesce. All right, I'll go. With that, the trio cautiously advanced towards the gates. Creak! The ancient gates emitted a grating sound. As the entrance swung wide, the sight within stunned them all anew. The streets were littered with corpses, and blood had stained the thoroughfare a deep crimson. There was not a single trace of the living within the city. Wang Shun and his companions, confronted by this gruesome scene, shrieked in terror. Song Qing's brows furrowed at the horror before him. The scenario was far more macabre than he had anticipated. Those with a fragile constitution might well falter at this juncture. Turning to Kong Wan, he noticed her struggling to maintain her composure. If it's unbearable, just let it out. You'll feel better afterward. As if on cue, she found a secluded spot to retch. Seizing the moment, Song Qing extended his spiritual awareness. Now, at level 80, he could envelop nearly half the city with his senses. To his astonishment, there was not a hint of malevolent spirits in sight. Strange. No malevolent spirits? Assuming his intuition was amiss, he tried once more. This time, he finally detected a peculiar issue. Let us move eastward. With that, Song Qing strode into the city. Seeing Song Qing enter, Kong Wan gritted her teeth and followed suit, stepping over the bodies and striving to steady herself. Wang Shun and the others, fearful of being left behind, quickly pursued as well. Song Qing waded through the blood-soaked ground, feeling no psychological burden. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of an opulent European-style mansion in the eastern part of the city. Song Qing first surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no imminent danger before forcefully kicking open the iron door. As the grand entrance swung ajar, the rustling leaves of several towering oak trees in the courtyard whispered softly. Without pausing for a glance, Song Qing strode directly into the opulent mansion. The heavy iron door creaked open, releasing a musty odor that wafted into the air. As light flooded the room, Song Qing noticed several luxurious sofas in the grand hall on the first floor, upon one of which sat an individual. You've finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The figure, with their back turned to the entrance, uttered a voice that sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 93. I am not human in the command center outside the copy. The crowd was utterly horrified by the sight of the night demon city. Goodness, how terrifying. This is far more chilling than any ghost or monster. I felt so uneasy that I vomited twice. It was simply too horrifying. Who could be responsible for this? Regrettably, we cannot hear any sounds from within and can only catch a glimpse of the general situation. Does anyone understand this? These corpses appear exceedingly bizarre. As the crowd speculated, Su, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. During my time in the military, I learned some relevant knowledge. Judging by the wounds on the surface of these bodies, it seems these individuals were infested by parasites. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Parasites? What kind of creature could infest an entire city? How utterly terrifying. Indeed, merely hearing this is enough to instill fear. To think an entire city could be host to such a horror is simply grotesque. What kind of parasite could it be? Could it be a powerful, malevolent spirit? No. At this level, it should be beyond mere spirits. At the very least, it must be a formidable ghost. At this moment, Master Stardust, who had not spoken thus far, chimed in. I have heard of such creatures existing in other copies. They lay their eggs directly on other hosts to strengthen their offspring. These individuals appear to have been completely unprepared, clearly unaware of their parasitic condition until it was too late. Thus, this creature must have resided within the city, secretly depositing its eggs into the water or other consumable sources that would allow all inhabitants to ingest them. The eggs hatch within the human body, feeding off their nutrients. And once matured, they emerge. They burst forth from their hosts. As Master Stardust concluded his explanation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone could vividly imagine the gruesome scene, and an involuntary itch coursed through their bodies. Goodness, this sounds utterly revolting. Indeed, what kind of monster possesses such an abundance of eggs? How frightening. Were the townsfolk entirely oblivious to their infestation? This is exceedingly peculiar. At this moment, Song Qing had already led the group into the grand hall of the mansion. Upon seeing the man, Kong Wan and Wang Shun were taken aback. The man's face was nearly unrecognizable, his skin riddled with holes as if gnawed by insects. Yet, his attire indicated that he had once enjoyed a life of considerable comfort. Likely the master of this mansion, he elegantly held a cup of coffee, attempting to bring it to his lips, but was unable to do so as the flesh around his mouth had vanished, leaving a gaping hole in his chin. Song Qing glanced him over and softly inquired, Everyone in this city has perished. How is it that you remain unharmed? Upon the conclusion of this statement, the nearby Wang Shun and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Is he out his mind? This individual appears utterly terrifying. Can't he think before he speaks? What if he incites this fellow's wrath? Kong Wan's expression also shifted slightly. How could Song Qing utter such words without a second thought? Was he not implying that since everyone else has perished, why is he still alive? Such remarks are undeniably hurtful. Yet, the man seemed unfazed, sporting a faint smile as he replied, Because I am not human. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shun and the others nearly suffered internal injuries from suppressing their reactions. Is he insulting himself? No wonder Song Qing's words did not provoke him. He must possess some hidden strength. Song Qing, cradling Dudu, settled onto the sofa and gazed quietly at the man. You must have some purpose for remaining here. So do enlighten us. Let's not waste time. Our time is quite precious. The man set down his coffee cup and gently replied, Very well. It seems you are already aware of my identity, so I shall not squander time. I possess a highly significant clue. 5,000 first-grade magic crystals. Upon hearing this, before Song Qing could respond, Wang Shun could no longer contain himself. Are you insane? 5,000 magic crystals? You might as well resort to theft. Who could possibly produce such a quantity of magic crystals? The other two nodded in agreement. Kong Wan also found the sum excessive and could not help but interject, Indeed, we cannot come up with that many magic crystals. What clue could possibly be worth such a fortune? The man merely smiled and turned his gaze towards Song Qing. 5,000 magic crystals. Does that seem excessive? Song Qing shrugged slightly. Not particularly, but depends on whether your clue is indeed worth 5,000. Rest assured, it will be well worth the investment. Furthermore, he then glanced at an imposing grandfather clock behind him. When a minute hand passes 12, the parasite within me may emerge. I hope you can expedite your decision. Song Qing looked at him and asked, If you know you are certain to perish, why seek magic crystals? because I refuse to simply become fodder for these parasites. I desire to survive in a different manner, perhaps by waiting for you to slay that monster, allowing me to become the new lord of the city." The man exhibited no hesitation in revealing his intentions. Kong Wan and the others felt a shiver run down their spines at the thought, overwhelmed by dread. However, Song Qing found the man's reasoning entirely plausible. "Very well, your rationale is compelling. I have 5,000 magic crystals." With that, Song Qing produced 5 second-grade magic crystals from his pocket and placed them on the table. Upon seeing the second-grade crystals, the eyes of Wang Shun and his companions widened in astonishment. "Are you serious second-grade magic crystals? No way, are they real? My goodness, this I have never seen a second-grade magic crystal before. Is this truly authentic?" It seemed plausible, as joking in such a context would be tantamount to courting death. Kong Wan was even more astonished internally. She had been aware of Song Qing's prowess, and acquiring magic crystals was certainly within his capabilities. The outcome now appears to be far more complex than initially imagined. Song Qing's ability to produce 5 second-grade magic crystals in one breath signifies a profound implication. His individual prowess surpasses even the financial might of the Dungeon Trading Center in Jiangnan City. After all, that center scarcely possesses a handful of second-grade magic crystals, with daily transactions likely amounting to merely 2,000 or 3,000 first-grade crystals. As Kong Wan gazed once more at Song Qing, she felt a sense of diminishment wash over her. This man seems utterly unattainable. Not only the few individuals in the room, but even the crowd outside the dungeon was left in stunned silence upon witnessing this scene. If I am not mistaken, those are indeed second-grade magic crystals. And he produced 5 at once. What on earth is Song Qing's identity to amass such a quantity? The primary means of acquiring second-grade magic crystals is typically through the defeat of formidable spirits. How many of these spirits has he vanquished? The previous Vine Whipper was considered a formidable spirit, from which he obtained 1 crystal. How then did he procure the remaining 4? A wave of bewilderment washed over the onlookers. Even the city mayor found this situation hard to fathom. My heavens, this individual is incredibly powerful. What other secrets might he be concealing from us? Meanwhile, Master Xingqian wore a satisfied smile on his face. "Excellent, splendid. I believe I might be able to assist him." The city mayor paused, turning to look at Master Xingqian. "With Song Qing achieving such feats, do you still intend to aid him? Is it even feasible?" However, upon seeing Master Xingqian's enigmatic smile, the mayor seemed to grasp something and promptly asked in a hushed tone, "Master, are you contemplating introducing him to that guild?" The master continued to smile without a word, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Song Qing's strength would allow him to enter the guild with ease. He undeniably possesses the qualifications. Yet, Master Xingqian suddenly sighed, expressing uncertainty regarding whether someone so proud would acquiesce. The mayor chuckled heartily. "Perhaps I can be of assistance. I share a certain rapport with Song Qing, and I am quite familiar with Dudu as well. I should be able to facilitate this for you. Then, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Mayor." Let's watch the video." At that moment, the elegantly dressed man reached for the second-grade magic crystals on the table. Inspecting each one, "I did not expect you to be so affluent. Having acquired second-grade magic crystals, it seems you are indeed qualified to contend with a great demon." Upon hearing this, Kong Wan and her companions were momentarily taken aback. "A great demon?" The man rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the towering city walls outside. "Indeed, it is a type of centipede spirit, which has consumed countless malevolent entities and has now evolved into a humanoid form. However, it is currently in the process of laying eggs. This is a prime opportunity for you." Chapter 94. The Centipede Spirit. The thousand-legged demon. As soon as the man finished speaking, Song Qing immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness. His formidable consciousness swiftly enveloped a significant portion of the city. Within a grand castle, Song Qing sensed a powerful and perilous aura. However, just as he attempted to investigate further, an overwhelming force repelled his efforts. Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could this individual truly be so formidable as to obstruct my spiritual perception? Meanwhile, within the castle's confines. A colossal red centipede coiled around a stone pillar suddenly stirred, exuding a dense, ominous black mist. Moments later, the red centipede vanished, and an enchanting woman materialized in the hall. Dressed in a revealing qipao, her lengthy skirt accentuated her long legs, leaving onlookers in a daze. She extended her fingertip, lightly tracing the surface of a glass pane, leaving behind 3 distinct marks. It had been quite some time since she encountered a team of such strength. She hoped they would surprise her in some way. With that thought, she couldn't help but caress her slightly rounded belly. "Fear not, my dear. Mother shall soon find suitable hosts for you, ensuring you are born into a world of abundance." As she spoke, a mischievous smile crept upon her lips, and she gracefully departed the opulent residence. In the instant's command center, the mayor wore an expression of anxiety as he scrutinized the flickering images on the computer screen. "Have we yet to ascertain the specifics regarding this centipede spirit?" A technician operating the computer shook his head in exasperation. "Although we have connected to the provincial dungeon data system, the sheer volume of users accessing it has made it exceedingly challenging to gather information on this centipede spirit." The mayor's impatience grew. "What manner of creature is this? It appears quite formidable. Master, are you familiar with this monster?" Master Xingqian wore a look of resignation. "I am merely a diviner. My knowledge of creatures within dungeons is limited. I have indeed never encountered this centipede spirit, but I can assure you, its strength is undoubtedly above that of a vengeful ghost. Indeed, that is my assessment as well. If it were truly a vengeful spirit, it would be quite terrifying. Can Song Qing contend with such a monster?" Master Xingqian shook his head, offering gentle reassurance. "Mayor, do not fret. Let us proceed with caution. Song Qing is no pushover. He will surely navigate through this perilous situation." "Oh, how can I not be anxious?" Just then, the technician's computer screen flickered dramatically, and several data options materialized before them. Upon examining the information, the technician exclaimed, "We've found it." The gathered crowd quickly converged to see the details. "Let us ascertain the situation. This centipede spirit does not appear to be easily dealt with." Thus, the technician promptly opened the panel and retrieved the data on the centipede spirit. LV-5 Malevolent Spirit. Thousand-legged demon. The centipede spirit has taken shape, feeding on human brain matter to attain its form, adorned with a robust exoskeleton that can withstand attacks. It lays its eggs within human bodies or other malevolent entities and possesses formidable fangs capable of easily shredding through defenses. With thousands of legs, it boasts unmatched offensive power and a ferocious attack speed. Upon reading this description, the audience was left in stunned silence. My goodness, so powerful? A level 5 malevolent spirit? This centipede spirit, discovered in someone else's dungeon, was merely a reference. Yet, the one within this dungeon remains exceedingly formidable. This creature is astonishingly strong. How can we possibly fight it? It appears to hold no desire to engage. If it were me, I would choose to perish. I have no wish to have its eggs laid within my brain. Indeed, resistance seems utterly futile. However, the centipede spirit does exhibit a peculiar sense of aesthetics, transforming into a remarkably beautiful woman. As the group deliberated on how to confront this centipede spirit, Song Qing followed the man into a secluded room. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Wang Shun and the others exchanged helpless glances at the door. "We spent our money. We are a team, so why can't we listen in?" "Exactly. We've paid. Why deny us the chance to hear?" Moreover, Song Qing would undoubtedly relay the information upon her return. Never mind. It would likely be meaningless anyway. Let us have Song Qing arrange our tasks later. Kong Wan sat on a nearby sofa, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. She harbored an ominous premonition, sensing that this encounter might prove perilous. Just then, the door suddenly swung open, and Song Qing emerged, followed by the man, who appeared somewhat weakened. "All right, my time is limited. You should leave now." Song Qing turned to the man. "Do you require my assistance?" The man was taken aback, then promptly shook his head, saying, "No, it's fine. I will wait for the creature to crawl out of my body slowly." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the clock nearby chimed suddenly. Dong, dong, dong. The sound echoed 12 times. The man felt a wave of sharp pain coursing through him, and then he collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. Suddenly, a large, dark green centipede emerged from his abdomen. Roar! The centipede was sizable, measuring a full meter in length. It brandished its fangs menacingly at Song Qing and the others, lunging towards them without hesitation. Wang Shun and the others, terrified, hastily retreated. Kong Wan, her face etched with anxiety, drew her gun, ready to pull the trigger. However, Song Qing pressed down on Kong Wan's arm, stating, "Capture it alive. I have use for it." With that, he raised his hand and struck the centipede with a swift motion. Slap! The dark green centipede was instantly knocked to the ground. Song Qing then stepped on it, pinning it firmly to the earth. The centipede found itself ensnared, writhing incessantly in a futile attempt to escape, even attempting to lash out at Song Qing. Yet, the overwhelming strength of Song Qing rendered its efforts utterly futile. Glancing at the man sprawled on the ground, Song Qing shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Kong Wan was already pale with fear at the sight of the centipede. Not just Kong Wan, but even Wang Shun and the others were petrified, unsure of how to react. Song Qing crouched down, locking eyes with the centipede before retrieving a red pill from his pocket and forcefully placing it into the creature's mouth. Upon consuming the pill, the centipede immediately became considerably more docile, ceasing its thrashing. Only then did Song Qing release his grip and fetch a length of rope to bind the centipede's head. "Here, help me hold this." Kong Wan instinctively recoiled a step, stammering, I can't." Despite having undergone rigorous training, this particular quest had utterly bewildered her, reducing her once more to a frightened girl, instinctively terrified of the creature with its hundreds of legs. Song Qing, sensing her trepidation, reassured her, "It's all right. This centipede won't harm you for now, and I have an important task for you." Hearing this, Kong Wan timidly accepted the other end of the rope, her eyes never leaving the centipede on the ground, fearful it might rise and strike. Then, Song Qing beckoned Wang Shun and the others closer. "Come here, I need to assign some tasks to everyone." Wang Shun and his companions hurried over, deliberately keeping their distance from Kong Wan. "You three will accompany me shortly." Wang Shun paused, glancing at his companions. Where are we going?" Song Qing shot him a glance. "What? Are you contemplating fleeing mid-journey? Let me be clear, do not even think about it. This city is teeming with centipedes. If you run, I assure you that you won't make it 100 meters before being devoured by countless of them." Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Wang Shun and his companions trembled involuntarily. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Shun cautiously replied, "Rest assured, I promise not to run." "Absolutely not." The other two hastily echoed their commitment to stay close to Song Qing. At that moment, Song Qing gently patted the sleeping Dudu in his arms. Dudu yawned and roused from her slumber. "Daddy, I'm awake." Song Qing chuckled and pinched her nose playfully. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, it was so cozy. I even dreamt of battling monsters with Daddy and Annie." Kong Wan's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Song Qing's eyes. With a sigh, Song Qing looked at Dudu. "All right, my dear, I have something very important to attend to, so you'll need to stay with Annie for now. Is that okay?" Dudu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I love being with Annie." With that, Dudu hopped down from Song Qing's embrace and approached Kong Wan, reaching out to take her hand. Kong Wanza gazed at Song Qing with a hint of confusion. "Are we really going to separate and act independently?" Song Qing nodded and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Kong Wanza was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly feasible?" Song Qing gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. "Have faith. You are absolutely capable. Go on." Then, Song Qing turned to Dudu, saying, "Listen attentively to your aunt and ensure her safety." "Yes, I understand, Daddy. Goodbye, Daddy." With that, Dudu took Kong Wanza's hand and headed towards the outside of the mansion. Chapter 95. A visit to the lair of the thousand-legged demon Wang Shun and his companions followed closely behind Song Qing, their eyes fixated on the surrounding architecture, their expressions betraying palpable anxiety. Observing their demeanor, Song Qing sighed. "There is no need for such tension. For now, we are free from danger." However, Scarcely had he finished speaking when a raven soared overhead, startling the trio once more. Song Qing couldn't help but wonder how these three, with such timid dispositions, managed to become enhancers. After traversing several blocks, Song Qing halted before an opulent estate. Wang Shun, scanning the area with caution, inquired, "Brother Song Qing, have we arrived at the lair of that boss?" Song Qing shook his head. "Not yet, just follow me inside." Despite Song Qing's enigmatic demeanor and his reticence to divulge information, a sense of foreboding gnawed at Wang Shun and his companions. Nonetheless, they steeled their resolve and entered behind Song Qing. Passing through the iron gate and along an exceedingly long corridor, they arrived before a lavish structure. However, upon seeing the building, Wang Shun and his companions felt their calves twitching with unease. "Why does it smell so foul in here? Is there a centipede inside?" Wang Shun whispered hesitantly. Song Qing offered no reply, instead pushing open the grand doors. As the doors swung wide, the trio was met with a disarrayed hall, where nearly all the furnishings lay in ruins. The most striking feature was a massive beehive occupying the space where the fireplace once stood. The source of the repugnant odor emanated from this colossal hive, which towered at least 5 meters high and spanned about 10 meters in width, resembling an enormous egg. Upon sighting the hive, Song Qing turned to Wang Shun and his companions and asked, "By the way, have you prepared the items I instructed you to gather?" Wang Shun, momentarily stunned, nodded vigorously, swallowing hard as he pointed at the hive on the wall. Are you planning for us to blow this thing up?" Song Qing shook his head and produced a map from his pocket, handing it to Wang Shun. "Not just this one. We need to detonate every marked location on this map." Wang Shun stood there, dumbfounded, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. As the map landed in his hands, he immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "I beg you, Song Qing. I know I didn't follow your instructions before, and you must hate me for it. I promise I will stay right by your side this time, and one run away. Please, don't send me to my doom." The other two quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and also knelt, imploring, "Yes, we truly regret our actions. We have already dealt with Lu Hong. Grant us another chance. Indeed, we were coerced. We swear we won't dare again. Please, don't let us face death." Seeing their desperate expressions, Song Qing helplessly helped them back to their feet. "Pray tell, when did I ever instruct you to court death? Furthermore, are you truly following me with the intention of hunting that centipede spirit, which is at least on par with formidable ghosts?" The cries of Wang Shun and his companions ceased abruptly. Song Qing glanced down at them and said, "Very well, since you wish to accompany me, let us proceed." However, as soon as Song Qing finished speaking, Wang Shun and the others exclaimed in unison, "No, no, no. I suddenly feel that dealing with those accursed centipede nests is of utmost importance. Indeed, we are laden with so much equipment, is it not for this very day?" They added, "Yes, Brother Song Qing, leave this matter to us. You can focus on vanquishing that monster. Good luck." Observing the trio's demeanor, Song Qing felt utterly exasperated. Their cowardice was astonishing. It was a miracle they had survived this long. Thus, Song Qing earnestly addressed the three. "Let me reiterate. Once everything is installed, follow my commands before detonating, understood? Notify me once the installation is complete, and ensure that all nests are equipped. If we miss even one, we could all perish. Understood?" The three nodded vigorously, fully aware that they could not afford to be careless. Their lives depended on their diligence. As long as they were spared from a direct confrontation with that terrifying ghost, they would comply. Afterward, Song Qing gestured for them to don their headsets. Following a series of adjustments, communication was confirmed. He signaled to the trio, and they parted ways. In the command center, a heavy silence enveloped everyone. After a prolonged pause, the mayor spoke up. "Song Qing is being reckless. How could he separate everyone? In such a place, dividing forces means diminishing their combat effectiveness." Principal Wu added, "Indeed. Not only that, but if Dudu and Kong want to encounter difficulties, he won't even have time to provide support." Master Stardust sighed. "Moreover, in an area rife with spider nests, they are practically courting death. Dudu's healing abilities won't be able to assist him. What on earth is he thinking?" Once again, the room fell into a profound silence. The mayor suddenly turned to Master Stardust. Could it be that Song Qing is concocting something new? New? Master Stardust recalled everything Song Qing had previously done, yet he remained perplexed about the significance of his current actions. Perhaps, but can this truly succeed? We shall see. The group could only watch the screen with helpless anticipation. At that moment, Song Qing stood alone, surveying the desolate street littered with corpses, his gaze fixated on the location of the Lord's mansion. He then glanced at the time, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was almost time. He would make his move now. Upon finishing his words, Song Qing strode towards the Lord's mansion of Jiangnan City. The mansion was not particularly opulent, lacking the lavishness of the surrounding edifices, yet it was impressively vast. Outside the entrance stood two grand stone lions, exuding a formidable presence. Regrettably, several corpses hung above, marring the otherwise splendid sight. Inside the Lord's mansion, the atmosphere was dilapidated. The main avenue was flanked by bodies strewn about in disarray, creating an exceptionally terrifying scene. Despite the daylight, the entire city was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to muster the courage to enter. However, for Song Qing, this was merely routine. In his previous life, he was a renowned horror game streamer, well prepared psychologically for the various terrifying scenarios that might arise. The primary distinction between reality and games lay in the ability to see, smell, and even touch these horrifying elements. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in this world, he had grown accustomed to it all, finding little to fear. More importantly, his formidable strength alleviated concerns about danger, as he possessed the means to defend himself. Ding dong. This time, instead of forcefully kicking the door open, Song Qing gently pressed the doorbell. Those in the command room outside the instance were momentarily taken aback by his actions. What was happening? There was no one here, yet he rang the bell. Who would come to open the door for him? Indeed, while others would unhesitatingly kick down doors. Why did he choose to respectfully ring the bell here? Could it be that someone truly resided within? The possibility of encountering a malevolent spirit seemed more plausible. As the crowd speculated, the grand door of the mansion unexpectedly creaked open. Then, a woman clad in a crimson qipao gracefully stepped forward, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. To their astonishment, there was indeed someone present. Upon seeing her, a faint smile graced Song Qing's lips. "I hope I am not intruding upon your rest," he remarked. The woman delicately covered her mouth with her hand and let out a melodious laugh, her voice enchanting and stirring. "Ha ha, you are not late at all. In fact, your timing is perfect. Do come in," she encouraged, gently pushing the door wider. Song Qing entered without hesitation, as if the entire situation were perfectly natural. Once inside, the woman glanced back at him before closing the door behind them. "You possess quite the audacity to intrude upon my domain. Do you not understand where you are?" she queried, her tone gentle as she toyed with her sharp nails while trailing behind him. Song Qing, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the imposing Lord's mansion in the distance. "Of course I am aware. You are none other than the famed thousand-legged demon. It is an honor to finally witness you," he replied. The woman let out another melodic laugh. "What a delightful reason to visit. Are you not afraid I might invite you to stay? That could not be better. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." Song Qing chuckled softly, pushed open the grand door, and strode confidently into the room, taking a seat on the central sofa as if it were his own home. The thousand-legged demoness gazed at Song Qing's retreating figure, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. It was uncertain whether to deem him foolishly audacious or self-assured. Now that he had arrived, "Let us see how well you fare with my hospitality." As her words faded, the door behind her slammed shut, and all the windows followed suit, enveloping the room in a shroud of darkness. A multitude of crimson sparks flickered in the night. Song Qing also discarded his smile, drawing a dagger from his waist. "Very well. Let us see how well you can extend your hospitality." Chapter 96. Action. At this very moment, Kong Wan and Dudu had arrived at an ancient castle. The castle exuded an eerie and foreboding atmosphere, with a plethora of grotesquely lifeless bodies scattered about. Kong Wan trembled in fear at the sight of these corpses. Clutching her blood dagger, her eyes darting anxiously around her. In stark contrast, Dudu, blissfully unaware, merrily licked a lollipop and hummed a tune as she skipped toward the castle. Dudu, be cautious. There may be danger ahead. Stay close to Auntie, Kong Wan admonished, exasperated by Dudu's carefree demeanor, feeling her heart race with trepidation. Dudu turned back to glance at Kong Wan, halting her playful advance to wait for her companion. Auntie, are you very scared? Dudu suddenly inquired. Kong Wan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her earlier reaction had indeed been somewhat lacking in composure. Of course, I'm not scared. It's just that caution is the mother of safety. You'll understand when you grow up. This place is quite perilous, so we should be careful, she replied. Dudu nodded obediently, trailing gently behind Kong Wan as they proceeded into the castle. With a creak, the heavy doors of the castle, seemingly untouched by oil for centuries, groaned open under Kong Wan's effort. As the door swung wide, a swarm of bats erupted from the darkened chamber within. Kong Wan swiftly pulled Dudu down to evade the flurry of wings. Fortunately, these bats were not vampires, and once they had fled, the castle was once again enveloped in a profound silence. At that moment, Dudu raised her little wristwatch, which displayed the dwindling time. Auntie, it seems we don't have much time left. We must hurry, she urged. Seeing no immediate danger, Kong Wan nodded and led Dudu deeper into the castle. The castle was vast, filled with an intricate labyrinth of corridors that made navigation quite cumbersome. For the first time, Kong Wan felt an overwhelming desire to hasten through the exploration of such a grand structure. She had no wish to linger in this seemingly ancient abode. They quickly ascended the staircase, following the directions provided by Song Qing, and soon found themselves at the entrance to a basement. This is it. Father mentioned that there should be a cross before the door of the basement, Kong Wan affirmed, raising her torch to inspect the entrance. Indeed, at the center of the door, a bronze cross gleamed ominously. Absolutely, this is the place. Dudu, be careful. Hide behind Auntie. It may be dangerous when I open the door, Kong Wan instructed. Dudu dutifully concealed herself, peeking out with wide eyes at Kong Wan. At that moment, Kong Wan steeled her resolve, suppressing her fear. She bit her tongue and wielded her longsword, striking fiercely at the iron chains binding the door. With a resounding clang, the chain snapped in two, and Kong Wan gazed at her mid-grade ghost weapon in astonishment. She had not anticipated such formidable strength, capable of effortlessly severing such thick chains. Carefully securing the ominous artifact, Kong Wan then tugged at the iron chain. The previously unyielding door gradually revealed a narrow crevice. She hesitated to peer through the gap, inhaling deeply before gently resting her hand on the doorknob. With a sword in one hand and grasping the doorknob with the other, she gritted her teeth and yanked it back with force. To her surprise, upon opening the door to the basement, nothing emerged. Perhaps her imagination had run wild. Oh, or fright. Thankfully, all is well. Dudu, let us proceed inside. Dudu nodded and cautiously followed Kong Wan into the depths. Holding a flashlight, Kong Wan illuminated her surroundings with each couple of steps, vigilant against potential dangers, even scrutinizing the ground beneath her feet and the ceiling above. The basement was a corridor, and after walking for several minutes, they finally reached its end. However, upon arriving, they were instantly taken aback by the scene before them. Not far away lay a massive spherical object, its surface resembling a honeycomb, riddled with numerous depressions, each the size of a frying pan. Auntie, what is that? A sense of foreboding washed over Kong Wan as she recalled Song Qing's instructions. The object before them was indeed the nest of the centipede's spirit. Upon hearing this, Dudu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Are you saying there might be little centipedes emerging from within? Her words conjured a vivid image in Kong Wan's mind, sending shivers down her spine and raising goosebumps on her skin. Yes, your father instructed us to destroy this nest, so let us commence. With that, Kong Wan drew her sword, prepared to obliterate the nest. However, just as she raised her weapon, the nest suddenly split open, and a large mass of purple-red centipedes spilled forth. Witnessing this scene, Kong Wan was left utterly stunned. In the next moment, she seized Dudu and dashed frantically toward the exit. Run! Outside the dungeon, everyone in the command room recoiled at the sight. It was over. Song Qing had misguided them, and their fates seemed sealed. Damn it! How could there be so many centipedes? How many eggs has the centipede spirit laid in this city? This marked the 13th nest, and surely the spirit hadn't been continuously laying eggs all these years. I can't take it anymore. The sight is giving me chills. I hope Miss Kong and Duda managed to escape this calamity. Unable to bear the unfolding horror, even the city chief waved his hand, instructing to cut back the feed. Suddenly, a chorus of wails erupted from behind. A group of soldiers could not hold back a middle-aged man accompanied by an alluring middle-aged woman who rushed forward. They collapsed onto the ground, lamenting fervently. Upon closer inspection, the woman's features bore a striking resemblance to Kong Wan. Upon the mayor's first glimpse of the couple, a deep sigh escaped his lips as he approached gently to assist them. "Mr. and Mrs. Kong, please accept my condolences." The couple erupted in a chorus of lamentations. "Oh, my poor daughter. I warned her repeatedly against participating in such perilous dungeons, yet she refused to heed my advice. Now, alas, I shall never see my daughter again. My dear one is so unfortunate. Why did you not intervene? She is but a girl, yet to be married, and now her life hangs in the balance. Must we, the gray-haired, bury our own black-haired child?" The couple wept inconsolably, while the secretary leaned in to whisper to the mayor. They attempted to intervene, but they had just returned from abroad. Upon landing, they learned of this tragedy and rushed here immediately. The mayor sighed again, gesturing softly. "Very well. Let them grieve for a moment. Allow them to stabilize their emotions before confronting this harsh reality. It is simply too much to bear at present." The secretary nodded in understanding and signaled to a few nearby individuals to escort the Kongs aside. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Wang Shun and his two companions were tirelessly scouring every location marked on the map. "Have all the placements been secured? Is everything in order?" Wang Shun inquired of a team member who had just completed an inspection. The individual, panting from exhaustion, nodded affirmatively. "Everything has been checked. All routes are clear and ready for detonation." Another member chimed in, also nodding, and handed over the remote control. "Rest assured, all is in order. The moment you press the button, the explosion will be instantaneous." Hearing their reassurances, Wang Shun exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced out the window. "Excellent, excellent. We must swiftly locate a safe haven from which we can remotely control the detonations." As he finished speaking, a man nearby pointed toward a distant structure. "While inspecting the lines, I noticed a building with a sturdy attic. I believe we could shelter there." Wang Shun, upon hearing this, nodded decisively. "Then let us not linger. We must hasten to find a secure refuge. The rest will depend on Song Qing." The three of them hurriedly made their way in that direction. However, as they proceeded, the sound of an explosion erupted from a nearby building. What was that? Wang Shun's heart tightened with concern. The others were equally bewildered as they turned toward the source of the noise. They witnessed the entrance of a distant shop explode outward, a cascade of debris spilling onto the street, suggesting something within had detonated. One individual instinctively moved to investigate, only to be pulled back by Wang Shun. Despair enveloped them as they returned to ascertain the situation. The opposing party, realizing their actions might have been somewhat foolish, swallowed hard and retreated. The three individuals fixated their gaze intently on the dilapidated door. At that moment, two soft, sinuous tentacles unexpectedly emerged from behind the door. Each tentacle, approximately half a meter in length, swayed gently in the air, exuding an almost endearing charm. However, this scene rendered Wang Shun and his companions utterly dumbfounded. "Good heavens! It's a centipede spirit! Run!" As Wang Shun's voice echoed, countless centipedes began to surge forth from the door. Upon noticing the trio fleeing in a frenzy, the creatures immediately gave chase, the ground reverberating with a chilling rustle that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 97. Your child is in my hands in the Lord's mansion of Jiangnan City. A brutal battle had just unfolded within the confines of a chamber. Song Qing spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, having just engaged in a fierce duel against hundreds of centipedes, managing to hold his own. The floor was strewn with severed limbs and remnants of the grotesque creatures. A woman clad in purple, standing not far away, exhibited a flicker of rage upon her countenance. "You have slain so many of my children. Today, you shall perish here." With that, she abruptly raised her 10 fingers, and in an instant, her nails elongated dramatically, transforming from a mere 2 to 3 centimeters into nearly a meter in length. Like 10 blades, they glimmered ominously in the air, emitting a sharp sound. Today, I shall let my children parasitize within your body, nourished by your lifeblood. As she spoke, the woman lunged towards Song Qing with ferocity. His eyes widened in urgency as he instinctively dodged. When his weapon clashed against her nails, sparks erupted violently in the air. Song Qing narrowly evaded the strike, yet his cheek bore several deep gashes. He tenderly brushed his face, feeling the searing pain of the wounds. "You possess some skill. It seems you truly are formidable," he remarked. The woman, hearing his words, spat on the ground dismissively. "A mere human dares to assess a malevolent spirit like me? You are oblivious to the meaning of death. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of desperate survival." With that, she raised her claws once more and lunged at him. Realizing her relentless attacks offered no openings, Song Qing began to retreat, but the centipede demon granted him no respite. Her 10 razor-like digits pursued him relentlessly. With no avenue for escape, he grasped his dagger and engaged in combat, his right hand seizing the moment to unleash a flurry of arrows. Thud! The bolt struck the demon's thigh, causing blood to cascade down her pale skin. "Impressive! You have managed to wound me," she mused, delicately wiping her injury with her finger before licking the wound with her tongue, a bewitching gesture that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Yet Song Qing remained unfazed. He knew that should she reveal her true form, it would terrify any child. "You are not without merit. To inflict such pain upon me so swiftly is a feat. You are the first to harm me so severely among the malevolent spirits." Upon hearing his words, the centipede demon paused slightly, then burst into laughter. "Do you truly think you can compare me to those fools? Do you find yourself amusing?" Song Qing merely scoffed, retrieving ointment from his pocket to tend to his wounds. The familiarity of his actions seemed to irk the centipede demon. "Put down what you are holding. We are in the midst of battle. Do you think I want to end you right now?" With a bemused smile, Song Qing continued to apply the salve to his face. "Hasten your actions. I can scarcely contain my impatience. Do not linger. Are you not a formidable spirit of the malevolent kind? I am eager to witness your true prowess, devoid of your trivial antics." The centipede demon seethed with rage at Song Qing's insolence. "You audacious human dare to jest with me? You shall soon learn the meaning of regret." With that, a chilling glint flickered in the demon's eyes, and a dense black mist erupted from its form. As the fog dissipated, 2 enormous crimson lanterns appeared in the room, accompanied by a sinister rustling sound that filled the air with dread. At that moment, Song Qing had just applied ointment to his wounds and rose to his feet, illuminating the room with his flashlight. Before him loomed a colossal centipede demon, measuring over 10 meters in length, with pincers resembling industrial forklifts. With a fearsome roar, the demon lunged at Song Qing, who narrowly evaded the attack, only to witness a nearby pillar snap cleanly in two as if it were merely a plastic tube. The hall erupted into chaos, debris raining down from above. Relentlessly, the centipede demon pursued, delivering ferocious blows with its pincers. Observing Song Qing's beleaguered state, those in the command room covered their heads in despair. It was over. Song Qing stood no chance against such a foe. Indeed, unless the demon exhausted its strength, there was no hope for victory. This passive onslaught left Song Qing with no opportunity for counterattack. What could he possibly do against this formidable adversary? A collective sigh emanated from the observers, who could already foresee the grim fate awaiting Song Qing. The director fixated on the large screen, realizing that Song Qing was reduced to mere evasions, devoid of any offensive maneuvers. Rising from his seat, he declared, "I am weary. I shall take my leave." With heavy steps, he retreated, prompting others to rise as well. This endeavor was destined for utter failure. Meanwhile, Master Stardust grappled with a whirlwind of emotions. It was a bitter pill to swallow, having encountered such a gifted awakener only to see him perish in this instance. He believed there must be a way, although Master Stardust had consistently maintained his composure. Today he could no longer restrain himself. Like a gambler on the brink of desperation, he sprang to his feet and shouted at the screen, Do you not possess your own skills? Use them. Why do you remain inactive? Witnessing Master Stardust's agitation, Principal Wu shook his head and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Calm yourself, Master. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? I know a delightful tea house. Only then did Master Stardust settle down, enveloped in dejection. Why? Why had he chosen to confront the characters within this instance head-on, when he could have sought out useful items instead? No one could provide an answer to him. Master Xingqian's expression and demeanor appeared exceedingly poor at that moment. After Principal Wu uttered a few more words, Master Xingqian could no longer contain himself. Rising to join the others as they slowly exited the room, the number of individuals in the chamber dwindled until only a few commanders and technical team members remained. They exchanged glances, pondering, shall we continue the live broadcast? One of the commanders sighed. Of course, we must record everything. Let us preserve this data for future reference. As a vital resource, the technical team members nodded in agreement, their eyes once again fixated on the screen. However, at that moment, they witnessed the enormous centipede monster abruptly cease its attack. What is happening? Why has it stopped? Indeed, it seems to be communicating. What could they be discussing? It was quite perplexing. The combat had halted so unexpectedly. Could there be a new strategy in play? Let us observe for now. Should we call the others back? Perhaps it's best not to do so. It appears there's little room for maneuvering. If we summon them back, it might cast a shadow of despair over their spirits. The commander ultimately resolved to withhold this development from the others, fearing it would further dampen their morale. After all, over the past 3 days, they had endured too much. Some were already on the brink of collapse. Therefore, they decided to watch in silence, intending to summon everyone only once a breakthrough occurred. At that moment, Song Qing, after sustaining a blow, clutched her bleeding chest while still grasping an object in her hand. Come on, if you dare, kill me. I will detonate all your progeny. She added, oh, and your wild man too. I will ensure his demise as well. Without the ability to reproduce, you shall be left here, isolated, waiting for your end. The enormous centipede monster suddenly lifted its colossal head, and a dark smoke enveloped it as it transformed once more into a woman clad in a purple cheongsam. You humans are cunning. Do you truly believe I would trust your deceitful words? Song Qing chuckled softly, gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Trust me or not, send your kind to see for themselves. Let them witness whether their unborn siblings are fated to perish. You, the centipede monster roared in fury, yet was powerless against Song Qing. It was genuinely anxious that if she pressed the button on the remote in her hand, all its efforts would be in vain. Go, check those nests. Soon, several centipede monsters charged forth. Leaning against the windowsill, a smile graced Song Qing's face as she regarded the centipede monster, whose rage had been thoroughly ignited, now intent on eliminating her. Chapter 98. Plan B. The commander stood in the center of the room, observing the tense standoff between Song Qing and the centipede spirit, his mind racing with thoughts. Why doesn't this centipede spirit kill Song Qing? Pondered a technician beside him. Perhaps Song Qing has a hold over the centipede spirit. Otherwise, it would have dispatched him long ago. What hold could he possibly have? Others murmured, shaking their heads in confusion. Suddenly, a technician shouted, "Everyone come look." At this, the commander commanded, "Project it onto the big screen." The technician promptly complied. The screen revealed Kong Wan and Dudu, both seemingly unscathed, defiantly blocking the passageway. Dudu wielded a shimmering blade of holy light, causing the centipedes that charged toward them to become momentarily paralyzed. Meanwhile, Kong Wan wielded a sharp weapon, relentlessly dispatching the advancing centipedes. The ground was littered with the severed limbs of the creatures, and the exit of the basement resembled an impassable chasm, with countless centipede larvae unable to breach their defense. Kong Wan radiated an aura of lethal determination, her previous bloodlust returning. She resembled a valkyrie, standing resolute against the tide, single-handedly felling all the centipedes that dared approach. Witnessing this spectacle, the commander and technicians were left in awe. Incredible. They're holding off so many centipede monsters. Astounding. Fantastic. Quick, inform Kong Wan's parents that she is alive. Yes. A soldier dashed outside with urgency. Then, another wave of exclamations erupted. Boss, come quick. Wang Shun and his companions are also alive. What? The commander was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Wang Shun and his team had survived against the seemingly endless horde of centipedes. Quick, projected on his screen too. The second screen flickered to life, displaying Wang Shun and his companions, huddled atop a barren rooftop, wielding knives as they fought off the centipedes attempting to ascend. Over there. They're coming from that direction. You must defend. Damn it. There are more centipedes than ever. When will we finish them off? Oh no. There are too many. It's terrifying. I don't want to die. Despite their terror, the trio continued their relentless assault, their blades never faltering as they severed the centipedes that surged toward them. Piles of centipede corpses lay scattered below, yet an unending tide pressed on. After cleaving through one centipede, Wang Shun felt a slickness in his palm, nearly losing his grip on the long knife. Keep going. Don't stop for anything. If we endure until the end, we will survive. Wang Shun tore a strip of fabric from his clothing, wrapping it around his hand to secure the knife, while simultaneously inspiring the other two individuals. At that moment, all three were acutely aware that they had reached the final hurdle. If they wished to survive, they had no choice but to fight with every ounce of their strength. Observing Wang Shun and his companions, the onlookers were once again taken aback. My goodness, the coward has finally erupted. Although the scene appeared somewhat chaotic, they had undeniably regained their combat prowess. Indeed, they were unleashing a multiplied force, signaling the onset of a significant counterattack. Heavens, could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Song Qing? If so, his scheming is truly remarkable. How could he have anticipated this turn of events? Given the difficulty of this scenario, if he manages to lead them back alive, it would be nothing short of a miracle. The commander's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Song Qing on the large screen. At that moment, Song Qing leaned against the windowsill, his gaze sharp and playful as he observed the centipede demon, who was casually toying with its sharp claws, though its mind was preoccupied with how Song Qing had dealt with its lairs. As time passed, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Finally, a piercing scream shattered the silence. A centipede demon squeezed through the crack beside the door. No, it was not merely one, but half of one. Its body was severed in two, with the other half nowhere in sight, indicating severe injuries. Upon witnessing the grave condition of her offspring, the once composed countenance of the thousand-legged demon shifted dramatically. She rushed forward, cradling the wounded centipede in her arms, soothing it softly, her lips moving in quiet murmurs. Moments later, the little centipede lay still in her embrace. Subsequently, the thousand-legged demon discovered the lifeless body of the small centipede in her hands, and her expression transformed into one of cold fury. You have harmed my child. I shall not let this go unpunished. Today, I will make you experience a fate worse than death. As her words resonated, a thick, dark aura enveloped her. Witnessing this transformation, Song Qing's expression turned grave, and he hastily shook the remote control in his hand. You better think carefully. Your child is in my possession. However, the thousand-legged demon showed no signs of fear, her voice a chilling rasp. I, the formidable thousand-legged demon, will not be threatened by a mere human. Prepare to die. With that, she emerged from the swirling black mist. Her body had morphed into a blood-red hue, adorned with shimmering black totem patterns on her hardened exoskeleton. A howl escaped her lips as dark energy surged forth, charging towards Song Qing. Witnessing this, Song Qing couldn't help but curse under his breath. He clutched his earpiece and shouted, "Initiate Plan B immediately." As he spoke, he swiftly dodged to the side. The two parties once again engaged in a fierce battle, the vast hall instantly shattering into fragments amidst their clash. Observing this scene, the commander immediately realized that this might be the final confrontation between Song Qing and the centipede spirit. He promptly shouted to the technicians nearby, instructing them to inform the mayor and everyone else that there had been a turn of events. Song Qing was alive. Moreover, the others had survived as well. Upon hearing this, several technicians quickly picked up their phones and began making calls. At the Beishan exit, everyone was boarding their vehicles in preparation for departure. The mayor cast a regretful glance at the sorrowful Master Stardust. Master, do not be too disheartened. Every life must eventually come to an end, and we each accept our fate. Master Stardust sighed, reflecting on the potential lost. What a promising talent. If he were to survive, perhaps Jiangnan City could become even stronger. Principal Wu shared the sentiment, lamenting, "Indeed, Song Qing is the most promising young individual I have encountered thus far. It is a pity that he might meet his end here. It is simply fate." At that moment, the mayor's secretary felt his phone vibrate, prompting him to urgently inform the driver, "Hold on, I need to take this call." He stepped aside and answered the phone. Just as he was about to speak, an urgent voice came through. "Secretary Gao, please relay to Mayor that Mr. Song Qing is alive. Miss Kong and Dudu are also safe, and Wang Shun and the others are unharmed." The secretary replied, "Understood." However, as soon as he spoke, he sensed something was amiss and quickly asked, "What did you just say?" The voice on the phone escalated. "I said, Mr. Song Qing, Dudu, and Miss Kong are all alive, and Wang Shun and the others are safe as well. Moreover, Mr. Song Qing is currently engaged in the final battle with the centipede monster." Upon hearing this, Secretary Gao became exhilarated. Without hanging up, he shouted to everyone present, Wait! Good news! Song Qing, Dudu, and Miss Kong are alive, and even Wang Shun and the others are safe. They are about to face the centipede monster in their final confrontation." This announcement plunged the scene into silence. Then, the mayor's voice broke through. "Xiao Gao, what did you just say? Song Qing and the others are alive?" The secretary nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mayor, they are alive." Upon receiving this encouraging news, Master Stardust suddenly burst into laughter. I knew it. Let's hurry back. We must not miss this chance." Subsequently, everyone swiftly exited their vehicles and raced towards the command center. Chapter 99. Wait. Kong Wan wielded her blade, relentlessly slashing at the centipede demons attempting to break free. Dudu's tiny hands were also targeting the centipedes. Whenever the holy light flickered, the centipede demons would collapse as if struck by lightning, lying motionless on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Wan approached and swiftly severed them in two, vanquishing the vile creatures. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and soon the corpses of the centipede demons had accumulated to a height of 1/2 meter. Kong Wan felt her hands growing increasingly sore, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. At that moment, a voice crackled through her earpiece. It was Song Qing. "Implement plan B immediately." Kong Wan's heart jolted, and she shouted to Dudu, "Plan B. Come with me." Dudu halted her actions, glancing at Kong Wan. "Andy, do you mean that Daddy is going to initiate the second plan?" "Yes, the second plan." Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Dudu's face. She promptly retrieved a large bead, resembling a goose egg, from her pocket and tossed it towards the basement. "Run." Kong Wan seized Dudu and sprinted frantically towards the basement's exit. Meanwhile, atop the rooftop, Wang Shun and his companions were utterly exhausted. The centipede monsters continued their relentless assault, lunging at them without pause. "Damn it! When we finish off all these centipedes, I can barely hold on," one of them exclaimed. "Me too. My blade is already dull. Does anyone have a spare weapon?" Another replied. "Stop chatting and start hacking. If we don't, we'll die here." Wang Shun gritted his teeth and swung his blade once more, cleaving a charging centipede in two. Suddenly, all three of their earpieces crackled with Song Qing's urgent call. "Plan B. Implement Plan B immediately." At that moment, they all stiffened in unison. After exchanging glances, Wang Shun swiftly issued orders. "You two hold them off for me. I need to adjust the detonation plan right now." The other two nodded fervently, positioning themselves back to back and resuming their assault against the oncoming centipedes. Wang Shun retrieved a remote control from his backpack, and after a series of maneuvers, he finally pressed the confirmation button. He then shouted into his earpiece, "The modifications are complete." As he spoke, a smile crept across his face as he gazed at the throngs of centipede demons in the distance. Just wait for your demise." With renewed vigor, he brandished his blade, cleaving two centipede demons in half once more. At this very moment, in the grand hall of the Lord's mansion, Song Qing found himself unable to fend off the centipede demon any longer. The creature's speed and power far surpassed his own. He had little time to counterattack, as the myriad legs of the centipede were akin to lethal blades. relentlessly blocking all avenues of retreat. Swoosh! Once again, a blade struck Song Qing. He felt as if a gaping wound had been inflicted upon his abdomen. A sharp pain surged through him, causing his insides to convulse violently, and blood gushed forth, soaking his legs. Damn it! He gritted his teeth against the excruciating agony and executed a swift roll to evade the fatal blow. At that moment, the voices of Kong Wan and Wang Shun resonated through his earpiece. Upon hearing them, a wild grin spread across Song Qing's face. Since they left him no opportunity, they too would not survive. With determination, he pressed the button on the remote control fiercely. A thunderous explosion ensued, shaking the very foundation of the entire Demon Knight City. Several buildings were instantly engulfed in flames, and countless spider demons were obliterated into mere fragments. Meanwhile, Kong Wan had just escaped the castle with Dudu, her surprise growing as she heard the violent explosions behind them. Dudu, what? What did you just use? Dudu retrieved a peculiar orb from her pocket and handed it to Kong Wan. Upon receiving the orb, Kong Wan was momentarily stunned. The orb was entirely transparent, encasing some strange material, with a rare magic crystal nestled at its center. It was evident that this magic crystal was of a caliber far beyond a mere first-grade crystal. Kong Wan immediately turned to Dudu and inquired, "Is this containing a second-grade magic crystal?" Dudu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's a second-grade magic crystal, gifted to me by Dad." Kong Wan felt a pang of heartache upon hearing Dudu's confirmation. This child was being extravagantly reckless, using a second-grade magic crystal to detonate. What a tremendous loss. Amidst her reflections, Kong Wan found herself increasingly admiring Song Qing's bravery and intelligence. At that moment, in the command room outside the instance, the recently departed individuals were now rushing back frantically, observing the unfolding scene with an array of inquiries. What on earth happened? What did we just miss? Wasn't it said that Song Qing was dead? How did he survive? What did he do? Has he defeated that boss? Speak up. What about my daughter? She is alive. Isn't she? Who saved her? Was it Song Qing? Good heavens. Wang Shun is alive. Boss, Wang Shun is not dead. Ha ha ha, he is alive. He is alive. The command room was in an uproar. The mayor, overwhelmed by the noise, slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Silence. Sit down and watch properly. Anyone who speaks again will be thrown out." As his words echoed, the room fell into an immediate hush. The mayor then directed a concise question at the commander. In the simplest terms, what happened? The commander swallowed nervously, careful not to waste a single word as he spoke. Song Qing brandished a remote control to threaten the creature, which made it hesitate to attack him. Moreover, just now, Song Qing pressed the button, detonating several other locations. After Miss Kong and Dudu ventured into the basement, they did not perish. Rather, they utilized Dudu's unique skill to fend off the menacing centipede monsters. Together, they successfully vanquished all the creatures that sought to advance upon them. They had just escaped and detonated the basement. Wang Shun and his companions ascended to the rooftop, where they took their stand, temporarily safe, and accomplished their mission. Upon hearing the commander's response, the city leader inquired once more, "So all of this was?" The commander nodded and affirmed. It was all meticulously planned by Song Qing. He had foreseen this eventuality. At the commander's words, the gathered crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Master Stardust's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the screen displaying the explosive aftermath, his expression one of astonishment. Had Song Qing truly destroyed the nest of that colossal centipede demon? Was he not concerned about inciting the beast's wrath? Continuing his inner monologue, he reasoned. He is no fool. He understands that the creature will undoubtedly attempt to eliminate him. With his life-saving trump card gone, yet he still possesses another. What could it be? Just as Master Stardust pondered, the crowd shifted their attention to Song Qing, prominently displayed on the central screen. At that moment, Song Qing was drenched in blood, resembling a specter risen from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The enraged centipede demon, incensed by the destruction wrought by Song Qing, roared with fury, intent on obliterating him to relieve its pent-up rage. Bellowed the demon as it lunged at Song Qing with its gaping maw. In that instant, Song Qing found himself devoid of any means of resistance, left to await his grim fate. Yet, the crowd noticed a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Hiss! The smile on Song Qing's face sparked a memory in the city leader, reminiscent of their earlier negotiations, prompting an exclamation. He must have a contingency plan. Indeed, he certainly has a backup. The city leader's speculation was not misplaced. Song Qing was, in fact, anticipating the system's notification following the explosions. As the ground trembled beneath him, the system's alerts rang in his ears. Current host experience points have reached maximum capacity. Level increased to 81. Current host experience points have reached maximum capacity. Level increased to 82. Current host experience points have reached maximum capacity. Level increased to 99. Ding. Eliminated a level 30 evil spirit 1. Ding. Eliminated a level 40 evil spirit 1. The notifications came in a torrent. Nearly impossible to catalog individually due to the catastrophic damage inflicted by the explosions, which had simultaneously decimated countless centipedes. Song Qing remained poised, with the demon's formidable pincers mere meters away. In this critical moment, he stood resolute, awaiting the opportune moment. At last, a new system notification echoed in his ears. Current host experience points have reached maximum capacity. Level increased to 100. A glimmer of determination flashed in Song Qing's eyes. Now was the moment. Chapter 100. The final strike inside the command room. Everyone was transfixed by the scene unfolding on the screen. It was as if time had come to a standstill, and even the movements of the colossal demon seemed to have ceased. At this moment, its claw was less than a meter away from Song Qing. In this minuscule distance, the demon could effortlessly cleave Song Qing's body in twain in the blink of an eye. Could it be? Was this truly the end? The onlookers, who had once believed in Song Qing's potential for a miraculous comeback, could not help but close their eyes at this disheartening sight. They were utterly unable to fathom the extent of Song Qing's survival capabilities. The outcome appeared to have already manifested in their minds. Some turned away, unable to bear the sight, while others clasped their hands in silent prayer, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Mayor Shi gripped a ballpoint pen with such force that it threatened to snap. Principal Wu's legs trembled uncontrollably, his lips murmuring, "Do not die, do not die." Master Xingqian had dug his fingernails into his palm, oblivious to the blood seeping from a wound. Kong Wan's parents held their breath, their hands tightly intertwined, their fingertips growing pale without their notice. In the city of Demon Night, Kong Wan gazed toward the Lord's mansion, her eyes filled with hope and unwavering faith. Dudu, clutching a lollipop, whispered, "Daddy, please come back soon. Duda misses you. When you return, I'll share my lollipop with you." Not far off on a bare rooftop, Wang Shun and his companions fixated on the direction of the Lord's mansion. "We will surely survive. We must. My wife is waiting for me. I have to return. Otherwise, it would break her heart." One of them grumbled, "As if I have a choice. My wife said if I don't come back. She went to let it go. That foolish woman. Where else could I possibly go?" Honestly, meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Lord's mansion, Song Qing barely had time to absorb the system's notification. He immediately located the crucial information in the prompt. Host current level has reached level 100. A job change is available. Would you like to proceed with the job change? Yes. Congratulations. The host has successfully changed jobs and is now promoted to the Crimson Flame Demon Hunter. Current secondary profession options: Radiant Demon Hunter. Instantly, Song Qing felt an overwhelming surge of power course through his body. His previously battered form was restored in an instant. Then once again, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Acquired exclusive skill of the Crimson Flame Demon Hunter. Crimson Flame Fierce Slash. Crimson Flame Fierce Slash, an exclusive skill for first-tier demon hunters. It harnesses the power of Crimson Flame to strike all enemies before the user, inflicting tenfold damage. There is a 10% chance of triggering a critical hit, during which the Crimson Flame will deal an additional 100-fold damage to the enemy. This skill ignores 50% of the target's armor, and in the event of a critical hit, it bypasses 100% of the enemy's armor. Acquired the exclusive skill of the Crimson Flame Hunter, Crimson Flame Technique. Crimson Flame Technique a specialized skill for the first transition of the Demon Hunter class, enabling the cultivation of the heart of Crimson Flame, which inflicts a burning effect with attacks. The more potent the Crimson Flame, the greater the damage inflicted upon the target. Acquire the exclusive set of the Crimson Flame Demon Hunter. Upon witnessing the dazzling array of rewards, Song Qing unhesitatingly utilized what he could and exchanged what he could. These actions were completed in the blink of an eye. After donning the entire set of the Crimson Flame armor, Song Qing also acquired the exclusive skill, Crimson Flame Fierce Slash, instantly maximizing his combat power. In a flash, a surge of flames erupted from Song Qing's gaze as a blazing long knife materialized in his hand. Just as the thousand-legged demon felt its pincers had securely grasped Song Qing, an immense force suddenly surged from its own pincers. Almost immediately, it sensed something was amiss. Damn! How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure erupted from Song Qing's form. In the next moment, his figure vanished from before the demon. The thousand-legged demon had never felt such tension and quickly adjusted its body, preparing to flee. However, Song Qing's voice echoed in its mind. Want to run? Sorry, you won't escape today. With that, Song Qing swung the blazing long knife down toward the demon's head. Crimson Flame Fierce Slash. Song Qing distinctly felt the formidable power of this skill, which nearly eclipsed all his abilities prior to his class transition. Its base attack strength was magnitudes greater than that of the previous skill, Blood Strike. At that moment, he truly sensed the overwhelming advantage of his new level. Although, at level 80, he was only about 30 levels below the thousand-legged demon, he found himself utterly powerless against its fierce attacks. Yet, after his transition, he felt an immense surge of strength. The thousand-legged demon appeared as nothing more than a plaything before him, devoid of any pressure. Realizing its life was in grave danger, it swiftly turned to evade. Previously, its extraordinary agility was its greatest asset, but now it felt escape was impossible. Consequently, it spewed forth a cloud of black smoke, transforming into a human figure and kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Great Immortal, spare my life. However, Song Qing merely scoffed. Spare your life? Too late. With that, he brought down his blade. In an instant, the sky within the dungeon world began to crackle with thunder. The thousand-legged demon's body gradually shriveled, ultimately transforming into a lifeless centipede. Outside the dungeon, silence enveloped the command center. Everyone stared at the large screen, rendered speechless. Song Qing's thunderous strike seemed to resonate in the hearts of all present. Each individual was left in awe of such extraordinary power. This capability was beyond what any human could manifest. Clap, clap. In the room, someone initiated the applause, breaking the stunned silence. As applause began to swell, soon the entire room was resonating with the sound of clapping. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The mayor's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. After a series of twists and turns, Song Qing's ability to turn defeat into victory is nothing short of legendary. The mayor could hardly articulate the tumult of feelings within. All he could muster was a silent roar of elation. Incredible! Incredible! Who dares to claim that no one from Jiangnan City can conquer this triple-star dungeon? At that moment, Principal Wu was so overwhelmed with excitement that tears blurred his vision. Among the many formidable students he had nurtured, none possessed the wisdom, courage, and innate talent that Song Qing exhibited. None at all. Even beside him, Su Su couldn't help but show an expression of envy. Indeed, Song Qing is exceptionally powerful. Master Xingqian's hands trembled slightly as he found himself at a loss for words. The fact that Song Qing had repeatedly emerged from the jaws of death could no longer be attributed to mere luck. It was a testament to his formidable grasp of the overall situation. With this realization, his resolve to admit Song Qing into that mysterious guild strengthened even further. Within the dungeon, Song Qing sheathed his long sword and crouched down to retrieve the second-grade magic crystal from the body of the formidable thousand-legged demon, his expression tinged with helplessness. What letdown! Such a powerful beast, yet yielded only a single second-grade magic crystal. How utterly disappointing. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the city lord's manor. The grand doors swung open, allowing a shaft of sunlight to pierce through. Kongwan stood at the threshold with Dudu, their shadows elongated in the light. Suddenly, Dudu burst into tears, racing into Song Qing's embrace. "Daddy, I thought I would never see you again." "Woo-woo." Song Qing affectionately patted Dudu's head, reassuringly saying, "Never. Daddy promised to take care of you as you grow up. So how could we ever be apart?" "Ha ha." Dudu's tears transformed into laughter as she presented a lollipop to Song Qing. "I was made a wish. If Daddy is safe, I'll share my favorite lollipop with you. Here, it's for you." With a hearty laugh, Song Qing accepted the lollipop, gently caressing Dudu's cheek. "All right, Daddy will gladly accept this." He then looked up at Kongwan, whose eyes brimmed with tears. "Thank you." Kongwan sniffled, but couldn't contain her tears any longer, bursting into sobs. "I was terrified. I thought you thought at that moment." A warm arm enveloped her. "Thank you for taking care of the child and for worrying about my well-being. But it's all right now." With that, Song Qing tenderly patted Kongwan's back. Her tears flowed even more profusely. Just then, a commotion of footsteps could be heard outside, followed by the sound of Wang Shun and others chuckling foolishly. "Hey, Brother Song Qing, we came to express our gratitude. But since you're busy, we won't disturb you." "Thank you." Yes. Thank you for allowing us to survive. We owe you our lives. Indeed, should you ever find yourself in need of our assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. We shall no longer shy away." At that moment, the sound of a notification resonated through the heavens. 10 minutes remain until the conclusion of the instance. Please prepare to exit. Now, announcing the scores of the surviving members from this instance. Song Qing, SSS rating. Awarded SSS Gift Package 1, Chapter 101. Achieving victory the moment the notification sound resonated from the celestial screen. Wang Shun and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Their eyes filled with disbelief as they turned to Song Qing. An SSS rating? How astonishing. What kind of rewards could this confer? Perhaps a ghostly artifact, or something else entirely. Kongwan also appeared incredulous, suddenly recalling a thought. Could it be that during the last dungeon at Nanshan Amusement Park, you truly achieved an SSS rating? Song Qing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that was me. Is there a problem? Upon hearing Song Qing's confirmation, a hint of self-mockery appeared on Kongwan's face. "Well, I initially thought Principal Wu was exaggerating when he spoke so highly of you. I never expected that here. You would be the one to save us all." "Thank you." Wang Shun and the others were equally astonished. What? It was Brother Song Qing who attained the SSS rating in the last dungeon at Nanshan Amusement Park? That is incredible. My goodness, I've heard tales of that dungeon. Many entered, yet many also perished, all ordinary folk. Brother Song Qing, you are truly remarkable. I must admit, this dungeon today has opened my eyes to what it means to be a master. The people from our company are utterly insignificant in comparison, myself included. Song Qing chuckled at their flattery. "Ah, it's merely good fortune." No sooner had he spoken than another notification echoed from the celestial screen. Song Dudu, S rating achieved. Awarded S-Class Gift Package 1. Wang Shun and his companions gazed at Dudu in astonishment. "No way. A little girl has attained an S rating? How is that possible?" "Brother Song Qing, it's not that we doubt you, but this dungeon couldn't possibly be yours, could it? I simply cannot fathom how a 4 or 5-year-old girl could achieve an S rating. Is this not a form of cheating?" Observing Wang Shun and his companions drooling with envy, Kongwan rolled her eyes and remarked, "You only see Dudu's tender age, but fail to recognize her contributions. I can assure you, Dudu deserves this S rating. She saved Song Qing once and me once, which is more than sufficient to merit such an accolade." Wang Shun and his companions were rendered speechless upon learning that Dudu had saved 2 individuals. The voice from the celestial screen resumed. Kongwan received a B rating, while Wang Shun and his companions received C ratings. Of course, had they not assisted Song Qing in completing the tasks, they might have received even less. Exhausted, the group sat aside, their eyes fixated on their rating gift packages, a mixture of joy and resignation evident on their faces. Kongwan opened her reward, revealing a necklace designed to dispel spiritual pollution, a modest ghostly artifact. Dudu, with the solemnity of unwrapping a birthday gift, carefully opened her S-rating gift package. Upon seeing the gift within the box, Dudu immediately leapt up in excitement. "Ha! This is wonderful. I absolutely adore this gift." Dudu then reached in and waved a wand-like object in the air. Meanwhile, Qing utilized the system to examine this wand-like item. Jiangnan City, Lord's Scepter, a high-grade ghost artifact. The wielder of this scepter possesses a formidable pressure, capable of suppressing all levels of evil spirits, and has the ability to eliminate foes in an instant, usable only 3 times, with immense attack power. Upon reading this evaluation, Qing was momentarily taken aback. This weapon appeared to be tailor-made for Dudu. The ability to suppress all levels of evil spirits alone was remarkable. The capacity to obliterate an enemy, albeit limited to 3 uses, was utterly extraordinary. Nearby, Wang Shun and the others gazed at Dudu's reward with envy. A high-grade ghost artifact. Oh dear, this reward is simply exquisite. I desire it so much. It must be incredibly valuable. We are even outdone by a child. How disheartening. Kongven sighed, her expression tinged with disappointment. Subsequently, Qing revealed his own reward and opened it on the spot. When the contents of the box were unveiled, everyone, including Qing, was left speechless. Inside was merely a solitary card. Kongwen was momentarily taken aback, observing the lone card in the box and feeling that Qing had suffered loss. However, upon reflection, this was indeed an SSS-grade reward, suggesting that the card harbored secrets yet to be uncovered. Qing picked up the card, intending to examine it with the system. Yet upon touching it, a peculiar energy surged into his body, and then there was no further reaction. Noticing this phenomenon, Qing felt a sense of bewilderment. Curious energy. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Everyone's hearts fluttered, and they immediately looked up. There stood a man clad in opulent attire, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of affluence. This individual was the same man encountered earlier in the mansion. Upon seeing him, the group was momentarily stunned. "You're not dead?" He chuckled. "No, I did not perish. Thanks to Mr. Qing." Qing turned to face him. "So you have come to express your gratitude, I presume?" The man burst into hearty laughter. "Yes, and yet." "No. What do you mean? Spare us the ambiguity. We are about to leave. Firstly, I wish to thank Mr. Qing for saving my life. However, I cannot offer anything of great value. So I present this green low-grade ghost artifact, the Moon Goddess's garment, to your esteemed daughter as a token of my appreciation." Upon hearing this, Kong Wan and Wang Shun felt their hearts clench tightly. A green ghost artifact? Is this some sort of jest? The ghost artifacts we usually encounter are merely gray. I have never even seen a green one. And you claim you cannot produce anything of value? Are you aware of the worth of this item? The crowd erupted in incredulous remarks. Kong Wan's expression was one of astonishment, for she had never anticipated that a green ghostly artifact could be obtained within such a dungeon. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, "Is the powerful piece of armor spoken of in this dungeon truly the Moon Goddess attire you mentioned?" The man turned to Kong Wan, his face illuminated by a satisfied smile. "Indeed, you are correct. The legendary armor you speak of is indeed the Moon Goddess attire." Subsequently, the man presented a beautifully crafted gift box before Dudu. Dudu looked up at Qing, and upon seeing him nod, eagerly accepted the box and hastily opened it. Inside lay a stunning pink, gauzy dress that was breathtakingly beautiful. Dudu clutched the dress in delight and exclaimed to Qing, "Daddy, I want to try it on." With a smile and a nod, Qing encouraged her, "Go ahead." Thus, Dudu dashed to a nearby bedroom to change into the dress. Meanwhile, the man turned his attention to Qing. "Actually, I have another matter to discuss." Qing, already aware of the man's intentions, wore a knowing smile. "You wish to become the lord of this Jiangnan City?" The man flattered with a grin. "I hope Lord Qing will lend his support." After a moment, he seemed to recall something and quickly added, "By the way, the card in your hand is a universal magic card from the dungeon." Qing paused, examining the card in his hand. "A magic card? Please elaborate." "Quite simple, really. This card was previously used by the thousand-legged demon to store his precious belongings. As long as you present these cards at any ghostly bank within the dungeons, you can retrieve the items stored within. This revelation caused a stir among the group. Goodness, it's as if the entire fortune of the thousand-legged demon has been handed over to Song Qing. They had initially thought it was merely a card that had been deceivingly trivial. Song Qing smiled, stowing the card away. Well, that's quite good. Now, let us discuss another matter. Your desire to become the city lord is acceptable. I can grant you the lord's decree, but the man fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Wang Shun and the others were left in shock. Wait, are we seriously discussing acquiring the rights to manage the dungeon? I must have misheard. This is an elite-level 3-star dungeon. Indeed, relinquishing the management rights would mean losing control. Any magical crystals produced in the dungeon would have to be substantially shared with the one holding the rights. Kong Wan nodded, her gaze fixed on Song Qing, increasingly convinced of his inscrutable depth. It was known that those capable of seizing control of the dungeon possessed overwhelming power. Could it be that Song Qing already wielded such strength? At that moment, Song Qing let out a cold laugh. Forget it. If you clearly do not wish to consider this further, then let it be. Do not force it. The man immediately interjected. No, I agree. I am willing to relinquish the rights to the dungeon. However, Song Qing remained relentless. I apologize, but that was the price just now. If you wish to become the lord of the city, you must offer 80% of the magic crystal from the entire dungeon. What? The man was momentarily taken aback. Song Qing glanced at him, emanating an overwhelming aura. I must remind you, without me, you would likely not survive. What makes you think you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? The man's mental defenses crumbled in an instant, and he fell to his knees, pleading, I am willing to surrender 80% of the dungeon's revenue. Please, esteemed sir, rest assured. With that, he presented a black jade token with both hands. Song Qing nodded in satisfaction and waved the jade token in his hand. Go. The items you need are in the room on the second floor. Terrified, the man hastily dashed towards the second floor. At this moment, Wang Shun and the others were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed a malevolent spirit so frightened by a human. With less than a minute remaining until the dungeon's conclusion, Kong Wan suddenly turned to Song Qing and asked, by the way, that device you detonated with second-tier magic crystals, was it given to you by that man? Song Qing glanced at Kong Wan. How did you know? There are some emblems of his estate on the exterior of the device. Song Qing shrugged, as if conceding. Kong Wan inquired further. So, does this mean that as long as that man finds enough second-tier magic crystals, he could also defeat the centipede spirit? Song Qing looked at Kong Wan and couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid that even if he were given an abundance of second-tier magic crystals, he still could not kill that centipede spirit. As soon as the words left his lips, a shimmering curtain of light appeared before them. Song Qing, holding Dudu, who had donned the moon goddess attire, walked towards the light. Chapter 102. The Awakening of the Second Profession. Mage North Mountain. Song Qing held Dudu's hand, with Kong Wan and Wang Shun trailing behind as they ambled along the narrow path. At the exit, military police stood in formation on either side, all eyes fixed on the doorway, each gaze brimming with anticipation. Song Qing had achieved the extraordinary feat of vanquishing a formidable ghost single-handedly, a display of prowess that left the onlookers in awe. Consequently, many sought to forge connections with him, eager to bask in his newfound glory. More significantly, Song Qing had secured the rights to manage this instance, meaning he would dictate when it could be opened or closed. Anyone wishing to enter the realm for training would now need to seek him out. Thus, he had unwittingly become the center of attention, a coveted figure among the residents of South Mountain City. As the crowd cheered and expressed their admiration, Song Qing gradually acclimated to the attention, casually waving to them. At the mayor's behest, he took a moment to share his thoughts and insights on this achievement. Although his words were largely fabricated, he played along under the relentless scrutiny of company executives and various media outlets. Not only he, but Dudu, Kong Wan, and Wang Shun also found themselves being interviewed. After the interviews concluded, Song Qing declined the invitation to join them for dinner, opting instead to return home with Dudu. He had pressing matters to attend to, such as finalizing his choice of secondary profession and enhancing his equipment. More importantly, he needed to ascertain the location of the items indicated on a magic card, which he must acquire without delay. Do, seated in the passenger seat, toyed with the staff of the demon Night Lord, humming a nursery rhyme, radiating sheer delight. While waiting for a red light, Song Qing glanced at Dudu's level, only to be taken aback. Level 15 Saint, Song Dudu, an adorable little darling, possesses immunity to mental attacks and requires a level up to continue gaining experience. Skills: Spirit Aura, Purification, Enticing Trap, Holy Flame. Holy Light. Could it be that his daughter needed to level up before she could gain further experience? Consequently, Song Qing immediately inquired of the system, "How could my daughter level up?" In response to the host, to advance from Saint to Apprentice Holy Envoy, Dudu must complete a small instance rated no lower than 3 stars, with a maximum of 5 participants, and achieve an SSS rating to proceed. Upon hearing the system's reply, Song Qing furrowed his brow. Completing a 3-star instance with a team of 5 or fewer, and securing an SSS rating to level up? Such demand seemed excessively high. It was well known that the monsters within 3-star instances could reach ghost-level strength, making successful completion a daunting challenge. Particularly, smaller teams faced even greater difficulties. The crux of the matter was that obtaining an SSS rating for Dudu would be akin to climbing a mountain. With a sense of resignation, Song Qing drove, contemplating how to assist Dudu in completing the upcoming quest. After all, Dudu needed to reach level 30 to eradicate the ailments afflicting her. For the sake of his daughter's health, Song Qing had to swiftly identify a suitable quest and ensure Dudu's success. Before long, they arrived at their new home, and Dudu, unbeknownst to him, had fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Gently, Song Qing opened the car door, cradling Dudu in his arms and carrying her into the room, where he carefully removed her shoes and jacket, tucking her into a cozy blanket. Returning to his study, Song Qing prepared a simple meal while perusing potential quests that could enable Dudu to advance. Yet, without exception, these quests failed to meet his requirements. Ultimately, he had no choice but to set the matter aside for the time being. Once more, he accessed the system and navigated to the option for secondary professions. The reason Song Qing had not immediately chosen to become a paladin hunter was not due to a lack of time, but rather a careful consideration of his options. Having recently awakened a new skill, Blood Spike Storm, which compensated for his inability to deal area damage, he pondered his needs. After a period of contemplation, he realized he lacked a ranged attack skill, one that could deliver high damage and ambush enemies from a distance. The crossbow, his secondary weapon, felt woefully inadequate, inflicting negligible damage on monsters and only capable of dispatching lower-tier foes. Noticing that there were 3 secondary professions available, Paladin Hunter, Mage, and Beast Tamer, he reviewed the brief introductions and evaluations provided by the system. Song Qing was familiar with the Paladin Hunter, a profession featuring both ranged and area attack capabilities, though its damage output lagged behind that of the melee-oriented Night Hunter. The Mage, on the other hand, was straightforward, a fragile yet high-damage range class with certain area attack skills, making it the profession most compatible with Song Qing. The final option, Beast Tamer, involved the ability to tame wild beasts and even dark creatures, requiring extensive practice. While formidable in the later stages, it started weakly, with the system even advising against it. In his heart, Song Qing dismissed the Beast Tamer, recognizing that with his current low level, taming high-level dark creatures was virtually impossible. As for low-level dark creatures, could one truly keep them as pets? Faced with the remaining 2 professions, he found himself at an impasse. The Paladin Hunter was powerful, comparable to the Mage, but its attack power left much to be desired, a significant shortcoming. Though its mobility was swift, ensuring survival was one thing. Vanquishing formidable monsters was another challenge altogether. Conversely, the Mage aligned perfectly with his aspirations, high damage output and ranged attacks. However, the system highlighted a major flaw of this profession, its propensity to be financially draining. Song Qing fully understood this. How could a Mage demonstrate their prowess without a penchant for expenditure? After much deliberation, Song Qing ultimately steeled himself and chose the Mage as his secondary profession. May I ask if the host has chosen Mage as their second profession? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the second profession, Mage. acquired the mage's exclusive skill, Thunderstrike. LV1 Thunderstrike, a long-range skill that can inflict substantial damage on the target, with the ability to chain damage to surrounding targets. The more targets that are connected, the diminishing the damage becomes. When inflicting damage, there is a chance to stun the target, with each attack consuming 1,000 spirit points. Upon seeing this skill, a faint smile crept on Song Qing's lips. This skill is excellent. It perfectly compensates for my lack of ranged attack abilities. Quite impressive. Subsequently, Song Qing examined other aspects of his secondary profession and became aware of something. No wonder they say mages are costly. Upgrading skills actually requires the consumption of magic crystals. Each skill upgrade from hunter to mage consumes 10 second-grade magic crystals. Indeed, it is exorbitantly expensive. Song Qing couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Fortunately, mage equipment is not required, which is rather nice. However, I am uncertain about the damage capability of this skill. Perhaps I shall test it within Wenjun another day. At that moment, the entire Jiangnan City, along with the factions related to the dungeon, was in a frenzy. Song Qing had become the most sought-after figure in all of Jiangnan City, with everyone eager to draw near him. However, Song Qing had publicly declared that he would not be collaborating with any company for the time being and would not accept visits or media interviews. Consequently, everyone's attention shifted to those associated with Song Qing. Nanshan Qi Xiu Company. Qin Long had just finished addressing all matters at hand and was preparing to report to Song Qing with the selection forms for various companies that had signed up for the Nanshan Amusement Park dungeon. Suddenly, his secretary entered, her heels clicking on the floor. President Qin, the president of Changyu Group, is downstairs and wishes to meet with you. Qin Long scoffed. Meet with me? I suspect it is to see Director Song. Inform him not to waste his time. Director Song will not meet with him. The secretary nodded. Understood. President Qin, by the way, the car is ready. Qin Long rose, gathering all the necessary documents. All right, I am aware. Notify everyone that no one is to disturb Director Song. Anyone who dares to privately collaborate with other companies for personal gain will face my wrath. After saying this, Qin Long turned and descended the stairs, leaving the secretary with a look of helplessness. It seems that Changyu Group is truly in for trouble this time. What on earth were you thinking, provoking him? Chapter 103, Welcoming Guests. As evening descended, Song Qing had prepared a sumptuous feast. Dudu, go wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Got it, Dad. Dudu swiftly leaped from the sofa and dashed toward the bathroom. Standing at the kitchen doorway, Qin Long observed Song Qing in his apron, cooking, and found it utterly inconceivable to associate him with the merciless figure of a killer. Mr. Song, all the company application forms are here. Do you have any further instructions? Song Qing emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes. No, this will suffice for the companies. Oh, by the way, Changyu Group has been trying to reach you. What do you think? Song Qing set down the food and inquired. Have you eaten yet? Qin Long was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of delight flickering across his face. Not yet. Well then, stay and join me for dinner. I have a few matters to discuss with you. I'll help out right away. No need. I prefer to cook alone. You can take a look at these documents. Qin Long hurried to wash his hands, while Song Qing sat at the dining table, perusing the application list. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Qin Long, please inform Changyu Group that those companies are welcome to participate in my sessions, but the price will be doubled. Qin Long paused, glancing back towards the kitchen in surprise. You won't hold it against them? Those individuals. Song Qing chuckled. There are no permanent enemies, only perpetual interests. Besides, with Sun Xiao now apprehended, my foes are largely resolved. Why sour relations with Changyu Group? It's better to earn. Understood, Mr. Song. Then, Song Qing inquired, by the way, do you have any information on upcoming sessions? Yes. Qin Long rushed back without washing his hands, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket and handing it to Song Qing. Mr. Song, I've gathered information on some upcoming sessions within Longhua. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Qing accepted the USB and connected it to a nearby laptop. However, after reviewing the contents, he found nothing of interest. He turned to Qin Long and said lately, keep an eye out for small sessions rated 3 stars and above, preferably for fewer than 5 participants. Qin Long froze momentarily, gazing at Song Qing with trepidation. Mr. Song, You've already participated in 2 sessions this year. Can your body handle another? Song Qing smiled reassuringly. It's fine. Just go ahead. All right, I'll remember that. I'll wash my hands first. The meal you've prepared smells absolutely divine. Afterward, Qin Long handed Song Qing a card. One last thing. This is the deposit collected from all companies, along with the magic crystals submitted from the Nanshan amusement park session during this period. Song Qing nodded, casually slipping the card into his pocket. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Qin Long grinned widely before heading to the bathroom. Everything was tidied up, ready for the meal. Dudu held chopsticks, her eyes darting among the sumptuous dishes, eagerly selecting her favorites. Daddy, I want to eat that one, and that one too. Song Qing nodded, picking up his chopsticks to serve Dudu the dishes she liked. Just then, the sound of the doorbell echoed from outside. Qin Long immediately stood up, saying, Mr. Song, I'll get the door. Song Qing gave a slight nod and continued to serve Dudu. As Qin Long opened the door, he was greeted by several familiar figures. At the forefront stood Li Wei, the esteemed mayor of Jiangnan City. Behind him was an elderly man clad in a white robe, exuding an aura of otherworldliness, along with a sweet-looking woman with an impressive figure. Mayor, Master Xingchen, Miss Kong, what brings you here? Li Wei chuckled heartily and waved his hand towards the inside. What is this? Is my dear brother Song Qing not welcoming us? Unsurprised by the visit, Song Qing rose and, with Dudu in tow, approached to greet them. Ah, it's you, Mayor. My apologies for the oversight. Please come in. Master Xingchen, it's an honor to finally meet you. Miss Kong, I didn't expect you to join us as well. Dudu sweetly addressed Mayor Li Wei. Uncle, you're here. Come in quickly. My daddy has made lots of delicious food. Li Wei laughed. That sounds wonderful. Just in time, I haven't had a meal yet. Your father's culinary skills are indeed impressive. He then pulled out a bottle of wine he had brought, shaking it gently. I've brought a cherished bottle of fine wine to complement the meal. How delightful. Song Qing ushered Li Wei into the dining room, and Master Xingchen smiled as he placed a fruit basket on a nearby table. Mr. Song, I hope I'm not intruding. Song Qing chuckled, signaling Qin Long to escort the guests to their seats. At that moment, Kong Wan approached from behind, revealing a small box. Knowing you're affluent, I brought a little homemade snack, hoping Dudu will enjoy it. Song Qing smiled. Please come in. Kong Wan glanced at Song Qing, her lips twitching slightly as if she wished to say something. Sensing her intent, Song Qing spoke directly. All right, now that we're here, there is no need for such psychological burdens. I understand you wish to express your gratitude, but it's unnecessary. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Kong Wan felt a slight relief. Thank you, and if you ever need my assistance. Song Qing laughed heartily. Why the serious demeanor? He playfully shook the small gift box she had brought. I accept this as a token of thanks. Now, let us go inside before the food gets cold. Thus, everyone took their seats, and after a few toasts, they delved into the main topic. The mayor, acting as the intermediary today, was the first to broach the subject. Let us down these 3 glasses of wine, and we shall be friends. I suggest we skip the formalities today and get straight to the point, shall we? Everyone turned to Song Qing, eagerly awaiting his response. Song Qing nodded, preferring to avoid any convoluted discussions. It is best to speak plainly. That would be splendid. Please, Mayor, go ahead. I assure you, I will do my utmost to assist with anything within my capabilities. Li Wei, satisfied, nodded in agreement, and then turned to Master Xingchen, saying, Master, since we are on the topic, do share a few words. Master Xingchen set down his wineglass and looked at Song Qing, stating, in fact, I have come here to help you gain entry into a mysterious guild. Upon hearing this, the room fell into an immediate silence. Dudu, holding a chicken leg, glanced at Song Qing and asked, Daddy, what is a guild? Song Qing chuckled and wiped the soup from Dudu's face, replying, A guild is a place where many people gather together. Dudu nodded, somewhat understanding, while Master Xingchen continued, Indeed, it is not merely about the number of people. They all share a common aspiration, helping one another to grow stronger. Hearing this, Dudu turned back to Song Qing. If it can make us stronger, then this guild sounds wonderful. Li Wei burst into laughter. Precisely. So, what do you think about your father joining the guild? However, Dudu shook her head, saying no, that won't do. What if Daddy doesn't want to? The whimsical nature of do elicited laughter from everyone present. At that moment, Song Qing set down his wine glass and inquired of Master Xingchen. Master, may I ask which guild you are referring to? The guild I speak of is called the Fanhai Guild. Upon hearing the name Fanhai Guild, Song Qing felt little, as he was unfamiliar with it. In contrast, Qin Long and Kong Wan displayed expressions of astonishment. Qin Long gazed at Master Xingchen with admiration. Dare I ask, Master, is the Fanhai Guild you mentioned the same as the renowned Fanhai Guild? Song Qing was taken aback by such questioning. What do you mean by the Fanhai Guild? Are we playing charades? Just as he was perplexed, Kong Wan spoke up. The Fanhai Guild that Master Xingchen refers to is the upper echelon of our local dungeon auction center, and it possesses numerous enterprises spread throughout the entire South Sea province. With Kong Wan's explanation, Song Qing quickly grasped the significance of the Fanhai Guild. Though he did not pay much attention to external power dynamics, he had heard of the guild to some extent, albeit not by name. This guild is indeed substantial, with influence that permeates the entire South Sea province, showcasing formidable strength and boundless wealth, so much so that one might describe it as rivaling a nation in riches. Little did Song Qing expect that Master Xingchen had come today to invite him to join the Fanhai Guild. Chapter 104. The Prosperous Sea Guild. Upon learning that the place he had been invited to was the Prosperous Sea Guild, a location he had never even contemplated, Song Qing immediately sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. After all, his acquaintance with Master Xingchen was rather tenuous, having met only once. Thus, the invitation to join such a guild seemed likely to entail a considerable waste of resources. Furthermore, Song Qing was reluctant to owe anyone a favor and thus intended to politely decline the offer. However, directly voicing such a refusal might come across as rather hurtful, especially since the city's mayor, Li Wei, was acting as a mediator today. He felt it necessary to extend some courtesy. With a gentle smile, Song Qing turned to Master Xingchen and inquired, "So, this is indeed the Prosperous Sea Guild you speak of? Yet if it truly is this guild, I fear I might be somewhat overwhelmed." Upon hearing Song Qing's response, Master Xingchen burst into hearty laughter. "Why would you feel overwhelmed? With your current prowess, gaining entry into this guild would be a mere trifle." Song Qing shook his head in disagreement. "As far as I know, the Prosperous Sea Guild does not permit just anyone to enter. They have exceedingly high standards regarding one's identity. Individuals like myself, lacking in background and capital, are destined to remain at the grassroots level." At this juncture, Li Wei, with a sidelong glance, erupted into laughter, stepping forward to mediate. "How can you belittle yourself so, Brother Song? With your current abilities, spending some time at the grassroots level will surely lead you to greater heights." Not only was Li Wei advocating for him, but even Kong Wan nodded in agreement. While others might not fully grasp Song Qing's capabilities, her previous combat experience with him had left her utterly convinced of his potential. If even Song Qing could not thrive within the Prosperous Sea Guild, one could hardly expect others to fare better. Kong Wan lightly placed her hand on Song Qing's arm, only to retract it hastily as if feeling it inappropriate. "How could that be? Your strength is formidable. Entering the Prosperous Sea Guild would indeed be an honor for them. Moreover, your current standing is hardly lacking." Beside them, Qin Long nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Mr. Song, although your company may not be large, possessing 2 3-star dungeons makes it a rare gem in the entirety of Jiangnan City." Master Xingchen expressed his satisfaction with a nod, having addressed all of Song Qing's concerns regarding potential setbacks. Now, Song Qing was free from worries. "Yes, Mr. Song, I hold great confidence in you. With your capabilities, joining the Prosperous Sea Guild will surely allow you to showcase your talents, possibly even reaching higher echelons within." However, the more they praised him, the less inclined Song Qing felt. He preferred to wield control over his own destiny rather than let others dictate it. With a slight smile, he raised his glass. "Let us first enjoy our drinks and meals. These matters can be discussed later." Seeing Song Qing divert the conversation, the group had no choice but to acquiesce and abandon the topic. Subsequently, the group once again raised their glasses and engaged in various conversations. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Duda had already eaten to his heart's content and had wandered off to play. leaving a few people at the table indulging in casual banter. Master Stardust felt a twinge of regret within. If Song Qing were unable to join the Fanhai Guild, he genuinely feared that Song Qing's abilities would go to waste. Yet, it seemed that Song Qing was not inclined to dwell on this topic, clearly showing little desire to enter the Fanhai Guild. Thus, he cast a pleading glance towards Li Wei, who, upon noticing, could only shake his head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. Song Qing, do you perhaps have some misunderstanding about the master? His intentions are purely altruistic. He simply does not wish to see such a promising talent squandered. Master Stardust nodded in agreement. Indeed, I swear, I have no ulterior motives or expectations from you. I merely wish to prevent your remarkable talent from being wasted. At this moment, Kong Wan also gently nodded, indicating that Master Stardust's words were indeed true. He genuinely valued Song Qing's abilities. Seeing their expressions, Song Qing let out a resigned sigh and downed his drink before turning to Master Stardust. All right, then enlighten me on the benefits of joining the Fanhai Guild. Upon hearing this, Master Stardust's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly replied, there are indeed benefits. The Fanhai Guild is not an organization one can join so easily. The entry requirements are exceedingly high. However, once you are in, the difference is truly monumental compared to the outside world. First and foremost, upon joining the Fanhai Guild, you gain the privilege to purchase various ghostly artifacts obtained during dungeons, artifacts that will never appear on the market. Upon hearing this first advantage, Song Qing merely displayed a lack of interest. After all, he already possessed sufficient gear provided by the system. Master Stardust, observing the absence of any emotional reaction from Song Qing, hurriedly continued. Moreover, within the Fanhai Guild, there are monthly bonuses for treasure hunting. Based on individual contributions, members can receive varying rewards. Song Qing continued to nod, his expression remaining unchanged. Master Stardust gritted his teeth and pressed on. They have senior members leading teams into dungeons to hunt malevolent spirits and various supernatural beings. Being with them ensures a high level of safety. Yet, Song Qing still showed no response, leaving Master Stardust feeling a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Li Wei nearby also fell helpless. Song Qing was simply too formidable. None of the offerings Master Stardust had listed seemed to pique his interest. After all, Song Qing possessed the capability to solo 3-star dungeons. How could he possibly care about what was being proposed? For instance, the monthly subsidy of magic crystals is akin to a mere trifle for Song Qing. He could effortlessly conquer a dungeon and acquire far more magic crystals than this paltry sum. Suddenly, a thought sprang into Li Wei's mind, prompting him to lean closer to Master Stardust and whisper a few words. Upon hearing this, Master Stardust immediately grasped its significance and exclaimed, "Ah, there is indeed another significant advantage. The presence of more specialized diviners within the guild, diviners of a higher level than I. Once you join this guild, they can provide you with more precise information about dungeons, allowing you to prepare in advance." At this revelation, Song Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Both Li Wei and Master Stardust noticed the shift in his expression, sensing a turning point in the conversation. Li Wei quickly signaled to Master Stardust, who, without hesitation, continued, "The greatest benefit lies in your ability to prepare ahead of time, enabling you to seek assistance from those of a higher level to conquer dungeons and obtain superior equipment. Moreover, I can help you find some awakened individuals to explore the dungeons with you." After uttering these words, Master Stardust felt that Song Qing would be somewhat swayed by this information. Indeed, Song Qing finally spoke up, but not in the manner they had anticipated. Is it truly that remarkable? Can they predict the star rating of the dungeon and the number of participants allowed? This question momentarily left Master Stardust at a loss for words. Well, what you're asking about should be the most basic information. They certainly can. They often display star-rated dungeons, and as long as you spend some contribution points, you can challenge them. At this moment, Song Qing felt an exhilarating rush. If that were the case, then Duda's advancement task could be completed with ease. He turned to Master Stardust once more. "Oh, by the way, if I were to join now, when could I officially start accepting tasks and entering dungeons?" This query left Master Stardust and the others momentarily stunned. Kong Wan looked at Song Qing with a hint of concern, gently tugging at his arm and whispering, "It's barely been a day since you last completed a dungeon. And now you wish to explore another? Are you trying to overexert yourself?" Song Qing offered a wry smile and shook his head, refraining from divulging the reason behind his urgency. He did not wish for others to know that Dudu was afflicted with a peculiar illness. "It's no trouble. I feel bored at home and simply wish to venture into dungeons to earn some money." Upon hearing this, Kong Wan could only shake her head in resignation. Given Song Qing's current status, he could easily secure the top spot on the wealth list of Jiangnan City. After all, possessing the rights to 2 3-star dungeons, his fortune could easily place him as the richest in the city within a few short years. Master Stardust, brimming with excitement, promptly declared, "If you agree now, I will call them immediately and expedite your onboarding process." "Very well, since it has been stated thus, I shall extend my gratitude to the master." Subsequently, Song Qing raised his wine cup in a gesture towards Master Starlight and downed it in one go. Upon witnessing Song Qing's acquiescence, Li Wei, along with Master Starlight and Kong Wan, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 105. Ambushed. After extensive mediation by Master Stardust, the guild promptly responded. All of Song Qing's conditions met the requirements for membership, allowing him to proceed with the joining process. Upon receiving the news, Song Qing wasted no time. After spending a few days at home playing with Dudu, he officially set off for Jiangnan City, the capital of Nanhai Province, known for its prosperity and development. The city's dungeons are among the most explored in the entire nation. As the high-speed train raced towards Jiangnan City, the scenic views along the route thrilled Dudu immensely. This was likely the first long-distance journey for Song Qing and Dudu, and it was evident that Dudu relished the experience. Sitting quietly, Song Qing introduced the sights outside the window to Dudu. Soon, an announcement echoed through the train. "We have arrived at Jiangnan City. Passengers, please disembark." Dudu, still savoring the ride, settled back into her seat. Before long, the train came to a halt. Song Qing gathered his belongings, and with Dudu in tow, they disembarked like 2 ordinary travelers. At the train station's exit, a gray sedan suddenly opened its door. Master Stardust approached them, waving. I didn't expect you to take the high-speed train instead of flying. I hope I haven't kept you waiting," he said. Song Qing shook hands with Master Stardust. "Not all. I appreciate your assistance." With a hearty laugh, Master Stardust ushered them into the car. Inside, he produced numerous documents regarding the Fanhai Guild and handed them to Song Qing. "These contain information about some of the guild members. You might find it useful." Song Qing nodded, taking the materials to examine closely. He had to admit that the Fanhai Guild was indeed impressive, filled with talented individuals. However, Song Qing was not particularly enamored with the guild itself. His primary interest lay in their resources for sharing dungeon experiences. Such resources were invaluable for his leveling up, especially since he needed to bring Dudu along. He had previously tasked Qin Long with establishing a company to expand his resource base, enabling him to acquire more dungeon opportunities swiftly. This would allow him and Dudu to level up to 30 and become a saint, awakening the holy light baptism skill to dispel the ailments within him. After reviewing the documents, the vehicle stopped in front of an imposing skyscraper, where the words Fanhai Guild were prominently displayed at the top. "This is the headquarters of the Fanhai Guild. Since you have yet to officially join, please follow me," Master Stardust said with a hint of a smile, leading Song Qing and Dudu into the building. Along the way, Dudu's eyes were wide with curiosity, taking in everything around her. Upon reaching the 36th floor, designated for new employees to complete their onboarding procedures, Song Qing was greeted by a receptionist clad in a qipao, who offered him a sweet smile. "Could you please present your identification, along with your daughter S, so we may verify your identities and assist you with the onboarding process?" Song Qing nodded, placing his and Dudu's documents upon the desk. After the receptionist reviewed the credentials, she returned them with a slightly apologetic expression. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Song Qing, that our system indicates you are temporarily unable to enter the guild." Stunned by this revelation, Song Qing stared at her in disbelief. "This cannot be right. Could you please double-check?" The receptionist gently shook her head. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Song. The detailed information in our system is accurate. We have indeed not received approval for your membership application. Furrowing his brow, Song Qing promptly dialed the phone number of Master Xingqian. What is the matter? Has Song Qing completed his onboarding? Master Xingqian had just been delayed by an encounter with an old friend on his way. On the other end of the line, Song Qing's deep voice resonated with concern. The onboarding process has failed. They claim they have not received my membership approval. Master Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. Hold on. I'm on my way. After ending the call, Song Qing retrieved his documents. In less than 2 minutes, Master Xingqian arrived, breathless from his hurried pace. What is going on? The qipao-clad receptionist, clearly exasperated, recounted the entire situation to him. Upon hearing her explanation, Master Xingqian's expression shifted to one of anger as he slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "Damn it, they've thwarted my efforts. Is this how they operate?" He then assured Song Qing, "Apologies for the inconvenience. There has been a minor hiccup, but I promise you will gain entry to the guild. Please, trust me." With a slight smile, Song Qing took Dudu to a nearby lounge area to relax. The two enjoyed coffee and chatted about their favorite games, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. In stark contrast, Master Xingqian was seething with rage. Despite having completed various applications for Song Qing, he found his efforts undermined by rival factions within the company. His fiercest competitors, with whom he had past grievances, had orchestrated this setback. This infuriating situation compelled Master Xingqian to utilize all his connections, making several calls in a desperate attempt to rectify the situation. However, he learned that the headquarters had already granted approval, making it impossible to reapply for this particular opportunity. This is outrageous. He fumed, kicking over a nearby trash bin in frustration. I cannot let this go. I must report this issue to the upper management immediately. However, just as he was about to leave, a man hurriedly approached and seized his arm. Master, wait a moment. If you proceed like this, it will adversely affect your standing. I believe it would be prudent to wait. There will be openings next month. Yet, Master Stardust was not swayed by such reasoning. Why should he wait? Moreover, he had worked diligently to recruit Song Qing. If this situation prevented him from joining, it would surely haunt him for eternity. What nonsense! Why should I be made to wait? Do you have any idea how difficult it was for me to find Brother Song Qing? Is it amusing to simply usurp the opportunity? The man shook his head helplessly. As a member of the Secretariat, he was bound to follow orders from above and lacked the authority to make decisions. Nevertheless, his role did involve assisting his superiors in resolving issues. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. I actually have a brilliant idea that could facilitate your friend's entry. Upon hearing this, Master Stardust immediately grasped the implication. I have already applied. He preempted me and secured the spot. Are you suggesting I participate in the competition to reclaim this opportunity? The man offered an awkward smile. Indeed, it appears to be the only viable solution at this juncture. I assure you, it is impossible. He is the one who disregarded the rules, not I. I will not yield, even if it means escalating the matter to the highest levels. Observing Master Stardust's demeanor, the man could only shake his head in bemusement. Why go to such lengths, Master? A confrontation would benefit neither party. Even if your friend gains entry, he would still face the same opposition. At this, Master Stardust abruptly stood up, realizing the blatant provocation. If the relationship soured, it would spell disaster for Song Qing, who awaited promotion within the company. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. A challenge? I believe I can manage that. Allow me to give it a try. Song Qing had been listening intently to their conversation and felt it unnecessary for Master Stardust to sever ties with the other party. More importantly, he did not wish to wait another month, so he resolved to participate in the contest for the coveted spot. Master Stardust turned in surprise, his expression fraught with frustration. Mr. Song, I must apologize. This situation is my fault for not securing the application in a timely manner. I merely intended for you to sign it, but alas, someone else has taken the opportunity. Song Qing smiled gently, his expression reflecting a carefree attitude. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to such occurrences. Besides, what is a mere competition? If I cannot even win this contest, what significance does entering the guild hold? Thus, Song Qing accepted the challenge. Chapter 106. The lethal gas station. The competition was scheduled to take place in 3 days, and Song Qing felt no apprehension. Rather, he He was curious about the nature of the competition that awaited them. Time flew by, and on the third day, at the 33rd floor of the Fan High Guild headquarters, Master Xingqian wore a grim expression, clearly having just endured a heated argument. Opposite him sat a man of similar age, attired in a traditional Tang suit, his face adorned with a subtle, almost mocking smile. "Goodness, Master Xingqian, at your age, why do you still harbor such a fiery temper? Cool, sit down and enjoy a cup of tea to calm your nerves." Master Xingqian, however, let out an angry snort. "I never imagined you to be so despicable. I had once held you in high regard, but it seems I was blind. To resort to underhanded tactics in a competition. How vile." The elder in the Tang suit seemed unfazed by Master Xingqian's reproach, instead exhibiting a hint of smugness. "I've told you long ago, join me, and we shall conquer the world side by side. What a splendid prospect. Wouldn't you agree? Dream on. I assure you, this time you shall not succeed. I will seek the council of the elders to address this matter, and you shall be held accountable. Ha ha ha, splendid. Since Master Xingqian is unwilling to join forces with me, so be it. Let us see the true measure of our strength in due time." With that, he clapped his hands and called out to the adjacent room, "Zhengwu, are you not yet prepared?" As his words echoed, the door to the next room slowly opened, revealing two men, one tall and robust, the other short and slender, who stepped into the room. The towering man emanated a fierce aura, capable of instilling fear in the most courageous souls. His muscular physique suggested explosive strength. Beside him stood the shorter man, whose frail appearance belied a far more menacing presence. Upon seeing these two, even Master Xingqian could not suppress the twitch of his eyelids. Damn it, how could it be these two killers? It seems I must prevent Song Qing at all costs today. While others may not be well acquainted with the Zheng brothers, Master Xingqian was distinctly aware of who they were. The shorter man was named Zheng. Despite his slight build, he was a cold-blooded assassin. This very individual had unexpectedly awakened the frenzied wolf martial spirit, and when he struck, death was invariably the outcome. Over the years, he had carried two black gold daggers, exquisite relics obtained from a 4-star dungeon. More crucially, Zheng was a master strategist, having conquered numerous dungeons and amassed a wealth of experience and challenges. The taller one was his brother, Zhengwu, who had trained in martial arts since childhood. His formidable physique was said to have allowed him to challenge the northern wilderness lone wolf at the age of 9, and at 15, he had slain a ferocious tiger barehanded. Like Zheng, he had awakened the battle bear martial spirit years ago, endowing him with tremendous strength. His weapon of choice was a black gold ghostly blade, also a high-grade relic. 9 elders. 9 elders. Zheng and Zhengwu approached the elderly man in traditional Tang attire, kneeling on one knee and respectfully clasping their fists in greeting. The old man chuckled heartily and then gestured towards the Master of Stardust, who stood not far away. "Cool, greet Master Stardust. You have met him before." The two brothers bowed dutifully towards Master Stardust, though their expressions betrayed a hint of disdain. Master Stardust's eyelids twitched more vigorously. "Old Gio, you truly have a talent for trouble, bringing along 2 assassins. It seems you are deliberately seeking conflict with me, are you not?" Old Gio lifted his teacup, slightly raising an eyebrow. "Master Stardust, I am granting you a favor now. If you allow those 2 to leave, we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I fear they may enter with their lives, but leave without them." Master Stardust was about to retort, but a wave of concern washed over him for Song Qing upon recalling the brothers' formidable strength. These 2 possessed the capability to tackle a 3-star dungeon alone, and they could even contend against lower-tier malevolent spirits. Just as Master Stardust contemplated conceding this round, the elevator doors suddenly slid open. Soon after, Song Qing entered the hall, holding Dudu's hand. Upon spotting Master Stardust, Dudu joyfully exclaimed, "Grandpa, we have arrived." Master Stardust forced a strained smile. "Mr. Song Qing, Dudu, you are here." Noticing the peculiar expression on Master Stardust's face, Song Qing glanced around the room and realized that there had likely been a disagreement. "Ah, yes, we are here. By the way, when will the draw take place?" Hearing Song Qing's eagerness, Master Stardust quickly leaned closer and whispered. The elder in the chair is known as Old Lin Jiao. He is quite ruthless and has many strong allies. He is deliberately causing trouble. We are not his match. Consider this a favor owed to you, and next time, I will ensure your entry into the guild. Upon hearing Master Stardust's words, Song Qing could not help but frown slightly. He certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. As for the opponent being formidable, that was the least of his concerns. He hardly believed he would encounter anyone too powerful, especially since he had an advantage. Without hesitation, Song Qing interrupted Master Stardust. I apologize, Master Stardust, but there is something I must clarify. Sensing Song Qing's reaction, Master Stardust's heart sank. He realized that Song Qing was unlikely to abandon the competition. As expected, Song Qing voiced his opposition to Master Stardust's suggestion. Master, first and foremost, I do not require you to owe me a favor. This is crucial. Secondly, as I stated earlier, I must enter the guild this time. I will not choose another time. Seeing Song Qing's steadfastness left Master Stardust feeling somewhat helpless. Why? Why could he not avoid the sharp edges of conflict? Song Qing observed that Master Stardust wished for him to concede today, so he cast a brief glance at Dudu. Was the fact that summer vacation was ending a sufficient reason? Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Master Stardust found himself at a loss for words. Could this truly be deemed a justification? Moreover, why did he always insist on bringing his daughter along on perilous adventures? She is but a child. While he pondered this, Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, had already arrived before the venerable Lin Laojiao. Hey, I hear it was you who snatched my place. Is that correct? Lin Laojiao, who had been sipping tea, was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to the striking young man before him, and then burst into laughter. You are Song Qing? Song Qing nodded. I am indeed Song Qing. Ha! This is rather amusing. I never anticipated your audacity. Did not Brother Stardust inform you? You are no match for me. However, Song Qing seized the teapot from Lin Laojiao's hands and poured himself a cup of tea. Hee. Let's not be so presumptuous. What if I emerge victorious? Would that not bring you great embarrassment? Lin Laojiao's expression soured as his teapot was commandeered. Yet upon witnessing Song Qing's brazen demeanor, he snorted derisively. Youngster, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Do you have any inkling that you're courting death? Is that so? I wish to put it to the test. Lin Laojiao slammed his palm on the table and rose. Since both competitors are ready, let's draw lots. The referee nodded and placed a container for the lots on the central table. According to the rules, the youngest participant would draw first. Song Qing glanced at Dudu. My dear daughter, go ahead. Dudu nodded, stepped forward, cradled the container in her arms, and began to shake it vigorously. Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu, positioned opposite Song Qing, exchanged glances, their faces betraying a smirk of superiority. Boss, this time, can we proceed as we wish? Zheng Wu licked his lips, looking towards Lin Laojiao. A cold smile crept across Lin Laojiao's face. Since they have chosen to court danger, let them assist us. This time, feel free to unleash your full potential. Understood. At that moment, a bamboo stick fell from the container that Dudu was clutching. The referee picked up the stick, glanced at it, and then looked between Master Stardust and Lin Laojiao. The draw revealed a 3-star instance, the Deadly Gas Station. Chapter 107. Dining in the instance again? Don't mess around. In the vast expanse of the plaza, Song Qing and Dudu stood to one side, while Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu faced them. This instance perfectly aligned with Dudu's advancement task, a 3-star instance, and moreover, a 4-person scenario. Song Qing had mentally prepared himself, deciding to entrust the entirety of this mission to Dudu, while he would merely act as her auxiliary protector. Master Xingqian's face was etched with helplessness and regret. Song Qing, have you truly made up your mind? If it proves too much, perhaps you should refrain from participating. Even if it means losing face, I would accept it. At worst, I could apologize to that old man. It would be nothing. I cannot bear to watch you march to your demise, especially with Dudu here. My heart truly aches at the thought. Observing the pained expression on Master Xingqian's face, Song Qing felt compelled to offer words of comfort. There is no need for distress. Master, this decision is mine alone, and it bears no relation to you. Surely, You must have a modicum of faith in me. If I cannot even overcome this minor trial upon joining, how shall I ever navigate my way here?" Upon hearing Song Qing's reassuring words, Master Xingqian could only nod in resignation. "Very well then. I wish you good fortune." At that moment, the previously clear sky began to darken ominously. Zheng Wu, standing opposite Song Qing, cast a mischievous smile in his direction and mimicked the action of firing a gun. Dudu clutched Song Qing's arm tightly. "Daddy, is it very dangerous this time?" Song Qing smiled gently. "With Daddy by your side to protect you, there is no danger. Rest assured, consider it merely a game." I understand. Dudu is not afraid. After saying this, the little girl retrieved a lollipop from her pocket and offered one to Song Qing. "Daddy, when you're nervous, eat a lollipop and you won't feel anxious anymore." Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a warm smile. It seemed the little girl had also watched that television series. As darkness finally enveloped the sky, the scene brightened once more, revealing that Song Qing and Dudu found themselves in an expansive valley. Before them stretched a wide road, the destination unknown. The mountain winds howled, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, and the air carried a dry, earthy scent. Dudu adjusted the hood of her moon goddess attire, pulling the collar up to shield against the wind and sand. Song Qing donned his crimson flame demon hunter cloak, raising the collar to fashion a makeshift mask. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from above. "Welcome to the deadly gas station. We shall now announce the rules of the game. The two teams will board two buses departing from different locations, destined for the same endpoint. Along the way, they will encounter several stations, each serving as a gas station. The first team to reach the destination shall emerge victorious. The competition officially begins." As the voice faded, the only sound that remained was the howling wind. "Daddy, they said a bus would come and pick us up, but where is the vehicle?" Song Qing's face broke into a faint smile. "Do not rush. Typically, when such hints are given in a quest, they are merely traps laid for the players. I surmise the bus is certainly not here. We must seek it out." Upon hearing this, Dudu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he dashed towards the side of the road, attentively scanning both sides for any sign of a vehicle. However, after a brief observation, he still failed to spot any cars or other clues. "Father, it seems there are no vehicles. Where shall we search for one?" Song Qing shushed him and immediately unleashed his sixth sense. In an instant, he grasped everything within a several-kilometer radius. He soon discerned that a bus he sought appeared at a location down the mountain, albeit still stationary. Without delay, Song Qing turned to Dudu and said, "It seems we must descend the mountain first." "Descend?" Dudu questioned, puzzled, until they reached the edge of a cliff and he spotted the bus below, at which point realization dawned upon him. "So high up. Father, how do we get down? Are we to walk?" Song Qing chuckled gently. "Do not fret. The bus will surely arrive here. We shall wait." "All right, father." Thus, the father and daughter patiently awaited the bus, during which time Song Qing took out a self-heating pot to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, outside the quest, Master Stardust observed Song Qing on the screen, his lips twitching in disbelief. "Surely not. Eating again? Come on, you found the vehicle. Why not board it?" Beside him, Old Lin laughed heartily at the sight of Song Qing and Dudu dining. "Ha ha, you have to be kidding me. Is this the elite you found, Stardust? With such intellect? Does he genuinely believe this is the real world, waiting for a bus?" Master Stardust's expression darkened, and he retorted ungraciously, "You are quite meddlesome. Look at Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu, bumbling about like fools. They have yet to locate the bus. Who are you referring to?" Despite being reprimanded by Master Stardust, Old Lin remained unfazed, instead sipping his tea with a smug expression. "Do not think I am unaware. Song Qing must have awakened a talent for sensing his surroundings, which is why he was able to locate the bus so swiftly. But do not rejoice too soon. Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu will inevitably find it. They are seasoned hunters." Master Stardust could not help but glance at another screen. There, Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu continued their aimless search for the bus, resembling headless flies. After searching for a considerable time, without success, Zheng Wan abruptly halted to examine the broad road before him, crouching down to scrutinize each tire track. "Zheng Wu, arms crossed and wielding a curved knife, kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. "Brother, have you discovered anything?" Zheng Wu inquired softly as Zheng Wen rose to his feet. Zheng Wen pondered for a moment, his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand, before speaking. The tire tracks on the ground were sparse, yet some could still be discerned. Judging by the tracks and the cracks in the earth, it appeared that the vehicle had ascended the mountain frequently. Thus, it must have descended from the heights. Zheng Wu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. "Brother, are you suggesting that there is a vehicle down mountain?" "Well, that's merely my conjecture," Zheng Wen replied, "for there are too few reference points, and the clues available to me are limited. This is all I can deduce." "Ha! That's sufficient, brother. Let us descend the mountain and investigate. We shall soon find out. Even if we head in the wrong direction, the vehicle will eventually catch up with us." Zheng Wen nodded, but did not rush to depart. Instead, he turned to Zheng Wu and said, "Wait a moment, please help me gather some stones. And also bring that wooden plank." Zheng Wu paused, puzzled. "What do you need the stones for? And what use is the plank?" Although confused, he complied with Zheng Wen's request, retrieving both the stones and the plank. Zheng Wen pointed at the wooden plank and instructed Zheng Wu, split it into thinner pieces. Without further questioning, Zheng Wu raised his dark-hued knife and cleaved the plank into two thinner boards. Zheng Wen measured the lengths of the pieces, confirming they were just right, before placing one in the center of the road. He then propped up the sides of the plank with stones and placed a heavier rock atop the plank near the edge of the cliff. Witnessing this, Zheng Wu suddenly understood. "Brother, do you intend for the vehicle to drive over the plank, causing the stone to fall and alert us?" Zheng Wen nodded, affirming precisely. Zheng Wu, impressed, gave a thumbs up. "Then let us set off." Thus, the two brothers immediately began their descent down the mountain. Outside the scenario, Lin Laojiu pointed at the screen, displaying the brothers Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu, a smug expression gracing his face. "So what do you think? In this comparison, the superiority is quite evident, is it not?" Master Xingqian remained silent, feeling somewhat speechless. The brothers Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu were no fools like Lu Hong and Wang Shun. They were seasoned experts. If Song Qing continued in the same manner with Du Du, the outcome of this competition would likely be a loss. In truth, Master Xingqian did not mind losing. What troubled him more was the certainty that the ruthless brothers would not spare Song Qing and her daughter. He truly dreaded witnessing the tragic fate that awaited them. Chapter 108. Free Ride. Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu, the brothers, possessed remarkable stamina, and before long, they had descended the mountain. At that moment, the bus at the foot of the hill was just being prepared, with the driver starting the engine and slowly making its way uphill. Suddenly, two figures emerged from around the corner, obstructing the vehicle's path. The driver slammed on the brakes, a displeased expression etched on his face as he regarded the two men. "You cannot board now. You must wait for the next stop." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zheng Wu forcefully kicked open the door and, like a cannonball fired from its barrel, plunged into the bus. The driver froze momentarily, only to be met with Zheng Wu's menacing grin and the glint of a dagger in his hand. Instantly, the driver was decapitated, and the interior of the bus was engulfed in a thick, metallic scent of blood. The passengers erupted in screams, some desperately trying to escape the vehicle. At this juncture, Zheng Wen calmly opened the door and addressed the remaining passengers. "The vehicle is overloaded. You must disembark." With that, he unceremoniously hurled the driver's corpse out of the bus and leisurely took his place in the driver's seat, casually pressing the button to open the back door. As the rear door swung open, the passengers surged out in a panic. The door then shut again, with Zheng Wu occupying a seat at the front, steering the vehicle with one hand while unfurling a route map with the other, a cigarette held between his fingers. The final destination is over 1,000 kilometers away, and there are 7 gas stations along the way. It seems we must hasten to gain the upper hand and prevent them from refueling. Zheng Wu maintained his sinister smile. "Brother, should we offer them a chance? It would be splendid to eliminate that father and daughter duo directly." Zheng Wen shook his head. "The competition is paramount. Killing is merely an ancillary task, optional, not obligatory. We must not lose sight of our primary objective." "Understood, brother." Zheng Wu, despite his imposing physique, was wholly obedient to Zheng Wen. As Zheng Wen sped along the road on the other side, Song Qing and Du had just finished their meal and were following a broadcast exercise displayed on their phones. Dad, your movements aren't quite right. Look, you need to do it like this. Du instructed, demonstrating the proper form. This scene was utterly delightful to Lin Laojiao, who observed from outside the scenario, nearly bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha. I must say, Stardust, what a collection of clowns you have brought together. Truly hilarious. Master Stardust, however, was beyond the point of critique. He could overlook the self-heating meal, but the sight of them exercising by the roadside seemed excessive. Couldn't they have found a bus while expending energy on those exercises? But with matters having reached this stage, Master Stardust felt powerless to warn Song Qing and could only feel anxious. Just as the exercises were nearing completion, the distant sound of approaching vehicles resonated from the road. Dad, the cars are coming. Upon spotting the bus, Du exclaimed loudly. Song Qing nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Indeed, it had finally arrived. Consequently, the father and daughter hurriedly waved to the bus. Soon, the vehicle approached them, and the driver leaned out to glance at Song Qing. Where to? This question left Song Qing and Du momentarily speechless. Where to? They had no idea where they were headed, as the mission had not specified a destination. Just as Song Qing pondered whether to fabricate a location, Du spoke up first. My dad and I are going to the destination. All right then, hop on. The driver replied. Song Qing felt a wave of confusion. Really? Is that permissible? However, he quickly chuckled at his own apprehension. Children possess an innocent charm that often disarms adults. He realized he had been overly cautious, leading to this peculiar situation. Thus, with a smile directed at the driver, Song Qing boarded the bus with Du. Inside the bus, they were the only passengers. The driver appeared rather unapproachable, which kept Song Qing on edge. As the doors closed, the driver did not start the engine, further arousing Song Qing's suspicions. Sure enough, the driver turned to look at Song Qing and Du. The fare to the destination is 3,000 first-grade magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Song Qing furrowed his brow. 3,000 first-grade magic crystals equated to 3 second-grade crystals, a sum he could muster, yet it felt exorbitant. He inquired, how far is it that warrants such a fee? The driver rolled his eyes, his expression tinged with impatience. It's over 1,000 kilometers, not an excessive distance. But the challenge lies in traversing through certain villages and gas stations along the way. Is it unreasonable to charge you 3,000 magic crystals for guiding you through such perilous areas? Faced with a driver who preyed on unsuspecting travelers, Song Qing might have chosen to disembark under different circumstances. However, it was evident that this was the only bus available. Without it, he would have no choice but to walk to their destination. Over 1,000 kilometers on foot. Only a fool would attempt such a feat after a moment's contemplation. Song Qing ultimately decided to produce 3 second-grade magic crystals to hand over to the driver. Yet Du eagerly stood up, declaring, Dad, I'll do it. Song Qing nodded and entrusted the magic crystals to Du. With delight, Du grasped the staff of the Demon Knight City Lord in one hand and the 3 second-grade magic crystals in the other, rushing to the front of the bus. Here you go, Uncle. The driver nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to accept the magic crystals, but the moment he caught sight of the staff in Dudu's hand, he recoiled as if shocked, his body tensing with fear. Du, bewildered by the driver's reaction, asked, Uncle, what's wrong? This is the fare. Please take it. At that moment, the driver felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He once again fixated his gaze on the scepter held by Du, firmly convinced that it belonged to the formidable 1,000-legged demon. However, he was astonished to find such a powerful artifact in the hands of a mere child. Striving to soften his expression, he addressed Du with a gentle tone. Little one, may I ask you a question? Du, with innocent curiosity, tilted her head and replied, Sure, you can ask Uncle. The driver took a deep breath, cautiously pointing at the scepter of the demon lord of the night. That scepter, where did you acquire it? Du glanced back at Song Qing, then turned to the driver and said, It was a reward from the last quest. The driver was taken aback. What? A reward? If that's the case, then, does that mean they defeated the 1,000-legged demon? Gasp. To vanquish the 1,000-legged demon? Who exactly were these two? They were capable of defeating such a fearsome creature? Regardless of how they achieved this feat, it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. Instantly, he plastered a broad smile on his face and said to Dudu, "Thank you, little one. You may go back now." Dudu was momentarily stunned, then waved the magic crystal in her hand and exclaimed, "Uncle, this is the fare. Why won't you take it?" The driver was now drenched in sweat. What a ridiculous notion. This seemingly harmless child was, in fact, a being capable of defeating the thousand-legged demon. How could he dare to extort fare from him? Madness. Thus, he quickly waved his hands and insisted, "No, no, no. You answer my question, so your fare is waived." Upon hearing this, Dudu's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Free?" "Indeed free. And I can also provide some guidance along the way." With that, the driver turned to Song Qing, his sycophantic smile eliciting an uncomfortable sensation. Song Qing, though surprised, nodded and replied, "Thank you very much. Dudu, come back. Don't delay the driver." "Oh." Dudu waved goodbye to the driver and returned to sit beside Song Qing. The vehicle gradually began to move. Outside the instance, old Lin Jiao glanced at Master Xingchen beside him, a smug smile gracing his face. "So, my friend, what do you reckon our odds are now? It has been over half an hour, and the vehicle has just started moving." Master Xingchen, his face a shade of stormy gray, fixed his gaze on him. What is there to be joyful about? This is merely the beginning. Besides, can your people survive the first level? There's zombies over there." Old Lin Jiao waved his folding fan dismissively, chuckling, "Zombies? They are but trifles for my crew." He then pointed at the screen and declared, "Lo and behold, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Our people have reached the first station." Chapter 109. The eerie gas station. Zheng, when gazed at a towering billboard on the right side of the road, emblazoned with the words gas station. He then glanced at the fuel gauge. "Xiao Wu, prepare to get out and refuel." Instantly, Zheng Wu opened his eyes, grasping the long knife in his hand and peering out the window. A sudden screech of brakes resonated as the massive bus halted before the gas station. Zheng Wu leaped through the broken front door, stretching his limbs as he surveyed the surroundings. "It seems so quiet here. Brother, there's nothing wrong, is there?" At that moment, Zheng Wen had agilely climbed atop the vehicle, scanning the area. No immediate danger detected. Hurry and refuel the vehicle. With that, he jumped down, opening his backpack to reveal several fist-sized explosives. Zheng Wen swiftly connected the explosives with fuses, setting the detonation mechanism before placing them atop several gas pumps. Zheng Wu, struck by a sudden craving for a cigarette, retrieved one from his pocket. Just as he was about to light it, Zheng Wen swatted it away, exclaiming, "Are you trying to get us killed?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zheng Wu broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly chuckled. "I forgot, brother. The craving hit me hard. Why don't you refuel first? I'll go smoke over there." Zheng Wen sighed, reluctantly accepting the gas nozzle. He pointed towards a distant area. "If you're going to smoke, do it far away. Don't endanger us both here." "Understood, brother." Zheng Wu cheerfully picked up the discarded cigarette and dashed away. With the gas nozzle in hand, Zheng Wen began to refuel the bus. But the antiquated pump dispensed fuel at a painfully slow rate, especially considering the bus's large tank. After quite some time, the gauge still read insufficient, leading him to suspect that they were being deliberately stalled. He shouted to Zheng Wu, "Stop focusing solely on smoking and remain vigilant of our surroundings." Zheng Wu promptly rose from his perch on a rock, his gaze sweeping the area. The roadside appeared undisturbed, no signs of trouble in sight. Just then, Zheng Wu sensed something amiss behind the gas station. "Brother, I'll check the back." Zheng Wen's brow furrowed. "Be cautious." With that, he drew his dagger, maintaining his focus on the fuel gauge. "Hurry up, damn it, faster." Zheng Wu, wielding his obsidian blade, cautiously circumnavigated to the rear of the gas station. However, as he pulled aside the curtain of a room, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped him. A ghastly sight met his eyes. A decayed zombie dog lunged at him. "Jaws agape. Damn!" Zheng Wu cursed, swinging his knife in a swift arc. With a sickening thud, the blade cleaved the creature in two, its mouth still twitching in a grotesque display. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, scarcely within 2 seconds. Hearing the sounds of a scuffle behind him, Zheng Wen instantly sensed something amiss and hastily inquired, "Xiao Wu, what is going on?" "Bro, there are zombies. Probably dozens." No, hundreds. They're coming. Be careful. In what felt like an instant, the entire gas station's zombies awakened, their mouths agape as they lunged forward. Bro, what should we do? Fight or flee? Zheng Wu rushed to Zheng Wen's side, urgently asking. Zheng Wen glanced at the fuel gauge, frustration boiling over as he kicked the gas tank. Damn it. We've barely filled half. We can't make it to the next station. We fight. All right. Zheng Wu instantly regained his composure, his obsidian-hilted blade shimmering with a deadly glint. A horde of zombies surged forward, each one clawing and snapping at the brothers. Zheng Wen cursed under his breath as he hung the fuel nozzle back on the pump, drawing his short blade in preparation for battle. With a series of swift strikes, Zheng Wu wielded his large knife with fierce precision amidst the throng of zombies, each blow claiming several of the undead. Meanwhile, Zheng Wen was equally formidable. Though his dagger was shorter, it was wielded with remarkable speed, each thrust taking down a zombie. Despite the overwhelming tide of zombies, the brothers remained remarkably calm, standing back to back as they cleared the onslaught. Observing this scene, Lin Lao Jiao chuckled maniacally. Old brother, how do you find my men now? Do they still catch your eye? Master Xingqian, appearing frosty on the surface, was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated the seamless cooperation between the Zheng brothers, who faced such a multitude of zombies with unwavering composure. This was undoubtedly the partnership every organization yearned for. However, in response to Lin Lao Jiao's taunts, he was unwilling to offer any semblance of goodwill. Don't celebrate too soon. This is merely the first round. We still don't know who hold the upper hand. Upon hearing Master Xingqian's words, Lin Lao Jiu laughed even more maniacally. Is that so? Then let us wait and see who emerges victorious in this contest. The two then turned their gazes towards another screen. This one appeared significantly more harmonious, with Song Qing and Du Du seated quietly, engaged in conversation with the driver. The driver, who had previously exuded an aloof demeanor with a piercing gaze, had transformed into a genial, loquacious, neighborly figure. Brother Song Qing, am I driving all right? Song Qing felt exasperated. The man had been incessantly chattering like an unrelenting fly. Yet, faced with such hospitality, he could only accept it silently. Yes, it's fine. Ha ha ha. That's good. By the way, there should be a gas station less than 10 kilometers ahead. We'll likely need to refuel there. All right, let us fill up. But there are quite a few zombies at that gas station. Just moments ago, the lethargic Song Qing suddenly perked up upon hearing this remark. Zombies? Indeed. They may not be particularly formidable, but their numbers are overwhelming. We shall likely squander some time there. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Qing reassured, no worries. When the time comes, you can cheer me on while I handle the zombies. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the driver broke into a wide smile, exclaiming, That's great. As they conversed, Song Qing and Du Du spotted a massive billboard in the distance, emblazoned with the words gas station. We're approaching the gas station, my friend. Let us proceed with caution. Song Qing nodded, extending his consciousness outward, and immediately discerned hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies emerging in the distance. Upon sensing these creatures, Song Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Although they appeared terrifying and moved swiftly, their level was merely equivalent to that of a 30-level malevolent spirit. For Song Qing, the distinction between a 30-level malevolent spirit and a first-level one was virtually negligible. Turning to Dudu, he gently instructed, Sweetheart, stay seated in the car while I handle things. All right? Dudu replied with a nod. Got it, Daddy. As the vehicle came to a halt, Song Qing noticed two individuals amidst the horde of zombies. Upon recognizing them, he chuckled, realizing they were the brothers who seemed to have been trapped there for quite some time. How unfortunate! With that, Song Qing unsheathed his crimson flame blade, prepared to confront the encroaching zombies. Meanwhile, the brothers Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu found themselves increasingly beleaguered by the relentless swarm. Brother, the quantity of these zombies is rather excessive. Zheng Wu exclaimed, frustration evident. Damn it, we underestimated them. Just a bit more, and the tank will be full. At that moment, the towering Zheng Wu felt a zombie attempting to break through, his attention suddenly drawn to a bus nearby. Brother, they arrived. Zheng Wen's heart surged with joy at his sibling's words. Haha, Just when we were at a loss for escape, they've come to our rescue. Truly good people. However, Zheng Wu sensed that there was likely a cunning strategy at play, so he inquired while fending off the zombies, "Brother, what should we do? I've noticed something. These zombies are particularly attracted to the scent of blood. I have a blood pack in my backpack. You're taller, so throw it over there." Zheng Wu's face lit up with delight as he fought more fiercely, even preventing the zombies from breaching Zheng Wen's position. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Wen retrieved the blood pack and handed it to Zheng Wu. "Here." A sly grin crossed Zheng Wu's face as he gazed towards Song Qing with a glint of malice in his eyes. "Let us see you perish." With that, he hurled the blood pack towards Song Qing. The small opening of the pack released a potent scent of blood, instantly attracting a swarm of zombies that rushed to tear it open. Soon, a horde of zombies surged towards Song Qing's bus, launching an assault. The driver, who was just about to open the door, was taken aback. What was happening? There hadn't been this many zombies just moments ago. Where had they all come from? Song Qing sighed, but remained largely unfazed. I have yet to make a move, yet you have already begun to stir up trouble. In light of this, Song Qing leaned in and whispered a few words into Dudu's ear. Upon hearing this, Dudu couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Daddy, Dudu promises to accomplish the task." Dudu then silently recited a few incantations, pointing a finger towards the direction of brothers Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu. In an instant, a flash of light flickered, and the surrounding zombies, as if sensing fresh blood, lunged violently towards the two brothers. Chapter 110. Slaughtering zombies moments ago, the zombies relentlessly assaulted the vehicle. But in the blink of an eye, they suddenly abandoned their attack. The driver, bewildered, found himself at a loss as to what had transpired. At that moment, Song Qing urged the driver, "Brother, open the door. Let's refuel." The driver nodded, pressing the button to unlock the door. To his astonishment, the surrounding zombies seemed oblivious to their presence, instead charging toward Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu. Meanwhile, Song Qing exited the vehicle, seizing the fuel nozzle to commence refueling. Observing the throngs of zombies besieging Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu from all sides, a smug smile crept across his face. Zheng Wan, who had been searching for an opportunity to escape, realized that the number of zombies around them had inexplicably increased, and they appeared more ferocious than before. "Xiao Wu, you didn't throw the blood pack our way, did you?" Zheng Wan inquired. Zheng Wu, sensing something amiss, replied, "I distinctly tossed the blood pack towards Song Qing. Yet these zombies are ignoring the blood and are now attacking us. Brother, I did throw it. I have no idea what's happening, but these fiends have gone mad, charging at us." Zheng Wan, trusting his brother's honesty, deduced that the only explanation was that Song Qing had employed some underhanded method to draw the zombies towards them. "Damn it, this kid truly has some tricks up his sleeve. We must break through quickly and blow this place up before they finish refueling. All right, brother, I'll see if I can make a dash. Be careful, Xiao Wu." "Understood, brother." Thus, the two brothers embarked on their attempt to breach the horde of zombies. However, after a brief skirmish, Zheng Wu realized that despite his formidable swordsmanship, it was futile against the dense mass of zombies. The sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. Even if he eliminated those before him, more would swiftly take their place. "Brother, there are simply too many zombies. It's proving difficult to break through." Zheng Wu lamented helplessly to Zheng Wan. "Don't panic. There must be a way." Zheng Wan retorted, cursing under his breath as he glanced at the time on his wrist. "Oh no, Song Qing must be nearly done refueling." Almost as if on cue, Song Qing's voice echoed, "Zheng brothers, our tank is full. Enjoy yourselves. Farewell." With a triumphant grin, he discarded the fuel nozzle onto the ground, climbed into his vehicle, and shut the door. The roar of the engine filled the air as the bus slowly cruised past them. Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu glared at Song Qing's self-satisfied expression, seething with rage. "You wait. This isn't over." With renewed determination, the brothers continued their relentless fight against the zombies. With a disdainful smile, Song Qing coolly instructed Dudu, "Release another set of traps for them." Dudu promptly nodded and casually unleashed 2 more traps. The vehicle roared to life, gradually departing the gas station and heading toward their next destination. Outside the confines of the instance, at the monitoring screen, Master Stardust's expression transformed from grim to bright. his face radiating joy as he turned to old Nine Lin. Well, how would you assess this maneuver? Old Nine Lin's countenance darkened, and he slammed his palm against the table, furiously rebuking these two fools. Why not simply destroy a fuel pump? Their minds are utterly dull. Master Stardust continued. I warned you not to celebrate prematurely. See, the tables have turned. Old Nine Lin spat contemptuously at the ground, retorting, I have a piece of advice for you as well. Don't rejoice too soon. This time, they merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Thus, both men ignored one another, their gazes fixed on the screen. At this moment, the vehicle carrying Song Qing continued its steady course toward the next target. The outside world remained shrouded in a dim, yellowish haze, occasionally stirred by winds laden with sand, the surroundings starkly desolate. Yet inside the car, a cheerful atmosphere prevailed. The driver, adhering to Song Qing's request, switched the music from heavy metal rock to catchy children's songs. Dudu swung her little legs, singing along to the melody, while Song Qing kept rhythm with claps. And even the driver wore a broad smile, momentarily forgetting his weariness. After a prolonged journey, they finally arrived at the next gas station. The driver cautioned, the creatures here are even more formidable than zombies. Exercise caution. Song Qing maintained her nonchalant demeanor, replying, all right, understood. Once the vehicle came to a halt, a multitude of zombie-like creatures emerged from the mountains surrounding the gas station. However, these beings possessed tails, indicating they were a far more powerful breed than ordinary zombies. Their numbers were substantial, with levels ranging from 30 to 50. Taking a deep breath, Song Qing turned to Dudu. This time, do you want to accompany Daddy to battle monsters? Dudu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, Daddy? Can I go too? Of course, but you must listen to Daddy. Yes. Yes. I promise to obey you, Daddy. Ever since the first instance, Dudu had persistently pleaded with Song Qing to allow her to hunt monsters, but he had never acquiesced, recognizing that she was still just a little girl of over 4 years. She was his only family in this world, and he had to ensure her safety. The driver glanced at Song Qing, concern etched across his face. Isn't Dudu too young for this? Could it be dangerous? Song Qing chuckled reassuringly. I'll be right there. There's no danger. Open the door. The driver sighed and opened the door. As Dudu and Song Qing arrived at the gas station, the surrounding tailed zombies immediately lunged toward them. Song Qing gazed earnestly at Dudu, instructing, this time, Father will assist you. Be cautious. I understand, Dad, Dudu replied, retrieving the staff, her expression a blend of seriousness that evoked a twinge of sympathy. Observing the encroaching zombies, Song Qing quietly recited a mantra before raising his hand and sweeping it toward the distance. With a thunderous roar, a storm erupted. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the horde of zombies with ferocious intensity. The violent electricity incinerated the zombies at the epicenter, reducing them to charred remnants. Yet, the phenomenon did not cease there. The immense current cascaded through the surrounding undead. The paralysis spread rapidly, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, rendering all nearby zombies in a state of stupor. Witnessing this spectacle, not only was the driver astonished, but even Song Qing himself was taken aback. Having chosen the mage class, he had yet to employ his skill, Thunder Strike, and was astounded by the flawless execution of his first experiment. If wielded against higher-level foes, this skill could prove exceedingly effective. The instant paralysis afforded him ample time to strategize, and the transmission capability left Song Qing in awe. Dudu, observing the motionless zombies, was momentarily stunned before glancing at Song Qing. Dad, may we begin? Song Qing promptly nodded and stepped beside her. With staff in hand, Dudu approached the nearest zombie. I will strike. The staff came crashing down upon the zombie's head. With a shatter, the creature disintegrated into a multitude of shards, akin to glass. This is so much fun, Dudu exclaimed joyfully, using her staff to topple each remaining zombie in the vicinity. Before long, every zombie around the gas station had been reduced to fragments. Song Qing noted an intriguing phenomenon. Against lower-level monsters, the paralysis effect of Thunder Strike lasted significantly longer. This implied that when confronting higher-level adversaries, the skill might only incapacitate them for a fleeting second or two. Understanding this, Songqing glanced at the fuel gauge on the vehicle. The tank is full. Dudu, it is time for us to depart. Dudu nodded immediately, casting a lingering gaze at the scattered debris. Dad, are there any monsters left behind? Chapter 111. No retreat upon hearing Dudu's words. The driver in the driver's seat was momentarily stunned. He had witnessed the recent events with his own eyes. Although the little girl appeared harmless, her methods of dispatching zombies were utterly terrifying. With a staff in hand, she struck the zombies with unwavering composure. What instilled even greater fear in him was Songqing's thunderstrike technique, which was nothing short of shocking. With a single bolt of lightning, all the zombies were rendered paralyzed and immobile. Was this what they called the awakening of a godly skill? The driver was oblivious. Having lived in this instance for many years, he had never encountered such a formidable individual. He exhaled in relief, thankful that he had discovered Dudu's staff in time, which had ultimately saved his life. He could only imagine the consequences had he insisted on claiming those 3,000 magic crystals. Would Songqing have sought retribution? With a smile plastered on his face, he turned to Dudu and said, "Rest assured, little girl, there are many more monsters ahead, and they will be even stronger." This statement carried dual meanings. One, to reassure Dudu that there were more monsters to slay, which would surely delight her. And two, to subtly remind Songqing of the impending threats, thus fostering goodwill. As expected, Dudu's face lit up with joy upon hearing the driver's words. "That's wonderful. Daddy, will I get to kill again at the next stop?" "Absolutely. The next stop is yours, all the way to the end, if you please." Dudu nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with delight. The vehicle roared to life, but just before departing, Songqing rolled down the window. He then raised his right hand, and a fiery arrow shot forth, ignited with the crimson flames of a spinning effect. The arrow struck the nearby fuel tank with precision, and the moment it was ignited, a ferocious blaze erupted. Flames rapidly spread in all directions, culminating in a resounding explosion. The entire gas station was reduced to ruins, billowing clouds of black smoke into the air. The driver's heart raced as he slammed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle towards their next target. Meanwhile, Lin Laojio, fixated on the large screen, had turned pale. The formidable abilities displayed by Songqing and Dudu left him speechless in astonishment. Master Stardust, on the other hand, was animatedly rubbing his hands together, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." He could not resist glancing at Lin Laojio beside him, his eyes filled with a provocative glint. "So, do you think your people still stand a chance?" Fury ignited within Lin Laojio, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Cheating. They are cheating." Master Stardust cast a sidelong glance at him, coldly retorting, "Cheating? Just because you say so, does that make it true? Where exactly have they cheated? This is the awakening skill bestowed by the formidable awakeners. How can it be deemed cheating? If blame is to be assigned, it can only fall upon your own weakness. Very well, just you wait. Do you truly believe my people are mere idle bystanders, possessing only this modicum of ability? Their powers have yet to be unleashed." This statement suddenly illuminated Master Stardust. Indeed, the brothers Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu had consistently showcased their formidable martial prowess from the very beginning. As for their awakened abilities, they had yet to reveal them. It was evident that they intended to reserve their strengths for a pivotal moment. Although Master Stardust had heard whispers of their capabilities, he had never witnessed them firsthand, nor did he grasp the extent of their might. Thus far, it appeared that Songqing and Dudu maintained the upper hand. Furthermore, with the explosion of a gas station, the brothers Zheng Wen and Zheng would likely be unable to refuel their vehicle, which could potentially impact their ultimate victory. Master Stardust silently prayed that no further calamities would arise. At that moment, the brothers Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu had managed to extricate themselves from the horde of zombies and swiftly boarded their vehicle, racing towards the next gas station. Their speed was remarkable as they surged forward at a breakneck pace. "We must avenge this grievance," Zheng Wu declared. A fierce expression etched upon his face as he struck a nearby iron railing with a forceful punch, bending it instantly. Zheng Wen's eyes blazed with fury as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Though he spoke not a word, it was clear that his anger simmered deeply. These two ruffians must have employed some underhanded tactics to lure the zombies towards us. Perhaps they awakened an ability to entice the undead. While driving, Zheng Wen muttered to himself, continuously analyzing the recent events. It seems we can no longer rely on this method. Once we catch up to them, we must devise a way to dismantle their vehicle. As he spoke, the car rounded a bend and finally arrived at the next gas station. However, upon sighting the gas station in the distance, they were instantly taken aback. Fiery flames soared skyward, distorting the very air around them. The inferno consumed the vicinity in darkness. From hundreds of meters away, the wind carried a thick haze of smoke, enveloping the interior of the vehicle in oppressive heat. Brother, what has ignited ahead? Could it be? Zheng Wu felt an ominous premonition. They had previously intended to demolish that gas station, and to their dismay, before they could escape, Song Qing had filled up and fled. To their astonishment, their adversaries had accomplished what they had aimed to do at the second gas station, obliterating their hopes entirely. With a screech, the vehicle came to a sudden halt beside the gas station, and the brothers immediately disembarked. Gazing at the blazing gas station before them, their faces were etched with fury. What shall we do? Brother, the gas station has been destroyed. Zheng Wu was consumed by a profound fury. While Zheng Wen discovered something peculiar, he hurriedly dashed to the vicinity of the gas station, stunned by the remnants of zombies scattered across the ground. He quickly bent down to pick up a fragment, scrutinizing it closely, and realized it resembled a piece that had been frozen and then shattered. Could it be that they possessed other means? The more Zheng Wen contemplated, the more unsettled he felt, prompting him to sprint towards the side. The ground was strewn with dismembered body parts, and all the zombies had been eradicated. How could this be? How could this be? What methods had they employed? A sense of foreboding enveloped Zheng Wen, and he urgently beckoned Zheng Wu to join him. They needed to ascertain whether any zombies remained nearby. Zheng Wu, not daring to delay, lifted his ebony blade and began searching around the gas station. However, after a thorough search, they found no zombies. Evidently, all had been cleared by Song Qing. Brother, what shall we do? Our fuel is running low. Zheng Wen gestured for his younger sibling to remain calm. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind, and he dashed back to the vehicle to retrieve the map. Hopefully, there was a village nearby, and perhaps some survivors remained within, allowing them to procure fuel. Thus, the two brothers hastily made their way along a narrow path. After approximately half an hour of running, a small village indeed came into view. Upon seeing it, Song Wen immediately issued orders. We must enter the village and find gasoline. It is imperative we succeed, or the hard-earned opportunity may slip away. Zheng Wu understood the gravity of the situation, and they set off in different directions toward the village. After about 20 minutes, the brothers reappeared at the village's outskirts, each carrying large bottles and small canisters. Heaven has not forsaken us. It seems there is still hope. Let us pursue, Zheng Wen exclaimed, and they rushed to the vehicle, filling the tank before accelerating towards their next target. Meanwhile, Song Qing and Du had cleared the third gas station. Du, wielding a sipte, bore a semblance of fatigue, having expended considerable energy in the recent skirmish. Yet, the young girl remained exhilarated, brandishing her scepter with a beaming smile. Father, these zombies are hardly formidable, she declared. Song Qing smiled indulgently. Indeed, my dear is becoming increasingly capable. Gulme, let us return to the vehicle and have something to eat before we set off again. The father and daughter returned to the car, and just as the driver was about to start, Song Qing halted him. Let's not rush. We should eat something first, as we have been on the go all morning, and it is now lunchtime. The driver's expression turned to one of surprise upon hearing Song Qing's words. You brought food? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qing conjured several self-heating pots and arranged them in a neat line. Take your pick, she invited. The driver was left utterly astonished. He never imagined that someone would bring so much food while grinding through dungeons. Chapter 112. There is always a way out after satisfying their hunger and thirst. Song Qing glanced at the time and called out to the driver. It is time to set off. Let us go. The driver, tidying his attire, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle once again ventured onto the highway. However, not 20 minutes had passed when an old, dilapidated bus pulled into the gas station. Upon witnessing the raging flames engulfing the station, Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu's expressions turned grave. They are leaving us no chance at all, Zheng Wu exclaimed in anger, kicking a nearby iron barrel. Clutching his ominous black blade, he was at a loss for where to strike, merely standing in place, roaring with fury. Zheng Wu had anticipated such an outcome and waved his hand lightly as he walked toward the nearby area. He noticed several discarded, self-heating pots still radiating warmth. Damn it! They actually left after finishing their meal. Seeing the faint steam rising from the pots filled him with indignation. They had sprinted tirelessly, searching for gasoline and clues, exhausting themselves without a single morsel of food. Meanwhile, Song Qing had indulged in a feast with his daughter, treating them as if they were invisible. Zhuan, swear to eliminate him today, he silently vowed, then turned to Zheng Wu and urged, stop dawdling. There are villages nearby. Let us quickly search for gasoline and strive to catch up with them. All right, brother, I'll head over immediately. The two brothers dashed towards the nearest village once more. However, this village was considerably farther from the gas station than the previous one. Having expended considerable energy, they were now utterly fatigued. Fortunately, they had prepared an emergency kit for such situations. With no time to spare, they opened the kit, which contained not only some emergency medications, but also water and high-energy protein bars. After nibbling on a small portion of the protein bars and taking a few sips of water, they resumed their search for the village. It seemed as though fate wished to grant them a sliver of hope as they eventually located the village. Regrettably, they were unable to find any gasoline there. Dragging their weary bodies, Zheng Wu shook his head at Zheng Wan, who was approaching from afar. No gasoline found. There isn't even a single vehicle in the village. Zheng Wan felt a twinge of disappointment, raising his gaze towards the brilliant sky and shouting, after all my efforts to finally attain this opportunity, is it all for naught? Though reluctant to concede, he clenched his teeth and declared, no, there must be something else here. Let us keep searching. With that, the two brothers turned to continue their quest. Suddenly, Zheng Wu sensed something on the ground that caught his attention. He hurriedly called out to Zheng Wan, brother, over there appears to be tire tracks. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wan hurriedly rushed over and, as expected, discovered several faint tire tracks on the ground. The sight of these tracks reignited a profound sense of hope in the eyes of the two brothers. They followed the tire marks with meticulous care. Eventually, they stumbled upon a concealed underground parking lot in an uninhabited courtyard. The parking lot featured a metal gate, which, in the presence of Zheng Wu, seemed utterly ineffective. He brandished his black gold ghost head knife and struck the iron gate fiercely. With a resounding crack, a large opening appeared in the gate. Together, they pried it open and beheld a sleek black SUV parked inside. The sight of the vehicle elicited an excited exclamation from both brothers. Ha ha ha! Heaven has not forsaken us. Come on, let us check it out. However, after a brief moment of jubilation, Zheng Wu suddenly felt a pang of discouragement. Brother, wouldn't switching vehicles directly violate the rules? What if they don't count it for us? Upon hearing Zheng Wu's concern, Zheng Wen too felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, he swiftly recalled the messages displayed in the sky upon entering the instance. His eyes lit up as he grasped Zheng Wu's shirt and exclaimed, haha, do you remember the announcement at the beginning? Zheng Wu felt a chill, shaking his head lightly. I can't quite recall. I believe it indicated that whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Just as he uttered those words, a spark of realization flashed in his eyes as he looked at Zheng Wan with surprise. Brother, do you mean that as long as we reach the finish line, regardless of the method, it counts? Is that what you're saying? You finally grasped it. That is precisely the point. So, as long as we arrive at the finish line, it doesn't matter if we fly there. Excellent. Excellent. So what are we waiting for? Let us move. Consequently, they thoroughly inspected the vehicle before setting off towards their next destination. This high-performance SUV, in contrast to a bus, consumed considerably less fuel and boasted greater speed, along with the ability to traverse complex terrains. They were oblivious to the whereabouts of Song Qing and the others, merely sensing that they had been pulled quite a distance away. Previously, they had worried that the old bus might not keep up, but now with this SUV, catching up to Song Qing's dilapidated vehicle was undoubtedly feasible. As the vehicle continued its journey, outside the instance, Lin Laojiu's previously distressed expression finally eased. He burst into a fit of laughter, completely disregarding Master Xing Chen's grave demeanor. Well, Master Xing, didn't I tell you? There is always a way out. My two subordinates certainly had other means. This time, Master Xing remained silent, feeling quite vexed. He had not anticipated that the instance would provide them with such a loophole. At this moment, it appears that Song Qing, who seemed to have the victory in his grasp, is now faced with new troubles. If he continues at this leisurely pace, meticulously cleansing each gas station, he will undoubtedly be overtaken by the brothers Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu. Should that occur, a bloody confrontation would be inevitable. He harbors deep concerns that once the brothers reveal their awakened abilities, Song Qing might not stand a chance against them. With these worries weighing on his mind, Master Xingchen once again gazes at the screen. At this juncture, Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, has just completed the cleaning of the fourth gas station. In the vehicle, while cradling the already slumbering Dudu, Song Qing quietly inquires of the driver, "How much further do we have to go?" The driver glances at the odometer and map before responding, "We have covered 2/3 of the journey, with only a short distance remaining. However, the challenges will increase as we proceed." Song Qing nods slightly, contemplating whether to continue hunting zombies. Just then, after a moment of hesitation, the driver speaks up again. "The remainder of the journey won't be as easy as it is now. We may have to navigate through several village roads, which are not well maintained, and we might encounter zombies blocking our path." Acknowledging this with a brief Song Qing continues to ponder if they should charge straight ahead, considering if Dudu could potentially achieve an SSS rating. The vehicle falls into a silence as they drive toward their next destination. By around 3 in the afternoon, the road ahead begins to grow rugged. The car jolts, awakening Dudu from her slumber. "Daddy, where are we?" Song Qing looks down at her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Is it too bumpy? Did it wake you up?" Dudu shakes her head gently, extending her small fists and stretching. "No, I was sleeping quite well. Thank you, Daddy." She then glances outside. "Have we arrived at a village?" "Yes," he replies. "We will soon be traveling along roads near a village, which are not easy to traverse." After a brief moment, Dudu runs to the adjacent seat, leaning against the window to observe the scenery. Having grown up in Jiangnan City, she rarely ventured out, and Song Qing, focused on her health, seldom took her anywhere beyond the hospital, school, and home. As she gazes at the villages, a spark of wonder fills her eyes, and she examines the surroundings with curiosity. Suddenly, the driver shouts, abruptly slamming on the brakes. The wheels kick up a cloud of dust as the car comes to a halt by the roadside. The driver curses under his breath, looking ahead. "Some reckless individuals are blocking our path. I'll go see who it is." Although he is a neutral character in this scenario, he is still apprehensive, aware of the potential danger posed by the malevolent spirits. Song Qing gestures for the driver to remain seated, then extends his consciousness outward. As his consciousness detected the presence of several villagers ahead, a hint of surprise crossed his face. It was nothing more than a few villagers. Just as he was speaking, several villagers approached their vehicle, some wielding hoes, others brandishing shovels. One man, adorned with a white towel on his head, gently tapped on the window, pressing his face against the glass to peer inside, and in a thick accent, he inquired, "Are you from the city? Could you possibly lend us a hand?" Chapter 113. The roadblock at the village entrance. Upon hearing such a demand, the driver was momentarily taken aback. He begrudgingly opened the window a crack and shouted at the villagers in anger, "Are you all out of your minds? Don't you fear for your lives? We're driving fast. Hurry up and move aside. We have matters to attend to and cannot assist you." With that, he rolled up the window and prepared to accelerate away. However, Song Qing suddenly felt that this was a pivotal point in their quest designed to test them. He quickly turned to the driver and said, "Hold on. I will step out to take a look." The driver paused at Song Qing's words, then hastily replied, "Mr. Song Qing, those people outside are of unknown origin. It would be wise not to go out. What if they are malevolent spirits?" Song Qing glanced at him and chuckled softly. "Do you doubt my ability to handle such individuals?" The driver was momentarily speechless, then awkwardly chuckled. "Indeed, just be cautious." He opened the car door, and Song Qing stepped out, taking Dudu by the hand as they exited the vehicle. At that moment, the villagers who had blocked the road gathered around them. Their attire resembled that of villagers from decades past. A man wearing a white towel on his head with a mouthful of discolored teeth, pulled out a pack of cigarettes of an unknown brand, offering one to Song Qing. "Here, leader, have a smoke." Song Qing shook his head, politely refusing the man's gesture, and inquired, "You mentioned needing my assistance. What is happening here?" Upon hearing Song Qing express a willingness to help, the villagers' faces lit up with excitement. They began to speak in a cacophony, their heavy accents rendering Song Qing unable to comprehend their words. He quickly raised his hand to calm them. "Please, let us not rush. Let us select a representative to speak one at a time, shall we?" The villagers immediately turned their attention to the man with the white towel. He sighed softly and pointed in the direction of the village, saying, "Alas, we are left with no choice but to seek help. A monster has appeared in our village, frequently attacking our people and abducting our children. This creature is immensely powerful, with a robust physique and skin as tough as stone. Our makeshift weapons, including homemade guns and various clubs, cannot inflict any harm upon it. This morning, our only female teacher was taken, along with over 20 students from our village. We are deeply worried, fearing that these monsters may devour our children and our teacher. Thus, we resorted to this desperate measure, hoping you could assist us. We are truly grateful for your help." Listening to this account, Song Qing turned to glance at Dudu, noticing her sympathetic expression towards their plight, as if she too wished to lend a hand. After a moment of contemplation, he checked the time and asked, "Where's the monster now?" "The creature resides in the mountains behind us, approximately an hour's journey from this location." Upon hearing this, Song Qing displayed a flicker of hesitation. If they lingered here for more than an hour, it was likely that the brothers Zheng Wan and Zheng Wu would pursue them. Should they fail to accomplish their task and allow the opposing side to seize the initiative, they might forfeit their opportunity to enter the Fanhai Guild. However, contemplating the potential benefits, Song Qing pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is there a path in the village suitable for vehicles?" The villagers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, then looked towards the vehicle behind Song Qing, shaking their heads in unison. "This vehicle is far too large. It cannot traverse that narrow path." Hearing this, Song Qing felt a twinge of frustration. Whether to assist or not was a grave dilemma. Just then, someone from the village called out, "Isn't there a donkey cart in our village? The cart moves faster than walking. It should suffice to take our leader there." The villagers nodded in agreement, and the man with the white towel eagerly added, Yes, the donkey cart is indeed swifter. Why not let our leader take a ride?" Before Song Qing could respond, Dudu, standing beside her, expressed her excitement. "Daddy, I want to ride the donkey cart." Reluctantly, Song Qing acquiesced to her wish. Thus, the group joyfully made their way to the village, retrieving the donkey they held in high regard. Wasting no time, they harnessed the cart, with the man in the white towel taking the reins while Song Qing, Dudu, and the driver settled in the back. The remaining villagers ran alongside the cart, forming a lively procession heading towards the mountains. With the donkey cart, their pace quickened considerably, and Song Qing was astonished by the villagers' stamina. These individuals ran continuously for half an hour without exhibiting a trace of fatigue. He pondered whether they were beings of extraordinary endurance, accustomed to the rigors of their mountainous terrain. Finally, as the man in the white towel pulled on the reins and called for a halt, the donkey came to a stop before a vast cliff, revealing a large cave below. The cave was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, surrounded by dense weeds and jagged rocks, casting an eerie atmosphere in the afternoon gloom. The man in the white towel trembled slightly as he pointed towards the distant cave. Monsters dwell within that cave. As for what lies inside, we have previously sent many villagers to investigate, yet none have returned. After listening to this, Song Qing nodded slightly and extended his consciousness. Indeed, within the cave, he discerned a massive creature, its body as sturdy as stone, resembling a wild man. As Song Qing continued to delve deeper into his origins, he stumbled upon a group of children in the depths of the cave, among whom was a woman, presumably the teacher spoken of by the villagers. At that moment, Dudu's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. "Daddy, let's go inside." The villagers were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock upon hearing Dudu's urge to enter. "Little one, you mustn't go in there. It's far too dangerous." That monster has a penchant for devouring children. Indeed, indeed. You are so beautiful and possess such a kind heart. The monster surely wouldn't spare you. That's right. You should stay here. Allow us to handle this. The man with the white towel looked at Song Qing with gratitude etched upon his face. Esteemed leader, we are grateful for your assistance, and we certainly cannot allow you to venture in alone. We shall accompany you and follow your guidance. However, upon hearing this, Song Qing merely waved his hand slightly, a smile gracing his features. My dear friends, please refrain from calling me leader. I am no such person. You may simply call me Song Qing, or even brother will suffice. Moreover, to confront these monsters, my daughter and I shall enter alone. You can wait outside. At this declaration, the man with the white towel exhibited a look of astonishment, quickly shaking his head. Brother, you are unaware of the ferocity of that monster. You truly cannot handle alone. Let's all go together. The other villagers waved their weapons in agreement. Yes, we must all go. We cannot let our brother face the danger alone. Indeed, the monster has kidnapped our children. We cannot stand idly by. Our brother is truly a good man. The people of our village will forever be grateful. Observing the villagers' earnest expressions, Song Qing smiled once more. Enough of this chatter. Your presence will only hinder my efforts. You shall wait at the entrance. The villagers attempted to argue further, but the driver stepped forward to intervene. Everyone, please refrain from speaking, with Mr. Song Qing here. You need not worry. He is exceptionally capable. Dealing with these monsters will be a breeze for him, and do not underestimate this little girl. She is far more formidable than any of you. Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Song Qing, then turned to Du. They could scarcely fathom the prowess of a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Yet, while they were still embroiled in debate, Song Qing had already led Du into the cave. Chapter 114. Doing good deeds to save others outside the instance. Lin Lao Jiao observed as Song Qing and Du entered the cave, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter once again. What a perfect illustration of no trouble, no death. How amusing it is that those two have the leisure to meddle in others' affairs. He then glanced at Master Xingqian, his expression laced with mockery. I wonder if Master Xingqian has anything to say now? Does he feel he has recruited 2 inept subordinates? Upon hearing the derogatory remarks, Master Xingqian slammed his hand on the table and pointed an accusing finger at Lin Lao Jiao, exclaiming in anger, "Shut your mouth. Your 2 subordinates are the real fools. They haven't even caught up yet. So what right do you have to criticize Song Qing?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Lao Jiao's mouth. Do not forget, the rules of this instance dictate that victory goes to the one who reaches the finish line first. Even if you complete more tasks here, what difference does it make? His words struck a chord with Master Xingqian, addressing his deepest concern. After all, the outcome of this competition hinged on who could ultimately arrive at the destination first. The ratings, or items collected along the way, seemed rather insignificant in comparison. Meanwhile, Song Qing was wasting precious time assisting the villagers in combating some demons. Lin Lao Jiao cast a glance at the adjacent screen, where the Zheng brothers were racing their off-road vehicle, evidently nearing the village. Throughout their journey, they had scoured the streets and villages for food and gasoline, collecting everything they could find. At that moment, Zheng Wen noticed the high-temperature warning light on the dashboard flickering. Damn it, just when it matters the most. He cursed under his breath, stopping the vehicle to refill the radiator with the water they had scavenged from the back seat. We'll soon be on the village road, and there are bound to be many monsters inside. We should proceed with caution. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Zheng Wen advised his brother Zheng Wu. Nodding in agreement, Zheng Wu crushed some instant noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. Got it, brother. By the way, when do you think we can catch up with them? Those 2 are surprisingly swift. Zheng Wen sighed, feeling the weight of frustration. They had faced immense hardship. Every gas station had been ravaged by Song Qing and his companions, leaving them with no fuel. Each time their tank ran dry, they had to scavenge through the village for gasoline. By now, they had developed an instinctive reaction. Whenever they were low on fuel, they would immediately search for the nearest village. Look, their vehicle is definitely slower than ours. We should be able to catch up soon, Zheng Wen remarked, uncertain whether he was speaking to his brother or himself, yet hope filled his heart once more. Meanwhile, As they replenished their strength, Song Qing and Du had already ventured into the cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Song Qing held a flashlight, illuminating the depths, when suddenly a ferocious roar echoed from afar. The ground trembled violently, sending waves of panic through the villagers outside the cave. "Oh no, the monster is about to emerge. Is the leader safe?" One villager exclaimed. "Indeed, it sounds like that stone giant. I wonder if that fellow can withstand it." Another pondered. "Should we not go and assist?" "Yes, I believe we should. That stone giant is colossal, with skin as hard as iron, virtually indestructible. It would be best to lure it out." The crowd exchanged ideas, their eyes fixed on the cave's entrance, while the driver shook his head in disapproval. "I strongly advise against entering. If you were to get hurt, it would truly be a calamity." A man wearing a white headscarf glanced at the driver. "Just how formidable is that leader? Please enlighten us." With nothing else to occupy him, the driver began recounting the events that had transpired on their journey, his gaze still fixed on the cave. As the villagers learned that Song Qing could summon lightning with a single hand and that Du could effortlessly shatter the undead with her staff, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, if that is the case, our brother is incredibly powerful, akin to a deity," one exclaimed. "Indeed, if that is true, then surely our teacher and students are safe." Joy surged through them. "I knew there was hope. May the heavens protect them, and may everyone emerge unscathed." They eagerly awaited the outcome when suddenly a blinding light erupted from within the cave. Their eyes widened in anticipation, recalling the driver's words about Song Qing's ability to summon lightning. Excitement painted across their faces. At that moment, Song Qing and Du beheld a colossal creature with dark, grayish skin. The beast opened its enormous maw and roared at them. Startled, Du instinctively took a step back, but Song Qing positioned himself protectively behind her, softly reassuring her. "It's all right. Although it appears formidable, it's not as fearsome as it seems." Du looked up at Song Qing, her disbelief evident. "Really? Is it truly that simple, father?" Song Qing nodded, gesturing towards the distant monster. "Why not try to unleash your light?" The creature, momentarily disregarding their conversation, let out a thunderous roar that mimicked human speech. "Damnumans! You dare trespass in my domain? Do you wish to perish?" It extended its enormous finger towards Du, saliva dripping from its mouth, green and viscous. "This child appears tender-skinned. He shall make a delightful meal for me today," it declared, lunging towards Du with its massive hand. Just then, Du chanted a few incantations under her breath and lifted her right hand with sudden fervor. With a swift motion, she unleashed her power. A blinding radiance illuminated the cavern, casting its glow throughout the entire space. As the monster's arm made contact with the holy light emitted by Du, it began to disintegrate inch by inch. The stone creature emitted piercing cries of anguish, hastily retreating. Yet, wherever the holy light touched its form, that part of its body dissolved into nothingness. Moments later, the stone creature collapsed, wailing in despair. "Please, please do not kill me." Upon hearing the creature's plea, Dudu's heart softened, and he glanced up at Song Qing. "Father, should we kill it?" Seeing the innocence etched on Dudu's face, Song Qing let out a deep sigh. "It has captured many children. We must rescue them. So this monster must be eliminated." Dudu took a deep breath, determination flickering in his expression, before closing his eyes and allowing the holy light to radiate once more. Moments later, the stone creature was reduced to a mere pile of rubble, while the remaining monsters scrambled to flee the cavern. A faint smile crept on Song Qing's lips. Thinking of escaping? It is too late for that. With a swift motion, he summoned lightning to flicker violently within the cavern. The monsters that came into contact with the bolts were instantly struck down. Du, unhesitating, seized his staff and began to strike at the remaining creatures. In no time, the monsters lay defeated, scattered across the ground. With the task complete, Du exhaled in relief. The monsters had been vanquished. Next, they needed to rescue the trapped individuals within the cave. After walking several dozen meters deeper into the cavern, they discovered a dark dungeon housing a group of people. Upon hearing the footsteps, cries and fearful screams echoed from within. Du cupped his hands to form a megaphone and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, do not be afraid. We have come to rescue you. My father and I are here to save you." The cries abruptly ceased. It was only when Dudu illuminated his staff and approached the entrance that they recognized a little girl rather than a monster. A young female teacher inside, upon seeing Song Qing and Dudu, was overwhelmed with joy, embracing the children around her and weeping. Outside the cavern, the crowd, hearing the commotion, could no longer contain themselves and rushed into the cave. Thus, all the children and teachers who had been captured were saved. Song Qing and Dudu had successfully completed their rescue mission. Outside the instance, Lin Lao Jiao scoffed at the actions of Song Qing and Dudu on the screen. What is the point? They saved only a few people, mere trifles within this instance. Their efforts are futile, and they are destined to lose. He then turned to another screen, a broader smile stretching across his face. Ha ha, little did they know, my people are on their way. This time, Song Qing cannot escape. Chapter 115. The death of Zheng Wu, the man in the white scarf, and the villagers expressed profound gratitude to Song Qing and Dudu for their life-saving intervention, insisting on their hospitality in the village. However, Song Qing and Dudu had pressing matters to attend to, making it impossible for them to stay. They politely declined the villagers' generous offer and, after entering their vehicle, departed without delay. The villagers stood by the roadside, waving fervently at Song Qing and Dudu's car until it vanished from their sight. Let us return. The monster in the village has been vanquished, and we can now lead a stable life, the man with the white scarf said. He then turned to look at the young female teacher, a hint of relief evident on his face. It was fortunate that help arrived to save Teacher Chun. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The others nodded in agreement, sharing in the sentiment. The young female teacher wore an expression tinged with guilt. I'm so sorry for the trouble I caused you all. This time, the demon sealed within me should be contained. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone waved their hands dismissively, conveying that there was no need for apologies. It is all right. Teacher Chun, your efforts to educate our children in the village have already helped us immensely. How can we possibly blame you? One villager reassured her. Indeed, you were possessed by that demon. It is not your fault. We are grateful that you risked your life to suppress it. Otherwise, our village will have faced destruction. Another added, yes, after this ordeal, let us devise a plan to assist Teacher Chun in controlling the demon within her. The group continued as they made their way back toward the village. At that moment, the roar of a powerful engine echoed from afar, abruptly interrupting their conversation. The villagers paused, noticing a sleek black SUV coming to a halt at the village's entrance. Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu emerged from the vehicle, their expressions fierce as Zheng Wu shouted at the crowd, "Everyone stop!" Zheng Wu, wielding a menacing black blade, exuded a terrifying aura, resembling a harbinger of death. The villagers trembled at the sight of him. The man in the white scarf approached Zheng Wu, smiling as he inquired, "What brings you here, brother?" Without a word, Zheng Wu seized the man by the collar and coldly commanded, "I order you to return to the village and bring forth all the food and gasoline." Upon hearing this, the man with the white scarf understood their intentions. If they complied and revealed their supplies, Zheng Wu and his companion would likely pursue their benefactors. A flicker of resignation crossed his face as he replied, "I apologize, but we have no gasoline, only food and drink. Shall I have them bring some to you?" Upon hearing this, a glint of menace flashed in Zheng Wu's eyes as he plunged his blade into the man's thigh. The man screamed in agony, blood instantly soaking his trousers. "I ask you once more, do you have gasoline?" The man in the white turban had just received a favor from Song Qing and was resolutely insisting that there was no gasoline to be found. The villagers approached, pleading earnestly, affirming that they truly had none. Meanwhile, Zheng Wen bore a faint, cold smile as he stepped into the crowd, crouching before a little girl. "My dear child, allow your uncle to pose you a question. If you answer me, I shall reward you with this delectable lollipop. Shall we?" The little girl, having never encountered such a treat, nodded eagerly. At that moment, a villager stepped forward and tugged at the girl's clothing. "Mumu, you mustn't say a word." As the villager's words fell, Zheng Wen's gaze turned sharply towards him. With a chilling smile, he approached the man and pulled him in front of him. "Oh, what is it that you cannot say? Doing leaguing me." The villager, terrified and trembling uncontrollably, was at a loss for words. Zheng Wu, with a sinister grin, turned to Jiangnan and said, "Brother, leave this coward to me. I guarantee I will extract the truth within a minute." Jiangnan nodded and forcefully pushed the man to the ground. Zheng Wu, sporting a menacing smile, dragged the man to a nearby tree and swiftly plunged a knife into him. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, and within mere seconds, he lay lifeless, his head slumped against the ground. The villagers' eyes were ablaze with fury. "You scoundrels! You are not human. You are more malevolent than evil spirits. Release our people. We shall not disclose where the gasoline is hidden. Indeed, Mr. Song Qing has just rescued the children of our village. You shall not obtain gasoline here." Faced with such vehement hostility from the villagers, Song Wen decided not to waste any more time. He exchanged a glance with Zheng Wu, who immediately brandished his long knife and charged into the crowd. In a matter of moments, the entrance of the village was strewn with corpses. The village teacher was left until last. Zheng Wu, finding her attractive, wore a wicked smile. "Brother, grant me a few minutes. I wish to interrogate her thoroughly." Zheng Wen, cigarette in mouth, strode towards the heart of the village. "Hurry, we gather at the village entrance in half an hour. Do not be late." "Understood, brother," Zheng Wu replied, dragging the woman toward an empty house. The woman, having been stunned by the horrific scene, finally regained some composure and fixed her gaze on Zheng Wu defiantly. "If you have the courage, then kill me." Zheng Wu chuckled, glancing down at her. "Kill you? That would be too simple. However, I wish to engage in something far more significant before that," he said, tossing her onto the bed and swiftly shedding his clothing to reveal his muscular physique. At that moment, the woman suddenly produced a pair of scissors from beneath the pillow, brandishing them protectively across her chest. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to succeed." With that, her gaze turned icy, and she plunged the scissors into her own chest. Zheng Wu cursed under his breath, only to realize it was too late. Blood gushed from her chest, swiftly staining her entire being in crimson. "Damn, how unfortunate." Zheng Wu picked up the clothes from the ground, spat, and turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, a chilling laughter echoed behind him. "Leaving? Where do you think you're going? You cannot escape me today." Zheng Wu felt a shiver run down his spine and spun around. To his horror, the woman he had just seen now appeared ghostly pale, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, revealing only a gaping mouth. Her fingertips were sharp, stained with blood, exuding an eerie aura that sent chills through him. Zheng Wu was instantly terrified. The woman had transformed into a malevolent spirit. "Damn it," he cursed, raising his ghostly blade and swinging it fiercely at her. However, she merely chuckled, gliding through the edge of his blade, and with her claws, she cleaved his skull in an instant. Zheng Wu fell to the ground, lifeless, without even a scream escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Zheng Wan, searching for gasoline, suddenly felt an ominous premonition welling up within him. He hurriedly emerged from the room and called out towards the window, "Zheng Wu, little Wu, have you finished yet?" Yet the village echoed his own voice back, devoid of any response. Instantly, Zheng Wen sensed something was amiss and raced towards the room where Zheng Wu had taken the woman. There, he discovered only a headless corpse lying on the ground, and he recognized it all too clearly. It was his younger brother, Zheng Wu. Seeing the lifeless body, Zheng Wen's eyes filled with rage, and he howled in despair. He then picked up the ghostly blade from the ground, searching frantically for the one who had slain his brother. Yet, at that moment, the identity of the foe mattered not. He placed the blame solely on Song Qing. "I will make you pay for this." With that, Zheng Wen laid his brother's body down, slung the ghostly blade across his back, and poured the 2 buckets of gasoline he had found over the scene, before speeding away in his car towards the next destination. Chapter 116. The final stop, gazing at the screen, displaying the tragic demise of Zheng Wu, the countenance of Lin Lao Jiu darkened ominously. "Fool! Fool! Is it a penchant for employing one's lower instincts that drives you?" With that, he furiously hurled his teapot to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Meanwhile, Master Xingchen leaned back in his chair, a hint of superiority gracing his expression as he regarded Lin Lao Jiu. "What is this? Can't you endure such a minor setback? Where has that proud spirit of yours vanished? Unleash it." Bang! Lin Lao Jiu slammed his fist onto the table with ferocity. "Do not take me for a fool. Master Xingqian's gaze turned icy. Taking you for a fool? Are you not speaking of yourself? Well, have I ever bullied you? What a farce. It is your people who are inadequate. Shall you blame the difficulty of the mission now? Left momentarily speechless by Master Xingqian's retort, Lin Lao Jiu reclined back in his chair. Oof. I can hardly be bothered with you. I hope your people find joy in the end. Let us not forget, Zheng Wen has yet to awaken his martial soul. What is there to be jubilant about? Upon hearing this, a pang of dread surged through Master Xingqian. Indeed, Zheng Wen had not yet utilized his martial soul. Now that he was incensed, would Song Qing and Du be in peril? With that thought, he cast a glance at the screen, where Zheng Wen's face had regained its composure, yet his heart was consumed by thoughts of his brother's death. The two brothers had been orphans since childhood, with Zheng Wu under Zheng Wen's care from a young age. Despite their similar ages, Zheng Wen had always been fiercely independent. To ensure his brother's well-being, he had selflessly given all his treats to Zheng Wu, resulting in his own slender, frail appearance, overshadowed by his brother's height. Zheng Wu was his sole kin in this world. He would rather endure hardship himself than fail to care for him. Yet now, his brother had fallen victim to a malevolent spirit, igniting a firestorm of fury within him. However, he concealed his emotions, preferring to bury them deep within, particularly after Zheng Wu's demise. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he sped along the rugged country road. Darkness enveloped the sky, making the path even more treacherous. Nevertheless, Zheng Wen showed no signs of slowing down. Observing his reckless behavior, Lin Lao Jio's expression shifted to one of concern. What madness is this? Just as his thoughts coalesced, Zheng Wen abruptly halted the vehicle beneath a tree, extracted a map, and meticulously studied it for what seemed an eternity. He then exited the car, casting his gaze toward the nearby cliff. Lin Lao Jio's heart began to race with apprehension. Surely he does not intend to. Before he could finish his thought, Zheng Wen suddenly produced a knife and sliced open his wrist, blood gushing forth in torrents. Lin Lao Jio's eyes widened in shock, while Master Xingqian was equally taken aback. What was he doing? Seeing Master Xingqian's reaction, Lin Lao Jiu let out a hearty laugh. What is he doing? Why? He is striving for first place, of course. Although Lin Lao Jiu evaded a direct answer, Master Xingqian had already grasped the situation. This rascal is awakening his feral wolf spirit. As expected, Zheng Wen began to voraciously consume the blood from his wounds, and his physique rapidly expanded. Under the illumination of the lights, Zheng Wen appeared so enormous that his clothes strained to contain him. Dark fur erupted wildly from the muscular expanse of his back. Goodness, has he lost his mind? Activating his spirit at this moment, Lin Lao Jiu was utterly bewildered by Zheng Wen's actions, his expression rife with astonishment. Master Xingqian, on the other hand, observed the screen with a grave demeanor, his gaze fixed upon Zheng Wen, who had transformed into a werewolf. He had already given up on this match. His intention was to hunt down Song Qing. Upon hearing Master Xingqian's words, Lin Lao Jiu felt a surge of frustration. Fool! Fool! He then sat in silence, his eyes glued to the screen. After several minutes of transformation, Zheng Wen finally assumed the ultimate form of the werewolf. It was a fearsome beast, over 2 meters in length, cloaked in long black fur, its eyes radiating malevolence, and its sharp teeth and claws glinted ominously in the light of the car's headlights. Witnessing this scene, Master Xingqian's expression shifted dramatically, betraying a hint of anxiety. While others might not grasp the magnitude of this transformation, he understood all too well. He had once encountered an awakener under his tutelage who possessed a similar transformative ability. This awakener's metamorphosis resulted in exponential increases in speed, strength, and various other attributes. Even more terrifying was the instinctual prowess imbued by the animal form, elevating one's power to an entirely new echelon. Just as Master Xingqian was lost in contemplation, Zheng Wen on the computer screen suddenly bolted down the mountain. His heart sank. This is bad. He intends to take a shortcut, abandoning the car, relying instead on his werewolf instincts and incredible speed to pursue Song Qing. With this thought, Master Xingqian couldn't help but begin to worry for Song Qing. Meanwhile, Song Qing was still heading toward the next gas station with Dudu in tow. The driver animatedly recounted his past encounters with various figures in the dungeons, some formidable, others less so, yet none had ever achieved an SSS rating. Upon learning that Song Qing intended a challenge for an SSS rating with Dudu, he felt an overwhelming sense of impossibility regarding the task. Oh dear, I really don't know what to say. You don't need to be so fixated on obtaining the highest rating in this dungeon. I believe pursuing top scores in other dungeons would be the wisest choice, especially since you're participating in a competition. The driver expressed his thoughts while driving. However, Song Qing simply smiled lightly. I prefer to challenge myself. Seeing Song Qing's relaxed and confident smile, the driver could only shrug helplessly. Very well, I wish you success. There lies one final gas station ahead. All the challengers I have encountered thus far have primarily opted to seek clues rather than confront the monster directly. Dudu's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at the driver. Do you possess any hints on how to overcome this challenge? Could you enlighten us? Upon hearing this, the driver displayed a look of astonishment, realizing he had misspoken. Observing his awkward demeanor, Song Qing chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. All right, I was merely teasing you. Our aim is to achieve the highest score. We do not intend to rely on clues to complete this task. Moreover, even if you were to provide me with hints, I would refrain from using them, for it might adversely affect our score. We certainly do not wish to be accused of cheating. Noticing Song Qing's understanding nature, the driver exhaled a sigh of relief, as he had nearly broken into a sweat moments ago. Had Dudu pressed him further, he might have inadvertently disclosed the secrets of the clues, potentially jeopardizing Song Qing and Dudu's scores, while he himself would face dire consequences from the rules of the challenge. After approximately 20 more minutes of travel, they finally sighted the last gas station in the distance. This gas station was about 100 kilometers from their destination, and the monsters within were quite formidable, so exercise caution. Song Qing nodded and then exited the vehicle with Dudu. The driver remained in the car, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of light in the rearview mirror, sending a chill down his spine. He shouted at Song Qing outside the vehicle, "Evil spirit. It's a top-tier evil spirit. It just appeared behind us. Be careful." In truth, while still in the car, Song Qing had already sensed the presence of an evil spirit lurking in the nearby mountains. Initially, it had been too distant for him to ascertain detailed information about the creature. Now, however, they were less than 500 meters away, allowing him to easily examine the monster-esque characteristics. Offering the driver a grateful smile, Song Qing activated his system and locked onto the creature. LV-100 Blood Sacrifice Shaman possesses formidable spellcasting abilities. Utilizing skills inflicts bleeding damage on targets. In moments of peril, it sacrifices its own lifeblood to gain immense power, while being immune to 90% of lightning damage. Special Ability 1. Blood Art inflicts bleeding damage on targets upon the successful casting of any skill. Special Ability 2. Concealment. When casting skills, it can mask its presence, allowing it to unleash attacks undetected until it is within range. Special Ability 3. Sacrifice offers its own lifeblood to gain tremendous strength. Special Ability 4. Fire Rain, a ranged attack skill that unleashes a rain of fire upon the target, dealing significant damage. Upon reviewing the information about this creature, Song Qing's expression grew serious. Damn it, it possesses a staggering 90% immunity to lightning damage. Thus, my lightning strike becomes utterly futile against it. He then cast a glance at the eager Dudu beside him, and a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. If he could not incapacitate it, he would have to resort to melee attacks. But this was a monster endowed with stealth abilities, certain to flee at the first opportunity. Moreover, it could unleash ranged assaults, raining down fire in a devastating area attack, making it exceedingly difficult for them to evade such widespread damage. Contemplating this, Song Qing began to ponder what methods could possibly allow him to close the distance to the shaman. At that moment, not far away, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on Song Qing and Dudu from atop the mountain. Zheng extended his sharp claws and licked them with his tongue, a glimmer of bloodthirst evident in his gaze. Xiao Wu, brother is here to avenge you. Chapter 117. The eerie shaman, the driver, cowering in the vehicle, was utterly petrified. lacking the strength to alight. Confronted by such a formidable creature, he recognized himself as no match. Thus, he called out to Song Qing outside the car. "Brother Song Qing, I am but a burden here. Why not let me wait for you further up the road?" Song Qing, fully aware of the driver's fear of death, chose not to expose him, offering a gentle smile instead. "Very well, you may wait for us ahead. Once we have dealt with this beast, we shall come to find you." "All right, please be cautious," the driver replied, pressing the accelerator to move the vehicle ahead, postponing the matter of refueling until after the monster was dealt with. As the car advanced, the driver occasionally glanced through the rearview mirror to monitor the situation behind. At that moment, Song Qing and Dudu were not in a hurry to pursue the shaman. They remained quietly in place, waiting. "Daddy, when shall we catch that monster?" Dudu asked anxiously after a while, noticing Song Qing's lack of action. With a subtle smile, Song Qing pointed into the distance. "That creature is too far from us, and it does not intend to approach. We must devise a strategy to draw it nearer before we can eliminate it." Upon hearing this, Dudu understood and leaned closer to whisper in Song Qing's ear. "But what if the monster doesn't fall for it? Do not worry, it will surely take the bait. Now, let us proceed to the gas station ahead." Dudu nodded, taking Song Qing's hand as they walked towards the gas station. Song Qing had been discreetly observing the shaman. This entity was exceedingly cautious, a trait he attributed to its nature as a mage-like evil spirit, which kept it from getting too close to hunters. After all, should it engage in close combat, its survival odds would plummet. Thus, the shaman's prudence was quite sagacious. What surprised Song Qing was that the shaman did not launch an attack at that moment, but continued to observe them, leaving him perplexed. What was it apprehensive about? I have provided such advantageous conditions, yet it remains unresponsive. Could it have discerned my intentions? Feeling somewhat vexed, Song Qing mused that if they continued to squander time, the two brothers behind might catch up with them. In the event of a chaotic skirmish, the outcome could be adversely affected. Song Qing was reluctant to let this hard-won opportunity slip away. After all, this is an exceptionally rare instance, one that not only allows him to join the Prosperous Sea Guild, but also aids Dudu in completing her promotion task. Regrettably, the creature remains utterly motionless, several hundred meters away, lost in its own thoughts. After waiting for a while, Song Qing could no longer contain himself. "Fine, since you want tea, come to me. I shall show you a bit of color and see if you will take action." With those words, Song Qing raised his right hand and flicked a finger, sending a gleaming crossbow bolt flying toward the shaman priest. With a whoosh, just as the bolt was about to reach the shaman, the latter raised a staff adorned with human skulls and waved it gently in the air. Instantly, a protective barrier resembling a luminous screen appeared before him, blocking the bolt shot by Song Qing. "Oh, this is intriguing. It possesses such defensive capabilities. I'm fortunate I refrained from attacking earlier. Otherwise, I might have suffered in close combat." Song Qing mused to himself, surprised that the System-S introduction had failed to mention this Shaman-S ability, which left him somewhat taken aback. Thus, Song Qing began exploring other methods to provoke the shaman into launching an attack. His reluctance to directly eliminate the shaman stemmed from a certain apprehension. After all, his understanding of the shaman's abilities was rather limited. Charging in recklessly could lead to unforeseen complications. He was accompanied by his daughter for this task and did not wish to incur irreparable losses due to his carelessness. As such, Song Qing employed various strategies, persistently probing to stimulate the shaman, yet the latter remained unmoved, seemingly waiting for something. As the sky darkened further, the lights of the gas station flickered on, yet the shaman remained still. In this vast expanse, the illumination from the gas station appeared as a feeble firefly in the night, offering no sense of security, but rather rendering those beneath its glow vulnerable to the lurking shadows. At this moment, not only was Song Qing anxious, but the driver sitting in the vehicle also felt a twinge of panic. His gaze was fixed on the gas station through the rear window, where so far, no signs of a scuffle had emerged. How strange. Why hasn't anything happened yet? He wondered. Could they be facing some trouble? In resignation, the driver retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and sat quietly in the driver's seat, observing the gas station behind him. Time ticked away, and the cigarette was soon finished. The driver rolled down the window and flicked the butt outside. However, as the butt soared through the air, it abruptly vanished, as if snatched away by some unseen force in the darkness. What on earth is happening? The driver, startled by the possibility of a supernatural occurrence, shuddered involuntarily and instinctively reached to close the window. As the car window was about to close, suddenly a furry paw obstructed it. With a loud thud, the driver was startled, his skin prickling with goosebumps, and he instinctively withdrew his hand. "Oh my God, help!" he exclaimed, but before his voice could fully escape, his entire body was dragged out. In sheer terror, he was pulled by the monstrous creature, oblivious to where he was being taken. Frightened beyond measure, he opened his mouth to scream for help. Yet, the valley was eerily silent, and after his desperate cry, a haunting echo reverberated back at him. "Who are you? I am a neutral entity in this realm. You cannot harm me." Nevertheless, the creature continued to drag him, unfazed by his protests. When they reached a fire pit, the driver finally caught a glimpse of the being's true form. It was no longer human, but a werewolf. Its elongated jaws, pointed ears, and eyes radiating a sinister red glow were utterly terrifying. The creature perched on a stone, its sharp claws picking up charcoal from the ground, extracting a glowing iron rod from the embers. "Scream. The louder you cry, the more delight I shall take, and perhaps you will summon Song Qing." In sheer horror, the driver watched as the searing iron approached him, prompting him to scream with all his might. With a sharp hiss, the red-hot iron seared his face, eliciting a piercing scream that echoed far and wide, even reaching Song Qing and Dudu several hundred meters away. Upon hearing the dreadful sound, Dudu quickly glanced in its direction. "Daddy, I think I heard that driver's voice." Song Qing nodded slightly. "Yes, I heard it too. He might be in trouble. Let's go check." With that, Song Qing took Dudu's hand and moved toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Dudu cast a glance back at the motionless shaman. "Daddy, what about that monster?" A smile crept on his Song Qing's lips. "If I'm not mistaken, he has likely struck a deal with someone and is now under their control. He will only attack when commanded by the other party." Dudu nodded and then looked back toward the source of the scream. "Is another monster coming, Daddy?" Song Qing affirmed with a nod, then shook his head. "Something like that. By now, it can indeed be considered a monster." Dudu was left puzzled until they reached a point not far behind the car, where they spotted flames flickering in a distant hollow. "Daddy, that looks like a werewolf from the movies." Song Qing nodded, having reviewed Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu's profiles prior to entering the realm. Upon seeing the werewolf, he immediately recognized it as Zheng when activating his martial soul attribute. That person is the one who previously caused us trouble. Dudu sensed the tension and quietly tightened his grip, cautiously advancing forward. When they were less than 100 meters away from the fire, Song Qing came to a halt, casting a glance at the towering werewolf. "Ah, I never anticipated you would actually catch up." Zheng Wen released the driver, who had been rendered unconscious by the branding iron, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Indeed, I didn't expect you to outrun a rabbit, yet pursuing you has been quite the ordeal. Finally, we meet here." Song Qing studied his adversary before scanning the surroundings. He realized that apart from the shaman, there was no one else nearby, prompting him to curiously inquire, "What is going on? Where is your brother? Isn't he with you?" At that moment, Song Qing was unaware that Zheng Wu had fallen victim to his own foolish actions, and Zheng Wen had come seeking vengeance for his brother. "How dare you even ask about my brother? You bear the brunt of the responsibility. Today, I shall take your life to avenge him." Chapter 118. Confrontation. Upon hearing Zheng Wen's words, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, I have not encountered your brother at all. How could there be any talk of vengeance? Have you lost your senses? Or has your transformation into a wolf affected your reasoning? You fool, even now you dare to bicker with me. Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" In response to the taunt, Song Qing could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Kill me? There are countless braggarts who wish to do so. But who do you think you are to make such threats? Do you take me for someone easily intimidated? Humph, I shan't waste any more breath on you. Prepare to meet your end." Zheng Wen ceased to squander time, unleashing his agility with a sudden burst of energy. He swung his arms violently, enhancing the sharpness of his blades. Song Qing remained unperturbed, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on the werewolf that Zheng Wen had become. Be careful, Dad. Dudu felt a surge of fear at the sight of the large werewolf. Song Qing, however, merely smiled softly, brandishing his crimson flame long knife forward. With a thunderous roar, a wave of searing flames erupted in the air, successfully deflecting Zheng Wen's blades. Undeterred by his failed strike, Zheng Wen lunged forward, aiming to sink his teeth into Song Qing's neck. His fangs were exceptionally sharp, capable of tearing through any armor, including bulletproof vests. Naturally, Song Qing would not grant him such an opportunity. He swiftly tilted his head to evade the lethal assault and advanced a step, delivering a fierce knee strike to Zheng Wen's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Zheng Wen staggered backward, reeling from the impact. Impressive. I did not expect your skills to be so formidable. It seems I underestimated you before. Zheng Wen, injured and spitting blood from a blow, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The pain he experienced was negligible. Once more, he opened his jaws wide and lunged toward Song Qing. A glint of cold light flashed in Song Qing's eyes as he wielded his crimson flame long knife, striking back fiercely. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for dozens of rounds, neither able to gain the upper hand. One must admit that Zheng Wen's agility was indeed remarkable. Despite Song Qing's enhanced abilities after acquiring the system, he found himself evenly matched against his opponent. Not only was Song Qing astonished, but even Zheng Wen found the situation somewhat incredible. Song Qing, an ordinary individual seemingly lacking any extraordinary traits, was capable of withstanding over 10 of his attacks, demonstrating undeniable skill. Very well, if that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Zheng Wen retracted the claws from his arms, transforming them back into human hands. Suddenly, two daggers appeared in his grasp, one long and one short, glinting ominously in the firelight. Let us see what you can do. He lunged forward with the daggers from two different directions towards Song Qing. Unflinching, Song Qing met the assault, raising his long knife to counter the attack. In truth, Song Qing possessed the capability to eliminate his adversary. The reason Song Qing refrained from eliminating his opponent directly was that he was testing the latter's capabilities, while simultaneously gauging his own. After several attempts, he discovered that Zheng Wen indeed possessed remarkable skills, demonstrating impressive prowess in combat. As the skirmish continued, a faint smile graced Song Qing's lips. Have you had your fun yet? It's about time you showcased your true abilities. If this is all you can muster, do not blame me for being unmerciful. With that, Song Qing thrust his long blade forward and bellowed, "Surprise blood strike." In an instant, his figure transformed into a blur of speed, his blade cleaving down upon Zheng Wen's dagger, generating a flurry of sparks from the collision. After enduring several of Song Qing's fierce assaults, Zheng Wen quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Each strike from Song Qing grew heavier and more ferocious. If he continued to withstand the onslaught, he would undoubtedly be vanquished. Clenching his teeth, Zheng Wen executed a swift sidekick aimed at Song Qing's temple, the air slicing sharply around his foot. Song Qing deftly evaded the attack, but his surprise blood strike was effortlessly countered. This is intriguing. If this is the case, I shall cease this playful banter. I have matters to attend to, and I must eliminate you first. With that, Song Qing adjusted his grip on his weapon, firmly seizing the hilt, and surged skyward with ferocity. He then brought the blazing long blade crashing down upon Zheng Wen's head. Upon witnessing the descending blade, Zheng Wen's heart raced with dread. He sensed that under the weight of Song Qing's formidable assault, evasion had become imperative. Yet, he found himself unable to escape. Song Qing's blade had him ensnared, leaving him with no choice but to sacrifice his own safety to protect his vital interests. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Wen lifted his left hand sharply. In an instant, a surge of energy coursed through his left arm, as he aimed to use his dagger to intercept Song Qing's strike. However, Song Qing's blazing ground cleave was not a force that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a creature of ghostly caliber would retreat in the face of such power. Zheng Wen, at best, was merely a fully fledged malevolent spirit. With a resounding crash, Zheng Wen felt his right hand's dagger ripped from his grasp, while Song Qing's blazing long blade continued its relentless descent toward his left arm. A sickening crunch echoed through the air as Zheng Wen experienced a sharp pain, only to realize that his entire left arm had vanished. with a cry of anguish. Jiangnan stared in horror at the severed remnants of his left arm. What technique did you just employ? His voice trembled as he pressed his right hand against the stump of his severed limb, his expression contorted in a grimace. Song Qing regarded him coldly. What's wrong? Have you been secretly learning techniques to use against me? I may as well enlighten you. What you just witnessed is called the Blazing Ground Cleave. Blazing Ground Cleave? Attribute attack? Could it be that you have achieved the level of a ghostly entity? Upon hearing this, Song Qing paused slightly. Jiangnan was indeed partially correct, though he had misjudged one crucial detail. Demon hunters are inherently superior to spirits, exerting dominance over their ghostly counterparts of the same rank. Your insight is commendable. You have indeed made a correct guess. Yet, what significance does that hold? Today, I must end your life. With that, Song Qing once again brandished his long knife and lunged fiercely toward Jiangnan. A wave of terror washed over Jiangnan, for he understood that if he were to confront his adversary head-on, he might very well lose his life. Thus, he hastily retreated, narrowly evading Song Qing's lethal strike. Wait for me. I shall return, he exclaimed, relying on his formidable werewolf speed to flee into the depths of the night, disappearing in an instant. Du stood nearby. His expression laced with surprise. He was frightened off, he remarked. Song Qing nodded, a tinge of exasperation evident as he gazed in the direction of Jiangwan's vanishing figure. There is no sense of martial ethics. To flee when one cannot prevail is quite dull. He then approached the driver, assisting him to his feet and gently patting his cheek. After a brief moment, the driver gradually regained consciousness. As he awoke, he clutched his cheek and once more began to scream in agony. Song Qing sighed in resignation, pointing at the driver's face. Calm down. You are merely a neutral character in this scenario. Your injuries have been healed. You are unscathed now. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the driver was momentarily taken aback. His voice faltering. Cautiously, he touched his cheek and, to his astonishment, found the wound had vanished. Incredible. Master Song Qing, I had no idea you possessed such prowess. Thank you for saving my life. The driver exclaimed, ready to kneel, but Song Qing gently shook his head. You know I dislike such gestures. Now, tell me about the monster you just encountered. The driver nodded vigorously, swallowing hard as he spoke. During my ordeal, I overheard some of his words. This fellow has likely made a pact with that shaman. They intend to join forces to eliminate you and then deliver your equipment to the shaman. Upon hearing this, Song Qing nodded thoughtfully, realizing it aligned perfectly with his earlier suspicions. However, he pondered why, during his confrontation with Jiangnan, the latter had not summoned the shaman for assistance. After a moment's reflection, the reason became clear to him. Perhaps Jiangnan wished to personally exact vengeance for his brother, which left Song Qing feeling somewhat helpless. He had never laid a finger on his brother, yet the blame was unjustly thrust upon him, leaving him with a sense of being wrongfully accused. The driver then glanced at Song Qing and spoke softly once more. Mr. Song Qing, I believe you should exercise caution. If necessary, let us depart by car. We can navigate through this area and reach our destination directly, thereby completing your mission. However, Song Qing shook his head gently, his tone tinged with resignation. It is of no concern. I have my own matters to attend to. There is no need for further discussion, and besides, we cannot leave by car. Why not? The driver inquired, bewildered. At the moment when the driver was lost in thought, a crimson light suddenly illuminated the sky, followed by a torrent of fiery rain sweeping towards his bus. Boom! 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 Flames erupted as the bus was instantly reduced to ashes amidst the inferno. Staring in disbelief at the charred remains of his vehicle, the driver was engulfed in confusion. How could this happen? Song Qing smiled knowingly. He understood that Jiangnan had rushed back to confer with the shaman, orchestrating the destruction of their mode of transportation. The ensuing contest was likely to see formidable adversaries joining the fray. Song Qing couldn't help but heighten his vigilance, shedding the previous air of disdain. Chapter 119. Dudu captured again. Outside the instance upon witnessing the unfolding events on the screen, Lin Lao Jio was struck with astonishment. Who exactly is Song Qing? How could he, in the face of Jiangwan's formidable martial soul, not only hold his ground, but also sever an arm? Moreover, What technique did he employ to conjure flames? Master Xingqian, with a calm demeanor, remarked, I told you, Song Qing possesses immense strength and boundless potential. Your people are no match for him. Lin Laojiu, irritated by Master Xingqian's pretentiousness, spat on the ground. Humph, still putting on a show. If he were truly formidable, you wouldn't have been worried about him earlier. Unperturbed by Lin Laojiu's jibe, Master Xingqian merely smiled, tinged with mockery. And what of it? My greater concern lies in whether he can complete this task and not allow you to snatch away the opportunity one painstakingly secured. Lin Laojiu merely snorted in response, turning his gaze back to the screen. At that moment within the instance, Song Qing's companion Dudu gazed once more at the shaman priest in the distance. Jiangnan sat nearby, extending his severed arm towards the shaman priest. 10 second-tier magic crystals for one severed arm, he declared. The shaman priest, upon hearing this, cracked a peculiar smile. Deal. He accepted the bag Jiangnan offered, stowing it away, then conjured a radiant light while chanting incantations. To everyone's astonishment, during this luminous process, Jiangwan's severed hand began to regenerate. Initially resembling an infant's arm, it gradually grew, and within mere minutes, the arm was restored to its original state, showing no trace of the severance. Jiangwan, seeing his left arm restored, revealed a look of surprise. I apologize for the inconvenience you've endured in this instance. If we escape, you will undoubtedly be an exceptionally powerful ally. The shaman priest disregarded his comment and continued with crossed arms. What shall we do next? Will you confront him directly, or shall we join forces to eliminate him? After a moment of contemplation, Jiangwan responded, his strength is formidable. That crimson flame earth-shattering slash is not something an ordinary person can endure. However, I have a new strategy in mind. Master Shaman's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Are you considering targeting his companion, the little girl? Precisely. I plan to divert Song Qing's attention, allowing you to seize that little girl. With her in hand, Song Qing will certainly comply with his demise. The shaman priest pondered this briefly. Very well, your idea is sound. Let us proceed as you suggest. Having finalized their battle strategy, the duo vanished into the night. The recent conflict had drained much of Song Qing's stamina. He now felt a pang of hunger, mirrored by Dudu, who was also feeling the effects of hunger. He cast a glance towards the distance. Surely, this fellow wouldn't dare to launch a surprise attack at such a moment. Perhaps we should eat something first? The driver, upon hearing this, froze momentarily, a hint of urgency in his expression as he urged, Mr. Song Qing, what are you thinking? At a time like this, how can you still be preoccupied with food? Your life is at stake. Song Qing raised his eyes to meet the driver's gaze. I believe ensuring my daughter has a hearty meal at this juncture is far more important than engaging in combat with them. With that, disregarding the driver's objections, he retrieved a self-heating pot and some food from his backpack. Thus, Song Qing and Dudu sat on the ground, commencing their meal by the fire. The driver, observing the array of delicacies, found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over fear, seeing how deliciously Song Qing and Dudu were eating. He couldn't resist and grabbed a chicken leg, devouring it eagerly. Just as they were relishing their meal, a howl of a werewolf echoed from the mountaintop. Subsequently, a shadow descended nearby, approximately 100 meters away. Song Qing, I must commend your audacity. Even now, you still think of eating. Jiangwan emerged from the shadows, his fur glistening with an ominous sheen in the firelight. His gaze was more ferocious than before, wielding a sinister long knife as he approached slowly. After savoring a piece of beef from the self-heating pot, Song Qing looked at him. A defeated foe dares to return? Are you not afraid I will sever your head with this blade? Ha ha! If you possess the courage, come forth. I declare here and now, you shall not leave this place. Then come if you dare. Let us see if I shall kill you. Jiangwan, incensed by Song Qing's nonchalance, raised his long knife and lunged toward him. Song Qing gently set down his utensils and swiftly launched 2 arrows towards Jiangwan's face. Anticipating this, Jiangwan deftly adjusted his course, narrowly evading the 2 arrows. Now he was upon Song Qing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Song Qing had already drawn a long knife, emitting a crimson glow, striking towards him. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their weapons clanging in the air. After exchanging several blows, Song Qing unleashed the red flame, earth-shattering slash. Zheng Wen had anticipated this strike and hastily attempted to evade. However, the ferocity of Song Qing's blade exceeded his expectations. With a single stroke, a deep gash was carved across his chest. Blood streamed down his fur to his legs, and a searing pain coursed through him, making him feel his strength waning. Damn it, he is too strong. Zheng Wen realized he might not be able to defeat Song Qing today. As he cast his eyes to the side, he noticed a figure slowly approaching in the darkness. At that moment, Song Qing once again lifted his knife to strike. Zheng Wen hastily retreated once more, knowing there was no way to combat the situation. He must preserve his life to avenge his brother. At that moment, Song Qing suddenly sensed an inexplicable disturbance and promptly sheathed his blade to observe the surroundings. Before the campfire, a figure abruptly emerged, clad in tattered animal hide, with peculiar branches adorning its head. This was none other than the strangely moving shaman. The instant Song Qing laid eyes upon it, he comprehended that this was undoubtedly the duo's cunning scheme. Their target was not himself, but Dudu. He swiftly called out to her daughter, "Be cautious." However, Dudu only then grasped the urgency of the situation, hastily grasping her staff, yet her reaction was regrettably delayed. The shaman clasped its hands together, incantations escaping its lips, and in an instant, a bubble-like light shield enveloped Dudu. "He, you may withdraw now." The shaman waved its hand, whisking the bubble away before vanishing into the ether once more. Song Qing's eyes widened in fury, cursing his own carelessness that allowed the ambush to succeed. He seized his long knife and dashed after the direction in which the shaman had disappeared. Behind him, Zheng Wen wore a smirk of triumph as he too vanished into the night. The driver, witnessing Dudu's abduction, displayed a visage of terror and hurriedly apologized to Song Qing. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I failed to protect Dudu." Song Qing's countenance darkened, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "This is not your concern." He then plunged into the darkness, disappearing swiftly. Outside the instance, Master Stardust appeared ashen, shocked that such a critical incident had transpired at this juncture. Dudu was the apple of Song Qing's eye. Should anything befall her, it would spell considerable trouble for him. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he lamented Song Qing's misjudgment. Had he simply refueled directly, adhering to the pace set at the first gas station, they would likely have secured victory by now. Instead, his decision to take Dudu hunting for monsters wasted precious time, allowing Zheng Wen the opportunity to catch up. With Dudu now abducted, her fate was undoubtedly perilous, and she might even perish within this instance. Contemplating this, Master Stardust pondered what possibilities remained for Song Qing to turn the tide. Yet, no solutions emerged as he reflected. Watching Song Qing vanish into the night, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, aside from the driver, everyone had disappeared into the darkness, rendering surveillance futile. Thus, they could only await dawn or the reappearance of Song Qing and the others in the light to ascertain their fates. Meanwhile, Lin Lao Jiao sat aside, a malicious smile gracing his face. "Ah, splendide, splendide. This is truly delightful. Now you lack the means to compete with me." Unable to contain himself any longer, Master Stardust could no longer endure Lin Lao Jiao's demeanor. He lunged directly at his opponent, unleashing a flurry of wild punches aimed at delivering a thorough beating. "You scoundrel! For your treachery and for stealing from me, today I shall break your bones." After enduring several blows, Lin Lao Jiao felt as though his internal organs had been violently displaced. In an instant, his fury ignited, and he raised his fist to engage in a fierce struggle. "Do you dare to strike? It was your men who caused the demise of my people. Do you truly believe I will not retaliate?" Thus, the two elderly men grappled fiercely, while the surrounding bodyguards, witnessing the commotion, hesitated to intervene. Chapter 120. The Grateful Red Ghost. No one knew where Song Qing had vanished to. At this very moment, within the confines of a dark cave, a sudden green luminescence illuminated the surroundings. Subsequently, The torches within the cave flared to life, casting a warm glow throughout the cavern. In front of the blazing fire, a figure emerged, cloaked in animal skins and wielding a staff made from a human skull. The figure bore a sinister grin. "Little girl, are you frightened?" Upon noticing that the child, Dudu, was fast asleep in her bubble, the figure was momentarily taken aback. Hey, hey, I am speaking to you, awaken. Yet, after several attempts to rouse her, it became apparent that Dudu had no intention of waking. She appeared to be enjoying her slumber even more, rolling over comfortably. The shaman was on the verge of madness, incredulous that he had captured a child who exhibited no fear of him whatsoever, instead choosing to sleep peacefully in her bubble. Could it truly be so comfortable? The shaman sighed deeply and carried Dudu to the fire, binding her securely with rope to prevent any chance of escape. He then stepped outside the cave, casting a glance at the world beyond, murmuring to himself, "I wonder when that werewolf will arrive. If I could obtain the treasures on Song Qing, it would certainly be worthwhile." After speaking, he gazed at the sky, calculated something with his fingers, and shook his head in resignation. "It flies too swiftly. I suppose I shall wait a while longer." With that, he re-entered the cave. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside the cave. The shaman paused, murmuring, "Could it be? So fast. This werewolf is quite swift." He stepped outside, directing his voice toward the shadowy figure. "Enough hiding. Come forth, I know you are there." However, as his words lingered in the air, a soft, feminine voice echoed from behind him. "Hee, you know where I am?" Instantly, the shaman froze, his body growing numb as a mysterious figure materialized in his mind, causing him to tremble slightly. "Why you? How did you get here?" The woman's voice chuckled lightly. "What? Have you forgotten how to speak to an old friend after such a long time?" Cold sweat trickled down the shaman's forehead. "And no, it's just that it has been so long since we last met. Lady Red Ghost, what brings you out?" The ghost glided past him, perching herself gracefully on a stone bench, resting her chin on her hand as she observed him quietly. "I am in search of someone." The shaman, taken aback, managed a smile. "Might I inquire whom the esteemed Lady Red Ghost seeks? Perhaps I could be of assistance?" Song Qing. Upon hearing this, the shaman's mind sparked with realization, as he deduced the true purpose of her visit. So, she too had her eyes set on the treasures possessed by Song Qing. If I were to disclose the plan to the Red Ghost at this moment, she would likely be overjoyed. Perhaps, in turn, she might share some of her resources with me, or even lend me a helping hand. Contemplating this, a sycophantic smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he approached the woman. "My esteemed Red Ghost, I must confess, I did not know the whereabouts of Song Qing, but I possessed the means to summon him." The Red Ghost smiled faintly. "Oh, what method do you have?" The shaman priest grinned, gesturing towards the depths of the cave. "Please, my lady, follow me." He then took small, delicate steps, leading the way. The Red Ghost floated behind him, accompanying him to the innermost part of the cave. The shaman priest proudly pointed to a figure bound like a twisted donut beside the fire, grinning obsequiously. "This is the daughter of Song Qing, whom I captured after much toil. With her here, capturing Song Qing will be a mere formality." However, upon hearing this, the Red Ghost's expression darkened, her gaze sharpening with a hint of malice. The shaman, noticing her reaction, hastily presumed that she had been deceived by Song Qing in the past and had come seeking vengeance. He quickly added, "You might not be aware, but I exerted considerable effort to capture Song Qing's daughter. Surely, my lady, you can grant me some form of compensation." Upon hearing his words, the Red Ghost suddenly erupted into laughter, her tone turning somewhat shrill. Seeing her laughter, the shaman dutifully joined in, but his mirth faded shortly after, leaving only an awkward silence in a vast cave. The shaman's laughter dwindled, his expression becoming increasingly uncomfortable. It's actually fine if I don't receive a reward, as long as the Red Ghost remembers my good deeds." "Very well, I shall remember your contributions." The Red Ghost's demeanor turned dark, and she suddenly raised her sharp finger, lunging towards the shaman's head. The shaman, bewildered by her sudden aggression, stammered, my lady, what is the meaning of this? I am wholly devoted to serving you. How could you turn against me?" The Red Ghost seized the shaman by the scruff of his neck, her eyes glinting with cold fury as she stated icily, Song Qing and Dudu saved my former life. They are my benefactors. Yet you seek to capture them and even plot their demise. The shaman trembled uncontrollably, utterly aghast at the revelation of Song Qing and Dudu's past deeds. The fact that the red ghost had come not to eliminate them, but to repay her debt was beyond his wildest imagination. However, his prior words had already escaped his lips, leaving him speechless. Desperate, he stammered, my lady, I was mistaken. I merely deceived you." The red ghost's gaze bore into him, her voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. "Deceived me? Do you comprehend the cost of deceiving me?" The shaman, drenched in sweat, anxiously waved his hands in a futile attempt to clarify. "In truth, I was merely boasting earlier. You know I have a penchant for exaggeration. The truth is, it was not I who captured Dudu, but that werewolf. Yes, that very werewolf. He goaded me into collaboration, prompting me to abduct Dudu. It was his idea." A chilling glint flickered in the red ghost's eyes as his sharp fingertips grazed the shaman's neck, instilling terror that nearly made him lose control. "I speak the truth. My lord Red Ghost, I beseech you to spare me. I shall never dare again." The red ghost gently relinquished his grip, casting the shaman onto the ground. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance. Do you understand what you must do?" The shaman, thoroughly frightened, nodded vigorously. Yes, I know what to do. If you grant me this opportunity, I assure you, I shall meet your expectations. Go then." As soon as the red ghost's words fell, his figure vanished into the cavern. The shaman collapsed to the ground, as if his bones had been stripped, gasping for breath. "You scoundrel! Why did you not inform me of this sooner?" At that moment, his hatred for Jiangnan surged. Were it not for Jiangnan's sweet words of collaboration, he would never have attempted to capture Dudu. Yet, a question nagged at him. Wasn't the red ghost sealed within the body of a female teacher? How had he suddenly reappeared? Surely, something must have gone awry. A multitude of questions flooded his mind, yet no answers were forthcoming. However, now is not the time for such ponderings. The shaman anxiously sat in the cave, devising a plan to ensure he could appease the red ghost. Should he eliminate Jiang when upon his arrival and present his head to the red ghost? But as he reconsidered, he swiftly dismissed this notion. No, if I were to slay that werewolf directly, Song Qing would undoubtedly never forgive me. If Song Qing does not forgive me, the red ghost will surely not spare me either. It seems I must ensure that Song Qing avenges himself. But how could Song Qing exact his revenge? Should he simply deliver that werewolf to him? Then he turned to the tightly bound Dudu and remembered the crucial task he had yet to complete. He hurriedly approached and began to untie the ropes binding Dudu. Furthermore, he retrieved a collection of colorful magic crystals from his space and found a soft tiger skin to lay on the bed, adorning it with the crystals. Once everything was arranged, the shaman finally exhaled in relief. He stepped outside the cave to assess the sky, cursing under his breath. When will that foolish wolf arrive? Why is he so slow? Meanwhile, not far from the cave, in a nearby valley, Jiangnan was gravely injured. A deep gash marred his chest, blood ceaselessly flowing from the wound. He muttered a curse under his breath, clutching his chest, feeling utterly powerless to continue onward. The flickering flames near the cave illuminated the surroundings, and he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Was he truly destined to take such drastic measures? Ultimately, Jiangnan bit down on his tongue, a surge of vital essence erupting forth. As he recited an incantation in his mind, the essence ignited instantaneously, coursing through him with immense power. In the next moment, the wounds on his chest began to mend gradually. Yet, he sensed that his life was nearing its end. "Brother, I shall avenge you." With those words, he took a step forward. Just then, a man's voice pierced the air ahead. "Hand over my daughter." Jiangnan froze momentarily, his heart racing as he gazed intently at the shadow before him. Within the obscurity, Song Qing stood, brandishing a blazing long knife, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jiangnan. Chapter 121. Betrayal. Jiangnan abruptly halted his steps, retreating slightly as he deftly drew his dagger. "How did you catch up to me?" Song Qing's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Does it matter how I managed? I've been shadowing you for quite some time now. Did you not notice?" Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt a chill run down his spine. "Fine, if you wish to kill me, then do so." Spare me the idle chatter. If you have the guts, come forth. Today, I shall exchange my life for yours. With that, a fierce glint sparked in Zheng Wen's eyes as he lunged forward, claws bared, towards Song Qing. Yet, Song Qing did not retaliate with lethal intent. Instead, he swiftly evaded, reappearing and delivering a powerful punch that sent Zheng Wen crashing to the ground. The blow struck Zheng Wen squarely in the back, and unable to dodge, he fell, blood spurting from his mouth. Damn it, if you dare kill me. My daughter is in my grasp. If you so much as lay a finger on me, she will surely perish today. Upon hearing this threat, Song Qing's gaze darkened with a more profound, murderous intent. Are you certain of your course of action? Do you truly believe I would not make you wish for death? Zheng Wen, however, appeared unperturbed, bursting into laughter. Go ahead, if you dare. You kill me, and my friend will take your daughter's life. You will be condemned to eternal suffering. Song Qing's fingers crackled as he clenched them, feeling utterly powerless against Zheng Wen. Just then, Zheng Wen slowly rose, wiping the blood from his lips. I offer you a choice. Come with me, and I shall take you to a place where you can see your daughter one last time. Song Qing glanced back and pointed towards the cave. Is that where you're referring to? Indeed, the shaman resides there. If you have the courage, follow me, but do not attempt to ambush him. He will surely kill your daughter before you can strike. Test it if you dare. Rage surged within Song Qing, yet he found himself at an impasse, only able to press his long knife against Zheng Wen's back. Lead the way. Zheng Wen, unfazed, walked ahead, unconcerned that Song Qing might slay him. He was confident that Song Qing would not sacrifice his own life for his daughter's sake. They continued onward, traversing the rugged gorge until they finally reached the vicinity of the shaman's cave. At that moment, the shaman emerged from his dwelling to ascertain Zheng Wen's whereabouts. Suddenly, he sensed two figures advancing slowly from a distance. Upon seeing them, a knot formed in his stomach. Could it be that Song Qing had been captured by that werewolf? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. No, I must perform well to secure leniency. Thus, he hurried forward. However, upon seeing Zheng Wen walking ahead of Song Qing, he was momentarily stunned. How could this foolish wolf have been captured? If so, would I receive no credit at all? This thought plunged him into a state of discontent. Unexpectedly, Song Qing's prowess surpassed his own imagination. Not only did he catch up with his opponent, but he also defeated Zheng Wen. As he pondered this, Zheng Wen suddenly shouted in his direction, "Shaman priest, do you remember our agreement? I am currently bound by this brat. Think of a way out." The shaman priest trembled with anger. Even at this moment, he still sought a solution. Did he think I had a way to eliminate him? At that moment, Song Qing spoke up. You're the one who kidnapped my daughter, correct? The shaman priest felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. Just as he was about to respond, Zheng Wen interjected, Indeed, it was I and the shaman priest who conspired to kidnap your daughter. However, I did not expect you to be so formidable. There was a minor mishap, but it is of no consequence. As long as your daughter remains in our possession, you will comply willingly. With that, he turned to glance at Song Qing, a smile creeping onto his lips. I'm going over now. Do you have any objections? Song Qing understood the principle of caution. With his daughter in their hands, if he dared to act at that moment, they would likely use her as leverage against him. He could only watch helplessly as Zheng Wen approached the shaman priest. Throughout this time, the shaman priest had not uttered a word, lost in his thoughts. He was contemplating how to maximize his own gains, and now, the opportunity had presented itself. His heart raced with excitement as he watched Zheng Wen approach him. Zheng Wen chuckled as he reached the shaman priest, patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, the rewards I promised you will remain intact. All of his possessions will belong to you. I merely desire his life. The shaman priest assessed Zheng Wen's condition and realized that he was still quite formidable. Confronting him directly would spell his own demise. Thus, he smiled faintly and produced a pill from his pocket. I see you're gravely injured. Take this pill to restore your strength. Zheng Wen waved his hand dismissively and smiled. No need, I've already recovered. Where's the young girl? I wish to see her. Upon hearing this, the shaman priest hurriedly stepped in front of him. Wait, I think you should take this first. Otherwise, if Song Qing decides to act, neither of us can withstand it. Seeing the shaman priest's insistence, Zheng Wen assumed he was simply looking out for his well-being, and he chuckled. Very well. Since you insist, I shall graciously accept your pill. Thank you. With that, he swallowed the pill the shaman priest had offered. At this moment, Song Qing was consumed by rage yet felt powerless. He stepped forward. I can give you anything you desire. Just return my daughter to me. The shaman priest glanced back at Song Qing. Sir, please do not rush. May I ask you to wait a moment? Hearing such a courteous response from the shaman priest took Song Qing by surprise. Beside him, Zheng Wengang swallowed the pill and, after taking only a few steps, heard the response that left him momentarily disheartened. When did you become so courteous? Remember, the other party is our adversary. Think carefully before you speak. Observing Zheng Wang's fierce gaze, the shaman suddenly retorted coldly. Do I need your guidance on how to speak? Zheng Wang, dissatisfied, shot back. What do you mean? It serves no purpose for us to turn against each other now. Anxiety surged within the shaman. The effects of a drug seemed to dissipate far too slowly. Just then, Zheng Wang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He clutched his stomach tightly, sensing his vitality ebbing away. It dawned on him that the pill he had just ingested was indeed dubious. What? What did you just give me? Panic surged within Zheng Wang as he realized the shaman's treachery. At that moment, the shaman suddenly knelt before Song Qing, his head bowing repeatedly like a hammer striking garlic. Mr. Song Qing, I beg your pardon. It was my momentary folly to be deceived by his lies. I am guilty. I acknowledge my mistake and accept my punishment. The plot took an unexpected turn, leaving Song Qing utterly bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't the plan to kidnap the child? Why is he suddenly kneeling before me? Is this some sort of scheme? Meanwhile, Zheng Wang, writhing in pain on the ground, could muster no strength and glared at the shaman, shouting furiously. What did you give me? Hurry and bring me the antidote. The shaman, however, approached him wielding his staff, looking down with disdain. You may as well await your demise. Mr. Song Qing is my lord's benefactor, and you dared to deceive me into helping you eliminate him? Such delusions. Fortunately, my lord alerted me in time. Otherwise, I would have fallen prey to your machinations. He then turned back to Song Qing, his expression obsequious, presenting a knife. Mr. Song Qing, please accept my sincerest apologies. This blade is a fine ghostly artifact, a token of my contrition. I implore you to accept it. Song Qing, taken aback by the dagger being offered, felt overwhelmed. Wait, clarify your words. What exactly is happening? At that moment, a red, ghostly figure drifted into view. A woman with disheveled hair performed a bow towards Song Qing. Mr. Song, do you remember me? Upon seeing her, Song Qing was momentarily stunned. Who are you? Do I know you? He too was perplexed, realizing that he had never encountered this specter since entering the instance. The malevolent spirit within Wen Jun had already been vanquished, and this ghostly woman was unfamiliar to him. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qing accessed his system to examine her, only to discover she was a level 30 fierce ghost. Quite formidable. Yet, the red-clad specter bore no hostility towards Song Qing and began to explain with a smile. Once in that small village, you saved me. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Song Qing suddenly understood. You're that female teacher. Indeed, I am that female teacher. After you departed, we were all quite grateful for your assistance. Yet we never anticipated that this individual would arrive with his brother and slaughter everyone in our village. To preserve my innocence, my previous self chose to take her own life, thus becoming this wandering soul. However, I could not forget the debt of gratitude I owe you for saving my life. So I have remained close by, watching over you. Unfortunately, my seal has only just been lifted, and my powers are somewhat diminished, which is why I was unable to protect your daughter in time. I sincerely apologize for that. With this revelation, Song Qing finally grasped the truth. While the fallen Zheng, one could scarcely believe his ears. What? You were the murderer of my brother? With this thought, Zheng struggled to rise in order to avenge his sibling, but the red ghost cast a cold glance in his direction. Your brother deserved to die. I could kill him 1,000 times over without remorse. Then, the red ghost turned to Song Qing. Mr. Song, I leave this werewolf to your judgment. A sense of relief washed over Song Qing, and he promptly replied, There is no rush. I must see my daughter first. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from within the cave. Daddy, Daddy! Upon seeing Dudu, Song Qing cast aside all else and rushed forward, enveloping Dudu in his arms. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Chapter 122. Mission accomplished at this moment, outside the dungeon. Lin Lao Jio's expression changed dramatically as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Rubbing his panda eyes vigorously despite the pain, he looked again to confirm that he was not mistaken. Zheng Wen had been betrayed by the shaman, only to be confronted by an even more formidable malevolent spirit. He realized that this time, escape was impossible for Zheng Wen. Death was his only fate. Scoundrels! Scoundrels! I warned you all earlier to refrain from senselessly slaughtering the innocent, yet you insisted on tarnishing their purity. Now look where we are. It's over. Lin Lao Jio seethed, cursing in frustration. Beside him, Master Xing Chun let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a heavy weight had lifted from his heart. Wonderful, simply wonderful. The tide has turned once more. My aging heart can scarcely endure such turmoil any longer. He reflected with a sense of ease as he glanced at Lin Lao Jio, who appeared visibly agitated. I will certainly report today's events to the higher-ups. Just wait and see, Master Xing Chun declared with an air of confidence. Lin Lao Jio, realizing there was no longer any need to continue watching, slammed his palm onto the table in anger. Wait and see. In the guild, my power surpasses yours. What right do you have to speak to me so presumptuously? With that, he flung his sleeves and departed. Meanwhile, Master Xing Chun reclined in his chair, calmly observing the events unfolding on the screen. Song Qing, having finally reunited with his daughter, felt a tinge of arrogance for having underestimated the situation. He had anticipated that the shaman might launch a surprise attack, but had not expected such underhanded tactics. The thought incited a wave of anger within him. Had it not been for the Red Ghost's timely intervention, Dudu might have encountered serious trouble. Glaring at the shaman kneeling before him, Song Qing's voice turned icy. Dudu, this individual is now your responsibility. Dudu nodded and, wielding her staff, began to tap it against the shaman's head. How dare you abduct children, you vile wretch, she exclaimed, delivering playful taps that were not particularly painful. The shaman feigned anguish, clutching his head, providing Dudu with some measure of satisfaction. However, as the third strike landed, the shaman instantly turned to stone. Another blow followed, shattering his body into countless fragments. Witnessing this, Zheng Wen, lying nearby, felt a jolt of shock. Could it be that the zombies at the gas station were not slain by him, but rather by this little girl? Song Qing cast a cold glance at Zheng Wen. You asked too many questions. I do not wish to divulge too much information to you, so it is time for you to die. With that, he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck Zheng Wen. The thick arc of electricity surged from the heavens, piercing through his body, leaving behind the acrid scent of charred flesh. Zheng Wen was officially dead. At the moment of his demise, a system notification echoed through the heavens. Zheng Wen and Zheng Wu, participants in this dungeon, have been confirmed deceased. The mission is complete, and Song Qing and Dudu emerge victorious. Now, we shall announce the evaluation of this dungeon. Song Qing received an SS grade rating and was awarded an SS grade gift pack. Dudu achieved an SSS grade rating and received an SSS grade gift pack. Upon hearing this notification, Song Qing let out a long sigh of relief, as Dudu's promotion task was finally completed. Dudu, brimming with joy, leapt up to embrace Song Qing. Yay, Daddy, we did it. Song Qing nodded and then turned to the side to look at the Red Ghost. Thank you. The Red Ghost offered a faint smile. You're welcome. I shall not disturb you any longer. I must return to guide the souls of the villagers. Song Qing nodded as he watched the Red Ghost vanish, leaving only himself, Dudu, and the driver. The driver, somewhat resigned, remarked, It appears that my role as a bus driver has come to an end. I wonder what changes this instance will bring next. I hope you both can traverse even further in future instances. Farewell. Song Qing nodded, bidding the driver goodbye. Soon after, a luminous barrier appeared in the sky. Hand in hand, Song Qing and Dudu stepped into the light, subsequently disappearing from this instance. Upon witnessing Song Qing and Dudu emerge unscathed from the instance, Master Stardust finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gently grasped Song Qing's hand, his face brimming with excitement. That was incredibly perilous. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Song Qing chuckled, fully understanding the implication. Rest assured, aside from the final challenge, everything else was well within my control. However, I shall be more cautious next time. Master Stardust nodded and then glanced at Dudu, a hint of amusement crossing his face. I never imagined such a young child could be so formidable. May I gift you something, my dear? Dudu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What kind of gift will you give me, Grandpa? With that, Master Stardust presented a beautifully wrapped gift box to Dudu. Open it and see if you like it. Dudu eagerly nodded and opened the box, revealing a stunning doll inside. Wow, what a beautiful doll. It's wonderful. Thank you, Grandpa. A look of happiness spread across Master Stardust's face. I'm glad you like it. This is actually a spirit artifact one I once created. With this doll, you can withstand 3 fatal injuries. After saying this, Master Stardust displayed a slightly awkward smile. The reason I hadn't given it to you earlier was due to my concerns. Song Qing gently interrupted him with a wave of his hand, fully comprehending Master Stardust's intentions. After all, he had not previously joined the Fanhai Guild, which left some doubt about his motives. Now that he and Dudu had completed their task, it was only fitting to accept this precious item, thereby establishing a personal bond. Song Qing did not decline, and Dudu, captivated by the doll's beauty, held it close to her heart. Master Stardust then looked at Song Qing. It's getting late. You should rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will formally join the guild, and I assure you, there will be no further missteps. Song Qing nodded in agreement. Gratitude was extended to Master Stardust. Thus, the group returned to their lodgings. Upon their return, Song Qing assisted Dudu in assessing her current condition. Despite having vanquished numerous monsters, Dudu had not gained a single point of experience. Fortunately, she had successfully leveled up and could continue to hunt monsters for experience. Observing the peacefully slumbering Dudu, Song Qing bit his lip, hoping to swiftly reach level 30, at which point his daughter could finally rid herself of the affliction within. After retreating to his own chamber, Song Qing indulged in a restful sleep. The following morning, after a light breakfast, Master Stardust arrived at their doorstep. Come, I shall guide you into the guild. Consequently, Song Qing and Dudu once again followed Master Stardust into the guild building. This time, they faced no obstructions and successfully completed the membership formalities. Just as they were about to exit, an old acquaintance approached, none other than Lin Laojio. His eyes were shrouded in shadows. You wretched boy, you have cost me 2 of my valuable subordinates. This grudge shall not be forgotten. Song Qing held no affection for the old man, who had nearly led him and Dudu into peril. Huh, you dare speak of grudges? I have yet to settle the score with you, yet you come here uninvited. Boy, do not be so arrogant. Once you enter the guild, your fortunes will dwindle. I hope you can survive a while longer. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly outlive you. Old man, I hope you can endure. Do not perish too soon. You, Lin Laojio seethed with rage as Song Qing took Dudu and left the building. Chapter 123. The lottery. Upon entering the guild, one encounters a myriad of events, such as daily training sessions. However, Song Qing was rather reluctant to participate in these exercises. Nevertheless, in order to enhance Dudu's overall physical fitness and agility, he decided to accompany her. It was akin to enrolling Dudu in a sports class to bolster her stamina. Although Dudu had now ascended to the status of an apprentice saint, her physical capabilities still required improvement. Fortunately, with Song Qing's protective presence during these training sessions, Dudu managed to complete them with remarkable success, astonishing her fellow trainees. It was indeed a rarity for a mere 4-year-old to possess such formidable physical prowess, leaving many in disbelief. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, Song Qing and Dudu officially became members of the Fanhai Guild, assigned to Group D. Group D comprised a substantial number of members, totaling over 200, all managed and coordinated by the group leader. However, upon noticing Dudu's tender age, the group leader's expression darkened with dismay. Damn it, another child brought in for gilded training. Yet at such a young age, is this truly appropriate? Who recommended them for entry? The leader expressed his annoyance to a nearby secretary, who, feeling somewhat awkward, cast a glance toward the door. It was Master Stardust who brought them in. She replied. Upon hearing this, the group leader let out a resigned sigh. That old man is usually quite dependable. What a foolish decision this time. This child will undoubtedly lower our group's performance metrics. Honestly, let us encourage her to withdraw after a month." He then retrieved a file from the desk and handed it over. "When the meeting convenes, make an announcement about the new dungeon that has emerged, a 4-star dungeon, the Death Chamber. See if we can find a way to include this Song Qing and his daughter Dudu in the upcoming competition." The secretary nodded and exited with the folder in hand. At this moment, Song Qing and Dudu had just clocked in at the guild, preparing to seek out Master Stardust to inquire about any available quests. Having idled away the better part of the month, Song Qing felt a growing sense of boredom. Just as he was about to step out in search of someone, a well-dressed female secretary entered, tapping her hand on the desk to garner attention. "Everyone, please pause your activities. I have an announcement to make." Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room turned their attention toward the secretary. Soon, they formed a line, with Song Qing and Dudu positioned at the forefront, becoming the center of attention. After this period of training, everyone had gained some familiarity with Song Qing and Dudu. However, despite Dudu's successful completion of all training tasks, many still harbored doubts about her intentions. Even the secretary couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the porcelain doll-like little girl, before regaining her composure and addressing the assembly earnestly. "I have just received a task from the team leader. We have a 4-star dungeon, the Death Chamber, which is a 20-person instance assigned by higher-ups. I sincerely hope everyone will enthusiastically sign up for this challenge." As soon as she finished speaking, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. "What? The Death Chamber? This dungeon sounds incredibly difficult. The challenge level of a 4-star dungeon is considerably high. I absolutely refuse to participate. It could cost us our lives. Better to be cautious. A 4-star dungeon is not something we can approach lightly. If it were assigned to Group B, it might be manageable, but for us in Group D, it feels like a certain death sentence. Indeed, it's better to avoid this risk altogether. I'm indifferent if this dungeon goes unattempted." The secretary, having overheard the murmurs, sensed the lack of enthusiasm and spoke up. "All right, hold on a moment. Let me finish before you discuss amongst yourselves." The hall fell silent once more, and the secretary addressed the group. "The team leader has said that this dungeon is a hard-won opportunity. Although the difficulty is considerable, with proper teamwork, there is still a chance for success. Let us not lose heart. Have a bit of faith." This was met with further complaints from the audience. "Please, we are not fodder. Why should we venture into such a deadly dungeon? Just last time, our Group D suffered complete annihilation in the 4-star dungeon. Yes, it's barely been 2 years since that ordeal. Can we opt out this time?" The secretary shook her head in resignation. "I'm sorry, but the team leader insists we must participate. If no one is willing, we will resort to a lottery to select 20 individuals." Upon hearing this, the room erupted into an uproar. Dissenting voices grew louder, but the secretary had made her decision. Anyone who refused to go after being selected would be expelled from the team. This left everyone in a state of confusion. They could not refuse to participate and could only hope not to be chosen. The drawing commenced, and Song Qing had no objections to this dungeon. While the 4-star challenge might be formidable, he believed there was still a glimmer of hope for success. Thus, he and Dudu stepped forward to draw a slip from the box. Upon opening his paper, he noticed the secretary watching him intently. However, she quickly averted her gaze, cleared her throat awkwardly. "Now, please reveal your slips." Those who have drawn an X stepped forward. Instantly, panic ensued as everyone exchanged anxious glances. The individuals holding slips marked with X nervously stepped out from the crowd. Song Qing felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He had not drawn an X. The secretary's next words left everyone momentarily stunned. "Those who drew an X may now leave." Moments ago, those pallid-faced individuals, upon hearing that drawing an X would grant them the chance to depart, were instantly filled with elation, each one eagerly exiting the hall. Those who drew a D also stood up to leave. Subsequently, those with a D slipped away as well. The secretary then announced additional ballots, and the number of people in the room dwindled. Finally, when only 20 remained, the secretary spoke up. "The remaining individuals are the participants for this new dungeon challenge. Please prepare yourself for the challenge tomorrow morning and do not be late." Song Qing and Dudu exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles. "Wonderful, father, we drew it. The dejected expressions of those around them morphed into outbursts of ire upon hearing this. Are you all insane? You're thrilled about drawing a dungeon challenge? Ridiculous. Indeed, it's a 4-star dungeon. This is no trifling matter. Don't assume that passing a 3-star dungeon means you can easily handle a 4-star one. The difference is monumental. Oh, once you enter the 4-star dungeon, you might not be so jubilant. I truly cannot comprehend. Do you think merely following Captain Liao will ensure your safety? As these words were spoken, a tall young man stepped forward from the crowd. Don't expect me to lead you out. Rely on your own abilities. With that, he walked away. Song Qing observed his retreating figure, internally voicing his thoughts. Liao Chong was the most formidable contender in Group D. Despite being just in his early 20s, he had already proven capable of soloing 3-star dungeons and had even accomplished 2 runs of 4-star dungeons, making him an exceptional talent. Particularly, his awakening of assassin powers had rendered him the object of envy among all. Chapter 124. Bribery at the door. As the lottery concluded, the crowd dispersed from the hall, each returning to their respective homes to prepare for the impending challenges. The secretary briefly outlined the rules of this instance, one of which left Song Qing feeling somewhat helpless. In this death chamber instance, all storage-type equipment would be temporarily unusable. Concerned about his inability to access the system space, Song Qing resolved to meticulously pack all necessary items. Furthermore, each participant was limited in the quantity of items they could carry into the instance, which posed a significant dilemma for him. Gazing at the array of items on the shelves, Song Qing decided to delegate this daunting task to Dudu, with the caveat that he would first account for all essential gear and emergency supplies. Dudu, perched on a shopping cart, fixated on the items before her. I think yogurt looks delightful, Daddy. What do you think? Song Qing chuckled. All right, let us grab some yogurt. Potato chips. I adore potato chips. Daddy, can I take 2 extra bags? Absolutely. Wow, strawberry cookies. My favorite. Let us take those too. Sure. Donuts, Daddy. How about 1 for each of us? Sounds perfect, sweetheart. And seaweed crisps. It's been ages since I had those. Grab some. Before long, the shopping cart brimmed with snacks. Seeing the bounty, Song Qing could only smile wryly as he handed the shopping cart to the cashier. After settling the bill and departing the supermarket, he and Dudu returned to their residence. Meanwhile, Liao Chong, the foremost powerhouse of Group D, had also returned to his own quarters. His standards for himself were exceedingly high. Every detail, no matter how minute, had to be executed flawlessly. This relentless pursuit of excellence was a key factor in his remarkable achievements at such a young age. With restrictions on items, he pondered carefully over what to bring. Surveying the vast array of goods in the storage room of his villa's basement, Liao Chong began to methodically sift through his belongings. The duration of the instance remained unspecified, necessitating ample supplies of food, water, and medicine. Having made up his mind, he approached a nearby shelf, selecting items meticulously suited for the instance. He opted for an assortment of high-calorie compressed foods, which, while lacking in taste due to the necessary compression, provided energy equivalent to a full meal with each bite. Additionally, he gathered various packets of purified water, easily storable in the pockets of his combat vest or secured at his waist without hindering movement, to prepare for potential water shortages. He also included 2 bottles of water purification tablets. In critical moments, those tablets could prove invaluable. Regarding the pharmaceuticals, he typically carried only a few essentials, all of which he had meticulously refined through years of experience. Once he had organized his belongings, he retrieved his dagger, a premier ghost weapon, the Black Gold Dagger, which enhanced the user's agility and speed in combat while possessing a certain capacity to penetrate armor. Such an array of supplementary features rendered this dagger his primary tool for battle. Subsequently, he produced another dagger of similar size. However, this one was merely a mid-tier ghost weapon, lacking noteworthy attributes, its sole advantage being its sharpness. With his weapon selected, he then chose a suit of black combat armor. Although the armor was not a ghost weapon, it was the latest offering from one of the world's foremost manufacturers of protective gear, designed to effectively safeguard the wearer. Everything was ready, and he prepared to take his belongings out of the basement, intending to don them at dawn the next day. At that moment, The sound of a doorbell echoed from outside, furrowed his brow slightly. Who could be visiting at such an hour? After a moment's contemplation, he activated the basement surveillance system to investigate, only to find an elderly man wearing sunglasses. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Laojio. What would he want at this late hour? Surely, there must be a pressing matter at hand. After some consideration, ultimately decided to meet with him. After all, he was merely a member of the group, while Lin Laojio held a mid-level management position within the guild. The disparity in their statuses was significant. Offending him would yield no benefit for. Thus, he addressed the intercom, saying, "Please wait a moment, Master Gio." He then set his belongings down and ascended to open the front door. Lin Laojio adjusted his sunglasses as he looked at, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "Not bad, not bad. You certainly carry an extraordinary aura. You truly are the strongest of Group D." Humbly smiled, "You flatter me, Master Gio. My abilities pale in comparison to those in your Group B." "Huh. Your potential is evident. It is only a matter of time. Will you not invite me in for a moment?" Only then did gesture invitingly. "My apologies, Master Gio, please come in." Upon entering S residence, Lin Laojio surveyed the surroundings, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. However, he quickly got to the point, stating, "I did not come here to reminisce or forge friendships. I have a matter on which I seek your assistance." Had already discerned the intent behind his visit and nodded slightly. "Please, Master Gio, go ahead. I wish for you to assist me in eliminating 2 individuals." With that, Lin Laojio produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to S. Brow furrowed slightly, a hint of reluctance evident on his face. "Master Gio, you jest. While I may possess the bloodline of an assassin, I am not a killer and have never undertaken a task of that nature. My apologies, Master Gio. However, if you have a conflict with someone, I could recommend a company for you. They might have the specialized services to resolve your predicament." However, Lin Laojio nonchalantly retrieved a cigar from his pocket, ignited it, crossed his legs, and gestured with his chin towards the envelope on the table. "Do not be hasty in your refusal. Examine the contents first." Liao Chong, intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding the man, picked up the envelope and tore it open. Inside lay 2 photographs and a diamond card from the largest local bank. Yet, as Liao Chong turned the photographs to reveal the faces, he was momentarily taken aback. Song Qing and his daughter? Lin Laojio exhaled a plume of smoke and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, those are the 2. Do you possess the confidence?" Liao Chong chuckled softly, tossing the photographs onto the table and reclining in his chair to gaze at Lin Laojio. "They're my team members, and they are set to join me in the dungeon challenge tomorrow. It seems that Master Gio takes quite an interest in me." Lin Laojio erupted in hearty laughter once more. "Team members? They have only just joined your squad. Do you truly share a bond of life and death?" Liao Chong tapped on the table. "Regardless, they are under my command. It would be inappropriate for you to seek my assistance in such a manner. Is that so? Then enlighten me. What would it take for you to assist me?" "It requires additional remuneration." Lin Laojio scoffed lightly. "You should have stated that sooner. You have me rather anxious." "Very well. Money is not an issue. Name your price." Liao Chong extended a finger. 1,000 first-grade magic crystals? However, Liao Chong merely smiled. "It is 10,000. Have you lost your mind? 10,000 magic crystals? How dare you propose such a sum?" Lin Laojio was taken aback by Liao Chong's audacious demand. Liao Chong displayed a gesture of helplessness. "To my knowledge, your 2 subordinates have already fallen into his clutches," indicating that Song Qing is no ordinary individual. 10,000 magic crystals is not excessive, is it? "All right, Liao Chong, I did not anticipate your profound understanding of your team." Liao Chong chuckled. "One must remain astute to make a living." Lin Laojio rose and declared, "Very well. I shall deposit 5,000 first-grade magic crystals into the account linked to this card. Upon the completion of your task, I will transfer the remainder to you." With that, Lin Laojio turned and departed, while Liao Chong feigned politeness, asking, "Master Gio, I escort you?" "No need. I have my own vehicle." The door closed behind him as Lin Laojio entered a luxurious car and drove away. In the room, Liao Chong sat on the sofa, carefully examining the photographs of Song Qing and Dudu, continually refining his plans in his mind. Chapter 125, The Four-Star Instance. The Death Chamber early the next morning. All members of Group D from the Fanhai Guild participating in the Death Chamber had gathered. However, when they saw Song Qing arriving with numerous bags, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The secretary frowned slightly, casting a disapproving glance at Song Qing. Song Qing, did you not heed my word from yesterday? Setting down her bags with a smile, Song Qing replied, I did hear you, which is precisely why my daughter and I prepared these overnight. They are perfectly within the weight limit. Upon hearing her words, the secretary glanced at the largest bag, unable to resist approaching to lift it gently. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Song Qing. So light? What on earth is inside? Popcorn and chips, Dudu exclaimed proudly towards the secretary. Laughter erupted among the team members in the hall. Haha, this little one is just too adorable. Bringing snacks into such a grim instance. How absurd, with so many snacks. No wonder she brought so many bags. I bet if you remove the preservation gas, it would only amount to a third. A third? Surely more than that. But Song Qing is about to be thoroughly undermined by her daughter. With this many snacks, they'll all be gone in no time. The secretary furrowed her brow and looked up at Song Qing. Did you not give your daughter any hints? Unfazed, Song Qing replied, if my daughter enjoys them. I have no objections. Very well, let's not waste time. Please set your belongings aside and rejoin the group. Thus, Song Qing placed her things aside and returned to the team with Dudu. Before entering the instance, the secretary reiterated the customary rules to be followed within the instance, one of which was not to harm teammates, lest one be expelled from a game. After the briefing, everyone organized their belongings and boarded the vehicle, heading towards an abandoned building. As time passed, the group quietly awaited the onset of the terrifying world. As anticipation built, noticeable changes in demeanor began to manifest among the members. Like condemned prisoners approaching the gallows, their hearts raced with excitement. The heavy sound of their breaths filled the air. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Daddy, may I have a chip? In an instant, the anxious atmosphere shattered. All eyes turned to Song Qing and Dudu, their faces a mix of indignation. Unperturbed, Song Qing pulled out a bag of chips and handed it to Dudu. Daddy, I haven't finished watching last night's cartoon. Can we continue? Of course, I've downloaded it on my phone. Let us watch it. Thus, the father and daughter settled in the open space, munching on chips while watching cartoons. Meanwhile, the rest of the group felt their patience fraying. In the midst of such a grave situation, how could they indulge in snacks and entertainment without a shred of civic responsibility? Did you not notice the tension enveloping us all? Such an atmosphere is truly detrimental to our spirits. At present, no one wishes to intervene in the actions of Song Qing and Dudu, for they must maintain their heightened state of alertness to confront any unforeseen dangers. Just as Song Qing and Dudu had finished watching an animated series and devoured their fourth bag of chips, the sky suddenly darkened. Subsequently, the world before them began to warp. When the light returned, they found themselves in a spacious chamber. Welcome to the Death Chamber. From this moment forth, you are to explore the surrounding rooms, with a daily requirement to unlock 100 chambers. Should you fail to meet this task, those who have explored the least will face immediate obliteration. Ultimately, your score will be determined by the number of rooms explored. The competition officially commences. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Explore a chamber? What could possibly be within? Might there be malevolent spirits lurking? It is hardly a stretch to assume they are indeed malevolent. Let us hope we do not encounter anything too formidable. Let us proceed together, as we can keep an eye on one another. As the announcement faded, the group began to chatter excitedly about their strategies. However, with each individual harboring their own thoughts, the hall soon devolved into a cacophony. Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, surveyed their surroundings and realized they were in an impressively vast and opulent hall. Yet, the design was decidedly peculiar, as there were 4 identical doors and a staircase leading to the upper floor, making it impossible to discern which door was the primary entrance. Next, Song Qing approached the doors, inspecting them closely, but they all appeared identical, revealing nothing beyond their facades. He cautiously extended his consciousness, only to find that he could not penetrate the veil behind the doors, indicating that part of his abilities had been sealed. Just then, a voice emerged from behind them. Everyone, I believe our foremost priority is to form a small group, as this will significantly enhance our efficiency. What do you all think? The crowd turned to see Liao Chong surveying them from the center table, exuding an air of leadership. Exactly, Brother Chong, please guide us. What should we do? Indeed, your experience is invaluable. Perhaps you could take charge. Upon hearing their words, Liao Chong smiled modestly and replied, I appreciate your kind words, but I merely wish to propose an idea. I never intended to assume the role of leader. However, as he finished speaking, the others began to express their desire to forego an election. Nonetheless, Liao Chong shook his head, insisting, no, we must hold a vote for our leader. After all, there are only 20 of us. It won't take much time. The group nodded in agreement, and soon, the results of the vote were revealed. Among 20 individuals, a total of 17 cast their votes for Liao Chong, while 2 abstained and 1 voted for Song Qing. Liao Chong glanced at Song Qing, a smile gracing his face. I truly appreciate it. It seems everyone is quite supportive of me. Song Qing lowered her gaze at the pouting Dudu and couldn't help but smile. It's all right. Perhaps next time Daddy can secure first place, yes? Dudu nodded, feeling his spirits lift slightly. Then, Liao Chong checked the time and remarked, the competition has commenced for a while now, and I shall not elaborate on the rules. Everyone has heard them. However, in my view, we should proceed in an orderly manner, forming groups to unlock these rooms. This way, both safety and efficiency will be assured. Based on my prior experiences, behind every door lies unpredictable dangers or opportunities. Hence, do not fear. Cooperation will enhance our efforts. Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt their anxiety dissipate somewhat. Liao Chong then surveyed the group and stated, we are a total of 20 individuals, tasked with exploring 100 rooms. Thus, I propose we form groups of 4, with each group aiming to complete 20 rooms. This arrangement will ensure optimal utilization of our personnel. To avoid wasting time, I will now assign group members. Please listen closely and locate your teammates. The crowd perked up, eager to be placed in a group with Liao Chong. Hao Yong, Sun Ku, Lu Qian, Zhao Xingnan. You 4 will form one group. Liao Chong, Zhou Bing, Zhang Ping, Li Ku. You 4 will be another group. Wen Yin, Li Sheng, Song Qing, Song Dudu. You 4 will be yet another group. After Liao Chong had assigned 5 groups, he looked around at the others. Is there anyone who disagrees? As soon as Liao Chong's words fell, Li Sheng, standing beside Song Qing, sprang to his feet. I object. Why am I placed in this group? I refuse to be with children. Upon hearing this, Wen Yin from the same team also expressed discontent. Indeed, with a babysitter and a baby in our group, the burden will fall solely on us. The crowd regarded Wen Yin and Li Sheng with sympathetic glances. Seemingly having anticipated this reaction, Liao Chong gently interjected. Do not rush to conclusions. How about this? If anyone is willing to swap, we can accommodate the change. However, as soon as Liao Chong finished speaking, the crowd collectively lowered their heads. Are you joking? Being grouped with a babysitter and a baby is akin to courting disaster. Associating with them will surely lead to a regrettable outcome. Wen Yin and Li Sheng, noticing the crowd's reaction, erupted in frustration. Liao Chong lightly patted their shoulders, reassuringly stating, there is nothing amiss. Song Qing is quite capable. After all, we are all on the same team. He then looked at Song Qing and Dudu before turning back to Wen Yin and Li Sheng. How about this? There are 5 doors available. I will allow you to choose first as a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing these words, Wen Yin and Li Sheng exchanged a glance, resigned to the situation. Just as they were engulfed in hesitation, a voice resonated from the staircase nearby. Daddy, let us go upstairs. Naturally, Song Qing acquiesced to his daughter's request, smiling as he nodded. All right, let us head upstairs. With that, he glanced at Wen Yin and Li Sheng, urging, come on, to the upper level. Upon hearing this, Wen Yin was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, have you lost your mind? With 4 doors available, why choose the one upstairs? It's obviously suspicious. Li Sheng struggled to contain his own agitation. Indeed, I believe we should opt for the room on the right. However, their protest came too late. Dudu had already reached for the doorknob. With a gentle click, the door creaked open. A palpable tension enveloped everyone present. Chapter 126. A Feast Inside. Terror outside upon witnessing Dudu's antics. When Yin and Li Sheng were momentarily taken aback. We haven't even begun our selection, so how could you have chosen for us? They exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, kids are the most bothersome. At that moment, the room was shrouded in darkness, rendering anything within invisible from the doorway. Song Qing instantly comprehended why his spiritual sense was ineffective. The room beyond the door was merely a series of small worlds. Gently, he grasped Dudu's hand. Cool, mate. Let us enter. Dudu nodded, showing no signs of fear, and stepped forward alongside Song Qing. Downstairs, Liao Chong glanced at Wen Yin and Li Sheng, offering a reminder. Your team has already made selections for you, so go ahead. Upon hearing Liao Chong's words, Wen Yin and Li Sheng couldn't help but curse their misfortune before trudging upstairs. However, as they gazed into the pitch-black room, unease crept over them. It's so dark inside. Could there be some malevolent spirit awaiting us? Damn, we haven't even chosen yet. Let them go in first. I refuse to enter. The two hesitated at the threshold, while Song Qing shot them a glance before pulling Dudu's hand. Let us proceed. If there is something valuable, we should claim it first. At this declaration, Wen Yin and Li Sheng felt a flicker of temptation, but reconsidering, they prioritized their safety and quickly dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, those downstairs were watching the upstairs direction, eager to learn what transpired within. Song Qing was the first to step into the room. Contrary to his expectations of danger, he was instead met with an array of exquisite cuisine that left him astounded. So much sumptuous food has been prepared, he marveled, ushering Dudu inside. Upon seeing the bountiful spread, Dudu's face lit up with wonder. Wow, so many delicious dishes. Daddy, can we eat these? For a moment, Song Qing hesitated to answer and instead inspected the dishes using his system. Squirrel mandarin fish, crafted by a top-tier chef, consuming it will elevate one's mood. Surprised by the description, Song Qing then examined the second dish. Floured glue pigeon soup, also crafted by a top-tier chef. It enhances one's mood and possesses invigorating and warming properties. After reviewing each dish and confirming their safety, he turned to Dudu. There's no problem. We can eat these. While they're still warm, shall we indulge a little? Upon hearing this, Dudu joyfully climbed onto a nearby stool. Daddy, I want to eat crab. All right. Here, a big hairy crab for you. Oolong, I do like a bit of that oolong too. Is it all right if I have some ketchup with it? Of course. I'll get that for you. Thus, the father and daughter began their feast. Meanwhile, Wen Yin and Li Sheng remained outside, still unable to discern what was happening within, exchanging anxious glances. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Indeed, waiting seems prudent. After all, there is no rush. Meanwhile, those gathered downstairs observed the two timid souls hesitating to enter and could not help but voice their disdain. How cowardly, truly! Who is lagging behind? They are even less courageous than children. It is quite exasperating. My neck has grown sore from watching. This is tedious. Let us embark on our own exploration. With that, the group shifted their focus away from the happenings above. Liao Chong, too, felt a pang of curiosity about what transpired when Song Qing and Dudu entered the room. Yet, after their entry, silence enveloped the space. Wen Yin and Li Sheng dared not follow, leaving him to suppress his curiosity. All right, since those upstairs have already been chosen, let us divide the rooms downstairs. The group readily endorsed his suggestion, swiftly selecting rooms in each of the four directions. The first group cautiously opened a door, only for a newly awakened ice element user to immediately emit a blood-curdling scream upon entry. The entire assembly in the hall was startled by the sound, instinctively turning towards its source. Following the scream, the young man was hurled out, drenched in blood. He collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood as he gazed at the crowd. Evil spirit. Inside. Be careful. He managed to utter before his head fell to the side, lifeless. His teammates rushed to assess his condition, but soon, someone shook their head in resignation. He has gone. The declaration thickened the atmosphere in the hall with a heavy pall. Liao Chong recognized the deceased. He had once been a formidable member of Group D, reputed to have achieved an SS rating in a solo 2-star instance. With such prowess, he should have had no trouble confronting intermediate-level evil spirits. Yet he had been swiftly vanquished upon entering. This indicated that the evil spirit within that room must be of at least an advanced level. Thus, the initial eagerness to plunge into exploration dissipated among the crowd, replaced by trepidation. Within half an hour of commencing, death had already struck. The group turned their gazes anxiously upwards. It seemed there had been no commotion within. "Hey, can you two hear anything from inside?" Someone called out to Wen Yin and Li Sheng above. The two, trembling, managed to respond. It seems like there is the sound of eating. "Oh no, a child is crying. This is bad. Something has happened. Listen, it sounds like bones are being gnawed on. Good heavens, the evil spirit is devouring people." In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos. This is disastrous. The difficulty level has spiked right at the outset. Who would dare to brave the challenges now? Indeed, 3 deaths at the very start? The mortality rate is alarmingly high. This 4-star instance is proving to be exceptionally formidable, with casualties occurring so early. What shall we do next? Observing the panic-stricken faces around him, Liao Chong, the appointed leader, spoke up. "Everyone, let us not succumb to panic. The premise of this horror game cannot be so grotesque, and perhaps we may discover some novel solutions." However, his words did not yield the desired effect. Instead, a considerable number of individuals began to lose their composure. Even if we fortuitously manage to open the first door and vanquish the initial malevolent spirit, there will be many more to confront. Indeed, we are tasked with exploring 100 rooms today. It is inconceivable that our journey will be entirely smooth. Alas, starting off with such adversity, how are we to proceed? This is a disaster. Liao Chong realized that this situation was untenable. If he were to be encumbered by these people today, he too would suffer the repercussions. Thus, he stood once more, raising his voice in a rallying call. "Friends, let us not retreat. Since we have already arrived, there is no turning back. It is of utmost importance that we focus on how to navigate these challenges and survive." As expected, the crowd responded better to firmness than to softness. After a stern reminder, they collectively regained their resolve. "Damn it, not moving forward is tantamount to death. We might as well take a gamble. Who knows? We may even acquire some advanced, ghostly artifacts. Indeed, let us take the plunge. After all, retreating leads to certain demise. If we achieve something remarkable, the rewards from this 4-star dungeon are quite substantial." Precisely. The rewards for a 4-star dungeon are exceptionally generous. "Everyone, let us proceed." With renewed confidence, the group began to strategize on how to enter the rooms. Meanwhile, upstairs, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng found themselves in a quandary. "Lin Sheng, how do you propose we enter?" Wen Yin lifted her eyelids slightly to glance at Lin Sheng, her expression revealing a hint of contemplation. Lin Sheng, lacking subtlety, replied casually, "We should follow what those below are doing. What other options do we have?" Wen Yin chuckled softly, "But there are only the 2 of us." This remark instantly reminded Lin Sheng of their predicament, and he gazed at the door before them. "Then, what shall we do? Perhaps we can play rock, paper, scissors?" Wen Yin immediately shook her head. No, that would be pointless. "You see, your awakened skill is close combat, with a ferocious blade technique that is unmatched in melee. Whereas I excel in archery, which requires distance. Close quarters would hinder my abilities. So, why not we collaborate?" Even Lin Sheng, despite his lack of cunning, comprehended Wen Yin's implication. Do you take me for a fool? Absolutely not. If we go together. The door is not wide enough for us to proceed side by side." Wen Yin felt a wave of frustration. "If we walk side by side, we won't be able to maneuver effectively. That's not an option. If we are to move, we shall do so together. Don't think to use me as a shield. Being an archer doesn't excuse you from the front lines." Seeing Lin Sheng's obstinacy, Wen Yin resigned herself. "Fine, let us proceed. We shall slay the monsters together and split the rewards equally." At that moment, sounds of battle echoed from the room below. Lin Sheng and Wen Yin stood shoulder to shoulder, weapons at the ready. Chanting in unison, 1, 2, 3, attack. The 2 rushed into the room side by side. However, the scene that unfolded before them left them utterly astonished. At a grand round table, Song Qing contentedly patted his belly and addressed them. "So you finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't make it. There isn't much food left, but feel free to help yourselves. You'll need your strength to slay monsters later." "Do. with her cherubic face smeared in grease, was busily wiping her face with a wet tissue. "Daddy, can I take some leftovers? I like to save it for later when I get hungry." Faced with his daughter's request, Song Qing readily acquiesced. "Ahem, I suppose you won't fancy this dish, so don't just stand there. Hurry up. I need to take my daughter to conquer some challenges soon." Lin Sheng exchanged a concerned glance with his companion, feeling utterly bewildered. "So you two were perfectly fine all along. Then what was that sound of gnawing bones we heard earlier?" "Exactly. And what about the crying child?" Song Qing, placing a large shrimp into a box, clarified, "Oh, that was me gnawing on a beef rib. My daughter wanted some too, and she accidentally dropped a piece of meat, which made her cry. Is there a problem with that?" The two felt as if they had been made to look foolish. Chapter 127. Where are the monsters? Although the explanations provided by Song Qing and Du were utterly absurd and exaggerated, the reality unfolded before them compelled Lin Sheng and Wen Yin to accept it. "Well, I must say, your fortune is indeed remarkable. The scene downstairs frightened me. I feared something had happened to you, which is why I rushed in." Wen Yin discreetly aligned himself with Song Qing, hoping to forge a closer bond. To him, the fact that Song Qing and Du stumbled upon such a fortunate encounter upon entering was nothing short of extraordinary. He believed that individuals who experience such serendipity usually possess considerable luck. More importantly, with Song Qing and Du leading the charge, they felt free from worry. However, Song Qing was not swayed by his intentions, casting a cold glance in his direction. "Who, might I ask, had previously complained about us acting on our own accord?" At this remark, Wen Yin found himself momentarily speechless, while Lin Sheng beside him lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Then, Song Qing and Du rose from their seats and glanced at the two of them. "I had mentioned earlier that whoever enters first claims the spoils. So if you wish to venture forth, you may follow behind us. We can certainly share the bounty. Of course, you also have the option to choose your own path." Upon finishing, Song Qing and Du approached the door, turning to look at Wen Yin and Lin Sheng. "Shall it be this door, or will you make your own choice? Regardless, the four of us form a team and can only select one door." Seeing Song Qing's insistence, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. A single stroke of good fortune does not guarantee repeated blessings. Thus, they were reluctant to be the sacrificial pawns. It was wiser to leave such perilous endeavors to their teammates. With a grin, Wen Yin gestured to Song Qing, indicating they would follow. "We shall remain behind. You are the skilled ones. Please proceed first." Lin Sheng eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, you're the experts. We will simply follow and enjoy the aftermath." Song Qing shot them a sideways glance, retorting, "Enjoy the aftermath? Apologies, but I have a hearty appetite, and you might find not a drop of broth left for you. So brace yourselves." Despite this, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin remained unfazed. They believed their lives held paramount importance. As for the rewards, they seemed rather trivial in comparison. For instance, the lavish spread before them appeared merely to require a small sum to acquire, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Observing their reaction, Song Qing and Du exchanged no further words, promptly pushing open another door and entering. Lin Sheng immediately moved to follow, but was yanked back by Wen Yin. "Are you out of your mind? If there are monsters inside, they could face off for a while. Let's wait a few moments before entering." Though reprimanded, Lin Sheng held his tongue, recognizing that Wen Yin was merely looking out for him. Meanwhile, just across the threshold, Song Qing and Du had yet to encounter any monsters. The two individuals gazed at a wooden box atop the table in the room, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. "Father, what lies within this box?" Song Qing inquired, shaking his head, for at that moment, his system's ability to unveil mysteries was inaccessible, leaving him unaware of the box's contents. However, exercise caution, for a prudent approach is always wise. He gently restrained Du, who was eager to open the box. "Let your father handle this," he advised. Du nodded, observing as Song Qing placed the box on a nearby stool, carefully unfastening the latch. With a creaking sound, the box opened, revealing no immediate danger within. Dudu's eyes widened in wonder as he peered inside. "Wow, father. There's a bead. What is this bead for?" Song Qing, unfamiliar with such a bead, held it in his palm, feeling its exquisite smoothness. Soon after, he noticed a note nestled within the box. Centennial Ghost Bead, nurtured within the essence of a malevolent spirit, contains a wealth of pure ghostly energy. When refined, it can enhance one's abilities and is classified as a rare treasure. Upon reading the description of this mystical bead, Song Qing could not suppress a flicker of joy. What a remarkable find! If this were to be sold, it would fetch an extraordinary fortune. Just then, a commotion echoed from outside, and Lin Sheng and his companion entered hurriedly. They were still armed with various weapons, appearing exceedingly tense. "Why have you arrived only now?" Song Qing inquired, his attention divided between the bead and the newcomers. Lin Sheng and Wen Yin paused, momentarily taken aback. The room was eerily empty, save for the table and 4 chairs surrounding it. This sight left them perplexed. Where are the malevolent spirits? The monsters? Why are they absent? Indeed, could it be that you vanquished them all so swiftly? Dudu chimed in, lifting the bead and presenting it to the 2 men. "There are no monsters here, and we discovered this." Upon hearing Dudu's words, the pair stood dumbfounded. Lin Sheng quickly approached the box, snatching up the note for a closer examination. "What? A centennial ghost bead, born from a vengeful spirit? This is a treasure." Wen Yin, filled with envy after hearing this, hurried over to take a look. "My heavens, it truly is a ghost bead, and a century-old one at that. You've struck gold." Dudu cradled the bead, affirmatively nodding, then diligently tucked it into his bag. "Father, let us proceed to the next room. Perhaps there are even greater treasures awaiting us." "Very well," Song Qing replied, rising to his feet and glancing back at the 2 men. "Shall you go first, or shall we?" Yet, witnessing Song Qing and Dudu's newfound treasure, although envious, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin lacked the courage to proceed. Their heads shook in response, prompting a slight disdain to blossom within Song Qing. "Very well, Dudu, you may choose." Dudu pondered, biting his finger, surveying the 4 doors before finally pointing towards the right. "Let's venture this way." "All right, I shall follow your lead." Observing the seemingly arbitrary choices made by the father and daughter, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin found it challenging to articulate their inner feelings at that moment. Were they not inclined to ponder their decisions a bit more deeply? Alas, they were left with no choice but to remain outside the door, silently listening. Soon, the exclamations of Song Qing and Dudu echoed from within. "Wow, a high-grade ghost artifact. I never imagined there would be such a thing here. That's incredible. But Dad, this artifact is too powerful for me. Why not store it away?" Upon hearing the sounds from the room, Lin Sheng glanced at Wen Yin, his expression tinged with a hint of frustration. "How about we take a look at the next room?" Wen Yin hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing her face, but ultimately succumbed to curiosity. "Let us enter and see if it is genuine. If it is, we can give it a try." Thus, the 2 rushed into the room, where they beheld Song Qing holding a dagger approximately half a foot in length, shimmering with an ethereal ghostly aura, clearly not an ordinary item, undoubtedly a high-grade ghost artifact. Song Qing cast a glance at the duo. "Are you envious? Why don't you choose one for yourselves?" Wen Yin looked at Lin Sheng, who gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. "Let us do it." Together, they approached the door on the right, inhaled deeply, and with a collective shout, burst inside. However, as they entered, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from within, signaling the onset of a fierce battle. Song Qing and Dudu exchanged glances, a sense of dismay washing over them. "Why do we always fail to encounter any monsters?" Dudu lamented. "Indeed, I wish to battle a monster. Dad, could you help us find a room with a monster?" At that moment, the sounds of combat within finally subsided. Through the door, even Song Qing could discern labored breaths. "Lin Sheng, are you all right? Wake up quickly." "I'm fine. How about you, Wen Yin?" "Ah, thank goodness you're alive. I'm still here too, though I've sustained some minor injuries." "Goodness, that was terrifying. I can't bear to go in there again. Whoever wishes to enter may do so. This is quite a blow to one's morale. Merely a first-grade magic crystal?" Hearing the conversation within, Song Qing and Dudu sighed in unison. "Oh well, let us proceed inside. These 2 have likely dealt with a monster." As they entered the room, they found Lin Sheng and Wen Yin seated on the floor. alongside a vanquished, low-level evil spirit, its head mysteriously absent. They couldn't help but chuckle. A low-level evil spirit has left you in such disarray. Are you certain you belong to the Fanhai Guild? Faced with Song Qing's scornful remarks, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin felt utterly embarrassed and had no retort. They had indeed been quite flustered, losing their composure when confronted by a mere low-level evil spirit, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Liao Chong, upon entering the third room, suddenly sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching. As an exceptional hunter and a skilled individual awakened with assassin abilities, Liao Chong instinctively dodged to the right. With a swift motion, a dark, menacing claw fiercely dug into the wall to his left, etching several deep marks. A creature, its body cloaked in a shroud of black fur, bellowed as it lunged towards him once more. It was, astonishingly, a malevolent spirit of the utmost wickedness. With that, he unsheathed his dagger and struck forcefully at the creature's abdomen. Soon, Liao Chong found himself embroiled in close-quarters combat with this monstrous being. As an assassin, he quickly gained the upper hand. However, the creature's tough hide and resilient flesh exceeded his expectations. After a fierce struggle, 3 deep claw marks marred his shoulder, exposing bone and causing blood to flow profusely. Gazing at the fallen monster, Liao Chong stifled his agony and reached into its head to extract the magical crystal within, then shouted towards the doorway, "Come in, the malevolent spirit has been vanquished." Only then did his 3 companions enter, and upon seeing the defeated fiend on the ground, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 128. We are not boasting in the face of the praise from his 3 teammates. Liao Chong felt no joy, only a lingering sense of trepidation. If we are encountering such formidable monsters, it is likely that the other squads will struggle to survive. This is not the time for bravado. Liao Chong had no intention of mocking the abilities of others. His teammates also bore solemn expressions. Indeed, strong brother, what do you propose we do? If we fail to complete the mission, the last few will surely be annihilated. Damn it, it's truly a 4-star dungeon. We've only reached the 3rd room, and already we face mid-tier monsters. It is certain that the challenges will only escalate from here. What should we do? Should we notify the outside and ask our team leader to call off this challenge? Upon hearing this, Liao Chong immediately shook his head, interrupting the speaker without a moment's thought. What are you thinking? To halt this dungeon would require the collective effort of all the elders in the guild. Besides, such actions are reserved for the most elite teams of group A. How could they possibly suspend this dungeon for us? As these words sunk in, the group appeared as wilted as frostbitten vegetables, each at a loss for words. Liao Chong then retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket. Let's take a moment to rest. I'll check on the progress of the other squads. Nodding in agreement, the others settled down to rest. When Liao Chong connected the communication, voices from other teams immediately resonated through the device. Members of various squads, this is Liao Chong. Please report your progress accurately. Thank you. Soon, a crackling response came through. Report. Team 1 is in normal condition, with 1 injured member. We have reached the 2nd room and are preparing to enter the 3rd. Hearing this, Liao Chong felt a wave of relief. At least they were 1 room ahead of the others. What about Team 2? How is your situation? Any injuries? Report. Team 2 has unfortunately lost 1 member, but the rest are unharmed for now. We encountered a low-level evil spirit, which we have dealt with. Good, stay safe. And Team 3, where are you? Silence filled the air. Team 3 consisted of Song Qing, Du, and Wen Yin. Noticing the lack of response, a troubling thought crept into Liao Chong's mind. Could they have all perished? He glanced at his 3 teammates, who mirrored his own astonishment. Captain, their team must be hindered because of that little girl, one teammate suggested. Liao Chong nodded slightly before directing his inquiry back to the walkie-talkie. What about Team 4? How are they faring? Team 4 has lost 1 member. The others are injured, but currently in the 2nd room. Liao Chong's squad was the 5th team, currently the 2nd fastest in progress, trailing only Team 3. After hearing everyone's reports, Liao Chong let out a slight sigh of relief. He then picked up the intercom, intending to remind them to prioritize safety, when a voice interrupted him. Report, Team 3 is all present and has successfully breached the 12th room. Upon hearing this, all other voices on the intercom fell silent. Soon, Song Qing's voice emerged again. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? What's going on? Is the intercom broken? Hello? I'm Song Qing. Please respond. Following this, there was a series of knocking sounds, and Lin Sheng's voice broke through. No way, is it really broken? Try again. Liao Chong is a fool. Liao Chong is a fool. Just as Lin Sheng was about to continue, Liao Chong's furious shout echoed through the intercom. Lin Sheng, you better wait for me. Huh? Oh no, there is sound. Brother Chong, my apologies, I just misspoke. I was referring to you. It was another friend of mine with the same name. However, Liao Chong's face was dark with anger, while everyone else struggled to suppress their laughter. Containing his fury, he addressed the intercom. Song Qing, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat. Oh, I said we have entered the 12th room and are about to proceed to the 13th. Is there a problem? The intercom fell silent once more. Liao Chong furrowed his brow and spoke into the device. If you're bragging, you can cut the communication now. What is going on? Who is boasting? You don't believe me? Ask the others. There's nothing in this room. We collected a pile of rewards. It's all rubbish. I'm starting to doubt if there's an issue with this dungeon. Song Qing's voice dripped with frustration, lamenting continuously. Then another voice chimed in. Exactly. My father and I can hardly carry everything. There are too many items, and we barely encountered any monsters in the house. Unable to contain himself any longer, Liao Chong shouted into the intercom. Are you deliberately trying to mess with my mind? I asked for a situation report, not for you to boast. You think I'm a fool? Hearing Liao Chong's outburst, Wen Yin picked up the intercom to respond. Brother Chong, if you don't believe them, believe me. We are genuinely in the 12th room. We've only encountered monsters 3 times across these 12 rooms, all of which were dealt with by Song Qing. The rest of the rooms contained either ghostly artifacts or treasures. At this moment, voices from other teams began to resonate through the intercom. What a joke. 12 rooms and only 3 encounters with evil spirits? If you'd encountered even one, you wouldn't be this quick. Exactly. It's only been half an hour, and you've entered the 12th room? Do you think this is your backyard, that you can come and go as you please? If you're going to boast, at least prepare a script. This is a death chamber, not a KTV private room where you can just stroll in. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Song Qing's voice resonated once more from within. Enough, believe it or not. Let's not squander our time. Farewell. With a sharp click, the communication abruptly ceased. Liao Chong furrowed his brow at the walkie-talkie, feeling a mix of irritation and disbelief. These braggarts, not only failing to contribute to the team, but also undermining everyone's morale. Once this mission concludes, I shall lodge a formal complaint against them. Rising to his feet with a sigh, he composed himself and addressed the other 3 team members. How was your rest? We must set off now. The remaining trio had already prepared their respective gear, and with a palpable sense of tension, they pushed open the grand door ahead. Meanwhile, Song Qing and the others found themselves in room 12, their expressions betraying their displeasure. These scoundrels cannot bear to see others thrive. Enough, I shall not dwell on it. Turning to Wen Yin and Lin Sheng beside him, he inquired, shall you open the 13th door, or shall we? Lin Sheng, burdened with Song Qing's numerous belongings, could barely contain his frustration. Let me give it a try this time. If I succeed, I shall take charge from here on. Wen Yin, sensing impending trouble, cautiously advised, just be careful. If it gets dangerous, retreat promptly. All right, I understand. Lin Sheng replied, taking a deep breath, grasping his long sword, and advancing towards the grand door. With a mighty shout, he flung it open and charged inside. As anticipated, he encountered a formidable, malevolent spirit. After a fierce struggle, Lin Sheng was once again ejected from the room, his body marred with wounds, looking utterly wretched. Old Lin, how are you faring? The 2 mischievous friends had formed a united front during the earlier skirmish, and upon witnessing Lin Sheng's injuries, Wen Yin hurried over to assist him. Lin Sheng coughed up blood, a look of frustration etched on his face. Damn it, why must there be so many malevolent spirits here? And a high-level one at that. I am no match for it. At that moment, Song Qing, having retrieved a bottle of body restoration potion from the recent spoils, waved it enticingly before Lin Sheng. 100 points for a bottle. What do you say? Interested? Lin Sheng, taken aback, could only feel exasperated. Come on, we are teammates. You have received so many rewards. Could you not spare one for me? Why should I give it to you? Is it because you are less handsome than I? Or perhaps shorter? Song Qing's retort left Lin Sheng helpless. You shouldn't kick someone when they're down. This item is worthless outside. Besides, accumulating guild points is no easy feat. Give me a chance, Songa? Of course. But think about it. Outside, a bottle of water might cost merely 2 yuan. Yet in the desert, its value is immeasurable. Surely, you understand this principle. Faced with Song Qing's extortion, Lin Sheng could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. After enduring countless hardships and facing life-and-death situations, filled with both anxiety and fear, they have yet to gain even a single strand of benefit. Instead, they have expended 100 points, leaving Lin Sheng with an overwhelming sense of disappointment. It is important to note that 100 points in the guild represents several months of hard-earned effort. Yet now, Song Qing demands 100 points merely to exchange for a bottle of restorative potion, which feels like an egregious loss. Subsequently, Song Qing addressed Dudu, instructing him to harness his holy light against the monsters within. Dudu nodded, eager not to miss such a valuable opportunity for leveling up, and promptly stepped through the doorway. Confronted by the malevolent spirit devoid of any defense against the holy light, it was swiftly vanquished by Dudu as radiant power and staff. The entire encounter lasted less than a minute, after which Song Qing and Dudu commenced the collection of spoils within. Wow, Daddy, look at all the treasures in this chest. What do you think it is? Dudu exclaimed. My goodness, these appear to be materials for forging enchanted weapons. So many, all contained in this one chest. Hearing the voices of Song Qing and Dudu from the room, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin were overwhelmed with envy, yet felt utterly powerless. Chapter 129 continued to ascend. Hours passed once more. Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, made their way, stopping intermittently until they finally arrived at the 19th room. Observing the 4 doors within the chamber, Dudu tugged at Song Qing and inquired, Father, may I take the lead this time? Dudu's face lit up with eager excitement as he glanced at Song Qing. However, this time, Song Qing shook his head. No, this time it must be entrusted to Father, for we may encounter formidable, malevolent spirits. Dudu paused, slightly taken aback. Can you sense that a malevolent spirit lies behind this door? Song Qing replied, shaking his head. It is not a matter of sensing, but rather a calculation. If I am not mistaken, the spirit at this threshold will be quite powerful. Recall our encounter with a formidable creature at the 10th door. Thus, allow me to handle this. Seeing Song Qing's seriousness, Dudu could only acquiesce with a soft Meanwhile, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin, who had just joined them, exchanged glances, refraining from speaking. After all, if Song Qing had declared the spirits within to be formidable, they would naturally refrain from drawing attention to themselves. Previous lessons had imparted their share of challenges. As for feelings of envy, they certainly felt it, yet it remained unexpressed. Song Qing approached the door, inhaling deeply before gently pushing it open. Instantly, a low growl resonated from within the room. Upon hearing this growl, Lin Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine. It was evident that a powerful creature resided within, certainly a high-level malevolent spirit. Should they take a gamble? Wen Yin rolled her eyes. Please, if you're hoping to recover your 100 points, don't look to me for assistance. Anyone can tell that a formidable, malevolent spirit awaits within. Yet, Song Qing turned to Lin Sheng, a faint smile gracing his lips. I propose a wager. I bet that a vengeful spirit awaits inside. Shall we wager 100 points? Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng immediately shook his head. I only bet with Wen Yin. I refuse to wager with you. Wen Yan's expression turned dark as she was left at a loss for words. Song Qing, feeling somewhat disheartened, turned away. Very well, if that's the case, I shall enter. With that, he grasped his crimson flame longsword and stepped into the room. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he sensed a sharp claw lunging for his neck. However, Song Qing had long since prepared himself. He swiftly bent down and sidestepped the attack. Subsequently, he swung his crimson flame longsword forward with great force. The creature, resembling a specter, vanished from his attack range. Only then did Song Qing discern the creature's appearance. Before him stood a being clad in a flowing black robe, its hair cascading wildly, revealing only two fiery red eyes. Its sleeves were voluminous, hinting at its sharp claws, and it lacked legs, moving entirely by levitation. The malevolent spirit of this caliber excels in psychological assaults. However, Song Qing has cultivated a formidable immunity to such mental attacks. Observing Song Qing's nimble evasions, the dark-clad specter could not help but cast a glance at the crimson flame blade in his grasp. Realizing that its abilities could not vanquish him directly, it suddenly opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of dark energy towards Song Qing. The ominous mist swiftly enveloped the room, yet Song Qing merely narrowed his eyes, fiercely resisting the mental onslaught concealed within the black fog. The overwhelming darkness endeavored to breach his mental fortitude, but Song Qing remained unperturbed. The crimson flame blade radiated an aura of lethal intent as he advanced closer to the shadowy apparition. At last, sensing a fleeting opportunity, the specter abruptly vanished from the room. In the next instant, it reappeared behind Song Qing, its claws poised to strike at his vulnerable back. In that moment, Song Qing swiftly turned, his crimson blade slicing through the air with ferocity. The sharp edge, imbued with fiery essence, ignited all in its path, including the dark spirit S form. The specter recoiled, emitting anguished cries that resonated through the chamber. Song Qing, relentless in his pursuit, wielded the blade once more, each strike more rapid than the last. The dark figure darted around the room, persistently unleashing its mental assaults to disrupt Song Qing. Yet, his mental defenses were impenetrable, rendering the spirit's efforts futile. After a protracted struggle, Song Qing ultimately dismantled the specter, each blow erasing its corporeal essence. At last, a fragment of its residual soul was cleaved by the crimson blade, disintegrating into nothingness. Silence reclaimed the room, and Song Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. As the black smoke dissipated, he discovered 5 doors within the chamber, identical to the layout they encountered upon entry. Surprised, Song Qing noticed not only a reward chest on the table, but also a slip of paper. Upon opening the chest, he found it brimming with first-grade magic crystals. Though he did not count them, there appeared to be hundreds. However, Song Qing was less preoccupied with the rewards than with the contents of the note. Upon unfolding the paper, he was astonished to read, "Congratulations on completing all the challenges of the second layer. Proceed upstairs to continue your challenge on the third layer. Beware, the dangers of the third layer are significantly heightened compared to the second, while the remaining rooms on this level maintain their current difficulty. Here, you may continue to accrue treasures, with a maximum of 20 rooms available for selection." Reading the note, Song Qing experienced a sudden epiphany. He had mistakenly believed that the staircase led to a level of equal difficulty. Instead, it was an ascent to the second layer, which indeed posed a greater challenge. This revelation indicated that the trials they faced were 1 degree more arduous than those encountered by other teams. After finishing, Song Qing unhesitatingly directed his gaze towards another door on the staircase. He certainly would not linger on the current level to continue exploring the rooms within, as those items were utterly inconsequential to him, akin to chicken ribs, serving no purpose whatsoever. He preferred to accompany Dudu in challenging the rooms inhabited by monsters. Leveling up was his foremost desire, and as for those treasures, defeating monsters would surely yield them. Thus, he called out towards the door to come in. "It's safe inside now." As soon as the words left his lips, Dudu rushed in, laden with bags, and immediately embraced Song Qing. "I missed you so much. Daddy, it's been 2 minutes and 15 seconds since I last saw you." Song Qing chuckled heartily, holding Dudu close, gently tapping her nose, and then gestured towards the staircase above. "Shall we continue our ascent shortly?" Dudu responded with an eager without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng and Yin exchanged glances at the piece of paper on the table. Just as they were about to reach for it, Song Qing swiftly seized it, snapping his fingers to ignite the note in a small flame. "Hey, come on. We can't see the contents. Nor can we have the items? Isn't that a bit excessive?" A smile crept on his Song Qing's lips as he observed Yin's discontented expression and softly explained, "Oh, there's nothing of interest. I could easily recount the contents for you. Just some motivational phrases urging hard work, utterly devoid of substance. Seeing Song Qing's nonchalance, both Lin Sheng and Wen Yin were somewhat skeptical. Is that true? Would you really be so kind as to reveal the actual content? Wen Yin inquired. Exactly, given your strength. And having tricked me out 100 points, I doubt your benevolence. Just spill the real content. Song Qing grinned and replied, I could share it. But anyone who wishes to listen must pay 100 points. Who else interested? Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng instinctively took a step back. I see. That's your plan. I'd rather not listen. Then, Song Qing turned to Wen Yin. What about you? I can offer you a discount, just 50 points. Wen Yin rolled his eyes, his expression laced with resignation. What difference does it make? We can't ascertain its truth, so I choose not to listen. With a resigned smile, Song Qing proceeded to stuff the box of items into his bag. Ah, très galore. Let us go, daughter. We shall continue our ascent. Do you two wish to accompany us? After hearing this, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin fell into deep contemplation. Lin Sheng, lacking any viable suggestions, turned to Wen Yin. What do you think? Should we follow him or venture alone? Without hesitation, Wen Yin pointed toward the upper floor. What are you thinking? Do you believe we can casually traverse so many levels like them? Don't be foolish, following them, even if we don't feast. At least we might preserve our lives. Lin Sheng, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement and, after uttering a few affirmations, followed suit up the stairs. Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, continued their daring advance towards the third floor. Meanwhile, the members of the other squads were in a state of utter disarray, thoroughly confounded by the challenges posed by this place. Liao Chong gazed at the wound on his arm, which had split open due to the recent skirmish, a somber expression settling upon his face. Who would have thought we would be so tormented by this instance? It is infuriating. The 10th level lies just ahead, and I fear the dangers within will escalate significantly. Everyone, proceed with caution. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Aside from Liao Chong's group, the remaining squads had similarly reached levels 7 or 8, each door presenting them with considerable trepidation. Just as Liao Chong was about to open a door, the words of Song Qing echoed in his mind, proclaiming that treasures lay everywhere. He could not help but spit on the ground in disdain. Damn it, believing their fabrications is where the problem lies. Every room I've entered has been teeming with monsters, an unending onslaught. Where are these so-called treasures? The 3 teammates behind him exchanged bewildered glances but dismissed his outburst as mere grumbling, not giving it much thought. Chapter 130. The disparity upon entering the 3rd level. Song Qing discerned that the monsters here possessed a heightened level of ferocity. At times, the chambers would even be inhabited by 2 or more malevolent spirits. However, these creatures generally remained within the bounds of the spirit rank and did not ascend to the more formidable ghostly entities. It was only upon encountering rooms that were multiples of 10 that one might confront the perilous specters of the ghost rank. Nevertheless, for Song Qing, this posed little challenge. Having deduced this pattern, he instructed Dudu to lead the way in dealing with these adversaries, thereby ensuring that the experience gained was chiefly accrued by Dudu. Yet, upon reaching the 4th level, Song Qing was suddenly struck by the realization that Dudu had remained at level 15, with no sign of advancement. This raised a concern. How could she still be at this level? Had her previous attempts at promotion been unsuccessful? Shortly thereafter, the system provided an explanation. The host's companion, Song Dudu, is currently in the process of leveling up, albeit at a notably sluggish pace. Hearing this notification, Song Qing furrowed his brow. The rate of advancement was exceedingly slow. After vanquishing so many foes, not even a single level had been gained. Was there an underlying issue? Apologies, host, but this is contingent upon the leveling mechanisms of different professions. As a support class, the Saint's leveling speed is inherently slower compared to combat professions, compounded by our classification as a rare profession, which necessitates more experience than others. The system's response left Song Qing feeling somewhat despondent. If this were the case, how long would it take for Dudu to reach level 30 and secure permanent health? Was there no expedient method to expedite her progression? In response to the host's inquiry, The most effective way to enable a companion to swiftly reach level 30 is to continuously engage in various dungeons to slay monsters and gain experience. No other shortcuts exist. Resigned to the system's answer, Song Qing sighed deeply as he observed Dudu, who was engrossed in counting magic crystals, his expression tinged with exasperation. He had initially believed that reaching level 30 would be swift, yet it now appeared that the path to advancement was still lengthy. It seemed necessary to devise a long-term leveling strategy. Fortunately, Dudu's affliction could be managed with magic crystals, alleviating some of his concerns. After contemplating for a moment, Song Qing resolved to tackle more difficult challenges against the higher-level specters in the upper tiers to accelerate Dudu's experience gain. Having established this plan, Song Qing turned to Dudu, gesturing towards the door of the 40th chamber. "Come, let's enter together." Dudu nodded in agreement, and together they pushed open the door, stepping inside. Indeed, the interior of the 40th chamber mirrored that of the others, revealing another staircase and a formidable ghost lurking within. Upon witnessing the entrance of Song Qing and Dudu, the vengeful spirit surprisingly refrained from launching an immediate assault. Instead, it evaded while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. With a resigned shake of his head, Song Qing addressed Dudu, urging, "Let us resolve this swiftly with divine light. We must not squander precious time, as we have further ascents to undertake." Dudu promptly nodded in agreement, clasping her hands together, and unleashed a radiant beam of holy light towards the spirit. The spirit emitted a wretched cry, and seizing the moment while the entity was incapacitated, Song Qing shielded Dudu as they approached the malevolent specter. Dudu struck the spirit fiercely with her staff, causing it to shatter into fragments. With yet another challenge vanquished, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin entered the chamber, seemingly desensitized to the aftermath of the battle before them. After gathering the treasures from the floor, Song Qing presented them to the two newcomers, a high-grade ghostly bone bracelet and a high-grade ghostly bone sword. After inscribing the names of these artifacts on a piece of paper, he nonchalantly tossed them to Lin Sheng and Wen Yin. The duo, now numb, glanced at the ghostly sword in their hands, their astonishment muted as they stowed it away in their bags. Indeed, to alleviate their burdens, Song Qing and Dudu delegated the task of collecting items to Lin Sheng and Wen Yin, stipulating that upon conclusion, each would be allowed to select a mid-grade ghostly artifact as recompense. Thus, the group entered the 5th level with an air of indifference. Upon their arrival, Song Qing distinctly perceived that the challenges here surpassed those of previous levels. However, the experience gained was significantly greater than that of the 4th level, a most favorable development for him. Moreover, the frequency of treasure appearances had diminished, with vengeful spirits manifesting approximately every 2 rooms. Fortunately, the majority of these spirits were of a lower grade, with no intermediate spirits having yet made an appearance. Nonetheless, for Lin Sheng and Wen Yin, the situation remained an insurmountable challenge. As they observed Song Qing and Dudu advancing through the levels like unstoppable forces, the two were rendered speechless. To them, the once renowned figures of Group D seemed insignificant in comparison, unworthy even of being mentioned. After all, they had yet to witness anyone capable of effortlessly annihilating spirits of such caliber. This spectacle had become all too familiar for Song Qing and Dudu, to the point where they felt an illusion of being able to slay high-grade malevolent entities with a single strike. Meanwhile, as Song Qing and Dudu valiantly continued their quest, the casualties among Liao Chong's team had reached alarming levels. When one of his teammates fell, Liao Chong was compelled to halt the progress of the remaining 2 for a moment of respite. Gazing at the lifeless body of his comrade and the staircase leading to another room, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Why does this scene feel eerily reminiscent of our initial entry? He mused, as the 2 teammates behind him nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was that father and daughter who first ascended to the upper floor. I wonder if they have perished. I surmise they're either still lingering in that very spot or have already met their demise. The conversation between the two caused Liao Chong to reminisce about that moment, and he couldn't help but chuckle, finding the situation utterly absurd. It was only when recalling Song Qing and Dudu that Liao Chong remembered the task entrusted to him by old Lin Jiao. Perhaps, after this outing, he might acquire another version of the bounty. This task was indeed remarkably simple. He merely organized the team, and two individuals were lost. Old Lin Jiu's earnings were far too effortless. He rose to survey the room, which was in utter disarray. The earlier confrontation with the three-eyed ghost had left the furniture in tatters. The walls bore numerous marks, and even the handrails of the staircase leading to the second floor had been shattered. The lifeless body of a teammate lay on the ground. A tragic sight with gaping wounds revealing internal organs. The memory of the recent battle sent a shiver through Liao Chong. It was his first encounter with such a formidable ghost, and he had emerged victorious. Reflecting on it now, he found it thrilling, yet wished never to face such horror again. He instinctively touched the treasured item at his chest. Had it not been for its protection against a lethal blow, he might not have vanquished the ghost. As he gazed at the scene of the confrontation, his attention drifted to the staircase above. Strangely, his mind lingered on the last time he had conversed via radio with Song Qing and her team. If the words of adults could not be trusted, surely children would not lie. Yet, the voice of a little girl had echoed through the radio, proclaiming that treasures abounded, nearly too plentiful to carry. This thought prompted him to glance at the door atop the staircase, identical to the one below, indistinguishable in any way. Could it truly be as simple as they suggested? However, this notion flitted through Liao Chong's mind, and he realized he could not ascend so recklessly. Nevertheless, his thoughts continued to replay the dialogue with Song Qing and her companions, and eventually, he turned to his two teammates. What if we try going upstairs? Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening as they regarded Liao Chong. Brother Chong, do you believe what Song Qing and the others said is true? Indeed, Brother Chong, I think we should give it a shot. Perhaps we too can acquire a wealth of treasures like Song Qing's team. Witnessing their eager responses, Liao Chong chuckled helplessly, surprised that they shared his thoughts but were too reserved to voice them. With their opinions aligned, they felt there was little left to discuss. Grasping the fractured staircase, they arrived at the threshold of the 20th floor. Let us delve into the mysteries that lie beyond this door. Liao Chong gently unlatched the door, and one by one, the three of them surged into the room. At that very moment, the lifeless body downstairs inexplicably stirred. Subsequently, a crumpled note, extracted from the corpse's lower back, fluttered momentarily in the air before collapsing once more. The note was stained with blood, yet some words remained discernible. Congratulations. You have successfully completed all challenges of the second level. Ascend the stairs to continue your endeavor on the third level. Chapter 131. Dwindling members. As Liao Chong pushed open the door and entered the chamber with two teammates, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Alarmed, he shouted a warning and instinctively dove towards the opposite wall. However, his sudden movement proved catastrophic for one of his comrades. A formidable, two-headed demon, wielding a massive axe, viciously swung towards the entrance. Caught unawares, the teammate following Liao was struck in the neck, blood gushing forth, transforming the room into a veritable hellscape. Liao Chong's heart ached at the sight of his fallen comrade. Gripping his dagger, he charged towards the demon's rear. Just in time, the last remaining teammate narrowly evaded the fatal blow, positioning himself strategically to launch a counterattack against the monstrous foe. Yet, as Liao plunged his blade into the demon's back, one of its heads suddenly twisted around to meet his gaze. With a deafening roar, the two-headed demon lunged, its claws striking towards Liao's head with the speed of lightning. Faced with such ferocity, Liao knew he could not confront it head-on. He deftly evaded, skillfully mitigating the impending danger. In that moment, another teammate cried out, "Brother Chong, we're in trouble. This creature is a vengeful spirit." Liao, feeling the sting of his reopened wound, cursed silently before replying, "I know. Stay alert. Let us coordinate our efforts and see if we can vanquish this fiend." Understood. Brother Chong. The teammate recognized that relying solely on Liao was futile. Cooperation was their only path to survival. Thus, the two men relentlessly attacked the two-headed demon, moving in tandem. At last, after a fierce assault from the demon, an opportunity arose. With precision, the teammate thrust his advanced, ghostly dagger into the demon's neck. Liao activated his powerful piercing skill, and the blade shimmered with a crimson glow. The demon's flesh parted effortlessly, as if it were mere butter upon contact with the dagger. Liao roared, yanking the dagger back forcefully. The demon emitted a harrowing scream as one of its heads severed and fell to the ground. Gasping with relief, the teammate raised his long sword and delivered a fierce strike, cleaving a gaping wound into the demon's chest, black blood pouring forth. Seizing the moment, Liao thrust his dagger into the demon's remaining head. With a final, resounding thud, the creature collapsed, dissolving into a pool of dark ichor. Breathing heavily, Liao and his teammate exchanged a glance, both panting from exertion. Suddenly, Liao felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, his teammate rushed to support him. "Brother Chong, are you all right?" Liao raised his hand, signaling that he was fine. However, he was acutely aware that during the recent confrontation, he had burned a portion of his own vital essence, which ultimately enabled him to vanquish the formidable specter. Without such a sacrifice, wielding merely a dagger, he could not have severed even a single head from his adversary. In haste, Liao Chong extracted a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his arm, the green liquid coursing into his veins. Immediately, a searing pain engulfed his body. He gritted his teeth against the agony and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His teammate, utterly paralyzed by fear, rushed to his side, anxiety etched across his face. After a brief moment, Liao Chong regained some composure, though his face was devoid of color. Damn it, to think. It was such a powerful ghost. The difficulty here is at least tenfold greater than those malevolent spirits below. Damn, it appears we have been misled. His teammate seemed to grasp a realization. "Brother Chong, do you mean the higher we ascend, the more challenging it becomes?" Liao Chong nodded, his expression rife with fury. "Indeed, it seems we cannot proceed any further. We must first ascertain the status of the other squads. I wonder how they are faring." His teammate silently nodded, recalling the initial voice prompt upon entry. If they failed to explore 100 rooms today, the last few would face punishment. Though unaware of who the last few might be, he was resolute in not wishing to be among them. Liao Chong retrieved his walkie-talkie from his waist and addressed it. "Fellow teammates, this is Liao Chong. I would like to inquire how many rooms each of you has explored. Please report your status honestly." Shortly thereafter, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "This is Team 1. We currently have only 2 members remaining and have traversed 15 rooms. We urgently require assistance." Hearing this, a wave of helplessness washed over Liao Chong. "My apologies, but I currently do not know how to locate you. I hope you managed to survive." He then spoke into the walkie-talkie again. "Team 2, please report your situation." At that moment, a sound of weeping emanated from the device. "This is Team 2. I am the sole survivor. The other 3 members have perished. I want to go home. I do not wish to die." The sorrowful cries pierced Liao Chong's heart, and after offering a few words of comfort, he inquired, "How many rooms have you explored?" "Brother Chong, I am in the 13th room and am too afraid to proceed further." Upon hearing the words of Team 2's member, Liao Chong began to contemplate. If the numbers were this dismal, it was evident they would not complete the exploration of 100 rooms today. Death truly seemed imminent. With this thought, he glanced at his teammate, who was writing the number of rooms traversed by the 2 teams in blood on the ground. A look of sorrow etched on his face. "Brother Chong, the disparity in numbers is staggering. It seems that a team is destined to face punishment today." Liao Chong nodded, his expression replete with helplessness, and continued to address the intercom. "Team 3, please report your status." Soon, the voice of Team 3 echoed through the device. "Report, Brother Chong. Team 3 currently has only 3 members, and we have explored 10 rooms so far." Upon hearing this, Liao Chong's hand trembled involuntarily. "How can there be so few of you? Please continue your exploration." The intercom crackled to life again with Team 3's voices. "We wish we could, but the difficulty level here has far exceeded our expectations. It is truly insurmountable." After hearing Team 3's words, Liao Chong found himself at a loss for words. Aside from Team 4, the remaining 4 teams had collectively explored 58 rooms, leaving them a staggering 42 rooms short of the task requirement. Such a vast disparity filled him with despair. Just as he was about to inquire about Team 4's status, He suddenly recalled that the members of Team 4 were none other than Song Qing and his companions. The mere thought of Song Qing made him grit his teeth in frustration. Had it not been for Song Qing's remarks over the intercom, he would not have taken the risk to ascend the staircase. Now, knowing that the challenges above had surpassed the previous difficulties, and with no staircase leading down, they found themselves trapped in this predicament. At that moment, a teammate suddenly turned to Liao Chong. "Brother Chong, should we inquire about Team 4's situation? It would give us some insight." However, Liao Chong gently waved his hand. "There's no need. Whether we ask about Team 4 or not is inconsequential. As long as the two of us can survive, we shall await the conclusion of this task." Hearing this, the teammate nodded in resignation. Ultimately, it was better to let the others perish than to share the same fate. Meanwhile, Song Qing and Dudu were wreaking havoc on the 5th floor. Although the monsters here were formidable, for Song Qing and Dudu, as long as their coordination was flawless, they faced no real danger. Occasionally, they encountered some medium-level malevolent spirits. But Dudu possessed an impeccable immunity to mental attacks. With her immunity and the output of holy light, Song Qing could unleash tremendous power in a remarkably short time, effortlessly dispatching those medium-level spirits. At this moment, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng, following closely behind, were engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly, Liao Chong's voice came through the intercom. Upon hearing the reports from several teams, the two couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Goodness, they have only reached the 15th room. What on earth are they doing? Who knows? Perhaps Liao Chong is anxious about the time and fears punishment, so he's checking in on the situation," Lin Sheng remarked, nodding in agreement with Wen Yan's observation. He then turned to glance at the clock mounted on the wall. As the clock approached midnight, with less than an hour remaining, the question arose whether they should communicate via the walkie-talkie. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Yin shook his head. "No, let's wait for Song Qing to arrive. After all, we are aligning ourselves with him. By clinging to this influential figure, we may yet secure additional rewards once we venture out." Lin Sheng nodded in agreement, finding Wen Yan's rationale quite persuasive. At that moment, Song Qing's voice resonated from the adjacent room. "Guoming." Upon hearing his call, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin hastily entered the room. Scattered across the floor were several high-level ghost artifacts. This marked the 30th such item. Lin Sheng quickly gathered the artifacts, placing each one into a bag, while Song Qing meticulously documented their names in a small notebook. A slip of paper lay on the table, which Song Qing was reading with great attention. Wen Yin glanced at the note but refrained from approaching, instead speaking softly. "By the way, Brother Song, Liao Chong's team has inquired about our progress over the walkie-talkie." Upon hearing this, Song Qing raised an eyebrow, setting down the paper and turning his gaze to Wen Yin. "What did you tell them?" Wen Yin shook his head, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "I was waiting for you. I thought if I were to provoke them, it might not yield the desired effect, so I believed you would have your own strategy in mind." Song Qing returned a sly smile, relieved. "Thank goodness you didn't respond. Otherwise, my plan could have been thwarted." Wen Yin was taken aback by Song Qing's words, then noticed the note in his hand. "Brother Song, do you require our assistance with anything?" Song Qing chuckled, waving the note, then beckoned to Lin Sheng and Wen Yin. "Proceed as I instruct you." Chapter 132. What a good person at this moment. The intercom crackled with voices from other teams. Hello. It's already 11:30. There are only 30 minutes left until today's deadline. What are you all planning to do? Who's in last place?" Indeed, the members of teams 4 and 5 have yet to report their results. Care to enlighten us? Yes, the members of our 3 teams have already shared their current situations. You cannot remain silent. If worst comes to worst, let us all make an effort to complete the remaining tasks. Upon hearing the anxious voices from teams 1, 2, and 3, Liao Chong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. With such dismal results, how dare they ask others to exert more effort? How could they even utter such words? He ignored the chatter from the intercom, while a teammate glanced at Liao Chong and softly suggested, "I think it's best to say something. After all, the members of Team 4 have been silent. A little consolation might ease everyone's spirits." After contemplating for a moment, Liao Chong nodded. "Apologies, I was lost in thought and forgot. Our Team 5 is currently in the 20th room and has completed the designated number of tasks. If you haven't finished, you'll need to figure out yourselves. I'm powerless to assist now. Upon hearing this, teams 1, 2, and 3 were thrown into a panic. What? You've completed your tasks? Does that mean we have to tackle 5 more rooms by ourselves? That is too daunting. We only have 2 members left. You're fine, but in Team 2, I'm the only one left. How am I supposed to explore the remaining 7 rooms? This is asking for my life. Brother Chong, please think of a way to help us. What about us in Team 3? We still have 10 rooms left. How can we possibly manage with just 3 people? Hearing the desperation in Team 3's voices, Liao Chong could no longer suppress his anger. He seized the intercom and barked, "Stop with the nonsense. All teams have suffered significant losses, and your team of 3 is performing the worst. How do you expect me to help you? Figure it out on your own. When time is up, get ready to face the consequences. This is not our concern." At these words, the members of Team 3 felt despondent, and the other teams began to grumble. You're just a coward, always hoping to take advantage of others. How can you expect to survive without completing the task yourself? Exactly. If you're too afraid to venture forth, don't rely on others. This is a death trap, not a charity center. As Team 3 sat in their room, each member's face turned ashen. What are we going to do? Are we really just going to wait to die? I don't want to perish. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. Who doesn't want to live well? Since Liao Chong has torn off the facade and refuses to help us, we have no choice but to rely on ourselves. What do you mean? Are we 3 going to conquer 20 rooms? How is it possible to reach 20 rooms? We are still 10 short, given our current state. How can we possibly clear 10 rooms? However, I do have a plan. Upon hearing these words, the other 2 hurriedly leaned in closer. Quickly, tell us what the plan is. As long as it ensures our survival, we will follow your lead. A faint, cold smile crept across the man's lips. Now, aside from the fate of the members of Team 4 being uncertain, we are aware of the standings of the other 3 teams. According to the rules of this competition, those with the lowest scores will face penalties. Since we are currently divided into teams, our scores are identical. Therefore, if we can surpass Team 2 by completing at least 13 rooms, we can avoid death. Thus, we only need to conquer 4 more rooms. The other 2 exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of gravity. Observing their demeanor, the man slammed his hand on the table in frustration. We're going to die anyway, so what are you hesitating for? We have half an hour to conquer 4 rooms. Hurry up and prepare. Team 2's members might be preparing as well. Meanwhile, Team 2 member Zhou Sheng was sitting alone in a room strewn with corpses, his face betraying a flicker of fear. He watched the second hand move steadily around the clock face, the tension in his heart growing increasingly palpable. No, I can't just die like this. I must survive. With that thought, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. The members of Team 3 would undoubtedly not relent. In their quest to ensure our downfall, they would likely continue exploring. However, as his gaze swept over the 4 doors surrounding him, he was engulfed by anxiety. But I'm all alone now. What should I do? Just as he grappled with his dilemma, a crackling sound emanated from the intercom, followed by a deep male voice. Zhou Sheng, hello, this is Song Qing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He quickly grabbed the intercom to check its status, realizing it was indeed a private channel. Song Qing? He is still alive? A look of astonishment crossed Zhou Sheng's face. After all, everyone believed that within Song Qing's team, which included a 4-year-old girl, no one could have survived the passage of time. Just before they entered this room, the other team members had speculated about Song Qing's fate, with most concluding that his team had been completely wiped out. Yet, to his surprise, the other party was alive and had even reached out to him. You're not dead? Zhou Sheng instinctively asked. He quickly realized he might have misspoken and hurried to clarify. I apologize. That is not what I meant. I meant to ask, how far have you progressed? At this moment, Zhou Sheng still believed Song Qing would be at the bottom, which meant he might escape death. Just then, laughter resonated from the intercom. Are you not concerned about the prospect of your own demise? Zhou Sheng understood that he could not conceal the truth from the other party, especially since he had already disclosed the number of rooms he had explored through the intercom. Indeed, I am quite apprehensive about my own mortality, for at this moment, I am the sole survivor of our team. At that juncture, The laughter of Song Qing over the intercom grew increasingly exuberant. Hearing the other party's mirthful amusement, Zhou Sheng could no longer contain himself. What do you truly mean? Have you initiated contact merely to mock me? If that is the case, then we may terminate this communication forthwith. However, Song Qing's voice immediately resonated through the intercom. No, 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 that is certainly not my intention. I am here to assist you. Zhou Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Assist me? How could you possibly aid me when you're unaware of my whereabouts? While Zhou Sheng was lost in thought in the grand hall of the 6th floor, Song Qing turned to glance at Wen Yan. A glimmer of joy illuminated the latter's face as he hurried over, cradling a metallic box in his hands. Brother Song, I found it. Look. Song Qing held the box aloft, his expression radiating delight. He then opened the box to reveal a dark stone adorned with peculiar patterns. Infusing the stone with a modicum of his spiritual energy, the surface began to emanate a soft glow akin to a screen coming to life. Upon the screen appeared several luminous points and some text, eliciting an involuntary gasp of astonishment from Wen Yin, standing beside him. Brother Song, this is remarkable. This device can reveal our locations. Song Qing nodded, confirming that this was an artifact they had acquired during their exploration of the 6th floor. With a mere infusion of their essence, they could ascertain the achievements and locations of their fellow team members. More importantly, this box served not only as a means to locate them, but also as a key to the floors they had already explored. With this item, Song Qing could reunite with the others. Thus, Song Qing seized the intercom and addressed the anxious Zhou Sheng. Haha, my apologies, but I actually do know where you are. If I am not mistaken, you should be in room A705. Am I correct? The intercom crackled with Zhou Sheng's incredulous response. What is this A705 room? I have no idea where I am. Allow me to share a method for identifying room numbers. Proceed to the center of the room and lift the tile on the floor. The number of your room will be inscribed on the back. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng paused momentarily before sprinting back to the center of the room, dragging aside the corpse nearby. Indeed, he discovered a slightly loose tile. He deftly inserted his dagger into the crevice and gently pried it up, revealing the inscription A705 beneath. He hastily clutched the intercom and called out to Song Qing. It is impossible. This is undoubtedly a mere coincidence. Perhaps every room's tiles bear this number. You must be deceiving me, right? You wish for me to come in last, do you not? Surely, your count of explored rooms cannot surpass mine. At this point, Zhou Sheng was becoming increasingly neurotic as the hour of 12 approached. If he were to finish last, it would surely spell his demise. Meanwhile, Song Qing offered a slight smile. If you do not believe me, you may inspect any room at your leisure and see the number inscribed beneath the tiles. However, Zhou Sheng disregarded Song Qing's suggestion. Do you think I'm so gullible as to walk into a trap? Such childish play. You may doubt my words, but we can engage in a transaction. At that moment, Zhou Sheng's mind was a tempest of emotions. He was astonished by Song Qing's knowledge, particularly the confidence in his tone, as if he held dominion over all the rules. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally inquired, "What are the terms of this transaction?" "It is simple. I will provide you with a more advanced spirit weapon, allowing you to continue your challenges without the threat of demise." "What? It is that straightforward? Is there a price I must pay?" "Haha, of course. If memory serves me right, you have been a member of the guild for quite some time, and your points should be considerable. Thus, it is quite simple, a high-level weapon in exchange for 500 points. Sounds quite advantageous, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng did not exhibit any signs of joy. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. "Keep fabricating your tales. I wonder how long you can continue this charade. Deceiving others is one thing, but do you truly believe I cannot conquer these challenges alone? If you can find me, not 500 points, but 1,000 points for a weapon." "Ha ha ha, you said it yourself. We cannot backtrack now." "Very well, I shall await your arrival." The communication was abruptly cut off, and Song Qing shrugged slightly. It was he who had proclaimed a willingness to pay 1,000 points for a weapon. Alas, I did not anticipate such generosity. What a good soul he is. Following this, Song Qing turned to Wen Yan beside him. "Can I trust you?" Wen Yan understood the implication immediately and patted his chest. Rest assured, Brother Song, from this moment on, I am your loyal hound, ensuring unwavering loyalty. Let us refrain from calling you a dog. I shall trust you once. Complete the task, and I will grant you a high-level spirit weapon. You are entrusted with this responsibility. Deliver the weapon to him, ensuring he is well-equipped for his challenges. With that, Song Qing seized the walkie-talkie once more and pressed the channel for Team 2. Chapter 133. Small Business in the Instance in Room A705. Zhou Sheng wore a grave expression. Gazing at the lifeless body on the floor and the disordered surroundings, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Could it be? Must he truly await his demise? Then he recalled what Song Qing had said to him. He's quite the braggart. If he can locate me, I would willingly sacrifice my head for him. Before he could finish his thought, the intercom suddenly blared to life, startling Zhou Sheng. I almost forgot to mention something. You'd best refrain from informing the other teams. If they catch wind of this, they will undoubtedly charge in recklessly. Upon hearing Song Qing's reminder, Zhou Sheng merely scoffed. I am not so foolish as to play the role of the underdog. Moreover, you should first deliver the weapons I requested, and spare me the grandstanding. Rest assured, Song S Express guarantees delivery. Please hold on. The communication cut off, and then Song Qing nodded at Wen Yin. Be careful. The other party nodded, handing a stone to Wen Yin before dialing the private communication line of Team 3 once more. At this moment, Team 3 had just breached a room. The trio, having collectively vanquished a malevolent spirit, were now utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground. Damn it, this is exceedingly difficult. The caliber of this intermediate malevolent spirit is beyond our capacity to handle with ease. The speaker was a tall man named Qianyu, regarded as one of the stronger members within Group D and the most formidable in Team 3. Beside him, Wei Lin frowned slightly. If that's the case, we might genuinely find ourselves in the last place. Xiaoyu, I recall your prowess. You rank among the elite in Group D. How is it that your abilities have deteriorated so swiftly here? As he finished speaking, Wang Dai nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, during the assessments, you consistently performed among the top tier. How have you ended up like this today? Is it? Perhaps you've been preoccupied with women lately? Qianyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Please, what women? My gear was lost in the last instance, and now I'm left with these inferior, ghostly implements. How can I possibly excel? Moreover, look at the weapon I'm wielding and my designated profession. For goodness sake. Wei Lin then recalled that Qianyu's awakened class was swordsman, yet he was currently wielding a short sword, clearly incongruent with his profession. Alas, if only I had a high-grade, ghostly longsword that suited my vocation, I would surely unleash my true potential and navigate through several more rooms. Hearing Qianyu's lament, both Wei Lin and Wang Dai sighed in resignation. Regrettably, such possibilities are scarce. Let us proceed to the next room and give it another try. We cannot simply concede. Thus, the three immediately rose, preparing to set forth. Just then, Wei Lin's intercom unexpectedly crackled to life, prompting both men to glance at him. Listen, could it be that Liao Chong has devised another scheme? Or perhaps he is merely probing our intentions. This scoundrel has no genuine desire to assist us. Thus, there is no need for us to divulge our whereabouts. We shall simply claim to be in the 10th room. Wei Lin nodded in agreement and retrieved the walkie-talkie. Pressing the receive button, after a crackle of static, a deep male voice resonated through the device. Are you from Team 3? Wei Lin paused momentarily, realizing it was a private communication, and responded with a slight affirmation. Yes, we are Team 3. Who am I speaking to? I am Song Qing from Team 4. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin and his companions were momentarily taken aback. So you're still alive? Why did you not respond to Liao Chong's earlier call? It was pointless. He cannot aid us, so why reveal too much information? With Song Qing's succinct reply, Wei Lin nodded slightly. At that moment, Qianyu took the walkie-talkie and inquired. All right, tell us why you are contacting us. Do not presume to sow discord among us. Subsequently, laughter emanated from the walkie-talkie as Song Qing replied. Very well, I shall not beat about the bush. I am here to assist you. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin could not suppress a cold chuckle, pressing the talk button to retort. Enough with the theatrics. We all know the tales of the strange stories from a Chinese studio. There is no such fortune awaiting us. You claim to help us, yet you are barely able to safeguard yourself. No, no, I truly come with intentions of aid, for I have acquired several high-grade, ghostly artifacts. I merely wish to deal with them. At this revelation, Wei Lin and his companions were left stunned, particularly Qian Yu, whose expression revealed a glimmer of anticipation. He seized the walkie-talkie and asked, "Is that true? Do you genuinely possess high-grade, ghostly artifacts?" "Indeed, I wouldn't deceive you." "Is there a long sword among them?" "Yes, a high-grade, ghostly artifact, bloodthirsty, ghost bone longsword. When attacking, it inflicts additional damage to malevolent spirits, and it also restores one's vitality during use, making it exceedingly formidable." Upon hearing Song Qing divulge the name and details of the equipment, Qian Yu's heart raced with excitement. However, Wang De, scratching his head, suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Even if you possess it, how would you deliver the equipment to us?" This statement left both Qian Yu and Wei Lin momentarily speechless. "Indeed, how would you bring the equipment to us? Are you situated nearby?" As Wei Lin spoke, the group exchanged astonished glances, their expressions rife with disbelief. At that juncture, Song Qing chuckled, "That is not for you to concern yourselves with. Let me discuss the pricing. Low-grade ghostly artifacts are 100 points, mid-grade are 500 points, and high-grade are 1,000 points." Upon hearing this, Qian Yu scoffed, "You truly are audacious. 1,000 points for a high-grade ghostly artifact. Do you have any notion of the points required for such artifact within the guild? It is less than 300 points. Do you genuinely believe you can demand such a price?" Song Qing once again presented the rationale he had discussed with Zhou Sheng, appealing to the other party's emotions and reasoning, ultimately persuading Qian Yu and his companions. "Considering you are now 3 survivors, I will offer 2 low-level ghost artifacts. But in return, you must provide me with 1,000 points of contribution." Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Qian Yu glanced at the other two. "I do not wish to perish. How about you?" Wei Lin, fully aware of the implications, immediately responded, "I can contribute a maximum of 200 points. After all, you are the one leading the charge." Wang De nodded in agreement. "Old Wei is offering 200. I shall match that, as the longsword belongs to you." Therefore, Qian Yu addressed the intercom. "All right, I agree, provided you can come here. The points are yours." "Hee, it's settled. Wait a moment, I will arrive shortly." With that, the communication was cut off, leaving Qian Yu and his companions in a state of bewilderment. "Let's wait. If he doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, we will proceed." Good, good. In the first layer, within the room where the team resided, Hu Yong glanced at Sun Ku, who was seated on the floor smoking, and with concern sighed. "Sun Ku, do you think we should continue advancing?" Sun Ku turned to Hu Yong with a smile. "What's the matter? Are you worried? Don't fret. The second and third teams are paving the way for us. What is there to fear?" Nonetheless, Hu Yong remained apprehensive. They certainly do not want to be the last. If they're still challenging rooms and surpass us, what do you propose we do? Sun Ku, agitated by Hu Yong's words, could not help but curse. "Damn it, are you unwell? Everyone else is in good spirits, yet you constantly bring this negative energy. Why not think positively?" As he spoke, Sun Ku stood up and surveyed the 4 doors surrounding them, ultimately gritting his teeth. "Damn it, you win. We will charge into 2 more rooms, and you will lead the way." Upon hearing this, Hu Yong immediately faltered. "But my abilities are supportive, lacking in combat power. This is too much." Observing Hu Yong's demeanor, Sun Ku let out a long sigh and kicked him in the stomach. "Then why are you complaining? I'm out here exhausting myself, while you sit back and reap the benefits, yet you still whine. You are making my mind a chaotic mess." At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from the intercom. Without a glance, Sun Ku pressed the answer button. "Hello, are you in the first team, brothers?" Sun Ku paused slightly. "Is that you, Song Qing?" "Hee, it's me. I didn't expect you to recognize my voice." Upon realizing it was indeed Song Qing, Sun Ku found it hard to believe. "Well, you've been silent for so long. I thought you all perished. So, how far have you advanced in the rooms?" "Hee, before discussing my progress, are you still stuck in the 15th room?" Sun Ku, frustrated at the failed attempt to probe, retorted, "Why are you inquiring about my status when you refuse to share your own? I must inform you that I have now ventured into the 20th chamber." Laughter resonated from the intercom as Song Qing spoke. Enough of your fabrications. You are currently in room A304, and I am well aware of it. Having remained idle all along, upon hearing this, Sun Ku was momentarily taken aback. How did you come to know? I am here to assist you. There remains less than an hour until tonight's settlement. Are you truly intent on squandering time while others surpass you? Noting Song Qing's change of subject, Sun Ku could only respond with a hint of irritation, urging, let us not waste time. Please reveal your intentions. It is quite simple. I have acquired some treasures, high-grade ghost instruments, and various spirit talismans that I believe you would find beneficial. At this revelation, Sun Ku's eyes widened with surprise. Do you possess any swift spirit talismans? Indeed, I have high-grade swift spirit talismans, as well as the high-grade ghost instrument, Bloodbat Wings, which permanently enhance mobility. However, I highly recommend the high-grade ghost instrument, as it not only boosts your speed, but also extends your airborne duration while jumping. Truly remarkable. What say you? Have you given it some thought? What is the price? Sun Ku felt a genuine stir of interest. The high-grade swift spirit talismans are 50 points of credit each, while the Bloodbat Wings are 1,000 points. Delivery is included. Very well. If you can deliver, I shall purchase them. Although Sun Ku harbored doubts about the possibility of actual delivery, he felt it prudent to test the waters. After all, what if it were successful? Even if Song Qing were deliberately delaying his challenge to explore more rooms, the significance would be minimal, given their current ranking, which only trails behind the 5th team. Thus, in a remarkably brief span, Song Qing managed to orchestrate the dealings with these 3 groups, while he deemed the timing for Liao Chang's group was not yet ripe. He prepared to deliver a substantial surprise. Chapter 134. The first day's results as time ticked away. Everyone in the room felt as restless as ants on a hot stove. Among them, Zhou Sheng was the most anxious, for although he was not the absolute last, he was the member with the fewest companions in his team. Currently, Team 3 had the least number of rooms explored, yet boasted the highest number of members, 3 in total. If these 3 were determined, they could easily conquer the 3 rooms. Damn it, could I have been deceived by Song Qing? A sudden chill gripped Zhou Sheng's heart. What if he had colluded with members from other teams to make me a scapegoat? How foolish of me. Zhou Sheng struck his own face in frustration. I truly am an idiot. I've been outsmarted. With that thought, he immediately grabbed his weapon and moved towards a nearby room. Just then, unexpectedly, a room materialized on the wall. The sudden change startled Zhou Sheng, who initially feared the appearance of a malevolent spirit. Zhou Ge, wait. Don't act rashly, it's me. Wen Yin exclaimed, hands raised and a smile on his face. Seeing Wen Yin, Zhou Sheng was momentarily taken aback. You're alive? Wen Yin rolled his eyes. How could you say that? Me perfectly fine. How could I possibly be dead? Then weren't you with Song Qing's team? How did you get here? Did you discover some method to break through? Noticing Zhou Sheng's eagerness, Wen Yin chuckled. Song Ge said this is a secret that shouldn't be revealed to anyone, so don't pry. By the way, here are the weapons you requested. With that, Wen Yin pulled several high-level ghost weapons from a box behind him and placed them on the ground. Come on, Zhou Ge. Choose one. Each of these weapons is perfectly suited to your awakened profession, and they're all worth 1,000 points. Next, Wen Yin retrieved a terminal device from a box and handed it to Zhou Sheng. I've brought everything. Zhou Sheng stood dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on the weapons on the ground, unable to believe his luck. Choose quickly. Time is running out, or you'll end up at the bottom. Wen Yin prompted. Remembering Wen Yin's reminder, Zhou Sheng quickly stepped forward and grasped his arm. Brother, please help me out. If you do, I'll give you that cherished high-level auxiliary necklace you wanted. Wen Yin smiled and subtly released Zhou Sheng's grip. Zhou Ge, don't joke around. I'm now Song Ge's subordinate. How could I go back to being your big brother? Hurry up. Realizing that Wen Yin looked down on him, Zhou Sheng felt a pang of melancholy. After all, Song Qing had entrusted him with so many high-level ghost weapons, clearly offering him something superior. He reluctantly picked up a high-level ghost weapon from the ground. I'll take this one. But didn't we agree on 500 points? Wen Yin had long been prepared. He took out his phone and found the phrase he mentioned, pressing the play button. If you can find me. Don't even mention 500 points. I would pay 1,000 points for a weapon. Subsequently, Wen Yin set his phone down, adopting a shrewd merchant's demeanor as he extended the terminal device in his hand. Come on, Brother Zhou, time waits for no one. Zhou Sheng, frustrated, slapped himself across the face. How foolish of me. After uttering these words, he pressed his fingerprint and input his password, transferring 1,000 points into Song Qing's account. Wang Yin secured the weapon and waved goodbye to him. Brother Zhou, I shan't disturb you further. I wish you a swift completion of your task. Farewell. As Zhou Sheng vanished into the wall, his feelings were beyond description. He was utterly infuriated with himself. He glanced at the advanced ghost weapon in his hand and sighed. Having spent the money, I cannot afford to be the bottom feeder, a mere sacrifice. With that, he pushed open the door to the room on the right. In the hall on the 6th floor, Song Qing noticed the additional 1,000 points in his guild account, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it seemed this endeavor would yield significant profits. By the way, how much does it cost to consult an astrologer for a dungeon? Lin Sheng pondered for a moment before responding. That depends on which astrologer you approach. Generally, a standard astrologer charges about 1,000 points, while more advanced ones might cost 3,000, 5,000, or even 10,000. The highest is a staggering 10,000 points. Upon hearing this, Song Qing couldn't help but gasp. So much? Who would willingly part with such points to have them seek out a dungeon? What kind of dungeon could possibly justify that? Lin Sheng chuckled wryly and shook his head. Those are premium 5-star dungeons, guaranteed to yield green ghost weapons. However, it seems only groups of B rank and above would collectively pool points to consult advanced astrologers. Typically, our D and C groups only seek out those charging 3,000, at most 5,000. Of course, it appears no one is eager to spend such points on dungeons, considering there are already plenty of public dungeons available to the guild. Song Qing nodded slightly, contemplating how many points he could accumulate from this venture. Just as he was lost in thought, when Yin returned, a smile illuminating his face. Mission accomplished. I secured one. Well done. The remaining gear for Team 1 and Team 3 is here. I must trouble you once more. Wen Yin grinned and, eager to flatter, remarked, not a bother at all. Working for Brother Song is worth every ounce of effort. Subsequently, Wen Yin delivered the equipment to Teams 1 and 3, garnering another 2,000 points for Song Qing. At this juncture, Song Qing possessed a mere 3,000 points. Even if he sold all the ghost weapons in his possession for points, it would still fall short of the coveted 10,000. Nevertheless, his interest in those 5-star dungeons was burgeoning. Yet, Song Qing remained unhurried, for a grand plan was slowly taking shape in his mind. As time slipped away, the countdown to midnight drew ever closer. Song Qing observed that, aside from Liao Chong and Lu Ji from Team 5, who remained motionless, the other 3 teams were swiftly progressing through rooms. Wang Yin and Lin Sheng, witnessing this, wore expressions of envy. Remarkable. Who would have thought these advanced, ghostly artifacts could yield such significant benefits? Indeed, they had been still for only a brief duration, and even Zhou Sheng had already navigated through 8 rooms. Song Qing glanced at the recently awakened Dudu and smiled softly. Did you sleep well? Dudu nodded, a blissful smile gracing her face. Yes. Daddy worked hard. Just then, a notification echoed above them, signaling the impending conclusion of the first day in the dungeon. Attention! There are less than 3 minutes remaining until the end of day 1. Please prepare for the upcoming assessment. Upon hearing this, tension filled the air. Team 1's son, Ku, checked the time, his expression turning somber. I wonder how far we will rank among the 22 rooms. Hu Yong quickly reassured him, don't worry. Brother Sunday, with 22 rooms, we certainly won't be in last place. Sun Ku wiped the blood from his blade, affirming, regardless, we will not finish last. In Team 2, Zhou Sheng gazed at the malevolent spirit's corpse, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He gently caressed the advanced ghostly sword in his hand, feeling a sense of unease. If I end up last and surpass 20 rooms, surely I won't be eliminated. After all 5 teams have exceeded 20 rooms, totaling over 100. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he finally felt a wave of calm wash over him. Those 1,000 points are truly a lifesaver. Team 3 concluded that 20 rooms would suffice, as long as they collectively reached 100. Yes, it's not a big deal if we finish last, as long as we survive. They speculated on which team might end up last. Team 2, since they have only one member. I agree, Team 2. Laughter erupted at Zhou Sheng's misfortune. Meanwhile, in Team 5, Liao Chong had meticulously tended to his wounds and even managed a brief rest. Lu Ji sat nearby, free of any psychological burden. Upon hearing the dungeon notification, Liao Chong opened his eyes to check the time. I can't believe it's so late. I wonder who will perish next. Lu Ji sighed. Team 3 has 3 members, and Team 2 has 1. I believe Zhou Sheng is highly likely to be the one executed. With a hint of superiority, Liao Chong replied, the demise of a fellow traveler does not concern us. However, I do think Zhou Sheng has contributed to our team. Just then, the 3 minutes had elapsed, and the familiar voice resonated overhead. Time's up. We shall now announce everyone's scores, starting from the lowest. Upon uttering these words, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Liao Chong, seated within, took out his provisions and shared some with Lu Ji, saying, have a bite to eat. Rest well for a while. Tomorrow brings new challenges. Lu Ji, with a smile gracing his face, accepted the food, replying, thank you, Changge. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Last place, challenge room number 20. Lu Ji, Liao Chong. The instant these words were spoken, the previously cheerful expressions of Lu Ji and Liao Chong turned to stone. What? Lu Ji, did you just hear what was said? Liao Chong could hardly believe his ears. Lu Ji's smile froze. Changge, it seems we are last. Chapter 135. Astonishing everyone at the moment the results were revealed, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. To think that Liao Chong and Lu Ji had failed to clear a single challenge from the beginning until now. It seemed they were truly banking on a stroke of luck. How infuriating! Had we not secured our victories, they would surely have faced dire consequences. Thankfully, with the expenditure of 1,000 yuan on a high-grade ghostly artifact, we managed to navigate through this crisis unscathed. The team members expressed their sentiments, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of having survived a near calamity. Although we had not acquired the coveted equipment or various items within the dungeons, the mere experience of survival was an extraordinary privilege not afforded to many. Meanwhile, Liao Chong and Lu Ji sat in their room, one's features contorted in disbelief. What the hell? Is something wrong? How could we possibly be in last place? Observing Liao Chong's frenzied expression, Lu Ji, with his face buried in his hands, shared his frustration. Who knows? I'm just as perplexed as you, Brother Chong. How do we end up as the last team? Could it be a malfunction in the dungeon system? Liao Chong sighed, staring at the ceiling, before delivering a forceful kick to the corpse of the evil spirit lying on the ground. Damn it, I've figured it out. They must have falsified their scores. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's eyes widened in realization, and he clapped his hands together in a moment of clarity. That's insidious. Thankfully, we completed 20 rooms. Otherwise, we might have been deceived by them. A flicker of anger mingled with helplessness danced in Liao Chong's gaze. At this juncture, he could do nothing to reprimand them. Survival was the foremost concern. He leaned back against the wall, exhaling slowly, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. So what? There are a total of 100 rooms. As long as we completed our share, their accomplishments are meaningless. Indeed, Brother Chong, you are absolutely right. As long as we succeeded, what do their efforts matter? Let them toil. They deserve it. The voice from above continued to announce the standings. 4th place, number of rooms cleared, 21, Zhou Sheng. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhou Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had not been eliminated, thus he had successfully passed. Glancing at the high-grade, ghostly artifact in his hand, he sighed again. Thank goodness for this item. Otherwise, I might have been the last one standing here. Damn it. Liao Chong, I'll remember this. The voice from above continued to echo through the room. 3rd place. Number of rooms cleared, 22, Hu Yong and Sun Ku. Upon learning that the 3rd place was occupied by the duo of Hu Yong and Sun Ku, Liao Chong's brow furrowed slightly. What? At this stage, they still haven't announced Song Qing and that little girl? Could it be that he might secure 2nd place? Lu Ji, seated beside him, also appeared taken aback. If we assess based on their usual performance, It is evident that Song Qing and his daughter possess a certain level of competence, although most of it is concentrated in Song Qing himself. However, this is a different realm entirely. It is a dungeon, not a typical examination. Liao Chong furrowed his brow, his mind a tumult of thoughts. He couldn't shake off an ominous premonition that lingered in his mind, leading him to utter a spontaneous remark. Surely, they cannot secure first place, can they? Lu Ji glanced at Liao Chong and suddenly burst into laughter. What a jest, Brother Chong. A man accompanied by a child aiming for first place is simply ludicrous. It is utterly impossible. At most, they might reach the limit of 23 rooms. Anything beyond that is out of the question. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Liao Chong turned to him, pondering the possibility. What if? No way. If they were to actually clinch first place, I would willingly sever my own head on the spot. Liao Chong smirked at this declaration. Such absolute statements are unwise. Miracles can occur at any moment. Shortly thereafter, the voice overhead continued to announce second place. Number of challenge rooms, 23, Qianyu, Wei Lin, Wang De. As the words fell, Lu Ji's smile froze on his face. Liao Chong chuckled softly, gently patting Lu Ji on the shoulder. I told you, there is something amiss. To achieve such high scores, it seems we have underestimated this father-daughter duo. Lu Ji, however, appeared incredulous, shaking his head vigorously. Brother Chong, if they are indeed that formidable, I simply cannot believe it. I suspect it must have been Wen Yin or Lin Sheng assisting them in surging forward. Oh, you mean those two are still alive? Yet I am well aware of their performance. They are among the weakest in the entire team. Just as Liao Chong finished speaking, his eyes widened in realization. Could it be that those two are deliberately playing the fool? They have consistently lingered near the bottom of the rankings, a position that requires little control. Lu Ji nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed, it must be them. Meanwhile, in a room occupied by Hu Yong and Sun Ku, the two exchanged astonished glances. Wow. Although we had a hunch that Song Qing and his team might seize first place, the conclusion has confirmed it. Indeed, this is no small feat. I wonder how many rooms they can conquer. Sun Ku pondered, stroking his chin, and expressed his curiosity. 25? 30? How many rooms do you think they will challenge? Hu Yong scratched his head. At most 30, surely no more. Anything beyond that would be beyond human capability. Sun Ku merely nodded slightly, though his thoughts continued to soar higher. Could they possibly reach 50? That would shatter records. Not only the first and second teams, but also the third team were left in awe, especially after the announcement of their achievement in securing the second place. To one's astonishment, it was revealed that Song Qing and his team indeed secured the coveted first place. Such prowess is remarkable. It appears they possess the extraordinary capability to locate unique artifacts that enable them to traverse through various chambers and deliver items to us. One might wonder how many they managed to acquire. I would venture 25. However, I believe the count must exceed 30. If it falls short of 30, surely it must be at least 50. As everyone engaged in their chaotic speculations, a sudden announcement echoed above, now announcing the number of exploration rooms for the first place, 100. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp resonated throughout the chambers. Did I mishear? 100 rooms? Good heavens! Is this even humanly possible? 100 rooms. How utterly terrifying. Can such a feat truly be attributed to humanity? This achievement dwarfs the previous record by a substantial margin. It is indeed chilling. Are they not mere mortals? Or did they simply encounter an abundance of equipment rooms? Meanwhile, in room 5, Liao Chong and Lu Ji exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. 100? Surely this cannot be true. The voice above continued. First place, Song Qing, Song Dudu, Wen Yin, Lin Sheng. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Not only had they conquered the challenge of 100 rooms, but they had done so without a single casualty. Is this some sort of cheat? For heaven's sake, this is not a mere amusement park's death chamber, but a genuine perilous arena. How did they accomplish this? Their strength is unparalleled. Not a single member lost. Could this be a testament to their teamwork or something more extraordinary? Chapter 136. Honor or crisis at this very moment. The technicians monitoring the situation outside the dungeon were utterly bewildered. Due to the unique nature of this instance, they were unable to establish any surveillance within, leaving them entirely in the dark about the events unfolding inside. However, the Guild's technical experts devised some observational methods to address this predicament. They strategically positioned points based on the essence emitted by the participants. If an individual were to perish, the point representing them would vanish completely. Yet, as they could not ascertain the identity of any specific point, when the participants gathered, they coalesced into a luminous orb, only to disperse later, resulting in a series of isolated points, each of which remained a mystery regarding the individuals they represented. Nonetheless, these points allowed the technicians to ascertain the survival rates of the members and the current level they had reached. In the throes of monitoring, a technician hastily dialed the phone number of the team leader. "Leader, this is bad. Something has happened. You must come quickly." At the stroke of midnight, the team leader, who was nestled in bed with his wife, was jolted awake by the urgency in the voice. "What is going on? What has happened? Surely, everyone hasn't perished in the dungeon?" The technician on the other end swallowed hard before responding. "No, they survived. However, there's a slight issue. Quit beating around the bush. Speak plainly, don't waste time." "Yes, leader, it's like this. Some of them have breached the 6th level." "What? The 6th level?" "Indeed. According to the initial parameters of the dungeon, they would need to traverse a minimum of 100 rooms, and at most 120 rooms. This means their achievement surpasses that of last year's Group A by an entire factor of 2. Upon hearing this, the leader gasped in disbelief. "What? Twice as much? Are you certain you aren't mistaken?" "Leader, I stake my very life on it. There is absolutely no error. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself." "All right, I understand. Keep monitoring closely and contact me immediately if anything unusual occurs. Maintain the line." As the call ended, the leader, his face etched with urgency, sprang from his bed. After hastily dressing, he sped off towards the company. Along the way, he called the main leaders of Group D, summoning them all. After all, such an impressive achievement was rare. Even members of Group A might not achieve it. Yet now, someone from Group D had managed to enter the 100th room on the very first day of the trials. This remarkable feat demanded their utmost attention, for this individual was likely to soar to great heights in the future. As the leader and management personnel, they were poised to reap substantial rewards from this event. When the call came through, the members of Group D were filled with exhilaration and hurried to the guild building throughout the night. The monitoring room of the technical team had previously been relocated to the conference room, where everyone was fixated on the large screen, their faces adorned with smiles. At this moment, the group leader, Huang Tianji, clapped his hands joyfully, pointing at several red dots on the screen, his aged visage beaming like a blossoming chrysanthemum. "Who else?" I asked, which other group could possibly meet such a challenge? Is Group A truly superior? The crowd below was equally jubilant, showering praises in unison. It seems that Group D is on the rise. Our leader is astute. It is thanks to your wise guidance that we have achieved this commendable outcome. Indeed, it is all the leader's merit. Without you, we would not have attained such results. This calls for celebration. I believe such an outstanding achievement must be communicated to the other groups, so they too can witness that Group D is not to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, Huang Tianji immediately clapped his hands in agreement. "Yes, let us inform Groups A, B, and C right away, sharing this good news that Group D has also achieved such impressive results, perhaps even exceeding theirs by a considerable margin." The atmosphere was filled with cheer as messages began to be sent out. Huang Tianji, seated centrally, kept a vigilant eye on the red dots above. "Remarkable. Group D is finally making a name for itself. Who could it be?" The crowd began to speculate, most believing it must be Liao Chong. Is there any doubt? It has to be Liao Chong. He is the only one in Group D with such prowess. Absolutely, it must be Liao Chong. His performance far surpasses that of the second place, and as an assassin, he possesses formidable lethal capabilities to tackle challenges effortlessly. Yes, it can only be Liao Chong. No one else in Group D could achieve such results, yet his excellence has exceeded our expectations. Huang Tianji nodded repeatedly, his face radiating joy. Indeed, Liao Chong may not speak much ordinarily, but when it comes to performance, he is exceptional. I must learn from him moving forward. Just as everyone was basking in their joy, the leaders of the other three groups received this news. Upon confirmation, the entire guild erupted with excitement and jubilation. Although this remarkable achievement was attributed to Group D, it was a victory for the entire Fanhai Guild, and thus deserved to be reported throughout. Soon, the other three groups sent congratulatory messages to Huang Tianji, expressing their desire to recruit this promising talent into their ranks, offering bountiful terms. Huang Tianji was not naive. He recognized this as a golden opportunity for fame and fortune, and naturally, he would not relinquish such a valuable asset. He graciously declined the goodwill of the crowd, his heart brimming with joy as he prepared to depart. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Leading the group was a man with graying hair, yet his formidable presence was unmistakable. Upon catching sight of him, Huang Tianji was immediately engulfed in a cold sweat and hastily stepped aside, bowing as he spoke. "Elder, what brings you here?" The man before him was none other than the third elder of the Fanhai Guild. With a grave expression, the third elder strode into the conference room, pointing at the red dots displayed on the screen. "Are these results genuine? There is no possibility of deceit, is there?" The leader of the technical team, taken aback by Huang Tianji's scrutinizing gaze, quickly nodded in affirmation. "Absolutely authentic, without a shadow of a doubt." The third elder nodded slightly, his expression still serious, before picking up his phone to dial a number. "The president has confirmed the situation. Indeed, someone has surpassed the 100th level." "Understood. I will immediately send individuals to the D Group conference room for observation until this instance concludes." "Very well. I will await your arrival here." Once the call ended, Huang Tianji and his companions stood in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that such remarkable results would not only evoke envy from the leaders of the other three groups, but also attract the attention of the guild's elders and even the president. Since joining the guild, he had encountered the third elder at most a few times, and he had never seen the president in person, aside from photographs. As he pondered in astonishment, the third elder turned his gaze toward him. "It seems this instance is about to encounter complications." Huang Tianji was momentarily taken aback and quietly inquired, "Elder, what sort of issues might arise? Is there a chance of being unable to escape?" The elder shook his head. "They are about to initiate the endless mode." Although the third elder's voice was not particularly loud, every individual in the room heard his declaration. Chapter 137. I'm unabashedly seizing the opportunity. The endless mode is a terrifying existence. Upon entering this challenge mode, there exists a diminutive probability of being thrust into the endless mode. In this mode, one must incessantly engage in challenges, wave after wave, without respite, and escape is impossible. Individuals must endure trials akin to hell for an interminable duration, until the energy within the entire dungeon is utterly depleted. However, human capabilities are fundamentally inadequate to contend with such a dungeon, which is characterized by an immense reservoir of energy. It can function normally for decades, if not centuries, enduring countless challenges from numerous individuals. Even more daunting is the fact that the difficulty of challenges within this endless mode accumulates layer upon layer, perpetually increasing. Thus, once ensnared in the endless mode, escape becomes impossible. One can only hope to surmount the final barrier or deplete its energy entirely. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianji's body involuntarily shuddered. It would be a grievous loss to see such a formidable contender, painstakingly nurtured within his squad, perish so easily. He cast a pained glance towards the third elder. Is there truly no means of rescue? It has not been easy to cultivate such a talent. The third elder gently shook his head. As of now, no solution exists. They must continue to face challenges, but rest assured, we will employ every conceivable method to assist them. The president has assured me that we will protect those within. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianji was elated, expressing his gratitude profusely towards the third elder. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the group finally received a fleeting respite, allowing them 8 hours to rest before embarking on a new day of challenges. Unbeknownst to Qing and his companions, their extensive progress had led to a mutation in the levels, resulting in the onset of the endless mode. Thus they remained oblivious to the looming threat. Qing glanced at the time, a smile gracing his face before he retrieved the walkie-talkie and connected to Liao Chong's communication channel. "Brother Chong, I heard you claimed 5th place. Congratulations." Liao Chong, taken aback by Song Qing's contact, was immediately incensed upon hearing the words. "You bastard, are you mocking me?" Song Qing chuckled lightly. "Mock you? How could I? Truthfully, I am here to assist you." "What? Assist me? Are you certain you will help?" "Oomph. Given that you're already reveling in your first-place victory, don't assume you can do as you please. Let me tell you, surviving to exit is the true mark of a victor. Is that so? Well, it seems you may not be particularly interested in how I managed to lead my team to the 6th level. Very well then, I wish you a pleasant life. Goodbye." With that, Song Qing prepared to sever the communication, prompting Liao Chong to urgently shout into the walkie-talkie. "Wait a moment. What did you just say? Can you truly tell me how you managed to reach the 6th level? Are you certain you wish to share that with me?" "Indeed, I am quite certain." "Are you not intrigued?" "Of course I am intrigued. If you tell me, I might consider offering you something in return." "Haha, I apologize, but I have no interest in what you can offer. I am merely here to boast about my own achievements. Allow me to succinctly recount my experiences." Despite Liao Chong's intense fury, he restrained his anger and listened attentively to how Song Qing narrated his tale. Song Qing began to weave the elaborate fabric of his pre-prepared deception, gradually transforming in Liao Chong's eyes into a figure of remarkable courage and intellect. A powerful man who was seemingly irresistible. Liao Chong felt a wave of nausea wash over him at Song Qing's exaggerated claims, yet he held his tongue. Nevertheless, he gleaned some insights. Song Qing indeed had fortuitous luck, acquiring numerous items, including several crucial hints. He had also obtained formidable ghostly instruments, even possessing a low-grade green-tier ghostly artifact, which explained how he could traverse 100 rooms in one go. Upon finishing his tale, Liao Chong could not suppress a derisive snort. "Boasting like this might just blow your own cover. Do you truly expect me to believe such absurdity? Perhaps next time, you should draft a script before you exaggerate. It might serve you better. Haha. If you choose not to believe me, you can inquire with others about their prowess. Are you not curious? Go ahead and ask." Noticing Liao Chong's silence, Song Qing continued with a smile. "By the way, I currently possess a high-grade ghostly artifact that I have no immediate use for, perfect for someone of your assassin's caliber. Would you be interested?" "What? You truly have a high-grade ghostly artifact? Surely you jest. How could I? I'm a man of my word. If you doubt me, ask others who have purchased ghostly artifacts from me." "What? You have sold ghostly artifacts to other teams?" Liao Chong was taken aback, suspecting that the members of the other teams were not as formidable, considering he and Lu Ji were among the strongest in Team D. Yet they had only managed to reach the 20th level. The performance and comments regarding other team members were far from impressive, yet they had surpassed their progress, indicating some hidden support. Upon hearing Song Qing's assertion, Liao Chong felt as though he had stumbled upon the root of the issue. Without hesitation, Song Qing affirmed, "Indeed, the ghostly artifacts were sold by me at a reasonable price, tailored to their professional needs. I can arrange for one to be delivered to you. If you wish to purchase, simply provide payment." Liao Chong furrowed his brow slightly. "I will inquire further before making a decision." With that, he severed communication and turned to Lu Ji, who bore a peculiar expression. "What do you think about the credibility of this fellow's words?" Lu Ji swallowed hard, uncertain whether to trust Song Qing. However, since the other party managed to traverse 100 levels, it indicates that they possess considerable strength. Thus, their words may be a blend of truth and deception. Regarding the matter of selling equipment, he felt it was worth exploring. "I believe a face-to-face transaction would be preferable. Since they have expressed a willingness to deliver the equipment, we can simply proceed with the payment." After contemplating for a moment, Liao Chong ultimately nodded. "I will first consult with the other teams." He then reached out to each of the other groups. As expected, the information confirmed that these individuals had indeed purchased ghostly weapons from Song Qing and at exorbitant prices. Some are priced at 1,000, others at 5,000, and there were even claims of a price reaching 10,000. Such figures were utterly outrageous, and he could hardly believe that these individuals could afford 1,000 points, let alone 10,000. Damn it, it seems these people have begun to deceive us as well. Liao Chong cursed vehemently and, after much hesitation, finally contacted Song Qing. Please deliver the equipment. All right, I will quote a price. 5,000 points for each advanced ghostly weapon. Upon hearing this price, Liao Chong nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Well, this is essentially akin to robbing, except I am merely offering a ghostly weapon for free. Fine, you're ruthless. Send it over, I'll take it. Liao Chong understood just how vital it was to possess a ghostly weapon that perfectly suited him. Thus, he resolved to first ascertain whether Song Qing truly had the capability to deliver. Although 5,000 points was steep, he deemed it a worthwhile investment for the sake of his life. Chapter 138. Misunderstanding? At 1 o'clock in the morning, the city of Shanghai lay enveloped in profound silence. However, within the bustling confines of the Fanhai Guild, the atmosphere was vibrant and alive. A sleek black Rolls-Royce sped to the foot of the Guild-S building. As the door swung open, a medium-built middle-aged man strode purposefully towards the upper floors. Accompanying him was a secretary who incessantly relayed the latest information, while the man's expression betrayed a hint of concern. With a chime, the elevator arrived at the floor designated for Team D, and the group proceeded to the meeting room. The third elder stepped out to greet them, extending a gentle handshake. It has been a while, President. How have you been lately? The president nodded lightly. Quite well. Thank you. Let us discuss the current situation inside. As they walked, the third elder recounted the recent events. Upon hearing the account, the president's expression shifted to one of gravity. Such a promising talent. Yet why was there no thorough investigation prior to joining the guild? At this remark, a heavy silence fell over the room as everyone lowered their heads. For such matters, one could argue it was a significant oversight, yet on a lesser scale. It could merely be deemed a work-related error. Under the president's stern gaze, Huang Tianji, the leader of Team D, broke into a cold sweat and hastily bowed in apology. I'm truly sorry, President. This is entirely my oversight, and I will conduct a thorough investigation. Enough. You shall handle this matter. By the way, is the situation inside already critical? Is the endless mode confirmed to be activated? The third elder nodded gently. We just conducted a joint probe with the Grand Elder and others, and indeed, the instance has undergone changes. They are now trapped within it and have initiated the endless mode, though they likely have not received any notification yet. Upon hearing this, the president's countenance darkened further. It would be an immense loss if such a promising talent were to perish within. It seems we must activate our own plan. The third elder's eyes brightened at this realization. Are we to establish a teleportation channel to supply them with equipment? Precisely. Such a valuable talent cannot be allowed to perish so easily. By the way, do we know who is trapped inside? The third elder pondered briefly before responding. Based on the evidence we have gathered, it appears to be a young man named Liao Chong. Here is his profile. As soon as the third elder finished speaking, Huang Tianji hurriedly presented Liao Chong's information. The president nodded in satisfaction, glancing over the profile, his expression now tinged with concern. Is the information contained herein accurate? The third elder nodded firmly. We have already conducted an investigation, and it is indeed authentic. I too find it hard to believe that someone of his caliber could achieve such a record. It seems he alone possesses this capability among all the candidates we've screened. Very well, in that case, please inform the Grand Elder and the others, set up the passage, secure their safety, and allow them to complete this challenge and emerge from the endless mode. Yes, President, I shall summon them at once. Subsequently, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire room. While inside the dungeon, Liao Chong gazed at the weapons presented by Wen Yin, his expression betraying a surge of excitement. To his astonishment, it was indeed the coveted high-grade ghost weapon he had long desired, acquired by them through some stroke of extraordinary luck. Wen Yin smiled faintly, gently extending the terminal in her hand. Since Brother Chong is fond of it, let us proceed with the fingerprint scan. Liao Chong uttered a curse, yet ultimately could not part with the item as he donned it on his hand, then pressed his fingerprint, inputting 5,000 points into the terminal. Upon confirming receipt, Wen Yin chuckled and turned to leave the room. Watching her depart, Liao Chong's smile vanished in an instant. Damn it, they must be deceiving me. They certainly ignored me before, and now they seek me out. Lu Ji, too, exhibited a trace of envy, though he was reluctant to play the fool. With Liao Chong spending this sum, he had no need to part with his own coins. Thus, flattering the right person could very well determine whether he could survive alongside them. Just as they were in the midst of flattery, a resounding rumble echoed through the room, causing the entire space to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Liao Chong and Lu Ji exchanged glances, hastily seeking refuge in a corner. What is happening? Is there a problem? I don't know, Brother Chong. Why would there suddenly be an earthquake? Were we not told to rest for 8 hours? It hasn't even been half an hour. They steadied themselves, preparing to flee. Should an actual earthquake occur, they would rush to the nearest door, regardless of the dangers within. However, the tremor subsided after less than half a minute, revealing a dark, gaping hole before Liao Chong, resembling a portal to another world. He stared in astonishment at the chasm, pacing back and forth bewildered. What on earth is this? Lu Ji, equally curious yet hesitant to venture a throw into the abyss, shared his intrigue. Just as they were contemplating, a weapon glowing with a green hue, along with a suit of armor, greaves, and other equipment, tumbled out from within. Upon seeing these items, Liao Chong's brows furrowed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. My goodness! A low-grade green ghost weapon, and its assassin gear. He hastily scooped up the equipment, glancing at it only to realize that the high-grade gear gifted by Song Qing paled in comparison, almost appearing as refuse. No way. Why am I receiving this after just purchasing my gear? What on earth is going on? Lu Ji's eyes were sharp as he discovered a letter within. Upon opening the envelope and glancing at its contents, he felt as though struck by lightning. Liao Chong swiftly seized the envelope, and after reading it, his expression mirrored Lu Ji's. They exchanged a glance and embraced each other in ecstatic joy. Ha! It turns out the guild has successfully breached the dungeon to deliver resources to us. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Lu Ji then gently caressed the ghostly weapon before him, only to realize it was a green-rated artifact. My heavens, a green-rated ghostly weapon. Such equipment is exclusively bestowed upon members of Group B, and it aligns perfectly with my profession. Liao Chong, with excitement, fondled the equipment, while Lu Ji looked on enviously, nearly drooling. For it was not merely one item, but a complete set. Once the reality of their fortune sank in, Liao Chong hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and redialed Song Qing's communication channel. Hello, Song Qing. I now possess my own equipment. I no longer want the rubbish you gave me. Return my 5,000 points. Upon hearing this, Song Qing could not help but let out a cold laugh. Do you think this is a marketplace? You can't simply buy and return at will. When did I ever promise you a 3-day no-questions-asked return policy? You are being unreasonable. Unreasonable? I beg to differ. It is you who is being deceitful. We never agreed on a return policy. If you wish to return it, where should I store the items? Take it. I will not refund your 5,000 points. Seeing Song Qing's obstinacy, Liao Chong, in a fit of frustration, quickly devised a plan. Fine, if you refuse to refund, then let us compete. Let us see who can clear the most rooms by tomorrow. If I win, you will return my points and grant me an additional 5,000. If I lose, I shall forfeit 5,000 points to you. What do you say? Do you take me for a fool? If I lose 10,000, and you only 5,000? Why should it be that way? All right, then I shall wager 10,000 as well. Are you brave enough to accept this bet? It's a wager after all. Who fears who? Just don't try to be deceitful later. Whoever is deceitful shall be deemed a dog. Very well, you have my word. It is a pact. Chapter 139. The unexpected activation of endless mode after a night of rest. Everyone rose the next day, feeling rejuvenated. However, the anticipation of facing the challenges ahead cast a shadow of reluctance over their expressions. As the crowd awaited the competition, reminiscent of the previous day, the monotonous voice from above suddenly morphed into a sinister tone, akin to that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Ha ha! I never expected you, Ren Rue, to possess such formidable strength, able to surpass 100 levels. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Endless Mode Challenge. At the utterance of these words, nearly all the team members were left in a state of disbelief. What? The Endless Mode Challenge? Surely, this cannot be true. How could this be possible? Indeed, The Endless Mode Challenge is said to be accessible only to the most extraordinary of warriors. Could it be that Brother Song Qing is that extraordinary warrior? Oh no, the Endless Challenge? Does this mean we are destined to perish here? Panic set in as the realization dawned upon them that failure to complete their mission could lead to their demise. A wave of dread washed over each individual. Liao Chong and Lu Ji, upon hearing this announcement, were equally stunned, their faces reflecting shock. Liao Chong finally grasped why he had received certain equipment and why guild members had provided him with gear. They were already aware that the dungeon was about to activate Endless Mode. Could it be that they knew we were to face the Endless Challenge? Hence the gifts of equipment? This cursed Song Qing, it's all his doing. We are doomed. We will surely die here. Meanwhile, in the room occupied by Song Qing, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng turned pale upon hearing the notification. They exchanged glances with Song Qing, their lips quivering at a loss for words. Initially, they had believed that by aligning themselves with Song Qing, their safety was assured. However, they soon realized how naive they had been. Song Qing's strength had inadvertently brought upon them even more catastrophic consequences. Standing beside Song Qing, Dudu gazed up at her father with innocent curiosity. "Daddy, what is the Endless Challenge?" Though Song Qing was uncertain of the specifics of this Endless Challenge, his experience with games hinted at the nature of such a mode. It was akin to an abyss, seemingly endless and relentless. "Perhaps we will be here for quite some time," he mused, attempting to soothe Dudu's emotions. He then turned his attention to Wen Yin and Lin Sheng. "Do you regret your decision?" Instantly, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng shook their heads, albeit reluctantly. Observing their reaction, Song Qing could not help but chuckle wryly. "Enough of the pretense. I know you regret following me. However, rest assured, being with me will not lead to your demise so easily." Upon hearing this, the two immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Song. Thank you. It is our honor to have Song Gu accompany us, and we shall forever follow him." Song Qing nodded and sighed, gesturing for everyone to remain silent. Subsequently, the rules of this infinite challenge were announced overhead. This infinite challenge will be divided into tiers without limits. You may continue to choose monsters within this level, although the growth rate of the monster levels will be exceedingly slow, while the rewards in terms of items and equipment will diminish progressively. Conversely, ascending to higher levels will lead to encounters with increasingly formidable monsters, accompanied by more generous rewards. Take heed, for the monsters you will soon confront will be tenfold compared to the last challenge. That is to say, where you might typically face one creature in a room, you will now encounter 10. There is also good news. Here, you may acquire more advanced ghostly artifacts such as red, gold, tricolor, 5-color, and even 7-color items, provided you conquer enough levels. We hope you could survive, haha. As the voice faded, expressions of terror filled everyone's faces. The intercom crackled with the sounds of angry voices, prompting Song Qing to sever the communication and shatter the intercom with a swift kick. At that moment, Tutu exhibited a hint of excitement. "Daddy, I think this Endless Mode is quite promising. We can obtain more advanced equipment. I really want those 5-color and 7-color items." Hearing his daughter's words, a smile crept onto Song Qing's lips. "All right then, since you desire them, I shall strive to procure a set of 7-color equipment for you. How's that sound? Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Daddy," Tutu exclaimed, embracing Song Qing in excitement. Meanwhile, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng, standing nearby, inhaled deeply and braced themselves for the impending challenge. On the other side, the angry outburst continued, only to discover that Song Qing had cut off communication. Faces were suffused with rage. "What a scoundrel! He has led us all into this predicament. I thought it was a good thing, but now we are forced into this endless mode. How will we survive? I had anticipated emerging in 3 days, but now we may be permanently trapped here. We might not even last a week before perishing in this place. Without food and water, how can we endure? Oh heavens, will no one come to our rescue? Have the guild members outside forgotten about us?" At that moment, Liao Chong listened intently to the voices emanating from the intercom, which carried a tone of gravity. "Everyone, do not despair. I have a plan." His words ignited a flicker of hope among the crowd, prompting them to lean in attentively. "Brother Chong, Please share what you have in mind. We need to know. We must strive to secure a room together. Strength lies in numbers, and it will be easier to face the challenges ahead. If you all trust me, come find me. I shall now reveal my room number to you. With this number beneath your feet, you will surely locate me. After a brief moment of silence, everyone promptly resolved to follow this method. After all, they were now at their wits' end. If they did not heed Liao Chong's words, they would have to face the situation alone. Especially for Zhou Sheng of Team 2, it was utterly impossible for him to accomplish such a formidable task on his own. Indeed, we have been navigating this level. Even if the rewards are meager, it suffices that we survive. Strong brother, grant us a moment, and we shall seek you out now. Chapter 140. The frantic challenge. Song Qing never anticipated that the competition would devolve into a meaningless game of overcoming obstacles. However, the silver lining for him was the opportunity to accompany Dudu in a relentless pursuit of monsters, accumulating experience and ascending in levels. Yet, a sense of helplessness loomed over him, as he was uncertain how long they would remain trapped in this instance. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace the situation and began. Turning to Dudu, Lin Sheng, and Wen Yin, he noted that everyone was prepared, armed with a variety of weapons. With a sigh, he gestured towards the equipment behind them. All right, let's distribute this gear. Choose what you can use. We are all in this together. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. They promptly set down their backpacks and rummaged through them for usable equipment. Before long, both were fully equipped, adorned in a complete set of advanced ghostly artifacts. Song Qing then pried open the center of the floor to glance below, discovering that they had descended to another level, meaning all previous progress had been reset. Now, they would begin from the first level anew, with no limits to how far they could ascend. Wasn't this simply maddening? He decided to test the waters regarding the difficulty. With a swift kick, Song Qing flung open the door before him and charged inside. In the distance, a dozen low-level evil spirits trembled in the corners, cowering under the oppressive aura emanating from Song Qing. They scarcely dared to make a sound. Upon observing the monster's levels, Song Qing couldn't help but chuckle wryly and shake his head. Goodness, creatures of this caliber don't even warrant my effort. He then turned to call out to those behind him, Lin Sheng, Wen Yin, it's your turn to take action. Both were eager to engage, their newly donned equipment itching for battle. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, they rushed forward, following his pointed finger to the corner where the evil spirits lurked. I shan't expend my energy on such weaklings. You two handle this swiftly so we may continue our advance. Wen Yin and Lin Sheng, equally exhilarated, immediately brandished their weapons and charged at the monsters. A flurry of strikes ensued, leaving behind a gruesome array of dismembered remnants, a testament to their ferocity. Song Qing rolled his eyes, then, alongside Dudu, pressed onward. Thus, Song Qing, Dudu, and their two allies continued their relentless onslaught. Before long, they ascended to the 6th level. Here, the monsters boasted the formidable rank of ultimate evil spirits, presenting a considerable challenge. Even with their advanced ghostly equipment, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng found themselves somewhat fatigued. After a fierce skirmish, they faltered, sustaining injuries. Dudu extended a hand, casting a healing light that visibly mended their wounds. Meanwhile, Song Qing wielded his blazing longsword, unleashing a single, devastating strike. In an instant, the flames surged forth, obliterating the distant dozen ultimate evil spirits in one fell swoop. Upon witnessing Song Qing's formidable prowess, Lin Sheng and Wen Yin exchanged glances imbued with admiration. Let us proceed. I shall guide you further. I wonder how far Liao Chong has advanced. Wen Yin and Lin Sheng shared a knowing smile, aware that their own capabilities were limited to merely the 3rd or 4th level. Indeed, at such tiers, low-tier malevolent spirits already lurked, and with their subpar equipment, they could hardly ascend any higher. As Song Qing and the others conversed while walking, Liao Chong and his companions had already reached the 5th level. Though they lacked the elite status of Song Qing, they remained impressively formidable. Particularly, Liao Chong, adorned in green low-tier ghostly equipment, was an unstoppable force, capable of vanquishing foes with relentless efficiency. While he could not obliterate all the malevolent spirits in a single strike, he could clear an entire room of monsters within mere minutes. However, this exertion drained his stamina significantly, necessitating prolonged rest. Otherwise, could he continue to press forward? Observing Liao Chong's prowess, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of envy. "Brother Chong, what should we do? Should we continue advancing or remain here?" Liao Chong sighed deeply, surveying his surroundings and the agreements scattered about. "Let us halt here for this round. Ascending further would prove perilous." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in unanimous agreement. After all, the monsters in the 5th level yielded high-tier, ghostly equipment, occasionally dropping green low-tier items. Thus, this level was sufficiently challenging for them. Liao Chong intended to eliminate monsters here for a time, allowing everyone to amass adequate equipment before collectively advancing. Upon hearing Liao Chong's suggestion, joy illuminated each face. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, onlookers marveled at the rapidly ascending light points, their expressions filled with astonishment. It seems our predictions were indeed correct. Liao Chong's potential is exceptionally strong, having reached the 6th level in such a short span. Indeed, Liao Chong is remarkably capable. He wisely limited his party to 4 individuals to avoid unnecessary complications. With proper training, entry into Group A's elite team is undoubtedly within reach. I truly wish to meet this Liao Chong. A gathering of elders sat together, nodding in appreciation as they observed the red dot on the screen. Even the president's face bore a hint of delight. It appears our provided equipment is quite suitable. Let us wait and observe his progress. Should it slow, we shall contact him to deliver more equipment. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, immediately concurred. "Very well. I shall return and prepare a set of blue equipment." He must undergo a period of adaptation. Otherwise, wielding overly potent equipment might hinder his proficiency. The president nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment. One cannot expect to consume an entire feast in a single bite. It is best to allow him a phase of acclimatization." At that moment, the red dot on Teacher Sanchang's screen exclaimed, "Oh!" No sooner had he spoken than they came to a swift halt on the 7th floor. A smile danced upon the face of the Grand Elder. "I shall return to prepare the gear, my friends. We shall meet again shortly." Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Song Qing glanced at Dudu's condition and noticed the latter appearing somewhat fatigued after excessively casting holy light. "Let us take a brief respite. We can ascend later at our leisure. After all, this is an infinite dungeon, and we have ample time." Lin Sheng and Wen Yin nodded in agreement, eager for a break. "Indeed, let us first consume the modest provisions we gathered along the way." Song Qing nodded, and after the group partook of some sustenance, they settled in the room to rest. However, they could only remain in the room for an entire day. Exceeding this limit would result in a new wave of monsters spawning to attack them. As Song Qing and the others took their respite, Liao Chong and his companions, having acquired blue equipment, charged forward with renewed fervor towards the upper floors, swiftly surpassing the 7th level. Chapter 141. The final chapter. Upon witnessing those crimson dots, the president's face displayed an expression of astonishment. Surely not. Another group is remarkably strong. Within such a brief span, they have managed to reach the 7th level. Their prowess should not be underestimated. The elders nearby also wore expressions of sheer shock. It was unexpected for Group D, who had been perceived as lagging behind, to exhibit such formidable capabilities after a mere provocation. Indeed, it appears we must adopt a different approach to cultivate our own members. Keeping them sheltered in a greenhouse will hinder their growth. A consensus emerged among the gathered individuals. At that moment, Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, had arrived at the final room on the 9th level. Upon seeing the staircase within the chamber, Song Qing felt a palpable sense of pressure. During a brief respite, he checked his level and realized he was on the verge of a second transformation, with just a tad more experience needed to achieve it. A smile crept onto his face as he thought, with a bit more effort, "I am eager to see how far I can advance." Thus, he and Dudu charged toward the next room. As the door swung open, a massive ghoul lunged toward Song Qing. However, his reflexes were swift as lightning, evading the attack. He swung his blazing long knife fiercely. The ghoul let out a dreadful scream as its shoulder was cleaved off. Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that few creatures could endure his lethal strike. This particular ghoul was not only formidable in attack, but also surprisingly resilient. In a moment of inspection, Song Qing discovered to his alarm that this ghoul had transcended to a higher tier, now classified as a ghost general. Damn it, a ghost general? We must exercise caution, he muttered. Upon hearing his words, Wen Yin and Lin Sheng, who had entered with him, gasped in disbelief. A ghost general? Surely, we shouldn't be facing such a creature. This is typically a challenge reserved for Group A. A glimmer of vigilance flickered in Song Qing's eyes as the ghoul began to maneuver around them, suddenly darting toward Dudu with lightning speed. Song Qing's gaze hardened. He had anticipated this ghoul's attempt to ambush Dudu. Swiftly, he brandished his crimson long knife, sending forth a flash of fire. The ghoul emitted another agonized cry as its remaining shoulder was severed, a crimson gash appearing across its chest, with flames continuing to sear its flesh. The corpse demon gasped heavily, attempting to evade, but Song Qing wasted no time and swung his blade decisively. The skill activated. The ghoul tried to block with its remaining arm, but it was too late. Song Qing's strike was immense, cleaving the creature asunder. Shortly thereafter, a series of system notifications echoed in Song Qing's ears. Slayed a Demon General 1. Current host experience points have reached maximum, leveling up to 200. The host may now undergo a second transformation. Please select the transformation. The host has reached level 200 and may exchange equipment. Upon hearing this, Song Qing's heart surged with elation. He had no time to inspect the Demon General's corpse and immediately checked his system space. Indeed, the system space had been reactivated, allowing him direct access. Within lay several pieces of his second transformation equipment, though he could not yet don them as he had not undergone the transformation. With a thought, a powerful force surged through him, filling him with immense strength, as if he could annihilate all malevolent beings in the world. At that moment, he felt energy waves emanating from Dudu. He quickly turned to find Dudu bathed in holy light. Could it be that Dudu had also leveled up? Joy flooded Song Qing's heart. He was well aware of Dudu's slow progression. Yet, he had not anticipated that the experience from a demon general could be so abundant that it even elevated Dudu's level. He hurried to assess Dudu's status, only to discover that Dudu had reached level 30. Level 30? Song Qing was astonished and looked closely at Dudu, realizing that the ailments plaguing Dudu had vanished. Not only that, but Dudu possessed an innate ability to purify all evil spirits. Just as Song Qing was processing this revelation, Dudu suddenly opened his eyes. Daddy, I have discovered a way to find Mommy. Upon hearing Dudu's words, Song Qing was momentarily speechless, staring at Dudu in bewilderment. Dudu, what? What did you just say? Could you repeat that? Dudu, with a smile, replied, I said I found a way to locate Mommy. What? A way? To find your mother? What is it? Dudu chuckled. This dungeon serves as a conduit to other realms. We merely need to seek out some powerful beings, and they can assist us in our search. Song Qing was taken aback. Is it truly possible? Indeed. Daddy, shall we go find Mommy? A pang of sorrow gripped Song Qing's heart as he remembered that lovely figure, and he nodded resolutely. All right, we'll seek out Mommy. Lin Sheng and Wen Yin exchanged glances and promptly nodded in agreement. Song Ge, we shall follow you always. Brother Song, let us join you in searching for sister-in-law. Song Qing cast a glance back at the two, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us embark together. After his words, the group unhesitatingly made their way towards the upper floors.